Chapter 1. The Trials of a Novice. A plea for mercy from all esteemed patrons. A magnificent edifice floats amidst the boundless chaos. This gilded palace, enveloped by the tumult of disorder, stands like a beacon in a vast ocean. Its resplendent golden light serves as a lighthouse, drawing countless celestial bodies towards it, lured by its brilliance. Chen Han, steeped in ennui, rests his chin on his hand while seated upon the golden throne. He gazes listlessly at the approaching cosmos, heaving a resigned sigh. Indeed, he has traversed realms. The good news is that the system has bestowed upon him unparalleled power. The bad news is that he finds himself ensnared within chaos. According to the system's explanation, his might is so overwhelming that it far exceeds the limits any ordinary universe can sustain. Forcibly entering another realm could shatter it to nothingness in an instant. If he truly desires to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary individual, he must seek out universes capable of accommodating his power or cultivate a formidable universe of his own. The former presents a formidable challenge. Those powerful universes, endowed with their own consciousness, tend to evade his lighthouse temple as though a thief were to sidestep a police officer. Only those realms on the brink of collapse, or those that have spiraled out of control, would begrudgingly approach him in search of aid. As for the latter, nurturing a universe would demand an unfathomable expanse of time and effort, spanning epochs beyond counting. Though he possesses eternal life, he is reluctant to squander it on such tedious endeavors. Thus, he resolves to initiate his contingency plan for renovation. The concept is straightforward. Enlist a cadre of capable individuals to assist him in meticulously managing and beautifying a universe, so that once the renovations are nearing completion, he may move in and reside comfortably. His peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a universe orbiting the Golden Palace. Chen Han beckons with a flick of his finger. The universe promptly hurtles towards him, and he grasps it as one would a crystal orb, examining it closely. Consider yourself fortunate, for I bestow upon you this immense wealth. The crystal orb radiates an unusual energy, emanating a wave of obsequious consciousness. Chen Han chuckles softly, casually casting it into the boundless chaos above. The crystal orb grows ever larger, ultimately transforming into a ripple that projects its image onto the surface of the Golden Palace. Blue Star, a planet strikingly similar to Earth in culture and history. In a smoke-filled dormitory, a burly youth lounges with his shirt off, puffing on a cigarette while engrossed in a video game. At that moment, a frantic voice erupts from the adjacent bed. "Meow, lend me 2 tissues, quick." The young man, still fixated on his game, glances up disdainfully. "The gang, for heaven's sake, ease up a bit, you don't want to damage the dragon's body." "What's it to you? My temper is quite fierce, who else am I to unleash it upon? If not you? You're a lost cause, one day you'll drop dead, you rascal." The youth, exasperated, rises to retrieve 2 tissues and hands them over. 2 tissues and a cigarette. This is strategic material, remember. "I got it, you chatterbox." A hand emerges from under the covers, snatching the tissues before retreating swiftly. However, instead of a brief moan, an outburst of furious indignation follows. "Damn it, at the crucial moment an ad pops up. I nearly spat out my nosebleed. Why show me this rubbish?" The blanket is tossed aside, revealing a youth clad in oversized shorts, his eyes a blend of innocence and foolishness. Liang, with brows like swords, frantically attempts to close the suddenly appearing advertisement. Yet no matter how hard he tries, it proves impossible to dismiss. This leaves him, who was previously enjoying a humorous video, on the verge of cursing. After a while, Liang, speechless, takes a deep breath and clicks play. He initially assumes it to be a 30-second promotional ad, so he carelessly spits a mouthful of phlegm into the nearby wastebasket, waiting for the video to conclude while grabbing a half-empty bag of instant noodles to munch on. Turning back, he is momentarily taken aback by the sight of an unknown game's advertisement CG. Endless yellow sands narrate the desolation of the gaming world. Abandoned skyscrapers hint that the game's theme likely revolves around a post-apocalyptic scenario. As the video darkens, a grotesquely decayed zombie head suddenly emerges, jolting Li Yang into a startled state. Wow, do these small studios really have such resources? How can a company that produces CG of near 3D movie quality resort to this kind of trashy advertising on Doudu? He cannot help but scrutinize the nearly lifelike rendering of the game's CG with his phone. Xinguang? Never heard of it. Li Yang mutters to himself, peering down at his friend engrossed in a simple keyboard game. Demiao, have you heard of this game called Xinguang? Zhang Kuei glances up and rolls his eyes. I'm an old-fashioned guy, do you think I would know? Li Yang scratches his head and walks to the foot of the bed, lifting the golden bed curtain. He nudges his friend, who is wearing a virtual headset. The other quickly gestures for him to stop, and after a moment, removes the headset, irritation etched across his face. I'm in the middle of battling a boss with my buddies. Spit it out quickly. Li Yang hastily replays the Xinguang CG, inquiring if he has heard of the game. With a 99% immersion rate, highly free exploration and combat, and the most authentic life experiences this game company is impressive, but not groundbreaking, he responds, wiping his nose. Zhao Hao shakes his head. Never heard of it, but judging by this CG, I want to give it a try. Li Yang is puzzled. Haven't you been playing current games? Zhao Hao shakes his head. Not interested in any more games, are increasingly leaning towards pay-to-win mechanics. While I can afford it, if the regular players have all vanished, who am I supposed to boast to? That's a fair point. Li Yang retrieves his phone. However, I suspect this game might be another case of a company investing heavily in CG while neglecting the actual gameplay. Zhao Hao ponders for a moment. Send me the link, I'll take a look. Li Yang's eyes widen. Wait, bro, are you not picky at all? Even if it's excrement, you want to sample it to gauge the flavor? Zhao Hao shrugs nonchalantly. I'm bored anyway, might as well try something new. If it's not good, I can always quit. All right then. Li Yang copies the link and sends it over. After a moment of thought, he turns to register himself as well, even inviting Zhang Kuei from below. Demiao, this game seems to have just launched, let's check it out. Since we're playing anyway, maybe we can earn some pocket money by following the Emperor's lead. Zhang Kuei sets down his mouse and keyboard, contemplating for a brief moment before agreeing. With the month nearing its end, his pockets are as empty as his face. Zhao Hao, with wealth at home, is also adept at making money, especially through virtual reality games, which seems to run in his family. Typically, at this time, he would follow Zhao Hao into dungeons to collect equipment, selling it for a few dozen or $100 to help make the month a bit easier for them both. Such a hassle. Chen Han shakes his head in resignation while seated on the golden throne. He had merely utilized a thought projection to enter the Blue Star realm, yet the universe's consciousness nearly imploded in response. Had he not retreated promptly, it might have ceased to exist. Fortunately, the first wave of advertisements has been cast. How many fish I can reel in now rests in the hands of fate. Fate is with me. The advertisements had only been out for a second, discounting the majority who did not receive them. A small fraction caught a glimpse of the CG, selectively forgetting it. Chen Han speculates that if 100 individuals partake in this initial tasting, he might consider it a stroke of luck. You useless little wretch. Even when consuming meat, you complain about its heat. The projection of a celestial body above trembles, expressing its grievance. It too wishes to assist in promoting the game, but those bipedal creatures are rather dim-witted. Moreover, his universe is primarily tech-centered. The metaphysical suggestions do not resonate well with these materialistic bipeds. Had he foreseen the current fortunes, he would have aligned himself with a more metaphysical universe from the outset. Without further ado, Chen Han seizes a crumbling universe and drags it closer to the Golden Palace, conjuring an energy chain to establish a linking passage. This universe is beyond salvation. Its consciousness has long dissipated. It serves well to reshape into a realm capable of accommodating him. At least it wants self-destruct upon his grasping it. However, this means he cannot leave the Golden Throne. He is both the lighthouse of chaos and the energy and connection hub of the Golden Palace. Should he rise from the throne, the beacon will extinguish, leaving countless attracted universes to drift aimlessly once more amidst the chaos. The passages connecting various universes will inevitably collapse. However, in pursuit of a brighter tomorrow, such sacrifices are undoubtedly worthwhile. Having completed the preliminary preparations, the registered players gradually made their appearance. Nearly 100 beams of light descended from the heavens, ultimately converging into young men and women clad in scant garments. They curiously surveyed their surroundings, inspecting this and sniffing that. Virtual reality games had long since become a trend, yet the challenge of accurately imparting a uniform sensory experience to each individual remained an insurmountable obstacle. Even in a technologically advanced nation like Tianzhou, the sensory fidelity had never surpassed a mere 10. The original intention of this technology was to expedite scientific research, as it allowed for a certain degree of consciousness sharing. However, the cost of sustaining such a virtual server was exorbitantly high, and the meager memory usage ratios made it unfeasible. Thus, in an effort to cut costs, the development of civilian applications led to the emergence of today's virtual reality games. Yet the game before them was nothing short of astonishing. Both the tactile sensations and the elusive tastes and scents could be simulated. This was no mere virtual reality, but rather another world altogether. Indeed, this crab was worth every morsel. What a magnificent sight! Goodness, the sensory fidelity feels just like reality. It's remarkable. Hey, is it true that in this game one can, engage in activities? Could you refrain from sounding like a lunatic? Virtual assault resulting in significant psychological harm to victims is subject to legal repercussions. Stow away your filthy thoughts. By the way, without facial customization or class selection, how exactly does one play this game? Who knows? Amidst the chatter, a blinding golden light cascaded from an endless cloud. Subsequently, a voice of ancient and eternal majesty echoed in their ears. Chosen children, cough cough. Good heavens, they had entered the wrong venue. Regaining composure, Chen Han continued, "The world shall perish, and humanity shall be lost. As the chaos sovereign, I have awakened your slumber. My children, you shall descend as my star spirits into this shattered realm to restore order. Do you harbor any grievances?" The players, having gleaned some understanding from the voice and the CG animation they had experienced upon entering the game, surmised that their formidable leader possessed the capability to connect worlds and save those universes on the verge of collapse. Their roles as star spirits were to assist him in rescuing the cosmos and humanity. However, with no system prompts or selection buttons available, what could they possibly voice in protest? Enough of this incessant prattle. Let us descend to right the injustices. Hearing the players' growing impatience, Chen Han felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, the player community was notoriously headstrong. Yet, some individuals were not without their wits. For instance, a young man sporting the ID Zhao Ritian stepped forward from the throng. Clenching his right fist against his chest, he respectfully proclaimed, "We, the three brothers, are willing to heed the Emperor's decree and brave any peril without fail." With that, he cast a knowing glance at his two companions. The pair, receiving the astonished gazes of those around them, wore expressions so awkward that they could have excavated an apartment with their toes while standing beside him. Among the players, clever minds were not in short supply. Then, as if recalling something, someone hurriedly stepped forward to assert their presence. In typical virtual reality games, apart from the countless programmers maintaining the backend, the normal operation relied on artificial intelligence. The system city bosses, much like the Lord of the City, were essentially manifestations of artificial intelligence or substitutes for the staff. According to the predetermined program, it is highly probable that they will bestow excellent equipment and talents upon players during their initial login. Unfortunately, such opportunities are fleeting. The clouds in the sky swiftly parted under immense power. On the golden throne, Chen Han donned resplendent and heavy armor, one hand resting on the armrest while the other firmly grasped the sword embedded in the ground beside him. His handsome visage, exuding an aura of authority, compelled those around him to avert their gaze, instinctively bowing their heads. "Very well," Chen Han said, surveying Zhao Ritian with satisfaction that a player of such caliber is indeed worthy of cultivation. "Speak, what blessing do you desire?" At that moment, Zhao Ritian's heart raced with excitement. Truly, the gaming experience accumulated over the years was not in vain. Swallowing hard, he composed himself and replied, "Serving you is our duty. How could I dare to ask for rewards? The bystanders silently cursed him, well aware that not wanting was merely a guise for desiring the very best. Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile, finding the situation amusing. After pondering the overarching theme of the world to come, he feigned contemplation and arrived at a decision. One must keep their promises. Thus, I grant you the Tao Tai Jin, bestowing upon you the ability to devour your enemies and enhance your own powers. A beam of golden light shot forth, swiftly transforming Zhao Ritian's physique. Moments later, his hair turned completely white, and a golden energy tattoo, resembling Tao Tai, spread from his right chest to his neck. The transformation complete, as Zhao Ritian opened his eyes, they glinted with a cold light, embodying ferocity and a desire to consume. The Tao Tai gene is a fragment of the Emperor's DNA, capable of granting its bearer the power to continuously devour other beings, thereby augmenting their own formidable lineage. With a portion of the Emperor's bloodline, you shall automatically become a genetic progenitor, able to expend a portion of your vitality to share your genetic seed and cultivate your own offspring. However, your nominal offspring will not possess abilities commensurate with yours, only inheriting 50% of your bloodline capabilities. Furthermore, during battles, the energy derived from the enemies your offspring devour will deduct 10% as a tribute to you. Wow, I'm really in. Zhao Ritian gazed at the system's holographic projection, utterly astounded, feeling parched with disbelief. He had never imagined that his genetic lineage could be passed on to others. More crucially, this would allow others to work for him. What a delightful prospect! Now, fulfill your missions. I shall observe your endeavors from here. Without granting the group any further delay, Chen Han waved his hand, sending them forth into the new world, the world of biohazard. Nearly 100 streaks of light descended from the heavens. Hundreds of novice players found themselves standing atop the rooftop of an abandoned hotel, wide-eyed, scrutinizing one another and their surroundings. Their gazes inevitably turned to the white-haired Zhao Ritian. Boss, are you saying that from now on? I'll be following you. A throng of novice players quickly approached, eager to form a team. Zhao Ritian grinned broadly, patting one on the shoulder. Indeed, I can tell at a glance that you are all talented. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of abundance. Ugh, the crowd shot him disdainful looks. However, Zhao Ritian remained unfazed and climbed atop the air conditioning unit on the rooftop, addressing the players below to recount his newfound abilities. Upon hearing of the prospect of acquiring a portion of his genetic capabilities, more players promptly cast aside their reservations and rushed to join him. In an instant, a dozen or so novice players sought to enlist in his ranks, while others hesitated. Although he was somewhat arrogant, his character seemed decent enough as he candidly explained the pros and cons of the bloodline inheritance. According to the system's description, the Tao Tai gene would allow beginners to rapidly adapt to survival in a post-apocalyptic world, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, while also offering immunity to zombie infections. Yet, the drawbacks were substantial. On the one hand, becoming a nominal offspring of Zhao Ritian meant that every time they defeated monsters and absorbed energy or genetic fragments, he would automatically siphon off 10%. On the other hand, once they became his offspring, switching to another genetic lineage would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, the majority preferred to wait and see, pondering if they might secure a bloodline gene from the Emperor through commendable performance. For who among them would wish to be someone else's child? Chen Han had granted them but one task, to seek out and protect survivors. These individuals would serve as the currency he provided them. For each survivor they safeguarded for a day, they would earn a silver dragon coin. 1 Shenzhou coin, 10 silver dragon coins, 10,000 copper jiao coins. With wealth in hand, they could directly approach the temple to exchange for bloodlines, equipment, and energy, anything imaginable that Chen Han could manifest. The rationale behind not providing these rewards for free was to foster player engagement. The longevity of a game can often be gauged by observing the stability of its economic system. Roar! As Zhao Ritian diligently passed on the bloodline to his followers, a terrifying roar echoed from the stairwell below. Players who had just ventured down to scavenge for supplies in hopes of constructing a small shelter scrambled back in terror. The game's realism was both a boon and a curse. After descending from the temple, players felt a pang of hunger, and the system interface displayed a minor hunger debuff. This debuff would slightly diminish their stamina and strength. If they failed to secure food promptly, they risked starvation, a fate players could not tolerate. Death by any means was acceptable, but to perish from hunger would be an embarrassment, surely to be mocked by newcomers. Brother Tion, lend a hand. The zombies are closing in. Players surged from the stairwell, frantically urging those still on the rooftop to flee. Others scrambled to find weapons to confront the impending horde. Let me see what's happening. After completing the bloodline inheritance, Zhao Tion led his group of novice players to the stairwell's entrance. Brothers, charge with me, he proclaimed, leaping into the fray. Roar! Roar! Hey, don't bite me, you damn zombie! Ouch, my backside. No, please, no. Oh, it stinks. I can't handle it, boss. Brother, my arm's broken. Just drag me back. I think I can still be saved. A few minutes later, the valiant charge of Zhao Tion and his companions was met with utter disarray as they returned. Nearly all of his brothers lost. Zhao Tion, dragging his battered form, gritted his teeth as he pulled his two surviving comrades back to the rooftop. Quickly, block the door. These zombies are fierce. The others regarded their disheveled appearance, struggling to suppress their laughter. Yet a few players decisively shut the door and barricaded it with debris. Ugh! Discarding the remains of their fallen comrades, Zhao Tion clutched his bleeding waist, grimacing in pain. Although a pain threshold had been established, it was designed to prevent them from becoming insensate beings, leaving a tenth of the original pain sensation intact. The chunk of flesh torn from his waist by the zombie inflicted a discomfort akin to being stung by a fierce insect. Brother Tion, here, that a graceful, demure girl offered him a bandage crafted from the clothing of a recently deceased player. Zhao Tion looked up at her, expressing gratitude. Thank you, sister, after wrapping the bandage around his waist. He observed the system interface, noting the severe blood loss debuff had transformed into a minor one, allowing him to exhale with relief. By the heavens, this game is far too realistic. Indeed, the moment the zombie clamped its large, black teeth onto his face, he came perilously close to fainting, and the mere recollection of it now made him feel nauseous. Both Gongzi and Zhang Mio had suffered the misfortune of losing their arms and legs. Currently, they clutched the corpse of a zombie, initiating the process of their devouring skill through physical contact. This so-called devouring skill did not involve direct consumption. Rather, contact with the other party sufficed for absorption. However, the entire process was undeniably eerie. One could observe their arms gradually merging with the zombie's body, the flesh, sinew, and bones visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. Ultimately, they transformed into a pile of unusable inorganic matter, dissipating like smoke in the gentle breeze. This entire ordeal lasted approximately 5 minutes. Once the zombie's body was fully absorbed, the wounds on both individuals healed at a remarkable pace. The flesh at the wound sites intertwined as if imbued with life, subsequently reconstituting itself. The astonishing regeneration capabilities elicited gasps of awe from the surrounding surviving players. This is absurd, utterly absurd. Zhao Tion furrowed his brow, discarding the iron rod in his hand and taking a seat on the air conditioning unit. A silence enveloped the group of players as the realism of this game surpassed their comprehension. They had presumed that the zombie, a mere lowly foe, would be akin to the trivial enemies faced in previous games, easily dispatched with a single punch. However, after witnessing the formidable power of the horde, their dismissive attitudes swiftly evaporated. Before long, the players who had respawned gathered once more. Zhao Tion took the lead, rallying everyone together. Brothers, let us devise a strategy for battling these monsters. This reckless approach is hardly prudent. According to the fallen players, their respawn carried no cost, the only drawback being the loss of all equipment. Yet the sheer number of zombies in this building was indeed overwhelming. Moreover, the bodies of those who died did not vanish, meaning that under the current tactics, the corpses would quickly give rise to new zombies. Continuing down this path was unsustainable, and the consensus among the group reflected this sentiment at this stage. There were no conflicts of interest among them, and given that the game's mechanics differed from others, future conflicts seemed unlikely. Instead of acting independently, it was far more advantageous to unite their efforts. Amidst the crowd, a novice player raised his hand. Chen, I just observed that the iron gate on the rooftop isn't very thick. We could easily create a small opening in it and use our weapons to strike the monsters through the gap without taking damage. The group exchanged glances before looking back at the iron gate. After a moment of contemplation, they deemed the idea quite sound. They promptly set off to gather useful items from the rooftop in an attempt to fashion weapons. Before long, even the few female players in the team were equipped with makeshift spears. Clang, clang, clang. The massive iron gate bore several punctures as the group forcefully jabbed their spears through. The sounds of zombie howls filled the air, dark blood oozing from the spear shafts. Brothers, be cautious. Watch out for the zombie virus if you lack a bloodline. Zhao Ritian warned kindly. After experiencing the novelty of battling zombies for a while, many players abandoned this thankless endeavor, leaving the position to the members of the white hair group. After all, during the weapon crafting process, they learned that ordinary players were not immune to the zombie virus. Only those like Zhao Ritian, possessing the Taotai bloodline, could devour and gain immunity. After around 10 minutes of probing, sensing no resistance, Zhao Ritian gestured for everyone to step back. He prepared to open the iron gate and assess the situation. The corridor was pitch black, and it was challenging to discern what lay beyond the peephole. Here, a makeshift shield, crafted from the air conditioning unit's casing and metal rods reinforced with cables, was handed to him by the same novice player who had made the earlier suggestion. Zhao Ritian accepted it without ceremony, sliding his left hand through the cable harness to grip the metal handle, finding it surprisingly sturdy. "Brother, you have a knack for craftsmanship," he complimented, prompting a sheepish grin from the novice, with a creaking sound. The massive iron gate swung open a crack. Through the light from outside, Zhao Ritian observed that the corridor was devoid of standing zombies, allowing him to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. "Roar! Damn it!" However, a sudden roar startled him once more. Looking down, he discovered a barely deceased zombie clinging to his ankle, gnawing ferociously. The sharp pain in his foot instinctively caused him to retract his leg, and he swiftly repositioned his spear, plunging it into the creature's skull until it was finally dispatched. "Damn, these treacherous zombies are truly devious," he cursed, turning to flash a toothy grin at the players behind him. "All right, everyone, it's time for a feast. Hey, I wanted first. Leave one for me. Damn it, don't you dare steal." Amidst the shivers of the other players, members of the white hair group licked their lips and reached eagerly for the remnants of the zombie corpse. Greedily absorbing the remains, as inheritors of the Taotai bloodline, they were born with an insatiable hunger buff that would never dissipate. This buff lacked any other negative attributes. It merely caused them to feel perpetually famished, yearning to consume anything that could be devoured. Even if they lowered this desire threshold to the minimum, they would still feel an overwhelming hunger. Should they max out this desire threshold, they might not even resist the temptation to devour fellow players. Only when consuming living beings could this insatiable hunger be alleviated, and it was this extreme desire to devour that eliminated their aversion to food, as long as it quelled their hunger. They did not care what it was. Even a repulsive lump of flesh would be met with their eager appetites. Ding! The system notifies me that I have received a point for attribute enhancement. Me 2.666, this is a nice perk. How should we allocate it? I think we should invest it in devouring speed. This way we can digest these zombies more quickly. After all, enhancing anything else seems rather inconsequential. Absolutely right. After a brief period of devouring, members of the white hair group had all received an opportunity to enhance their attributes. Upon deliberation, they unanimously chose to increase their devouring speed, the genetic prototype. Zhao Ritian refrained from joining the others in devouring the zombies. After all, as long as 10 individuals received attribute points, he was guaranteed to earn one as well. This was the advantage of being a genetic prototype. With so many comrades assisting him in accumulating evolution points through consumption, he opted to enhance his strength instead of his devouring skill. Energy surged beneath his skin, the veins beneath his sun-kissed complexion twisting and coiling like dragons, while his muscles swelled slightly. Coupled with his eerie, bloodshot eyes, he exuded an air of primal ferocity. Ordinary players gazed upon him with envy, but harbored little jealousy. After all, what joy was there in being a mere player when one could wield such power? Brothers will take the lead. The rest of you ordinary fellows follow behind for support. Female players will act as our logistical rescue team. Let us conquer this building together as the current pinnacle of combat prowess. Zhao Ritian's words held considerable weight among the players. They swiftly prepared for the impending battle, gathering bandages and weapons alike. Before long, the entire squad had gained a modicum of combat readiness. The dark remnants on the floor exuded a nauseating stench, and the stillness of the corridor was intermittently pierced by the howls of zombies, heightening the players' heart rates. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you," Zhang Miao reassured a female player who was nervously swallowing in the background. This female player, known as Zio, was the one who had handed Zhao Ritian the bandages. At this moment, her small hands were clenched tightly, her fearful expression betraying a yearning for exploration into the unknown. Upon hearing Zhang Miao's comforting words, she inched closer to him, nodding gratefully. The surrounding players exchanged knowing smiles at Zhang Miao, their expressions suggesting a shared understanding. Though their conversation was hushed, it nonetheless caught the attention of the zombies. At the end of the pitch-black corridor, Zhao Ritian discernibly spotted something lurking around the corner, resembling some sort of creature. And it appeared there were quite a few of them. "All personnel, stand guard." With a single command, the players at the forefront of the newly renamed White Wolf Squad, unperturbed by the threat of infection, swiftly raised their makeshift shields to block the passage. Behind them, a player quickly propped a spear, nearly 3 meters in length, against the tower shield, creating a temporary Macedonian defense. A low growl resonated as shadows in the distance charged towards the players. By the heavens, Zhao Ritian could only discern the nature of the threat when it was nearly upon him. Before him surged a pack of hairless, skeletal zombie dogs. Suddenly, they leapt from 3 meters away, threatening the defensive line. "Watch out. Those are damned zombie dogs. Protect the girls." The initially frightened male players, upon hearing the call to protect the girls, immediately steeled themselves. They hastily pulled the females behind them for safety. The first wave of zombie dogs, like skewered candied hawthorns, impaled themselves upon the spear, their bodies sliding down and becoming lodged against the shield. The shield-bearer wasted no time. The opportunity for a meal was too precious to waste. And without waiting for the creatures to perish, he seized them by the throat and began to feast. "Get down here, you!" Meanwhile, other zombie dogs dodged the spear and successfully leapt into the ranks of the players. With eyes gleaming with bloodlust, a member of the White Wolf Squad seized one by the leg and yanked it down, unceremoniously indulging in a feast. The few remaining zombie dogs that landed among the ordinary players were swiftly subdued by a frenzy of violence. Their bodies pounded into the ground. When death ceased to be a weakness, the strength of humanity was a force that these zombies could not hope to rival. Crush you to the ground. "Damn it! Why do you shiver so? Die already!" "Brothers, leave me a piece to savor." After devouring one of the zombie dogs, Zhao Ritian craned his neck to survey the crowd behind him. Clearly, he had overthought the situation. These were not ordinary people. They were a pack of ravenous wolves. The zombie dogs. It was akin to serving a feast. However, the assault had not come without cost. Several players bore bite wounds, all afflicted with the T-virus infection buff. With a 24-hour countdown ticking away, these individuals would soon transform into zombies. In any other context, this might have driven ordinary people to despair, but among these players, it merely represented a liberation from their shackles. Apologies, but the hunting hour has arrived. Slay the zombie dogs, and let the upper corridor be free of their presence, blocking the fire exits on either side. The players spread out to cleanse the rooms of zombies. It became apparent that this building served a particular purpose, likely a hotel of sorts. The injured players took it upon themselves to lead the charge, wielding makeshift machetes and other weapons, knocking on doors with their unyielding resolve. Inside, the zombies recoiled. "I'm here to inspect the premises." The doors were violently kicked open, and the injured players, upon encountering the zombies, showed no hesitation, throwing themselves upon them and unleashing a flurry of strikes. The pungent blood splattered across their faces, their fierce expressions revealing their primal instincts. In the midst of this chaos, they experienced an exhilaration unlike any before. "Grr, little zombies, let daddy love you properly. Don't struggle. The more you do, the more I enjoy it." Having passed through their initial fear of the undead, the White Wolf Squad transformed into a grim reaping force, kicking down doors and demanding compliance. Ordinary players exchanged glances, shrugging in bewilderment, perhaps contemplating the sanity of their counterparts. With newfound organization, the players swiftly cleared the zombies. In no time, they had reached the fourth floor of the 25-story hotel. Beyond lay the restaurant, ballroom, casino, and recreational areas, locations filled with numerous wandering zombies. Continuing in this manner risked attracting the attention of external hordes. After careful deliberation, they unanimously decided to first secure the resources on the 20th floor. The female players busily wiped away grime from the top floor rooms, while the male players helped carry debris to stack in the fire escape leading to the fourth floor, ensuring they remained alert for any sudden zombie incursions. By heavens, brothers, look what I've found. The working players were startled by the excited shout of smaller player. As he opened a small black briefcase, a gleaming revolver was revealed, accompanied by 2 spare speed loaders and 20 rounds of ammunition. No way, it's a revolver. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. This was a real firearm. Previously, they had encountered guns in-game, but those were mere textures, lacking any tactile sensation. Now, the silvery gun felt cold and substantial in their hands. The player who found a weapon laughed heartily, quickly assembling it and reveling in the moment. He had become the first player in the game to acquire a genuine firearm, learning from past experiences. The players scattered to meticulously scour every room. To their surprise, many players managed to secure a weapon, predominantly handguns, with no large firearms in sight. This indicated a reflection of the open nature of American society. Mirroring their reality, finding such an abundance of weapons and ammunition in a single hotel. Boss Zhao, how about we pull off something big? With weapons in hand, the players brimmed with confidence, eager to charge downstairs and engage in a bloody melee with the zombies. While we have weapons, I believe caution is warranted, one player suggested. Consider the noise. If we fire, the zombies outside will surely swarm the hotel. We have limited ammunition, and it will take time to clear them before we can explore further. The others nodded in agreement, though a pang of disappointment lingered. Have weapons but not use them felt like a lost opportunity. All we need to do is lure the zombies away from the street. Another player chimed in. If we can ensure a few hundred meters of safety, we won't have to fear their approach when we make noise. But how do we lure them away? Came the murmurs. Regular zombies are manageable. No one runs faster than a player. Just find someone to draw them out. The real concern is those zombie dogs that if they set their sights on us, one player could quickly become a meal. Actually, I have an idea, one player interjected, earning curious glances that I can use available materials to create a remote-controlled car that I've noticed that zombies have poor vision but keen hearing. If we attach a speaker to the car and activate it from a distance, we could draw the surrounding zombies away. With the noise as a distraction, clearing the entire building will be a breeze. Wait, are you the fabled engineering genius? The suggestion was met with enthusiasm. What do you need? Zhao Ritian quickly inquired. I have plenty of electronic components. I just need to dismantle a few televisions. I found some tools in the repair room. But I need a power source. He then produced a map from his backpack, spreading it out on the floor. Here's the location of the building's backup power facilities, right next to the fuel reserve. If we can get some fuel, I can power a portable generator. The group considered this, pondering the risks of encountering zombies in the underground parking garage. It wouldn't be easy to navigate without alerting the zombies above. Anticipating this, he pointed to another part of the map. Here's the elevator shaft that leads directly to the garage that we can descend without having to traverse through the horde on the 5th floor. The players' eyes lit up. That's a brilliant plan. Without further ado, Zhao Ritian rallied his team and swiftly assembled the suicide squad. They could see the entrance of the 4th floor elevator. Several individuals wielding makeshift crowbars exerted their strength to pry open the elevator doors. The excruciatingly grating sound pierced the air as the long-sealed elevator doors creaked open once more after many years. Zhao Ritian leaned forward to glance down, one hand gripping the door frame, while the other shook the steel cable. The cable trembled, producing a sharp, resonant clang. Given the greasy nature of the cable, a few bedsheets were gathered to prevent any slips that could result in a fatal fall. The brothers behind him nodded in agreement, immediately rushing into several bedrooms to retrieve a few sheets, tearing them into strips to distribute among their comrades. With his firearm secured, Zhao commanded, "This is our only chance that if we fail and alert the zombies, escaping through the elevator shaft for oil will become exceedingly difficult." As the White Wolf Squad's suicide squad prepared to take action, everyone pulled out their handguns and magazines to offer them up. Gratefully, Zhao Ritian accepted the firearm, casting a thankful glance at his fellow players. "Thank you." The player who had handed over the gun chuckled, saying, "Not at all that I've noticed this game differs from others that foster conflict. Only through genuine collaboration can we enhance ourselves. Helping you is also helping us." The other players urge him on. "Enough chatter. Let us get to work." Bolstered by the camaraderie, Zhao Ritian hesitated no longer. He secured the cloth strips around his hands, tightened his gear, and was the first to slide down into the shaft. "Watch it, you're stepping on my hand." "My bad, boss, I didn't see it." "Hey, is it you farting above me?" "It reeks. Can you hold it in? This damn game feels too real. I couldn't even hold back a fart when I got nervous. Does this count as a special operation?" "Of course, setting aside our immortality. Even special forces wouldn't dare engage in this. That be why the way, has anyone here ever used a gun? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. Just disengage the safety, chamber around, aim at the target, and pull the trigger." Zhao Ritian's forehead twitched with annoyance. "Quiet down. With your noise, the zombies will wake up." Oh. The group hurriedly silenced themselves. The timber squad navigated the garage without incident. Taking the flashlight handed to him, Zhao fiddled with his pocket to retrieve the terrain map sketched by Dizzy Wong, that he unfolded it before the group, stating seriously, "The oil depot is here that we need to circumvent the B parking area. Everyone must remain vigilant and follow my orders. We cannot afford to falter at a critical moment, that if we alert the horde, we'll be forced into a war of attrition with the zombies." The group nodded earnestly. They understood that as Zhao Ritian's genetic progeny, upon death, all accumulated evolution points would be lost, retaining only the attributes gained from leveling up, while initially inconsequential, after 2 or 3 evolutions. The progress bar would become exceedingly lengthy. Action. 2 players who had chosen to enhance their strength attributes positioned themselves on either side and forcefully pried open the elevator doors. The creaking sound echoed ominously in the quiet basement, immediately drawing a low growl. "Dodge." Noticing the doors had cracked open to allow passage for only one person, Zhao Ritian whispered his command. The players quickly grasped the steel cable and began to climb, while some crouched beside the doors, holding their breath. Roar! A zombie staggered toward the sound, sniffing as it approached the door. Zhao Ritian, crouching atop the heads of those below, leveraged the steel cable with one hand, while gesturing silently to Zhang Dezhao with the other. The concealed ally nodded understandingly. Before the zombie could react, he swiftly subdued it, using one hand to grip its head while the other wielded a dagger to eliminate the threat with precision. As Zhang Dezhao absorbed the fallen zombie, Zhao Ritian cautiously peered over the door's edge, spotting several more zombies wandering not far away. He gently tapped the heavy iron door, and upon hearing the noise, the zombies immediately turned, baring their teeth and clawing their way over to, "I'll take care of you. Shut your mouth." He swiftly dispatched 3 more zombies, and upon confirming that the entrance was clear of any lingering threats, Zhao Ritian directed the group to form 2 lines and advance in a V formation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the eerie silence of the basement, the sound of dripping water, whether from a broken pipe or condensation, echoed unnervingly. The group of novice players moved cautiously, the bizarre atmosphere constraining their breathing, each inhalation audible to their companions. Damn it! As they proceeded, the pitch-black environment obscured their feet. A zombie, reduced to half its body and unable to vocalize, unexpectedly grasped a young player's ankle. The player trembled, nearly letting out a scream, but at the critical moment he covered his mouth, suppressing the sound. Zhao Ritian and the others turned to look at him. He pointed at his foot. Then, in a fit of rage, he grasped the zombie's head and executed a 360-degree spin, ensuring its demise. Just as they believed themselves safe, a thick, viscous liquid dripped onto the player's head. Assuming it to be water, he carelessly wiped it away. Upon realizing its sticky nature and bringing it to his nose, he nearly fainted from the foul odor. The group's expressions changed dramatically, suddenly sensing an unsettling gaze from his companions. The young player looked up, only to see a creature perched atop the ventilation duct, its long tongue protruding as it leered at him. In the next instant, the whip-like tongue lashed out, ensnaring him and pulling him upward. "Oh no, boss, save me!" The player was clutched in a maw of the liquor, thrashing his legs wildly and striking aimlessly at its head. Crack. The young player was done for. Fire! Fire! Kill that bastard. At this point, stealth was no longer a concern. Zhao Ritian screamed orders to open fire. In an instant, the dimly lit garage erupted with gunfire and blinding flashes. Unlike ordinary zombies, the liquor possessed a certain level of intelligence, evading danger as it darted around with half of the player's body in its grasp. Roar! The gunfire immediately roused the horde in the underground garage, causing them to stagger or sprint toward the players. Advance! Charge! Zhao Ritian's command rang out, and the makeshift tower shields were swiftly raised to form a defensive line, 3-meter-long sharp spears resting upon the shields, aimed at the approaching zombies. Firepower team, aim for that bastard and take him down. Everyone else, maintain formation and advance at a steady pace. Show these zombies the might of the White Wolf Iron Guard. This time, Zhao Ritian led a group of players who had previously enhanced their strength attribute. Clad in makeshift thin metal armor and hefting heavy tower shields, they advanced in unison, reminiscent of ancient warriors, marching steadily as they shouted their battle cry. I'll stab you! Roar! Screw you! Eat my spear! Under Zhao Ritian's leadership. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, the players maintained their formation. As they decimated the undead, the players felt a surge of adrenaline, emboldened by the belief that the horde posed no real threat. However, as the captain, Zhao Ritian remained vigilant. Amidst the sporadic gunfire, he noted the increasing volume of zombie growls surrounding them. Should a horde form, they would stand no chance against it. Everyone, follow my lead. Charge forward. Advance. As the players swiftly dispatched the zombies before them, they immediately spread out, forming a V-shape with their shields. Zhao Ritian took the lead, wielding his shield in his left hand and gripping a long spear tightly with his right. Charging forward with fervor, his evolved, muscular physique radiated immense power, and clad in light armor, while brandishing a massive shield, he thundered forward like an enraged rhinoceros. The zombies he collided with crumbled, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. The players behind him were equally relentless, following in Zhao Ritian's wake, shaking the very ground beneath them. Roar! Feel the might of my bulldozer! The sound of impacts reverberated. Who dares to stand in my way? With a resolve to break through, they fought valiantly. Charge! Charge! Watch out, Gongzi! In the midst of their frantic rush, a beast turned his attention towards Gongzi in the second wave. Zhang Dumao quickly shoved him aside to prevent him from being snatched away. But in doing so, he became his sacrificial lamb. Roar! 3 sharp claws pierced through the shield, brutally impaling Zhang Dumao's chest, shattering his insides into a mangled mess, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Zhang Dumao's face contorted in pain, the excruciating agony igniting a fierce determination within him. With a swift motion, he turned the spear 180 degrees, driving it through the beast's forelimb and pinning it to the ground. It could run amok, but if it sought its own demise, it was no fault of his. Yeah. Zhao Ritian's expression changed as he raised his spear. The group halted, quickly regrouping. Take this fiend down. Countless spears were aimed at the trapped creature in their midst, relentlessly jabbing at it. The beast attempted to flee, but Zhang Dumao's arm, pierced by its claws, was firmly anchored to the ground, while he clung to the creature's other forelimb. Activating his devouring skill in that moment, he began to absorb the creature's bodily tissue. Roar! The creature, sensing the abnormality, fought desperately to escape. However, the small players who had nibbled a bit were astounded to discover that the genetic evolution points contributed by this creature far exceeded those of ordinary zombies. Thus, they continued to stab and claw at it, disregarding all semblance of restraint. With a foot inserted here and a hand thrust there, some even leaped into the fray without regard for defense. Just gnaw at it. Damn, this is exquisite. Beast, are you really throwing away your dignity? At least leave me a scrap. The exhilaration was palpable. Roar! The creature in its despair realized that its body was being absorbed at a visibly alarming rate. It had always been the predator, never the prey. With a final, mournful cry, it disintegrated into ash. Goose, for the first time I feel full. How are you, Dumao? Zhang Dumao wrenched the creature's bony blade from his chest, blood spraying forth. Fortunately, after consuming a portion of its evolutionary progress, his internal wounds began to heal swiftly. Yet, such a grievous injury had depleted the evolution points he had just gained. Never mind, there are more zombies approaching. We must secure fuel and make our escape, or we will all perish here. Zhao Ritian nodded, rallying the group for another charge. Thanks, Demao. Gongzi expressed his gratitude as they dashed forward. They were all comrades from the same dormitory. Such pleasantries were unnecessary. The fourth floor elevator entrance. Heads poked into the elevator shaft, anxious faces peering downwards. From the commotion below, it was evident that an unexpected confrontation had arisen. While the situation remained unclear, the fact that no one had respawned on the rooftop suggested that Zhao Ritian's team was likely still intact. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a figure with white hair burst forth from the rooftop. He rushed to the elevator entrance, calling out to a group of handsome men and beautiful women gathered at the door. Quickly, gather the sheets and tie them into ropes. The boss and the others are all injured and may not be able to climb back up. Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action. The men headed to the fifth floor to assist, while the women joined him in searching for sheets. In no time, all players were moving swiftly. Over an hour later, the noise from below grew increasingly intense. Gongzi quickly slipped through the door crack into the elevator shaft, turning to shout upwards, "Where's the rope?" "Hurry! Coming right up." A male player caught the makeshift rope made of sheets handed down by a female player, grasping one end and tossing it down. After securing 10 barrels of fuel to the rope, Gongzi called out, "Pull it up! Damn, this is heavy! I need a hand." Each barrel held 20 liters, totaling over 100 kilograms. Far too much for an ordinary person to lift alone. The smaller players struggled, their legs braced against the elevator doors, exerting all their strength but failing to budget, forcing them to seek assistance from those behind. Once the fuel barrels were hoisted up, the revived members of the White Wolf squad seized simple weapons, wrapping cloth around them before sliding down the rope. "What is going on, guys? Is there trouble below? If we got the fuel, shouldn't we stay up here?" A puzzled ordinary player queried. A member of the White Wolf squad replied gravely, "We encountered creatures unlike ordinary zombies. They can climb walls that if we don't eliminate them, we risk being attacked at night. The boss has given strict orders to eradicate them. Otherwise, we will always be under threat." A wave of concern washed over the group. Creatures capable of climbing walls had to be eliminated at all costs. Who would want to be ambushed in the dead of night by such a creature, hanging from the ceiling and watching? "Everyone, follow me. Let's eliminate this threat once and for all." With that, all male players armed themselves with weapons. Those without guns grabbed whatever they could find, emulating the White Wolf squad as they leapt onto the rope, swiftly sliding downwards. Not everyone go down. Leave a few up top for support. Several players, feeling uneasy about heights, nodded in agreement that it wasn't that they feared death. Rather, their fear of heights was momentarily insurmountable. With everyone rushing down to confront the zombies, they felt a tinge of embarrassment being left behind. Fortunately, someone offered them a way out, and they readily accepted the decision. With the involvement of ordinary players, the previously precarious situation of the White Wolf squad stabilized, that a group armed with firearms gathered near the elevator door, utilizing flashlights for illumination and providing covering fire. The White Wolf squad abandoned their fight with ordinary zombies, directing their full attention towards the insidious creature known as the Licker. Swish! The Licker, hanging upside down from the ceiling, extended its long tongue towards one of the White Wolf squad members. Launching itself forward, the player, unflinching, met its gaze with a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Get down here." The Licker's tongue pierced through the iron chest plate, embedding itself in the player's torso, enduring the pain radiating from his chest. He wrapped his hands around the tongue, pulling the creature down with all his might. "On me." Zhao Ritian, now missing an arm, roared. Players bearing various gruesome wounds surged forward, seizing a leg or clinging to its body as they activated their devouring skills. The Licker, horrified, realized that its body was being consumed at a visibly alarming rate, sending it into a panic. With a desperate bite, it severed its own tongue and attempted to flee, dragging the two-legged beast clinging to it in its haste. "Trying to run? Not without asking me first." The individual known as Gongzi seized a chain from the warehouse and hurled it with force. Upon catching the chain, the formidable Meow Meow firmly ensnared one end around the neck of the Licker. With united effort, the group pulled relentlessly, dragging the creature toward the elevator shaft. The liquor struggled mightily, its claws carving deep grooves into the ground as it emitted a series of furious roars. Yet, it was no match for the strength of the muscular man. Amidst a cacophony of chilling laughter, the creature was drawn into the elevator shaft, where it faced the player's merciless consumption, wiping the blood and grime from his face. Zhao Ritian brandished his severed limb, declaring, "Brothers, retreat." Having dealt with the last liquor in the building, the players immediately fell back to avoid unnecessary entanglements with the zombies. Unfortunately, descending was far easier than ascending. The White Wolf Brigade had each gained an evolution point from the battle, and those endowed with strength could easily grasp the steel cables to ascend. However, the ordinary players found themselves at a disadvantage. Fortunately, players above provided assistance, and by tying ropes around their waists, they managed to laboriously climb up the cables. Completing the task without incident, the group exchanged glances and chuckled heartily. This game was truly captivating. For the first time, they had experienced the camaraderie of collective combat, an experience unparalleled in any other game or even reality. The sheer thrill of battle allowed them to revel in this newfound experience. Without a doubt, if this game did not achieve popularity, they would be willing to eat excrement upside down. After their intense skirmish, the group did not immediately clear the zombies from the 4 floors below. Instead, they began to prepare a meal. Although their attributes would refresh upon death and resurrection, everyone still wanted to savor the joys of cooking within the game. Thus, a spotless stainless steel pot was repurposed as a cooking vessel, set atop the corridor, while damaged chairs and cabinets served as fuel. Once the fire was lit, they began tossing various canned goods into the pot. The long-preserved expired cans hissed and crackled as the thick oil slid down into the bottom of the pot. In an instant, an enticing aroma filled the air, provoking the players' appetites under the influence of a hunger buff. "Xiaohe, pass me another meat can," one called out. "Here you go. Yuzu, this is the last one." The player known as Yuzu was a modest height, yet her figure was strikingly voluptuous compared to the youthful Xiaohe. With keen interest, she wielded a clothes hanger as a makeshift spatula. Vigorously mixing the contents of the cans to those unaware, it appeared as though she were preparing slop for pigs. The dish's appearance left much to be desired, but the scent was undeniably appealing. Each player, experiencing cooking for the first time in the game, licked their lips in eager anticipation, determined to taste even the most unpalatable morsel. Tiangong, the player often referred to as the Idea King, successfully procured diesel fuel to power the generator and quickly fashioned a zombie bait cart. Zhao Ritian wiped his nose with his wrist, clapped a hand on Tiangong's shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up. However, he inquired, "Brother, can you restore power to the top floor rooms?" Tiangong scratched his head thoughtfully. "Sure, but I wouldn't recommend powering them all. Not only is this generator's output insufficient, but we also lack enough fuel. Supplying every room would be a waste." Zhao Ritian pondered for a moment. "Then let us illuminate a few bedrooms first. We can't leave night players in the dark, unable to accomplish anything." Tiangong nodded and, with toolbox in hand, made his way to the nearby power junction. After some tinkering, he successfully lit up the corridor. The girls, still preparing the meal, noticed the lights and erupted into cheers. Hooray for the return of light! Chen Han sat on the golden throne, watching the little players with amusement. Viewing their actions from a godlike perspective was akin to watching a movie, providing some entertainment. Stroking his chin, he mused that Zhao Ritian was exceedingly formidable in the early stages and needed to allow others some opportunities. After a moment of contemplation, he linked the player's consciousness through the golden throne and issued 2 tasks. First, gather all usable materials, including but not limited to discarded steel, wooden materials, and plastic waste. Anything that can be utilized. Each unit will yield a certain amount of game currency, based on its value. Second, establish a broadcasting communication device to search for signals from survivors. He indeed possessed the ability to materialize anything. These items were of little use to him. At most, they would serve as material references, reducing his deliberation time. The key was to provide the players with tasks to engage them. Don't you dare take my share. It's just a bunch of cans being tossed together. As if you've never eaten before. Damn it. Wow, Yuzu, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at cooking. Xiaohe praised as she scooped up the somewhat unappetizing concoction in her bowl. Honestly, I can only prepare simple home-cooked dishes, Yuzu replied, feeling a mix of embarrassment and bewilderment. Her specialty was instant noodles, and she thought cooking canned food was similar. To her surprise, she received unanimous praise. Could it be that she possessed chef-like talent? Perhaps she should learn some genuine culinary skills. The reality was that this group of individuals was indeed hungry. For someone starving, anything edible would taste delightful. Once satiated, they would likely find even a second glance at the food repugnant. 100 or so people sat on the floor, earnestly devouring the delicacies in their bowls with relish. The ability to experience the flavor of food within the game was almost unbelievable. Suddenly, all movements came to a synchronized halt. They exchanged glances, each wearing a puzzled expression. Understanding dawned upon them, and without hesitation, they rose to leave. Swallowing the last morsel of meat, Zhao Riqian called out to the group. Why the rush? It's just a garbage collection task. Look at all the refuse in this hotel. Wouldn't it be better to gather scrap from those abandoned cars outside, rather than squabble over these meager supplies? Besides, after we've ransacked this hotel, where do you plan to stay? The group reconsidered and found his reasoning sound. The rewards for collecting garbage were pitifully meager. For instance, gathering discarded metals yielded only 1 silver dragon coin per ton. While the cost of the original genetic material remained unknown, it surely wasn't insignificant. Relying solely on the materials within the building was utterly insufficient. Their current objective was to establish a foothold and conquer the entire building. Afterward, they could expand outward and collect refuse at their leisure. They hurriedly finished their meal while time was still on their side, determined to conquer the hotel today. With that, Zhao Riqian approached Yuzu. Yuzu, one more bowl, please. Yuzu's eyes widened. You're still eating? This is your third bowl? Zhao Riqian grinned. What can I say? Yuzu, your cooking is delicious. Taking her large bowl, he filled it to the brim and handed it back to her. You're such a glutton, never satisfied. Clearly, you could be feasting on zombies, yet you choose to compete with us ordinary players for food. Accepting the bowl, Zhao Riqian indulged once more, praising. I assent to it, because your cooking is simply too good. The other shot him scornful glares at this remark. How shameless. Yuzu smirked. You have good taste. Wait a moment, I'll pick a large piece of meat for you. Thank you very much, they laughed. Meanwhile, the Idea King, having received a special task, called upon players with some knowledge of engineering to set up antennas on the rooftop. How is it going, Idea King? He was asked. The Idea King responded nonchalantly. It's a piece of cake. Just a communication antenna, no difficulty at all. By the way, your bait cart is all set, right? He patted his chest confidently. Rest assured about my skills. I shall not let you down. Upon returning to the room, the Idea King retrieved a remote-controlled car from his quarters. Observing the tangled wires and exposed circuit board, one could discern a distinct cyberpunk aesthetic. Regardless of its appearance, what mattered was its functionality. A group of individuals ascended to the 5th floor. The Idea King lowered the car onto the main road with a rope. After wiping his nose, he controlled it using a remote fashioned from television remote. With a deft maneuver, the car sprang to life and darted forward. Remarkably, this little gadget was quite fast. The remote-controlled car sped several hundred meters away until it became indistinct from a higher vantage point. A jarring melody began to reverberate through the silent city. In an instant, all the surrounding zombies raised their heads, collectively fixating their gaze upon the car, then turning to stagger or dash towards it. Incredible! Gazing at the nearby office building, countless zombies collided with the glass facade, tumbling down like dumplings. The crowd was electrified with excitement. Boss, the zombies below our hotel on the 4th floor have also stirred. They are all moving towards the noise. What should we do? A white-haired subordinate rushed over to report. Zhao Riqian slammed his hand against the wall, boldly declaring, What are we waiting for? Let us get to it. Go, go, go. The group mobilized en masse, clearing obstacles leading to the 4th floor. They swiftly descended through the fire escape. Team 1, keep an eye on the left. Team 2, watch our rear to protect our firepower from being overrun by zombies. Understood, boss. The White Wolf squad took the lead, raising shields to block the path ahead, cautiously making their way downstairs. Roar! As soon as the door was pushed open, a zombie in the guise of a waiter lunged at them. Zhao Riqian promptly delivered a decisive blow. The 3rd floor was a leisure center, teeming with zombies. Although many had been lured downstairs by the noise, numerous mindless zombies persistently battered the thick concrete walls, drawn by the sound. There was nothing to be alarmed about. The group remained calm. Even the female players exhibited composure. Having acclimated to their surroundings, they understood that as long as they were not dead, they would be fine. To enhance efficiency, Zhao Ritian divided everyone into smaller teams to clear the areas separately. They were to call for assistance from nearby squads in case of danger. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and the group swiftly secured the third floor to that moment. Xiao He hurriedly approached. "Brother Zhao, come quickly. You must see what we found." Hearing this, Zhao Ritian, who was preparing to assault the third floor, followed her to the leisure area they had been clearing. Upon entering, he finally understood why Xiao He was so exhilarated. They had genuinely discovered a treasure trove that in the hotel's security office. The Idea King was fervently picking a lock. Beside him, an already open cabinet displayed an array of weapons, from long guns to short artillery. There was no shortage of firepower. Some players had already picked up their preferred firearms, excitedly handling them. Goodness gracious, this is America for you. The level of freedom here is astounding. Ji Engzi was left speechless. If he hadn't known this building was a hotel, he might have mistaken it for a police station. How could a hotel security office house so many firearms? What next? Are we to fear a terrorist attack? Discarding the shabby spear in his hand, he, like the others, rushed forward to seize a larger gun. What man could resist the allure of firearms? While there were few assault rifles, most were shotguns. Zhao Ritian and Zhang Dami each selected one to toy with. What is wrong with shotguns? For novices, they're the most effective against zombies. Indeed, sensing the scent of blood, other squads soon arrived. With so many large firearms, surely there would not be enough to go around, but fortunately, there were plenty of automatic and semi-automatic handguns. Observing the disappointment on the faces of male players who had not secured larger weapons, Zhao Ritian pondered for a moment and then announced that his subordinates should relinquish the large guns to the ordinary players. "Brothers, these large guns are of little use to us. Our duty is to wield a handgun while holding a shield at the front of the team. Let us allow those ordinary brothers to use the big guns. In the future, they can simply lend them to us when needed." With a nascent sense of authority, Zhao Ritian's words carried weight. After a few murmurs, the team members tossed their large firearms to those who had missed out. When they had attacked the underground parking lot, others had not hesitated to lend them handguns. This was merely a reciprocal gesture. "Thank you, Brother Ritian, and to all the brothers. You can count on us to cover your backs. We will not hold the team back." With their new large guns, the younger players beamed with no need for formality. "We are all brothers in the same camp." Afterward, he began instructing everyone on how to use the firearms. In no time, the group began to harbor doubts about Zhao Ritian's identity. Mastering these large weapons was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. "I say, Brother Damio, I know you three are roommates. Have you any idea what Brother Ritian's family does in reality?" A young player, awkwardly shouldering a shotgun bag, clumsily loaded ammunition into the shotgun to click-click. He pulled the pump sharply, chambering around. Zhang Dami shook his head slightly. "Old Zhao never discusses his family matters. There seems to be some tension there, but from what I gather, his family is quite well off to that's so." The players glanced at Zhao Ritian, who was currently instructing a female player on gun usage. Forget about the larger guns. Handguns were still an option. Deactivate the safety, like this, then pull the trigger to fire. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. We understand." Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, Zhao Ritian reluctantly released the grip on the girl's hand, only to suddenly notice Yuzi cradling one of the scarce precision sniper rifles, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Yuzi, do you really know how to handle that gun?" Yuzi, upon hearing this, immediately bristled, glaring. "Who are you looking down on? This lady was shooting guns while you were still playing in the mud." Zhao Ritian clicked his tongue. "Anyone can boast. Just don't end up shooting our own people when the zombies come." With the large gun slung over her shoulder, Yuzi struck a confident pose amidst the envious gazes of her female companions, exuding a sense of heroic prowess. "Just watch. My marksmanship is top-notch," spotting a pair of dusty, color-changing glasses on a shelf. Yuzi picked them up, blew off the dust, wiped them on her clothing, and perched them on her nose. The cool aesthetic was undeniably stylish. Seeing her so animated, Zhao Riqian opted not to say much more. With everyone armed, their confidence soared. Had they possessed such weapons when they first descended into the basement, they would not have been so exposed to danger. Let us evenly split into two groups to guard the staircase leading to the second floor. This way we can both fend off advancing zombies and provide crossfire to eliminate them efficiently and no problem. The task was promptly assigned, and Zhao Riqian immediately sprang into action. The others followed closely behind him, navigating along the transparent glass barriers as they stealthily approached the staircase leading to the second-floor cafeteria. The second floor housed the dining area, where the roaming zombies were few and far between, quickly dispatched by the players' stealthy maneuvers. However, the entire second floor was divided into two levels, and through the central circular glass enclosure, a multitude of zombies could be seen wandering below. These zombies, drawn by the noise, clawed frantically at the walls, unable to escape. Click, click, click. Zhao Riqian signaled for the others to load their firearms. He raised 3 fingers, slowly counting down toward the individuals at the opposite staircase. As he lowered all 3 fingers, he bellowed the command, "Open fire! Open fire! Rat-tat-tat!" Bang, bang, bang. The first wave of attacks resulted in a significant number of zombies in the second-floor banquet hall collapsing. However, the remaining zombies, alerted by the commotion from the third floor, rushed towards the staircase in a frenzy. "Hold the line," Zhao Riqian admonished. "We must not let the zombies break our formation." The massive shields were positioned at the staircase entrance, while Zhao Riqian and a group armed with shotguns stood atop a metal table, firing downwards at the oncoming horde. There were likely hundreds of zombies below. If they were normal creatures, they would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Yet, they discovered that unless they shattered the zombie skulls, they could not be killed. The player's marksmanship left much to be desired. Merely hitting a target was already commendable. Accurately striking a zombie's head amid its chaotic movements was a near impossible feat if the zombies were to break formation. It would lead to a one-sided slaughter. While the players were not afraid of death, those who fell victim to the zombies would rise as undead themselves, and the consequences were too dire to contemplate. If this continued, the number of zombies would only increase, and their fearlessness would prove futile. Not to mention, losing all their gear would be a devastating blow. Watch out for the zombie dogs. One of Zhao Riqian's greatest concerns materialized. A small pack of zombie dogs ascended the staircase, attempting to breach the line of shields and plunge into the crowd. Given the player's current frenzied state, recklessly opening fire would likely lead to friendly fire casualties. Bang! In a critical moment, a zombie dog's head exploded midair. Zhao Riqian glanced back to see who had such precise aim. He discovered Yuzu, coolly perched atop the glass barrier between the two teams, casually wiping his nose. Zhao Riqian gave a thumbs up in admiration. He then gestured towards another team positioned at the opposite staircase. Yuzu understood immediately, resting his cheek against the stock of his rifle, donning tinted glasses as he aimed at the right team. The precision rifle erupted with a series of crisp shots, each one finding its mark as the zombie dogs attempting to infiltrate the crowd fell, each shot resulting in a clean headshot. The players were taken aback by such sharpshooting at a distance of over 20 meters. Hitting a moving target was no small feat under the players' coordinated efforts and overwhelming firepower. The number of zombies decreased at a visibly rapid rate. From afar, the players' shooting was indeed lacking. However, when the zombies were right in their faces with handguns pressed against their heads, missing the target would be an undeniable sign of incompetence. With so many shotguns in play, they were bound to take down a significant number. Zhao Riqian raised his flashlight towards the opposite staircase, sweeping it back and forth before pointing forward. The others understood instantly. The shield-bearing White Wolf team steadily advanced to mount a counterattack. Before long, the two groups converged in the center of the banquet hall on the first floor. With a rallying cry, they charged down to the first floor. Go, go, go! In a battle formation, the group descended to the first floor to make tea that moment. The reception area was remarkably sparse with zombies, most having been drawn outside. However, some nearby had heard the gunfire from the second floor and were beginning to return. "Hey, someone move that front desk over here," Zhao Riqian shouted as he slung his gun behind him. With both hands gripping the edge of the heavy wooden desk, he strained, his muscles bulging, as he and a few teammates hoisted the half-ton piece of furniture with great effort. "Everyone, step aside," He commanded the players blocking the entrance to prevent the zombies from entering. With a thunderous crash, the desk was placed at the door. "You lot, head to the third floor and bring down the tables and chairs to barricade this entrance." Understood. The male players rushed to the second floor, each one carrying a table or several chairs down. They quickly began to pile them up at the entrance, sealing off the only access point to the hotel building. The group collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. The exhilarating sensation of collaborative gameplay was truly satisfying. "Boss Zhao here." One eager player triumphantly pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Zhao Ritian was taken aback. "Where did you get that?" The player chuckled, explaining he had found it in the leisure area on the fourth floor, just enough for a few brothers to share a pack. However, distributing it now would leave him with none. Regardless of whether they smoked or not, even a few female players accepted a cigarette, as it was just a game. No harm would come to their real bodies. Using a flame, they lit up and took a puff. The male players were fine with it, having all smoked before. The female players, however, took a single drag before disdainfully discarding it. The sight left the male players looking regretful. A few unashamedly attempted to retrieve the discarded cigarettes, only to be met with fierce glares from the female players, prompting them to awkwardly retreat. "Hey, there's a buff!" one player exclaimed excitedly. The group opened their system panels to discover that indeed, they had received buffs. Not only was there a minor toxin damage debuff of 0.00001 life per second, but they also gained a calming buff, albeit with minimal beneficial effects. The focus was on realism. In the dormitory, 3 men clad in oversized shorts removed their virtual connectors and, upon rising from their beds, felt as if they had stepped into another world. "Damn it, this game is bound to be a massive hit," Zhao Hao declared firmly, taking a deep breath. Zhang Kuei smacked his lips in contemplation, remarking, "I used to have no interest in virtual games. The characters' expressions felt as lifeless as zombies, and the gameplay lacked any real feel. But this game has ignited a desire within me to keep playing." Li Yang appeared even more exhilarated. "Tianzi Mio, I believe this game has immense potential. We're in the initial stages, as the first batch of players. If we can establish a foothold, whether through live streaming or strategy guides in the future, we'll undoubtedly reap substantial rewards." The two nodded in agreement. "Let us go, I'll treat you both. Today, you two must not refuse." Zhao Hao insisted. "After all, we'll be making money in the future. You can treat me then." They donned their clothes, and Zhao Hao led the way to the restaurant, with the two following suit, albeit with the condition that he find a decent hotel for dinner. In a villa in the bustling metropolis, Su Shurha emerged from her connection pod, her delicate features radiating excitement. The ability to shed her identity and battle alongside like-minded players was genuinely exhilarating. "Shuri, my dear aunt, here you are playing games again. I hired a renowned dance instructor to help you improve your skills, and you left them hanging. Thankfully, I didn't take offense. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines will be filled with criticisms about you." Su Shurha stuck out her tongue playfully. "Wang Jia, one must balance work and leisure. All right, but hurry up and rehearse your dance. You have a performance tomorrow night. Don't mess it up." Wang Jia, her manager, replied with a resigned expression. "I know." Su Shurha pouted her small face, brimming with indignation. Who could have anticipated that the passion she cherished since childhood would ultimately evolve into her profession? With a quick flick of her eyes, she pondered whether this newfound enjoyment could perhaps lead her to abandon her career. After all, her family was not lacking in wealth, and her father disapproved of her public exposure. In a villa in the imperial capital, Shangguan Haitang, dressed in a spirited little sister's attire, rose from her seat in the link chamber. A growl emanated from her stomach. She opened the door and called, "Wan Ma, I'm hungry." "Young miss, I'll heat up your meal right away." A woman replied from downstairs. A middle-aged man, seated in the hall and engrossed in the news, glanced over at her. "Aren't you the one who spends her days wandering aimlessly with those dubious friends, or hiding in your room, playing games? Can't you aspire to something greater?" Shangguan Haidang sulked. "What's wrong with wandering? What's wrong with playing games? I haven't done anything wrong." "How dare you retort?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his irritation evident as he set down his folding projector. The elderly gentleman beside him, sipping tea, quickly came to her defense. "Enough. Haidang has a point. Not associating with those nefarious characters and avoiding causing trouble for the common folk is, in fact, the greatest contribution we can make to the nation. Why must you criticize her so? Father, if you keep indulging her, Haitang will eventually become spoiled, the middle-aged man replied. Exuding helplessness, he continued, I've already made arrangements. In a few days, you'll be sent to the military for training. Acting all wild like this, who would dare to pursue you in the future? I refuse. I've been with Grandpa in the military since childhood, and I find those people too rigid for my liking. This is not up for negotiation, the middle-aged man asserted with a serious expression. Shangwan Haidang covered her ears and shook her head. I want to listen. I'm going to find Lanma to learn how to cook. Upon hearing this little girl's desire to learn cooking, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, while the elderly gentleman spat out his tea in surprise. Wait, has this girl suddenly taken an interest in cooking? But perhaps this is a good thing that if she can achieve some culinary skills, it could serve as an admirable quality when seeking a future partner. As night fell, the group, having finished their meal, immersed themselves in gaming. After the meal, players gradually began to log in. Wow, why are there suddenly so many people here? Zhao Riqian, Gongzi, and Damao's game characters awakened in the room, immediately hearing the commotion in the corridor. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by numerous, unfamiliar faces. Counting them revealed that the number had increased by over 100 since the afternoon. Inquiring further, they learned that most of these newcomers had been busy in the afternoon and logged in now that they had saved the link. Some were brought in by friends to join the fun, all hoping to make a mark in the game before it became widely popular, aiming to profit handsomely. Bro, this is my adoptive father. A genetic entity with the appetite of a glutton, a member of the White Wolf squad introduced as he approached Zhao Ritian, rubbing his hands together. Boss, this is my brother. He's a good guy and wants to join our White Wolf group. What do you think? Before Zhao Ritian could respond, several other players accompanied by their real-life friends approached him. Other players, having heard tales of Zhao Ritian's exploits from the first batch of arrivals, were eager to meet him as well. Zhao Ritian observed the crowd, contemplating. Expanding the White Wolf group was undoubtedly beneficial. However, since he had decided to develop within this game, it was crucial to establish some ground rules while the numbers were still manageable. There was no competition at present, but who knew what the future held? It would be unwise for conflicts to arise between his members and other players over mere interest. He snapped his fingers, summoning his companions to his bedroom for a meeting. Meanwhile, Yuzu gathered like-minded female players to begin crafting their culinary creations, while the ingenious Tiangong collaborated with a group of capable players to brainstorm over a heap of mechanical parts. In summary, whether new players or veterans who logged in during the afternoon, they were all seeking like-minded individuals to form teams and discuss future directions. The atmosphere was amicable. The situation was as such, while all were enjoying the game. Zhao Ritian was reluctant to impose rigid rules akin to a 9-to-5 work schedule. Nonetheless, he firmly declared that the White Wolf group must never act arrogantly or bully others, should he discover any such behavior. Those responsible would be expelled from the group to preserve its reputation. As Zhao Ritian was establishing these guidelines, he suddenly heard a knock at his door. His younger brother, receiving the cue, promptly opened it to find Tiangong and several younger players waiting at the entrance. Zhao Ritian greeted them with a warm smile. What's up, little brother? Is there something you need? Tiangong nodded, his expression serious as he relayed their current crisis. Boss Zhao, Yuzu asked me if we could create a hydroponic planting device. I've assessed our supplies, and we're facing a severe food shortage. While we can refresh our status at the cost of death, if we become genetic entities like you in the future, the penalties for dying could be severe. I can construct the hydroponic device, but we need seeds and time for cultivation. So, Yuzu asked me to convene a meeting with you to discuss our next steps. Hearing this, Zhao Ritian's expression turned grave. They were in a precarious position, as every evolution point was hard-earned. If these points were saved without further strengthening their abilities, dying would reset their progress, leading to significant discomfort. Moreover, each attribute enhancement required an increasing number of evolution points. The system only recorded the current attributes and did not account for how many evolution points one had left in the banquet hall on the second floor, now repurposed as the council hall by players. 4 representatives, chosen by different player groups, sat at a long table. The female representative, Yuzu, was responsible for logistics. Tiangong represented the technical players. Zhao Ritian stood for the top combat prowess of the White Wolf group. And lastly, a player known as Self-Made was elected by the general player populace. Zhao Ritian recognized this player. They had been the one to voluntarily surrender a handgun during their initial descent into the basement. The group of players represented by Self-Made was the largest. They had yet to solidify their future direction, but that could change. Given their cleverness, they might very well attain genetic entity status like him. The four representatives each placed their prepared notes on the table, surrounded by other players. They exchanged glances, and Yuzu, the female representative, spoke first. My request is to restart the third-floor cafeteria and establish a public dining area for players, while managing the food crops going forward. Since we sisters are not adept in combat at this stage, ensuring that we have income from the game is vital for our future participation. Therefore, we will need to charge a fee for food supplies. Players immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhao Ritian and the other three exchanged glances, posing a question. Will the food supplies we gather also yield compensation for you? Yuzu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, we will purchase according to current market prices. Though we currently lack game currency, I can offer soft currency for the purchases. The players buzzed with excitement. Wow, we're already talking investment, a wealthy lady. Seeing that the crowd had quieted, Xiaohua solemnly tapped her wooden staff. With the proposal concluded, all attendees began to vote on whether to recognize the establishment of the Logistics Association and the proposal itself. A majority vote would pass the proposal. The female players immediately raised their hands, knowing that the cafeteria and crop cultivation could be their primary source of income in the early stages. And thus, they would not refuse. Other players pondered thoughtfully for a moment before gradually raising their hands. Xiaohua scanned the room, smiled slightly, and tapped her wooden staff once more. The proposal passes unanimously. The unanimous approval was unexpected for Yuzi. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Players would each have their own primary focus moving forward, and they would also need to dedicate time to manage their logistics, which would result in a significant waste of resources. Furthermore, as their industry becomes profitable, future players will inevitably follow suit, leading to a competitive market where prices are unlikely to remain high. Next came the Idea King. The representative glanced at the manuscript in hand and stated, "Our engineering team is prepared to undertake the compensated construction of various facilities for the base in the future. Whether it is the outward expansion of the base or the current facilities, we can handle electrification, equipment manufacturing and repair, and the assembly of devices. Of course, we will also issue some compensated collection tasks. Although we currently lack in-game currency, we are willing to pay in soft currency." Having taken on the task of creating a hydroponic farm for the logistics department, Yuzi, the affluent patron, immediately transferred half of the engineering fees to them. With a substantial sum of 100,000 in her account, the Idea King felt no anxiety whatsoever. Xiaohe tapped a wooden stick, signaling the end of the proposal and the commencement of the vote to recognize the establishment of the engineering department and the related proposals. Players began to raise their hands in succession. They were well acquainted with outsourcing. After all, they were seasoned gamers. Could they expect to have others labor for them without compensation? In the initial stages of development, it was inconsequential, but as the numbers grew, would they still expect assistance for free? The proposal passed, and the engineering department was established. Moving from left to right, the next was Zhao Ritian. Our request is for the formation of a guard force responsible for ensuring the safety of the base in the future. When the base is under attack by hordes of zombies, we will charge to the front lines without reservation to defend the safety of the base and protect the assets of other associations and departments within. However, we require compensation for the labor of all associations and departments within the base that need protection each month. The representative was not merely from his own White Wolf group, but from a formidable guard force. Before arriving, Zhao Ritian had already considered that he should neither compete with ordinary players for benefits nor neglect his comrades. Hence, he could only take on security tasks. After all, remaining at home and not venturing out was not acceptable for a combat-driven player. Yet, the base must be defended. Otherwise, what would happen when the zombies attacked while everyone else was out? With the proposal articulated, he called for a vote. The players from the logistics and engineering departments exchanged glances. Taken aback that Zhao Ritian intended to profit from their efforts. Nevertheless, his reasoning was sound. Players were inherently restless. If everyone ventured out, who would safeguard the base? Their property was immovable and would incur significant losses if ravaged by zombies. Spending a little for safety was entirely worthwhile. Thus, they too raised their hands in approval, and the vote passed unanimously. The guard force was immediately established, tasked with protecting the base from enemy incursions. Lastly, it was the turn of the self-made player. The three factions regarded this representative with utmost seriousness, for he represented the vast population of ordinary players in the future. Whether they could earn a living through their operations hinged upon the attitude of this representative. Esteemed leaders, I shall be candid. The self-made player rubbed his hands together and read from his manuscript. Our request is for the establishment of an adventurer organization responsible for scavenging in the wasteland. We require the logistics department of the base to provide new players with 3 days of free basic resource supplies, allowing them a transition period. Yuzi and the Idea King were taken aback. Although they were willing to proceed, this seemed excessively burdensome. Providing new players with 3 days of basic supplies was no trivial matter. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can impoverish his father. And especially now, in a time of severe resource scarcity, this would be a considerable expense. Even Zhao Ritian could not remain aloof. According to the self-made player's proposal, if newcomers encountered danger outside, they must dispatch someone to rescue them and ensure the safety of their scavenged goods. After the transition period, they could seek assistance, which would yield a profit of 30 to 50 for task difficulty. But let us chalk it up to building reputation. This game will inevitably gain popularity. The vote passed unanimously. The Adventurers Guild was established, and the proposal was ratified. In the Golden Palace, Chen Han smiled at the proceedings that he had originally intended to assign them duties, but was surprised to see these young players conduct their own roundtable meeting and allocate their responsibilities according to their current abilities. With designated roles, the players no longer pursued blind development. Instead, they handled their own affairs, resulting in a remarkable spike in efficiency. The logistics department immediately opened a cafeteria, while the engineering department's players, laden with toolboxes, dedicated themselves to maintaining the various facilities of the base. That IT was their duty to ensure the operational integrity of the entire base's facilities, with no expectation of remuneration. Zhao Ritian, meanwhile, began discussions to take control of the basement. The presence of zombies in the base was a mockery to his guard force. In an effort to establish authority and train his comrades' coordination, he promptly organized a team to clear the zombies from the basement. The ordinary players of the adventurer organization began collecting various useful materials to exchange for equipment at the engineering department. Any unusable debris was promptly discarded to the system for disposal. The Idea King was busy. Idea King Tiangong was instructing his subordinates on equipment repairs when he suddenly heard Zhao Ritian's voice and quickly turned around, rubbing his head with a smile. He said, "Isn't it the logistics department that needs me to set up a hydroponic system? Hydroponics is a bit challenging right now due to the scarcity of water resources, so I plan to use regular soil for the time being as a stopgap measure until the water system is sorted out, at which point we can upgrade to hydroponics. What brings you to me?" Zhao Ritian nodded that I would like your assistance in crafting durable shields, spears, and long knives for my comrades that we are preparing to take the basement. And as for compensation, I will send a signal. You can let me know the amount, and I will transfer the funds that T. O. His surprise, the Idea King shook his head. Forget about the compensation. I was actually hoping to discuss this with you. Once the base facilities are restored, we will need a power supply, and relying solely on portable generators is simply inadequate. I plan to activate the backup generator in the basement. Zhao Ritian raised an eyebrow. That's splendid. You provide the equipment, and I will help you clear out the zombies from the basement. The Idea King nodded in agreement, but asked curiously, "Don't you have firearms? Why do you still need melee weapons?" The comrade behind him shrugged. "We would like to, but with our ammunition depleted, those firearms are less effective than a fire poker. Moreover, the prices of various bullets in the system mall are exorbitant, and we cannot afford them at this stage. In this convoluted game with no recharge option, Zhao Ritian had no means to purchase a batch of weapons and ammunition if the recharge option remained unavailable. One could only imagine how valuable the in-game currency would become. The Idea King wasted no time and immediately summoned his subordinates to begin crafting equipment for Zhao Ritian using the recycled materials. Sparks flew in the engineering department as a group of young players squatted on the ground, busily assembling weapons. After more than an hour, a batch of makeshift reinforced shields, spears, and long knives was ready. The long knives were fashioned from sheets of metal, sharpened with an angle grinder, and wrapped with a strip of bedsheet for a grip. The spears were even simpler, combining a kitchen knife with a mop handle. One could say they were rudimentary at best. However, they were more than sufficient for dispatching zombies. The team had grown to 30 members. With adequate manpower, Zhao Ritian equipped them with weapons and commenced the assault on the basement. The Idea King also brought along several individuals to provide technical support at critical moments. After all, the metal roller doors in several areas of the basement required maintenance and reinforcement, a task only the Idea King and his crew could handle, as they would need to exit from the basement in the future. Upon reaching the basement, Zhao Ritian and his team discovered that the self-made player had organized a spontaneous assault. They noticed numerous cars in the garage, which could be easily modified for scavenging expeditions. This was practically a novice's gift package. It was no wonder they risked their lives to capture the basement. Hold your ground. Don't worry about the zombie dogs in the team. Others will handle them. The shield bearers in front must maintain the line. Damn it, who fired that gun? Aim properly. Someone just shot me in the ass. Cold weapons, wielded with precision, must not be met with gunfire when approached by the undead hounds. Cursed beasts, I shall confront you with ferocity. Come forth. Let us inflict mutual harm. For the living brothers, let us avenge our fallen comrades by piercing the heads of the undead, preventing their transformation that my leg is broken. If you're truly my brother, grant me a bullet to be why the heavens. Do you not realize your knife is dull? Could you refrain from prolonging my suffering? My apologies, I shall facilitate your resurrection. Undoubtedly, there are players unafraid of death. In a life-for-life struggle against a horde of zombies far surpassing our numbers, we nearly reached a 1-for-3 exchange rate. The fallen players, upon reviving, swiftly descended the elevator shaft via steel cables, reinforcing our line. Brother, do you require assistance? Zhao Ritian inquired, approaching Baisho Qijia. Upon seeing Zhao Ritian, the other party's expression instantly brightened. Brother Ritian, your intervention will be greatly appreciated. We can hold our ground here, but reports from our scouts indicate a surge of zombies approaching the garage entrance. Intensifying our pressure, Zhao Ritian understood. He immediately summoned his comrades, piercing through the zombie tide like a sharpened blade, advancing toward the gate. Brothers, provide covering fire for the White Wolf Squad and the Imperial Guard. Several players armed with assault rifles fired bursts at the retreating horde. Though not many fell, it at least hindered the zombies' encirclement. Good heavens! Why are there so many zombies? Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Ritian was utterly taken aback. A vast sea of zombies surged forward, akin to a school of fish in water, flooding toward the underground garage. Damn it! Bring 2 vehicles to block the entrance. Gongzi, lead your team to protect our technician. Dianji Wang, your crew must expedite the repair and reinforcement of the roller door. We are in a precarious position. It is difficult for the revive to reach us. Understood. The 3 promptly directed their nearby players to spring into action. The zombie crisis in this world had been ongoing for an indeterminate time, and the roller door was rusted beyond recognition. Blocking such a multitude of zombies was nearly impossible. We could only repair and reinforce it. DD.1 must admit that American cars are indeed remarkable. Despite being parked in the basement for so long and collecting layers of dust, they still started. 2 vehicles were positioned in a V-shape at the exit, effectively halting the zombies' advance. Zhao Ritian donned a headlamp, commanding the players amidst the bloodshed. Die, you wretched creatures! A zombie dog leapt from the horde, attempting to pounce into the crowd, only to be seized by Zhao Ritian, who ruthlessly slammed it onto the car roof, splattering blood everywhere. Without a moment to spare, he squatted low, wielding a makeshift greatsword, sweeping it horizontally, causing a flurry of zombie heads to soar into the air. The pressure in front was immense, and Gongzi was no less strained. A relentless wave of zombies surged forth, pushing the shield bearers backward despite their best efforts. Hold firm. Push back with all your might. The shield bearers gritted their teeth, bending slightly at the knees as they braced themselves against their shields. Engineering department, hurry! There are too many zombies. We cannot hold much longer. Dianji Wang remained silent, the sparks from his welding torch flickering as he desperately reinforced the roller door. He no longer expected the door to retract. He simply needed it to withstand the zombie onslaught. Afterward, they could fabricate a sturdier steel gate. Here, noticing Gongzi was struggling, Dianji Wang tossed him an object from his backpack. Gongzi's eyes widened in disbelief upon receiving it by the heavens. Why didn't you produce this sooner? The materials were scarce. I nearly lost my life for a few grapefruits. Dianji Wang sighed, explaining that acquiring those homemade explosives had cost him a significant amount of sugar from the cafeteria, leading to a lengthy reprimand from grapefruit. How do I use it? Turn on the switch. The red light will illuminate. Then simply throw it. Gongzi complied, activating the device, the red light flashing rapidly before he hurled it toward the zombies ahead. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, scattering countless iron fragments. Players from the White Wolf Squad and the Imperial Guard experienced varying degrees of temporary deafness. Gongzi clapped his hands to his ears, grimacing as the cacophony faded, leaving only a resonating hum. The homemade bomb proved exceptionally powerful, creating a vacuum zone amidst the horde. All right, Brother Ri-Tian, Dianji Wang called out as he stowed his equipment. What did you say? Zhao Ri-Tian, still disoriented from the sudden blast, strained to hear Dianji Wang. The latter gestured toward the roller door, indicating it was time. Zhao Ri-Tian quickly signaled his frenzied team to retreat to the garage. Damn it, don't let yourselves be consumed. Hurry, or you shall become fodder for the undead. Observing his comrades fighting while devouring zombies, Zhao Ri-Tian was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he worried they could not endure, yet here they were indulging themselves. Oh, the caught-off-guard players sheepishly scratched their heads before hastily withdrawing. After a grueling night, having lost 2 or 3 waves of players, the battle concluded. Zhao Ri-Tian and Baisho Qijia's group sat atop a vehicle, lighting cigarettes and inhaling deeply. Finally, they had cleared the underground garage. It was truly exhausting. The threshold of fatigue could be lowered, but that did not mean they felt any less weary. All combatants bore a plethora of negative status effects on their task panels. Viral infection, viral damage, severe functional overload, an array of debuffs that would linger for days unless they died and resurrected. Rumble. The generator in the backup power room roared back to life after years of dormancy, restoring electricity to the entire building. Those upstairs turn off all non-essential electrical appliances to prevent attracting zombies. Understood. Dianji Wang, covered in grease, emerged from the generator room, also looking thoroughly exhausted as he climbed atop a car to rest. Bosses, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The 2 men, reclining on the car roof, exhaled a plume of smoke. Let's hear the good news first, Dianji Wang replied. The generator in the power room is in excellent condition and has ample capacity for our initial power supply. And the bad news? Baisho Qijia inquired. Dianji Wang sat up, sighing. However, the backup fuel will only sustain us for less than a week. If we cannot secure fuel supplies, all facilities in the base may face the risk of shutdown. Both men frowned deeply. Fuel would indeed be challenging to procure, setting aside the location of nearby gas stations. Even if they found one, whether it held any fuel remained uncertain. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, fuel was a coveted resource. As survivors, they would undoubtedly seek it by any means necessary. Dianji Wang proposed, I suggest we create a biofuel extraction device. We can refine the corpses of slain zombies or deceased players in a reactor to produce biofuel. This way, we can adequately supply our initial electricity needs. The 2 paused, taken aback. Brother, what exactly do you do? You seem to know everything. Dianji Wang added, however, the reactor will require a sealed container for modification. The water tank on the rooftop might suffice, though it is heavily rusted. Therefore, you may need to assist me in procuring a metal-sealed container. This will be our engineering department's task. When can you bring it to me? I shall compensate you on-site with soft currency. Zhao Ri-Tian, indifferent to the in-game currency, nonetheless kept in mind the aspirations of the majority of self-made players. Should he successfully complete this task and secure a handsome reward, the loyalty of his comrades would undoubtedly strengthen, further binding them to the game. Providing benefits to his brothers and nurturing camaraderie would lay a solid foundation for their future team. Brothers, dinner is served, Zhao Ri-Tian announced, rising to his feet. Instantly, a throng of eager subordinates sprang up, rushing towards the nearest zombie carcass to feast voraciously. The sight left a group of newly joined players feeling a chill run down their spines. They made their way to the upstairs dining hall, preparing to satisfy their own appetites. Come, don't be shy. Just don't waste anything. In the dining hall, a cadre of chefs donned in simple aprons served plates of food to the burly men. Sister Yuzi, please serve me a lion's head. I have a penchant for it. All right, just a moment. That sea cucumber? I've never had it before. Bring me a portion. Here you go. Sister Yuzi beamed with pride at the sight of the ravenous crowd. Feeling her efforts were worthwhile, she had learned a few culinary skills from Lanma before logging off. Utilizing water filtered through the water tower, she boiled it to purge any impurities and mixed it with various condiments from the kitchen. She invested considerable effort into preparing this meal. Sister Yuzi, I'm starving. Please serve me a bit more. Hearing a familiar voice and spotting Zhao Ritian's obsequious grin, Sister Yuzi's mood soured. These gluttons were no ordinary players. No matter how much she fed them, they would never be satisfied. Don't go overboard now. Can't you devour zombies instead of fighting with ordinary players for food? Zhao Ritian chuckled. Just that I find your cooking rather commendable. Sister Yuzi felt a swell of pride, but maintained a stern demeanor. Our supplies are limited. Let us save some for the regular players. Understood. Meanwhile, Big Meow, this is for you. Thanks, Xiao. Gonzi glanced at his plate. Barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Then eyed Zhang Daming's heaping platter of meat, feeling an immediate sense of injustice. Xiao, don't be so biased. Why is my plate so scant? Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to offer him more, Big Meow grabbed her by the collar and pulled her to a nearby table. Quit the chit-chat. I'll share a bit with you. All right, Gongzi teased, grinning mischievously between them. Xiao's face reddened further. Zhao Ritian, also holding a plate, prepared to dine with his brothers when he suddenly spotted a selection of red wine on the shelf behind him. His eyes lighting up. Sister Yuzi, is that wine? Bring me a few bottles. Sister Yuzi smirked slightly. Sure, one bottle costs 8,888 soft sister coins, or 5 silver dragon coins. Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? You want money? Sister Yuzi rolled her eyes. Of course. The food being served is complimentary, but wine is a luxury item that ISNT included. 8888 for a bottle. ISNT, that just soft sister coins? I'm not short on those. Then make it 10 bottles. That's a total of 88880. Are you paying by card or cash? Zhao Ritian replied grumpily. I'll transfer it to you when I log off. No problem. I trust your integrity. Zhao Ritian beckoned his brothers over. Come, everyone, let us get the wine. Tonight, I'm treating, and we won't leave until we're intoxicated. Hooray. Boss is generous. The members of the White Wolf team surged forward, snatching up the wine and returning to the table to pour a bowl for each brother. The high-end hotel selection was undoubtedly top tier. None had tasted such fine wine in reality. They were thrilled to enjoy it within the game. As Zhao Ritian prepared to join the revelry, he noticed the ordinary players watching with envious eyes. After a moment's pause, he said, Sister Yuzi, bring 20 more bottles for those brothers over there. Put on my tab. Sister Yuzi glanced at the group of regular players, contemplating. She added 10 more bottles and instructed the female players below to pass them over. This gesture instantly garnered gratitude from the players. Thank you, Sister Yuzi. Thank you, Boss Zhao. The two exchanged bows. We're all brothers. No need for such formalities. Sister Yuzi concurred. The reason for the charge is primarily to deter freeloaders from disrupting the game's atmosphere. Please don't hold it against us for being too mercenary. Not at all. It's the two of you who are being magnanimous. The self-made players returned the gesture. They weren't unable to afford it. Rather, they shared Sister Yuzi's concerns at this stage. Everyone was still getting to know one another, and overly generous treatment could lead to complications. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened as hundreds began to drink merrily, sharing toasts and laughter. The camaraderie was palpable. Eventually, Donji Wang repaired the DJ booth and stage lights, and the group, having dined and drunk well, cast aside their real-world worries and let loose in the dance hall. They continued until their characters' fatigue levels began to affect them, at which point they concluded the celebratory gathering and returned to their rooms to rest. Brothers, if you are feeling fatigued, take turns on duty. If anything comes up, contact me when you log off. Don't worry, boss. We're free tonight. Zhao Ritian, having consumed a fair amount, remained mindful of his responsibilities. He arranged for a few who had barely drunk to stay on watch, then logged off with a couple of brothers in the Harbin dormitory. Tian emerged from the game and immediately rushed to the library in the dead of night. He grabbed a decoding projector and began scouring the shelf for the books he needed. Pointing the projector at a barcode, he scanned it, and the screen lit up as he began his research. Just then, a similarly diligent peer walked by, and couldn't he help but glance at the content being displayed. Whoa, that senior over there is actually searching for technical materials on firearm manufacturing. What is he up to? Are you crazy? Who in the engineering field wouldn't he take a glance at firearm manufacturing? You read the one who's insane. Everyone knows that only novices look for that kind of information, that it's odd for someone like him to be searching for such techniques. Damn, you don't think that senior is considering something drastic, do you? They say the harm caused by technical talent when they commit crimes is the greatest. Should we? As several were engaged in hushed discussions, an elderly professor nearby, overhearing their chatter, adjusted his glasses and walked over to Matong. He thought to himself about how students these days, with their lofty aspirations, often concoct schemes that bewilder the older generation. Engineering feared students tinkering with firearms, while chemistry was wary of them brewing illicit substances. He had long suggested that the administration impose restrictions on access to related books and techniques. However, the principal had bluntly told him that merely restricting access would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It would be better to allow open access, as it might inspire innovative ideas, which he could then present to the Ministry of Defense for funding as an educator. He merely needed to supervise. Student, are you interested in firearm manufacturing? The professor inquired, having approached Tian without him noticing that Tian reflexively nodded, quickly shutting off the projector and straightening up in respect upon recognizing the visitor. Professor Gong, it's you. I'm just a bit curious. I have no other intentions. Recognizing that the student was familiar with him, the professor's stern demeanor softened. Having an interest is one thing, but if you want to pursue it, you should report to the administration instead of dabbling in it yourself. The ink worker nodded vigorously, hastily severing the connection. It was only after he noticed the other party leaving with a warning glare that he let out a sigh of relief. Stealthily, he cast a glance at the retreating figure and once again surreptitiously scanned the barcode before continuing his observation. Arriving at the central control computer of the library, he discovered through the back end that the other party was still browsing. Causing the old professor's brow to furrow, in concern, he resolved to teach the other party a lesson. However, he soon discovered that the individual had quickly closed the browser and was now investigating methods of biodiesel production. This was not all. Within the span of an hour, the person had subsequently examined the manufacturing techniques for both soil-based and hydroponic cultivation systems. What on earth did this young man intend to do? The old professor found himself perplexed. Are you currently pursuing graduate studies? Upon seeing the individual's status, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that some advisor had hindered his thesis, and he was now contemplating a southward or westward journey for better prospects? Surely not. Were today's youths truly so radical in their thinking? After finishing the morning classes, Zhao Hao and his companions swiftly dashed through the cafeteria, grabbing fast food before returning to their dormitory, where they wasted no time in logging online to stir up some excitement. Wow, so many unfamiliar faces. Stepping outside, they beheld groups of players armed with various melee weapons, embarking together on their escapades. This was the more fortunate scenario. The official announcement had barely lingered online before it vanished, leaving only players sharing links to gather their friends for participation, that if they delayed the official announcement until the buzz had escalated, the turnout would undoubtedly be even greater. By that time, our hotel base might not be able to accommodate everyone. Yuzi appeared before Zhao Tian, wielding a serving spoon, clearly overwhelmed by the multitude of mouths to feed. A challenge even for her, the head of logistics. Yuzi, are you truly this idle in reality? Zhao Tian jested. I heard from the wolves below that you were looking for me. Without further ado, Yuzi handed him a note. Earlier that morning, a player had bravely explored the map and discovered a department store located 5 kilometers from their location. The specifics were unknown, but judging by the wandering zombies, it seemed that the supplies had not been completely depleted. She wished for him to procure some supplies in return, upon receiving the note and glancing at the somewhat scribbled but still legible map. Zhao Tian was taken aback. Those fellows can run so fast. They ventured 5 kilometers away. Yuzi shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I offered a cash reward, so they're bound to put in the effort. Folding the note, Zhao Tian clapped his chest, declaring, "Very well, since it's a task from Sister Yuzi, how could I refuse? But next time, do ensure I receive a larger portion of meat." Rolling his eyes at her, he added, "You can't skimp on that. With so many mouths to feed, we're counting on you for dinner tonight." The White Wolf gang members were exceptionally thrilled to receive a substantial order. Most of them, unlike Zhao Tian, were not financially well off in the real world. Completing a mission could yield an average of 500 per person, which was a decent haul, enough to cover their expenses for the month. Zhao Tian, accompanied by Gongzi and Miao, sought out the Idea King, who appeared as busy as ever. Upon hearing that weapons were needed, the Idea King broke into a broad smile and led them to the engineering department's armory. Although they could not yet manufacture firearms, creating high-powered melee weapons was straightforward with a small machine tool and drill at their disposal. "Brothers, bring forth our proud creation for the customer to see." Upon hearing the arrival of a big client, the younger members rushed to retrieve a large box from short distance away. Curious about the mysterious air surrounding him, Zhao Tian's interest was piqued. As the box was opened, it revealed a suit of scale armor crafted from iron plates and steel wire, skillfully linked together. While it was referred to as scale armor, it was not entirely composed of scales. Rather, the chest plate was fashioned from a car hood, with only a small portion on the abdomen being actual scale armor. The lower body was protected by a skirt-like armor. Such a heavy suit of armor would be challenging for an ordinary person to don and maneuver, let alone engage in combat. However, the members of the White Wolf gang were all exceptionally strong, each boasting a minimum strength increase of 2. Wow. This is impressive. Zhao Tian's eyes widened in admiration. The craftsmanship was remarkable, and the armor exuded a strikingly formidable appearance. "How many sets do you have?" "I'll take them all." The Idea King raised one finger, 1 Shinjo coin per set. "You can pay me half in soft currency now, and the remaining half can be settled later with game currency. 1,000 for a set was indeed no small sum." Noticing Zhao Tian's hesitation, the Idea King quickly added, "This armor took our team an entire morning to fabricate, utilizing a considerable amount of materials sourced from others, for which we only charged a modest fee. Additionally, we guarantee a 24-hour after-sales service. Minor damages will be repaired free of charge." "How many sets?" "A total of 20 sets, Zhao Tian's mouth twitched. This was clearly a case of them seeing that he was flush with cash and deliberately crafting these heavy armors. Otherwise, who would they sell such gear to at this stage? "I'll take them." With a flourish, Zhao Tian affirmed his decision that he then inquired about weapons, emphasizing that they were not merely going to butcher zombies, but needed proper arms to defend themselves. While the armor was excellent, it could not do without suitable weapons that we've got that covered, the Idea King replied confidently. With that, he produced a heavy crossbow, boasting a bow arm nearly a meter long. "Brother Tian, I'm not exaggerating. Our manufactured crossbow possesses immense power. Fitted with metal bolts, it can easily penetrate a 2mm iron plate within a 10-meter range. Moreover, thanks to the magazine feed, you'll spend less time loading bolts. With your strength, you could effortlessly shoot 10 bolts in a minute. The best part, it's completely silent, making it far superior to firearms in zombie-infested areas." Taking the powerful crossbow in his hands, Zhao Tian examined it closely. The entire weapon was constructed from metal, ensuring durability. Good heavens, it seems the bow arms are crafted from car shock absorber steel plates, and I can even see that the bowstring is made from steel wire. No wonder it's so powerful. After loading the magazine and pulling the bowstring back, he aimed at the wall using a simple sight and pulled the trigger. A faint whisper of air was heard as the metal bolt struck the wall, embedding itself deeply into the concrete. The force was undoubtedly greater than that of a typical rifle. "Impressive, impressive," Zhao Tian nodded in satisfaction. "This is just a ranged weapon. I've also prepared a melee weapon and shield for you." Sensing the customer's satisfaction, the Idea King promptly signaled to his subordinates to bring over the other equipment for sale. In no time, a basket filled with gleaming long-handled cleavers was laboriously dragged over by the players. Grasping a cleaver weighing several dozen pounds, the Idea King explained, "Zombies are unlike humans. No matter how sharp a weapon is, it's quite difficult to kill them unless you strike their heads. Additionally, the human skull is incredibly hard, requiring considerable force to break through. However, with the cleaver, Wielding it with both hands along with your strength can cleave through even iron, paired with the heavy armor. I guarantee that even if you find yourselves surrounded by zombies, as long as you have the strength, you'll be able to break free. Receiving the cleaver handed to him, Zhao Ritian tested its weight and feel. Finding it exceptionally suitable. By the way, how did you manage to produce so many cleavers? Have your tools reached mass production capabilities? The idea King sniffed, it's going well. We utilized materials to handcraft a high-frequency heating furnace overnight. Disassembled some car parts, then had someone forge them, and finally welded and polished them to completion. Zhao Ritian raised his thumb in approval. He gazed once more at the shields, and no longer the traditional tower shields. These were medium-sized shoulder shields, narrow in shape with angular edges, resembling a lozenge that was wider at the top and tapered toward the bottom. Affixed to the left arm via a sliding rail. They could be conveniently hung on the arm without hindering movement, and when needed, a simple press would cause them to drop in a hand for easy wielding. When not in use, releasing the grip would allow the spring mechanism to retract automatically, providing great convenience. How much for a complete set? 28,000. Don't complain about the price. These items will grant you a significant advantage in the early stages, yielding profits far exceeding the cost of the equipment. Zhao Ritian pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sound. How many sets are available? I'll take them all. The merchant, rubbing his hands together in a shrewd manner, chuckled. Not too many, just 20 sets, crafted by my brothers who toiled through the night. Zhao Ritian nodded. Paint them all in black, and I'll transfer the payment to you when the time comes. Clang, clang, clang. Dressed in sleek black armor, wielding a broadsword and with a powerful crossbow strapped to their waist. The 20 elite members of the White Wolf squad marched down the corridor, instantly capturing the attention of all players. So cool. I thought to myself, is it too late for me to claim my lineage now? Damn, brother, you didn't mention that joining the White Wolf squad came with such perks. This is impressive. I secretly strolled over to the engineering department and saw that this set of gear is worth at least 20,000. These 20 sets must add up to nearly 100,000. Unfortunately, it's too heavy, unsuitable for ordinary players like us. Otherwise, I would definitely want a set for myself, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd. At this moment, Zhao Ritian felt that spending hundreds of thousands was not in vain. Listening to the admiration around him, the elite members of the White Wolf squad stood tall and proud. Indeed, following boss Zhao pays off. High-value equipment is given away as if it were nothing. This is not just a leader. This is a true benefactor. Wow, Brother Zhao is so handsome. This is the man I admire. Radiating masculinity. My goodness. Why does my heart race so incessantly? Am I falling in love? As they passed by the third-floor cafeteria, the group of 20 garnered an exclamation from the female players in this moment. Even the skeptics among them decided to remain silent. Relishing this fleeting moment of adoration, it felt incredibly satisfying. They finally experienced the treatment reserved for the game's top players. Yuzu, I'm going to gather supplies for you. Shall I get the brothers a drink to quench their thirst? Yuzu looked Zhao Ritian up and down, clicking her tongue, but upon hearing the request for a drink, she shot him a glare. Nevertheless, not wanting to offend him, she instructed a group of female players behind her to pour a drink for each of them. A small gesture to grant a temporary buff. Here you go. Brother Damao. Xiaohe approached Zhang Damao with the drinks. Zhang Damao smiled faintly, taking the drink and downing it in one go. Enjoying the toast from the female players, the morale of the 20 White Wolf members soared to new heights. After all, it was just some food rations. Even if they were peaches of immortality, they would dare to ascend to the heavens and uproot them. Brothers, are we feeling good? Absolutely. Is there any chance this mission could fail? It absolutely cannot. Zhao Ritian nodded in satisfaction. Setting down his drink, he hefted his broadsword and bellowed, with the will to charge in a battle, we'll face death without fear. Brothers, I've equipped you with the best gear. And these lovely female players will pour you drinks. Anyone who falters, don't blame me for being merciless, understand? Cheers! The 20 men roared in unison. Be careful, there are many zombies ahead, and likely some mutated ones with exposed brains. Yuzu cautioned as they were about to leave that I'm well aware. Otherwise, I wouldn't spend so much to equip these guys and boost morale. Zhao Ritian winked, under the gaze of the players. The 20 departed in 2 modified pickups, becoming the first organized team venturing outward. Dale, should we respond to them? Let us wait and see. We still don't know their identity. What if they're those heartless cannibals? But our supplies are running low. Unless we risk venturing outside to scavenge for food, we will die of hunger here sooner or later. But how can we safely retrieve supplies and return without being overwhelmed by zombies? The main base will protect us. A group of survivors cornered in a supermarket did not heed the old man who incessantly spoke of God, each one wearing a troubled expression. They received the signal broadcast set by Chen Han. Yet due to their wariness of humanity in the apocalypse, they refrained from replying. Earlier that morning, they had witnessed a lone survivor approach the supermarket in search of supplies, only to be torn apart by a pack of zombie dogs before they could greet him. The grim fate of that individual made them ponder their own, leading them to choose silence. Their supplies had dwindled severely, with each person receiving only a meager portion daily. A few children suffered from malnutrition. Perpetually lethargic, an elderly man named Dale pulled the last cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I will head to the second floor of the supermarket to scavenge for supplies. We cannot gamble our lives on the humanity of others." The thought of his wife and daughter becoming prey to those beasts brought a glimmer of tears to his eyes. He truly wished to spare the children behind him from such a fate. The group remained silent, huddled in a corner, sighing in despair. If only they had not ventured deep into the city to search for supplies. Though the wilderness posed difficulties, it was preferable to being trapped in this supermarket waiting for death. Roar! Crash! The vehicle sped along the abandoned highway, maneuvering around numerous obstacles towards their destination. The 5-kilometer journey was not long, but the obstacles and the pursuit of zombie dogs consumed considerable time. The heat waves distorted the air, and undecomposed garbage bags fluttered in the breeze from the lampposts. The land before them was barren, devoid of any greenery. Gazing at the shattered buildings and countless zombies, the players could not help but feel astonished. This reality, so closely resembling their worst fears, delivered a significant psychological blow. They could hardly fathom such a situation occurring in the real world. Their optimism was waning. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. Exiting the vehicles, they swiftly dispatched a zombie. Zhao Ritian commanded everyone to act immediately. Although zombies moved sluggishly, the risk of being surrounded increased with time. Their fine equipment was commendable, but humans possessed limited stamina. Even if they were superhuman, they could not sustain high-intensity combat indefinitely. Team Damao, clear the first floor. Team, I will clear the second floor. Ignore the ordinary zombies. They want to hinder our progress, that we start transporting supplies in 10 minutes and must retreat within an hour. Understood. The 2 teams sprang into action. Equipped in full armor, they felt emboldened. As long as they avoided losing limbs to bites, they could ensure full state attacks through their devouring skills. Boss, something feels off. As Zhao Ritian and his team arrived on the second floor and dispatched a zombie, a player approached him. Surveying the surroundings, he warned, "It seems there are signs of habitation here. The dust coverage is low." And some of the brothers have spotted man-made traps. Picking up an empty can, Zhao Ritian pondered deeply. If they could truly locate survivors, this trip would yield tremendous rewards. According to the system, rescuing a survivor and safely escorting them back to base would earn them 1 Shenzhou coin. A far superior reward compared to scavenging trash. Hard to say. While there are signs of activity, the footprints are not prominent, suggesting other survivors may have searched here for supplies. Stay sharp. Whether or not survivors are present, let us not fall into a trap. The figure nodded slightly and promptly descended to relay the commands. Under the iron-fisted suppression of 20 heavily armored muscle-bound men, the supermarket's zombies could not muster a single ripple of resistance. Even when several zombies pounced upon them, the players of the White Wolf Guild, fortified by their heavy armor, managed to rise and counterattack. Once the undead were eradicated, the group immediately commenced the task of transporting supplies. Anything that was intact, free from mold, or only slightly spoiled, was taken away. Not a single pot, bowl, utensil, or tool was overlooked. It was as though a battalion of Imperial Guards was ransacking a house. In a concealed corner, Dell crouched beneath a toppled shelf, observing Zhao Ritian and his companions through the dim light, his hands gripping the shotgun tightly, not daring to draw breath. This group was the most deranged he had ever encountered, second only to the heartless cannibals he had previously encountered. Even when beset by a dozen zombies gnawing at their faces, they could rise unperturbed, brandishing their weapons with lethal intent. After dispatching their foes, they would spit bloodied saliva with disdain, appearing utterly unfazed by their injuries. It is well known that the greatest threat posed by zombies lies not only in their numbers, but also in the insidious virus for which there is no cure. A mere bite or scratch signifies the commencement of a countdown to one's demise. With a clatter, a canister rolled from Dell's trembling backpack due to his nervousness. "Hey, over there! Don't drop the sesame seeds while picking up the watermelons. Gather the can before you leave," Zhao Ritian admonished. The chastised player scratched his head in confusion. "Boss, I'm not carrying food." Zhao Ritian raised an eyebrow, glancing around the shelves to discover an array of everyday items devoid of any canned food. His gaze flickering momentarily, he signaled to the nodding figure, who instantly understood. With a whistle, the nearby individuals gathered around. As the footsteps grew nearer, Dell realized he had been exposed. Resolutely, he ceased his concealment, gritting his teeth and brandishing his weapon at the approaching figures. "Damn, it's survivors! Boss, we struck gold." Who would have imagined that while scavenging for supplies, they would stumble upon such fortune? The players' eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as they licked their lips. The sight sent a shiver down Dave's spine. These individuals were anything but normal. Definitely not human. Whether it was their silver hair or crimson pupils, they were utterly distinct from ordinary folk. And no wonder they feared not the zombie virus. They were monsters themselves. "Fake, don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." One of them shouted in a tongue Dell could not comprehend, though the expletive was unmistakable. "Who among you speaks English? Come and translate what this guy is saying." One team member approached and quietly reported, "Boss, he warns us not to approach, or he will open fire." "Open fire." Zhao Ritian mused as he eyed the shotgun in the man's hands. If it were a rifle with armor-piercing capabilities, it might be manageable, but a shotgun's effectiveness diminishes significantly at range. A team might suffice against zombies, but they were hardly worthy opponents. With a swift motion, a shield was thrust into his hands. "Tell him we mean no harm and wish to live. He should come with us." The subordinate immediately translated, "No, you monsters think I'm a child? I want to go with you." Listening to the translation, Zhao Ritian glanced at his watch, impatience flashing across his features. "Bind him and take him away." The young player shielded his head with the shield, grinning as he advanced. Dell, unable to contain himself, fired a shot. However, the pellets merely sparked against the figure's armor and shield, causing no harm whatsoever. "I adjust you." Dell's eyes brimmed with sorrow. As he found himself disarmed and subdued, he remained silent in response to the translations, as if awaiting the arrival of death. Noticing his silence, the nodding figure scanned the surroundings, gesturing toward the fresh footprints behind him, signaling Zhao Ritian, No. There's nothing there. I'll go with you. I'll go." Dell panicked. His age, with physical capabilities rapidly declining, life or death mattered little. However, if this group laid eyes on the children, the consequences were too horrific to contemplate. Seeing his agitation, the others need not translate. The situation was evident. Following the footprints, they ascended to the third floor, violently breaking down the door of an office. Before them stood a group of armed adults, with trembling women and children cowering in a corner. Zhao Ritian was taken aback. What incredible luck he had! Take them all. Leave no one behind. Bang, bang, bang. The order had scarcely been given when the approaching men opened fire. This enraged the players, who swiftly seized one of the men, pinning him to the ground. No. The women and children screamed, clearly terrified. Zhao Ritian, irritated, kicked the young player's backside. "Be gentler. This is imperial currency. If you die, they cannot come to harm." "Ouch!" The young player rubbed his backside, gritting his teeth. "Boss, I was just reacting. We're here to save them, and they shoot at me, nearly turning me into a pancake. Stop talking nonsense. Get them into the vehicle and let us go home." To placate the survivors, Zhao Ritian squatted before a woman clutching her child tightly, extending a hand with a piece of candy. He gestured for the child to take it. The little girl, her head nestled against her mother's chest, glanced at the smiling Zhao Ritian and then at her mother. Ultimately, unable to resist her hunger, She swallowed hard, quickly snatching the candy, tearing off the wrapper and stuffing it into her mouth after tasting a piece. She didn't forget to offer the remainder to her younger siblings. Zhao Tian stood up, clapping his hands. These survivors were surprisingly decent. Even in such dire circumstances, they were not as selfish as he had anticipated. Just then, a subordinate hurried over, breathlessly reporting, "Boss, the lookout says a horde of zombies numbering in the thousands is approaching us. We have only 5 minutes left. If we don't move, we'll be surrounded." Though their vehicle was not fully loaded, the presence of these survivors was a safety net, making the rewards from the grapefruit seem insignificant. He gestured for everyone to escort the survivors back to the base immediately. "Roar! Damn it, die! Stop these beasts! Don't let them damage the vehicles!" Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Tian discovered that their 2 vehicles were blocked. He demanded of his team, "Didn't we agree on 5 minutes?" The response came, the nearby zombies heard the gunfire and jumped down from the nearby high buildings, which is why the convoy was surrounded. There was no time to dwell on it. Zhao Tian bellowed, "Everyone except the drivers, get out of the vehicles! Let the survivors in!" He waved at the group inside the supermarket, ushering the survivors into the middle as those who spoke English hurried them along. The survivors had no idea what fate awaited them, but it was certainly better than falling prey to the zombies before them. Thus, they obediently lined up to board the vehicles without resistance. The children and women squeezed into the cramped spaces while the adults and a few elders had to settle in the open truck bed. Roar! Oh, FK! The zombie dog suddenly leapt from a corner, aiming to attack the survivors, inciting another round of panicked screams. With a swift motion, Daming dispatched it, severing it in 2 before crushing its skull under his armored boot, casting an irritated glance at the survivors. He barked, "Shut up! Get in the vehicle!" All the survivors had boarded. The White Wolf team members without seats chose to cling to the vehicle, safeguarding the survivors. However, this delay allowed the horde in the nearby street to completely encircle them. "Leave a few to protect the survivors in the vehicle. The rest of us will clear a path." Zhao Tian leapt from the passenger door of the vehicle, discarding any notion of defense. With his hands firmly gripping he unleashed a ferocious onslaught upon the zombies, cleaving through their ranks with relentless vigor. Dark, crimson blood splattered across him, yet it did nothing to quell his savage slaughter. "Brothers, unleash your fury. Escort these survivors to the base, and I shall treat you to a night of revelry," he proclaimed. "Eliminate them," he urged. "Come, let me warm up." The sight of a group of valiant fighters battling fiercely left the survivors within the vehicle in awe. Their astonishment heightened further upon witnessing a small player being dragged into the horde of zombies, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief as they questioned the rationale behind such actions. Nearby, a quick-witted comrade, wielding a shield, charged through the throng, his other hand grasping the leg of the unfortunate soul, pulling him back from certain doom. "Are you all right?" "Not really, just lost an eye." The survivor grimaced. Pain etched across his face as he spat blood. He hastily picked up a severed dog leg from the ground, biting into it as he tightened his grip on continuing the fight. Thus, the 2 vehicles lurched forward at a sluggish pace, while below, the White Wolf squad fought desperately to clear a path. Half an hour later, "Drink!" Gongzi shouted, having dispatched a circle of zombies. Swaying slightly as fatigue set in, clang. The clanged against the ground as he gasped for breath. It was not that he was incapable, but rather that his character was reaching its limits. The relentless combat had severely drained this avatar's stamina, making even the act of swinging the large blade difficult at times. Zhao Tian fell back to regroup, one hand resting on the other on his hip. He turned to glance at the survivors in the vehicle. Wiping the blood from his mouth as he breathed heavily, Demiao, "Distribute the supplies to the brothers. We shall give it our all one last time." Zhang Demiao nodded, panting as she opened the car door. Retrieving a box from beneath the children's seats, her movements swift despite their fearful gazes, she opened it and handed out vials of serum to everyone. "Adrenaline? Boss, are we really expected to fight to the death?" One of the younger players, having understood the English, exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, they plunged the syringe into their necks. They reopened their crimson eyes. Their trembling hands bulged with veins. They glanced at the 3-minute countdown on their attribute panel. Zhao Tian raised his, letting out a thunderous roar. "Brothers, charge with me! Their combat prowess surged back to its zenith, and with the adrenaline coursing through them, they gained a 3-minute buff with no stamina consumption, allowing them to slay zombies at an even greater pace. The once sluggish vehicles began to pick up speed. Now, a singular thought consumed them. Closer, ever closer. Just around the next street lay the base. With so many survivors, they could finally purchase equipment from the store. Their fortunes hinged on this moment. If inspired by the player's fervor, several survivors in the open-top vehicle eagerly approached Zhao Ritian for firearms, expressing their desire to join the fray. "Give them the weapons," he commanded. Alas, such meager firepower was but a drop in the ocean. Waves of zombies surged forth, an unending assault against the player's line, as the 3 minutes elapsed. A powerful negative buff struck, leaving everyone kneeling, their bodies refusing to obey their commands. "Fake! Old Jack, save me!" With the players unable to intervene, a zombie dog broke through the defenses, dragging an elderly man into the horde, where he met a gruesome fate. The chilling screams echoed in the players' hearts. "This is worth 1 Shinjo coin. Damn it!" Zhao Ritian gritted his teeth, rising unsteadily, one hand supporting the while the other reached skyward. "Emperor, I beseech your merciful gaze upon your kin. May your great power flow through my veins, enabling me to fight once more and save these survivors." At that moment, Chen Han, busy equipping gear, heard the plea of the young player. With his thoughts focused, his gaze honed in on Zhao Ritian, astonished to see a dozen survivors in his vehicle. A miracle. "Then I shall grant you one." In the next instant, the clouds parted, and the atmosphere trembled violently. The survivors gaped in disbelief as a projection of a golden palace appeared in the sky. Streams of golden light enveloped Zhao Ritian and his comrades. Their damaged armor, dulled weapons, and injuries healed in that moment. Just as the energy threatened to overwhelm the space, the miracle faded. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, Zhao Ritian could not suppress his exhilaration. He had been at his wit's end, but recalling Chen Han's words about always watching over them, he had dared to seek his astonishment. It had indeed manifested. "Brothers, do not let the Emperor's hopes for us go to waste. Fight for him." Zhao Ritian raised his hand and swung unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved through the zombie horde, creating a 2-meter-wide vacuum zone. "Wow, that's incredible." The others, invigorated by the Emperor's bestowed energy, followed suit, swinging there with newfound vigor. In an instant, the wasteland-themed game transformed into a fantasy realm. Endless waves of energy sliced through the zombies as if they were mere vegetables. "Watch me sweep through the ranks," a young player shouted, leveling his and unleashing a powerful arc that severed a supporting pillar of a nearby building. Without its support, the structure trembled and began to collapse, leaning against another building. Zhao Ritian broke into a cold sweat at the sight. "Don't mess around. If that building falls, it will block our way back." "Are you going to carry these survivors back with you?" The player, having played with fire, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. They quickly resumed their focus on slaying the undead. The buff from the Emperor had a time limit. They had to make the most of it to bring the survivors to safety. Otherwise, they doubted they could summon the Emperor's power again. As they neared the base, Zhao Ritian swung once more, only to find the energy had waned. His expression darkened. "Accelerate! We must move faster!" The others recognized the buff had dissipated and pushed themselves harder against the horde. Fortunately, they reached the entrance of the underground garage just in time. Utilizing the covering fire from the guards at the entrance, both vehicles entered the garage, and the reinforced shutter door sealed off the passage once more. Phew! They dropped there, the members of the White Wolf squad collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This journey had been nothing short of harrowing. Yet one by one, they began to laugh foolishly. But was it not all worth it? "Did you hear? Boss Zhao returned from his supply run with over 10 survivors." "Is that true? I need to see for myself." "Wait for me. I want to check out." While a group of women discussed cooking, figuring out how to create delectable dishes from their available ingredients, Yuzi heard the players' chatter. Her expression shifted as she immediately set aside her tasks and rushed toward the underground garage. The Idea King, who was busy crafting gear, and the self-starter dismantling scrap cars, also dropped their work to investigate. "For goodness sake, act civilized. They are people, not monkeys from a zoo." "Tone it down. or you'll scare them. That was too much. What were you thinking trying to snatch my currency? And you, staring at those girls, what is that supposed to mean? They're practically skin and bones. Can you even stomach that? Get back to your room and stop pestering them. Zhao Ritian stood atop a vehicle, exuberantly boasting. The surrounding crowd immediately cast disdainful glances his way, yet beneath that contempt lay a seed of envy that a survivor, regardless of age, was worth 1 Shenlong coin, given the current unofficial exchange rate of 1 Tongjiao coin equating to 10 soft sister coins. That amounted to a staggering 1.7 million. Can you believe it? To make such a fortune in a single outing, who would dare to speak of it? And as for whether anyone would be willing to trade cash for it, certainly, whether it be Yuzu or other affluent players, they were eager to pay a premium for game currency. After all, game currency could procure system equipment, while soft sister coins could not. Goodness, Zhao Ritian, have you struck the lottery? Yuzu, the idea king, and the self-made entrepreneur all gathered at his side, gazing at the survivor with expressions of astonishment. Little did they expect that a single excursion could yield such bountiful rewards. Ha ha ha, sheer luck, sheer luck. Zhao Ritian quickly shifted the topic. Yuzu, I have brought back the supplies you requested. Yes, a token of gratitude. I shall forego my reward and give everything to you. Yuzu twitched her lips. Had she known that a survivor was present in the supermarket, she certainly would not have let Zhao Ritian off so easily, instead investing her own resources to bring them back. And as for the idea king, Avi also brought back a considerable amount of tools. Please arrange for someone to carry them. Meanwhile, the self-made entrepreneur remarked, this time, I brought back quite a bit of liquor. You should invite the brothers over tonight for a gathering. Let us make it lively. The idea king was astounded. The self-made entrepreneur thought to themselves, this time, we truly struck gold. They had not participated in the rescue of the survivors, leaving them with no opportunity to claim a share of the spoils. Thus, they all dutifully began to transport the supplies as for Zhao Ritian. He instructed his subordinates to arrange decent accommodations for the survivors and subtly signaled to Yuzu and the others. Once in a secluded corner, Zhao Ritian got straight to the point. I have communicated with the emperor, and the rewards have been allocated to me. However, we can continue to reap the benefits from these survivors, since they cannot be sent to the temple. The emperor has asked me to house them at the base. For every day they survive, we shall receive a subsidy of 1 silver dragon coin per person, and I intend to distribute this fund among everyone, ensuring that there is profit for all. Furthermore, with my example set, as the number of survivors grows, the subsidies will become a substantial source of income, preventing any potential discord. The three of them gave Zhao Ritian a thumbs up in appreciation of his benevolence. The situation indeed warranted such measures. Without proper care, future conflicts over the sustenance of these survivors would inevitably arise, undermining unity. While 1 silver dragon coin per person may seem modest, the cumulative income from the growing number of survivors would be quite enticing. Let me add, Zhao Ritian continued, although the emperor has allowed us to care for these survivors, this does not grant them the right to act recklessly, that we must establish rules. Anyone who causes trouble will face severe consequences. To prevent any larger issues from arising due to their numbers, the three nodded in agreement, sharing his concerns. Survivors were not like players. Allowing them to develop a sense of entitlement would be detrimental. I propose that those capable of working be incorporated into the base as fundamental tasks, that we could create some food vouchers, allowing them to purchase what they need, he suggested. This idea was well received, and the task was assigned to the engineering department to produce food vouchers with anti-counterfeiting marks to serve as currency for the survivors. With the matter of the survivors settled, the group cast mischievous glances at Zhao Ritian. Suddenly transformed into a wealthy magnate, would this not tempt them to rob him? Zhao Ritian felt a tightening in his chest. What are you all plotting? The idea king cleared his throat. Zhao Laoda. Do you think we could settle the outstanding balance for the equipment? Zhao Ritian hadn't considered defaulting, yet he was taken aback by how quickly repayment was demanded. Gritting his teeth, he transferred the remaining balance through the system, then warily glanced at Yuzu and the self-made entrepreneur, stating, you two better not get any ideas. This money isn't all mine. I still need to distribute it among the brothers. We're just borrowing, not taking for free. They protested. Exactly. Zhao Ritian shook his head vigorously. No. I never intended a pocket at all. Given the current scarcity of game currency, The two ultimately couldn't extract anything from him, leaving them disappointed to attend to their own affairs. As evening fell, the second plenary meeting commenced. Once more. Point 4 representatives engaged in discussions regarding the survivors, passing a resolution on communal ownership of the survivors, moving forward, apart from the direct rewards for rescuing survivors. The subsequent income from their care would belong to the collective, representing every player present. This was a foregone conclusion, with unanimous approval. The resolution was promptly inscribed into the base's player code, accessible to all players, present and future. When mealtime arrived, it marked the most joyous occasion for the players. The group of famished survivors was summoned to the cafeteria for a meal. As they sipped warm meat broth or devoured canned pickles. Tears streamed down their faces. They were overwhelmed not only by the kindness of those around them, but also by the assurance that, as long as they adhered to the rules, they would have enough to eat. They were profoundly touched, finally liberated from the relentless pursuit of food, as for other rights, having tasted the bitterness of the apocalypse, who had the heart to concern themselves with anything else. As long as they could fill their stomachs and live well, that was more than enough for them. Zhao Tian handed a bottle of liquor to his subordinate, indicating that it should be delivered to the survivors. Upon receiving the long-forgotten taste of alcohol, the survivors appeared somewhat taken aback, coupled with the miraculous deeds attributed to Chen Han and the players' assertions that they were not of this world, but rather the star spirits sent by the emperor to save the living. Their reverence for the emperor approached that of fervent devotees. Perhaps God does not exist, but the emperor, whom they regarded as a deity, undeniably manifested his presence. This was a truth they had witnessed firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. After a hearty meal, Zhao Tian informed them, from now on, if you wish to eat your fill, you must work, but do not be alarmed. The tasks are light and manageable. Additionally, those over 60 and children under 16 can eat for free at the cafeteria. They may eat but cannot take food away. Understood? The survivors nodded eagerly. Observing the players enjoying drinks, chatting, and laughing, Dale let out a deep sigh. God has not abandoned us. These poor lambs. That a little girl tilted her head and, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Grandpa Dale, you're mistaken. It was the Emperor and their star spirit warriors who saved us. Dale smiled gently at her. Little Abby, you are correct. It is indeed the Emperor, not God. Once the meal was finished, it was time for the players to revel in their merriment. The survivors stood in the corner, watching with interest. A group of younger players shed all pretenses, boldly showcasing their talents. Regardless of their skills, they clamored to sing or dance. However, most would soon be met with a chorus of disapproval, calling them down from their performances. Nevertheless, several showcased genuine talent, earning applause and cheers. Yet, the true showstoppers were the female players, with the loudest cheers reserved for Zio, who donned a white dress collected by Zhao Thienda in her little leather boots. She danced gracefully to the background music, her delicate waist swaying gently, her arms as white as lotus roots fluttering in the air, her supple form executing various intricate movements, beautifully embodying the grace of an Eastern beauty. Unfortunately, after her performance, she glanced at the nearby survivors and fabricated an excuse, claiming the Emperor needed her for an urgent matter. In truth, it was merely a pretext for her obligations in the real world, as the system had sternly warned them upon entering the game that every NPC in this world possessed high intelligence, and any exposure of a player's identity could lead to unnecessary system bugs. Thus, it is imperative to prohibit the disclosure of player identities under any circumstances. Although the crowd expressed some regret, they could comprehend the necessity of this measure. Following the talent performances, the revelry commenced. Bathed in vibrant lights, a throng of men and women lost themselves in exuberant play upon the dance floor. Exhausting all their energy, they reluctantly retreated to their respective rooms for rest. In one of the rooms, the members of the White Wolf Guild gathered together, each rubbing their hands in anticipation of rewards. After deducting the cost of their equipment, it became evident that each person would receive less than 1 Shenzhou coin. Anyone with doubts was encouraged to voice them, as I wish to avoid any discord that might jeopardize the camaraderie among brothers over financial matters, that we trust you. Boss, the crowd spoke in unison. Zhao Ritian nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Their lack of suspicion was the greatest affirmation. Just as he was about to send everyone back to rest, he noticed a pause as they silently transferred half of their rewards to him. "Boss, don't overthink it. We are a team. Each of us will take our share, and for the future development of our guild, we need funds." The brothers had conferred and decided that henceforth, half of all rewards for missions would be contributed to the growth of the White Wolf Guild. Observing the account balance, Zhao Ritian felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, this band of brothers was worth every effort. Very well, I shall not be coy. Moving forward, I will maintain a comprehensive account of the guild's finances. Anyone with concerns regarding expenditures is free to audit the accounts. The crowd nodded in agreement and gradually exited his room. Zhao Ritian, with a sense of pride, turned to Gongzi and Zhang Damao. "What do you think? It's not too shabby being with me, is it?" The two chuckled in response. This time, they had indeed struck it rich. Not only would they cover the month's expenses, but they wouldn't even need to rely on their families for support in the following month. Just to be clear, if you wish to sell game currency, come to me that I guarantee you 1T suffer losses. But if I find out you've exchanged with others behind my back, don't blame me for being harsh. Returning to the real world, the three burly men clad in shorts were browsing the system store using a projection computer. The array of options was dazzling, from technological weapons to mystical martial arts legacies, yet their meager finances rendered them unable to purchase even the most basic items. The cheapest technological weapon, a railgun, was priced at 5 Shinjo coins. Zhao Hao had just made a purchase, but acquiring this weapon seemed hardly worthwhile. Was the firepower insufficient? Couldn't they craft bullets themselves? The exorbitance lay in the cost of plasma batteries. They lacked the technology to produce them and could only purchase them. 1 plasma battery cost 1 silver dragon coin, which could be obtained by scavenging several tons of metal scrap. However, the battery charge only sufficed for 100 rounds of ammunition. What could one accomplish with a mere 100 rounds? After a single barrage, they would be out of ammo. For those lacking marksmanship, a single battery might not even suffice to take down a handful of zombies. Why is the original gene so costly? Not only does it require 10 million Shinjo coins, but it also demands a high-level mission voucher. Can you believe that? Liang lamented, his teeth clenched in frustration. At this rate, I'll be waiting until the year of the monkey. Furthermore, he had never even heard of a high-level mission voucher. Where could one possibly obtain such a thing? Gongzi's expression mirrored that of the majority of players. The more he observed this, the more Zhao Hao felt fortunate. Simply because he had proactively responded to a query from the Emperor, he had secured a legacy of the original gene, a tremendous gain. Indeed. Moreover, he had heard that newcomers could only have a once-in-a-lifetime close encounter with the Emperor when the game first launched. Even if they groveled in front of him, they could not hope for another favor from the Emperor. It was clear how precious the original gene was. Ordinary players would have to wait a long time to join his White Wolf Guild. Damn it, after playing for a day, I've realized how enjoyable this game is. I really want to strangle my brother for not dragging me into this sooner. I've lost so much time. Upstairs, one could only chuckle quietly that I just entered the game last night, and by the time I logged on, all my brothers were already asleep. The crucial thing is that during the day, this game is one experience, while at night, it becomes a different game altogether. The eerie atmosphere made me hesitant to venture out alone. Downstairs, you can't really blame your brother. My friend is always glued to that wretched butter, refusing to engage in anything else. I nearly begged him to join me for a chance at wealth. But he wouldn't budge. Serves him right to remain a loser for life. Truly, I envy Lao Zhao, who made over 1 million soft sister coins in a single outing. What a windfall, having seen the price of the original gene. I felt utterly disheartened. I wonder if the Wolf King would adopt a son. Living like this is hardly sustainable. I share that sentiment. In truth, one could become a direct descendant of the Emperor without being a genetic original. Isn't there some evolution potion available in the store? Don't even mention that. Although it guarantees a 100 evolution, it's akin to the devil fruit. One acquires an unpredictable and significant defect. Why become a normal person when you could end up disabled? I think if the defect isn't too severe, it might be worth taking a gamble that a single potion only costs 1 silver dragon coin. Definitely worth the risk. If the defect proves unacceptable, I could simply delete my account and start anew. The 3 men exited the store, only to discover that the official comment section was already flooded with 99 glowing reviews. Without exception, they were all glowing accolades. As Zhao Ritian perused these posts, A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Meanwhile, the self-made player in the chat group exhibited a flicker of interest. Ordinary players were currently in dire straits. Accumulating funds to purchase the original gene seemed an unattainable dream. Perhaps using the evolution potion as a substitute in the early stages wouldn't be a bad idea. At least, once they gained a certain level of strength, their development could accelerate. On the other hand, Matong, resting his chin on his hand, became increasingly intrigued by the high-tech equipment within the system. Weapons could be temporarily set aside, as early-stage players could not afford them. However, a nano-level 3D printer was genuinely a marvelous piece of equipment. Such valuable items, however, came at a steep price. One capable of printing a cubic meter of objects cost as much as 999 Shenzhou coins. Truly, the price was exorbitant. Moreover, possessing just the printer would not suffice. One would also need a compatible nanomaterial manufacturing machine, or else it would merely serve as a decorative item. The nanomaterial manufacturing machine also cost 99 Shenzhou coins. Everything was just so ridiculously expensive. The next morning, Chen Han encountered a dilemma. His grand display of divine favor had inevitably attracted the attention of the Umbrella Corporation's minions. They were now dispatching an armed helicopter, taking off from a desert base hundreds of kilometers away, heading toward his location. Given the player's current strength, the enemy's weaponry would deliver a dimensional strike, after managing to rescue a few survivors. The thought of having them obliterated by such forces would render his efforts futile. Chen Han stroked his chin thoughtfully. Theoretically, he intended for players to establish a city in the coastal Gobi, where abundant water resources and vast land would facilitate future agricultural development and construction planning. However, the initial resource scarcity in that area would hinder the growth of small players, making it impossible to rescue survivors in the short term. Hence, he had considered placing players in a perilous city. Yet, this decision compromised their safety. Was it reasonable to provide small players with city defense-grade holy shield equipment? For Chen Han, he could create as many of those as he wished. Employing energy to construct a tangible shield posed no challenge whatsoever. However, the carrying capacity of the current rules in the zombie apocalypse world was akin to an Intel Core i3. Attempting to play with a sword in such conditions would be nonsensical. Therefore, once this fantastical protective shield was deployed, it would be impossible to set up a second one. Otherwise, the zombie apocalypse world would quickly become a deadly nightmare. This situation was truly distressing. After a prolonged moment of self-deprecation, he wondered why he was overthinking things. With him backing these small players, how could he fear any mishaps? Hotel base. The newly arrived novice was familiarizing himself with the surroundings while searching for his own organization. At that moment, everyone's expression turned grave, and they collectively gazed skyward. Indeed, their priest had once again delivered a divine oracle. The azure sky suddenly opened a portal, the surrounding space seemingly unable to withstand such pressure, shattering like glass. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Han hastily discarded his statue. Fearing the consequences, a resounding boom echoed, as if a minor earthquake had erupted within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The dust settled. A magnificent colossal statue stood prominently on the street outside the hotel. This was a grand sculpture of Chen Han clad in holy armor, its grandeur rivaling that of the Statue of Liberty. The white marble statue had its eyes firmly shut. Behind it hovered a divine halo with a diameter of 100 meters, symbolizing the dawn of light, its expression a blend of solemnity and sacred benevolence. With his left hand gripping the hilt of a colossal sword embedded in the ground, and his right hand raised high, cradling a sphere of golden light, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the orb, forming a golden shield that rapidly expanded outward. In no time, it swept past the hotel base and continued to extend outward, reaching a span of 10 kilometers before halting, as the surrounding space threatened to collapse. Life is fleeting, and the myriad spirits are few. The heavenly path is merciless, and the divine fire is unquenchable. Today I bestow upon you a guardian statue, to aid you in preserving the ember of humanity. Do not squander my benevolence. The voice, both imposing and sacred, resonated. The players, their expressions grave, clenched their right fists over their hearts and solemnly declared, "We shall brave fire and water, unworthy of the Emperor's grace." Chen Han's lips twitched. were it not for hearing the inner thoughts of these little players. He might have felt inclined to reward them. However, these fellows seemed to be playing tricks on him. What the hell, the toilet monster has appeared. Hurry and flatter it. Or, Emperor, look at me. Did you hear what I said? This made him wish to eliminate these little players. Choosing to remain unseen, he promptly closed the spatial portal for a moment of peace. The players were nearly immune to such divine manifestations. Yet the survivors were markedly different. Upon witnessing the miraculous event again, their worldview shattered completely. Oh hell with God. I now believe in the Emperor. They set aside their bowls and chopsticks, kneeling devoutly by the window, murmuring fervently. After witnessing 2 miracles in succession, it seemed these NPCs would each become fervent zealots. As the divine manifestation faded, the players returned to their respective activities, with the shield's protection in place. The zombies in the safe zone still required elimination. However, the zombies from outside could no longer breach the perimeter. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, all players began to voraciously consume the resources within the safe zone, striving to reap the benefits before more novices joined the game. The prominent figures who had risen from nothing did not contest with the others for profit, instead leaning against the bar. Observing the survivors engaged in idle chatter, Yuzu spoke up. Faith is a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, it facilitates future governance, but when mismanaged, it can lead to chaos instigated by those with ulterior motives. The survivors are manageable, but if we, as the star spirits under the Emperor, lack unity, chaos may ensue. The others nodded in quiet agreement. Yuzu continued, you must convey to those below that if they wish to play, they should play sincerely and not act as charlatans, nor should they exploit faith to deceive the survivors. Just as the group prepared to relay instructions to those below, commotion suddenly erupted within the hotel. What the hell? Where did that tiger come from? Brothers, grab your weapons and slay it. I want to drink tiger bone wine tonight. Leave me the tiger whip. I fancy that. I must have that pure white tiger skin for a coat. It would be stunning. A tiger? How could a tiger appear in a base? The group exchanged puzzled glances before hastily rushing to investigate. Their astonishment. A gigantic pure white tiger was indeed curled up in a corner of the 4th floor hallway, appearing oddly anthropomorphic, cradling its head in its paws, exuding an air of grievance. Stop fighting. Cease the hostilities, brothers. I am one of you. Heavens, the tiger can speak. Wasn't it said that after the founding of the nation, no creatures were allowed to become sentient? Nonsense. This is a game. Of course, it's different. After a brief pause, upon clarifying the situation, the crowd lowered their weapons, gazing with keen interest at the colossal tiger. What a ruckus! Turns out it was a player all along. But how did they transform into this form? Tell me, brother, how did you become a tiger? Zhao Ritian gently tapped the creature's head. The tiger then slowly lowered its forelimbs, scanning the group before pouncing on by Shou-Chi's leg, weeping, boss, the greater my responsibility, the larger my size. I heeded your advice and saved money by scavenging, then invested heavily in an evolution potion. After drinking it, I inexplicably transformed into this. Bai Shou-Chi's eyes widened. What nonsense, you're a size. Shock turned into overwhelming joy. This was hardly a flaw. It was utterly magnificent, although the joy of being human was lost. One could revel in being a striking white tiger. Others were equally incredulous, bombarding him with questions about whether he could revert to human form. The greater my size, the greater my responsibility, he nodded. I could transform back, but due to genetic mutation, my genes are highly unstable. Any emotional upheaval may trigger a beastly transformation. Then try to calm down and revert to your human form. The size nodded, its enormous tiger head bobbing, gradually adjusting its mindset and lowering its heart rate. The option for human form in its attribute panel shifted from red to green, and the next moment, before the crowd, it began to transform back into human form. Pervert, a female player suddenly exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes. It turned out that during the transformation, the size had torn its clothes, and upon reverting to human form, it was completely naked. The size, embarrassed, involuntarily transformed back into its white tiger form. Male players couldn't resist teasing. Well, it seems the size really did grow. With the size leading the way, players plunged into a frenzy of evolution. Those without funds pooled their resources, while the affluent directly purchased evolution potions, retreating to their rooms for injections. However, the results were disheartening. A staggering 99.99% of them suffered from severe defects that significantly hampered combat capabilities. Some morphed into grotesque forms that lacked any semblance of humanity, while others gained abilities that were utterly embarrassing and devoid of combat potential. Frustrated, players deleted their accounts and attempted to reshape their genes. Yet, the players remained undeterred. Thus, the gambling players officially came online in the following days. They engaged in 3 activities: hauling bricks, purchasing potions, and deleting accounts to start anew. However, after several attempts, they decisively abandoned the endeavor. Exhausted from a day of hauling bricks, none could sustain the substantial expenses. While those who defied fate persisted, the rest settled into complacency. Where's the idea king? Bai Shou-Chi brought the size to the engineering department. He and his companions had pooled some funds, intending to equip the size. Now, the size represented the highest combat strength of the adventure organization. Use good steel for the right blade. Thus, they prepared to enhance the size's combat capabilities, ensuring that its presence would guarantee safety and efficiency during scavenging expeditions. Hence, when borrowing money, they were generous. A rare visitor. The idea king rubbed his hands together, greeting warmly. What can I do for you? Boss, Bai Shou-Chi directly handed over 5 Shinjo coins and, patting the size beside him, added solemnly, I have but one request. Arm him to the teeth without compromising agility. The idea king glanced at the somewhat bewildered size, a hint of shyness on its face, and assured, rest assured, I will ensure he is armed to the teeth. Bai Shou-Chi departed, leaving the size behind. Suddenly, the engineering department's door slammed shut and a group of engineer players approached with mischievous grins. What are you up to? In reality, I have never even encountered Tiger. Show me your appendage. Does it have barbs? Goodness, do not paw at my legs. Are you some sort of pervert? This thick fur, while indeed dense, is rather prickly. If it served as a pillow, it would be quite uncomfortable for sleeping. Go away, you bunch of deviants. Keep your distance. Woe is me, my leader. Come quickly. There are perverts here. After a brief commotion, the idea master dispersed the crowd and began to conceptualize equipment for the appendage. As always, to achieve comprehensive protection, a suit of armor is indispensable as long as the defenses are adequate in its tiger form. It could roam the city freely without fear of any ranged weaponry. Furthermore, there is the matter of offense. The tiger's claws are exceptionally sharp, but no matter how keen, they cannot rival the sharpness of metal. Additionally, there are its fangs. Since we are arming it to the teeth, we ought to procure a set of alloy dental guards. Let it demonstrate its prowess by tearing apart a car without hesitation. With sketches finalized, a group of engineering novices busied themselves. Those skilled in forging hammered away, while others cut and welded, all thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Careful now. The sparks might singe my fur if it gets charred. No female players would want to ride me. In a state of utter boredom, the appendage curled up in a corner, stretching its tiger paw and yawning, though it was somewhat socially inept since transforming into a white tiger. It had discovered a newfound popularity among female players who clamored to take a ride around. How could it refuse such an enticing opportunity? Thus, it found the transformation into a white tiger not so objectionable after all. Despite the disdainful glances from others, they still took care not to let the sparks ignite anyone. After an afternoon of collective effort, the armor design for the appendage was finally completed. It consisted of plate armor integrated with movable scale armor, plate at the front and scale at the rear, with even the vulnerable abdomen well protected. The limbs posed a challenge, particularly at the joints. Crafting armor for this part consumed considerable mental resources from the idea master. The vulnerabilities of animals generally lie in their legs, necks, abdomens, and rears. While the other areas were manageable, the legs presented a significant conundrum, as did the neck. Armor would undoubtedly impede agility, yet leaving it unprotected would render it susceptible to a zombie dog-esque bite, which could lead to a gushing blood loss. Ultimately, it was decided to forego additional armor and instead fabricate a spiked metal collar. Should a zombie dog attempt to pounce and bite, it would surely leave the creature with a mouth full of wounds. Finally came the dental guard, designed akin to those worn by the elderly, formed as a single unit rather than individual metal shells over each tooth. All done. The appendage clapped its hands, once adorned with armor. The previously clumsy white tiger now exuded an air of majesty, particularly with its fearsome metal claws and dental guard that gleamed with a cold, silvery light, compelling onlookers to instinctively take a step back. How does it feel, appendage? Anything uncomfortable? The appendage lifted its foot and licked its metal teeth with excitement, replying, "It feels splendid. That's excellent." It was escorted into the corridor. In its newfound sense of invincibility, the appendage could not resist letting out a thunderous roar that resonated deeply. The players turned their heads, their eyes glimmering with admiration. This imposing figure rivaled even the White Wolf squad. Cursed be the fortunate ones. Why was I not graced with such luck? Stop roaring and get to work. Do not forget the debts you owe us. Indeed, the previously triumphant appendage, upon recalling its considerable debts, sighed heavily. Following the players, it prepared to venture in a battle. Wow, appendage, you look incredibly dashing. Imagine if I had a suit of armor too, wielding a lance while riding you. That would be truly magnificent. Women can be just as formidable as men. It is a must. Passing by the third-floor cafeteria, the shrill screams of girls lifted the appendage's spirits, causing it to proudly raise its dignified head and strut about with excessive flair. Jealous comrades kicked it playfully, urging, "Enough with the flaunting. Get back to work and repay your debts." "Understood, understood," the appendage replied nonchalantly. Despite having defied fate, why was it still bound by the fate of a beast of burden? Truly, it was infuriating. It must be noted that with the appendage's assistance, the efficiency of the scavenger organization had increased exponentially. Roaring in the streets attracted the gaze of countless zombies. With the protection of its armor, dispatching these creatures was as effortless as slaying chickens. Had the game mechanics been as usual, the appendage would likely have risen to the highest ranks among the players. As for the agile zombie dogs, while they pose a minor nuisance, they were merely a trivial challenge that a few swipes could easily dispatch a horde. The zombies it defeated were not wasted. They were promptly collected by the White Wolf team for free. Whether to consume for evolution points or to sell the remains to the engineering department for biofertilizer production, every part was utilized efficiently. Ordinary players had little to say about this, as the White Wolf team did not compete for the same scraps on the streets. What harm was there in collecting a few zombies? Concerns about the appendage contracting the zombie virus were unfounded. Anyone who had injected the evolution serum was inherently immune to the virus. Moreover, they could continue to strengthen their bodies by consuming evolution points, albeit at a significantly slower rate compared to the White Wolf team's efficiency. Furthermore, the appendage's consumption was literal. It did not merely absorb by contact. Eating zombies was a level of depravity it had yet to reach. These individuals, however, displayed a bit of discernment. Chen Han, lounging with legs crossed, smacked his lips. Initially intending to impart a lesson, he found himself outmatched. The other party simply slipped away. Dare to gamble. After the base expanded its energy shield, any attempts to observe were promptly abandoned, retreating underground in silence. Chen Han understood that the protectors would not give up on monitoring him and the players. However, until they comprehended his true identity, they dared not act recklessly. If they were to create disturbances for the players early on or impede their growth, they would soon find themselves in a predicament. Players like cancer cells, if not eradicated swiftly, would become an insurmountable challenge later on. At noon at the hotel base, a group of novice players gathered, as usual, holding bowls in anticipation of their meal. Suddenly, they were met with Yuzu's piercing gaze as she bluntly stated, "Your novice period is ended. Pay up if you wish to eat." The novice players scratched their heads, bewildered. "What? Is it over so soon?" Rolling her eyes, Yuzu retorted, "Soon? My logistics department is on the verge of bankruptcy thanks to you gluttons. If you don't pay, you'll all be left to fend for yourselves. Very well, I'll take 2 lions' heads and a bowl of braised luncheon meat." "How much is that?" "Affordably priced. 1 lion's head costs 1 silver dragon coin, and the braised luncheon meat is 500 copper dragon coins each, totaling 2,500, just as the novice player prepared to make a transfer. They abruptly turned and walked away. "Nonsense. I barely earn a few silver coins in a day of labor. Spending half on a single meal? This is robbery. Yuzu, are we charging a bit too much?" Xiaohe inquired softly, Noticing the other players leaving the counters, Yuzu patted her ample bosom, reassuring her, "Fear not. These folks will surely return for their meals." As expected, within 5 minutes, the group of players who had turned away with their bowls returned with a sullen demeanor. After ordering a few inexpensive dishes, they began to eat with tears in their eyes. Earlier, they had sought to purchase food supplies from those who had a stock, only to find the prices offered were even more outrageous than those of the logistics department. In short, the rare commodities had become invaluable in this apocalyptic scenario. Even a warm meal requires a hefty price to be paid. They contemplated self-destructive measures to reset their attributes. However, the back and forth was too time-consuming, and in that span, they could have transported several loads of supplies. Moreover, a full meal would grant a significant boost to their energy, increasing their strength by 20% and accelerating their fatigue recovery. "See, I told you they would return." Yuzu, arms crossed, wore a smug expression. "Do not mistake my intentions for cruelty. I have a conscience. At least I haven't skimped on their meals and even provided free soup." At this stage, even a bowl of plain water requires considerable effort to procure. Xiaoyi nodded vigorously, gazing at Yuzu with admiration. "Big sister, if you continue to be so benevolent, our food reserves may only last 3 days." A female player suddenly expressed her sorrow. With hundreds to feed, the daily consumption of food is alarmingly daunting, especially given the current lack of supplies. Upon hearing this, Yuzu fell into deep contemplation. "It seems the cultivation plan must be prioritized. Otherwise, we shall face bankruptcy." Handing the spoon to another, she strode towards the engineering department. "Dianzi Wang, have you completed the cultivation apparatus?" She kicked open the door. A group of engineers were huddled around a blueprint, discussing while showcasing their meals. Upon seeing Yuzu approach, Dianzi Wang, the master craftsman, immediately set aside his utensils and scurried over with flattery. "Almost done. Yuzu, have you eaten? If not, cough. It seems my meal came from you." He quickly discarded the pleasantries. Patting his chest, Dianzi Wang proclaimed that it was ready. That's so. Leave me to see it." After you, he respectfully invited her to the newly opened top floor. This space was designated for the future cultivation levels of the logistics department. Having received unanimous consent, transforming such a large area into an indoor cultivation chamber is no simple task. "Not bad. I assumed you would do a half-hearted job, but you seem quite dedicated." Upon reaching the top floor, Yuzu was greeted with a broad and expansive view. The outer walls were completely sealed with wooden planks to ensure insulation, and in a bid for natural light, the roof had been excavated, with glass mirrors installed to scatter sunlight effectively, ensuring the plants below received adequate illumination. Observing the cultivation apparatus, she noted the extensive use of stainless steel materials to weld together the thermal beds, each measuring 4 meters in length and half a meter in width, supported by angle iron to create three-dimensional cultivation structures. Some had 2 layers, others 3 or 4, allowing for the simultaneous cultivation of crops of varying heights. Given the severe water scarcity, these thermal beds employed a drip irrigation system. Each bed was equipped with a humidity sensor. Should the moisture level drop too low, a pump would activate to irrigate, ensuring the humidity remained within acceptable limits for 20 hours. The entire floor was 20 meters wide and 100 meters long. In such a vast greenhouse, cultivating high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes could yield enough produce to sustain hundreds of people until the next harvest, provided they could actually wait that long. Moreover, the issue of seeds posed a significant challenge. The system's marketplace did have a seed repository, boasting claims of high yields, provided the nutritional requirements were met to facilitate rapid growth. Unfortunately, to unlock these high-yield mutant seeds, one must first submit common crop seeds to the system. Chen Han lamented his predicament. Without physical seeds, he couldn't possibly conjure high-yield crops from thin air. Should he exhaust his mental faculties to create a mysterious genetic spiral? Ridiculous. It would be far more efficient to acquire templates and use energy to catalyze modifications, utilizing existing resources. That if only he had seeds, he could employ energy stimulation combined with accelerated growth principles to cultivate various high-yield crops. The problem with water resources was equally daunting. Yuzu inquired. Dianzi Wang nodded in agreement, his expression troubled. "Unfortunately, this dreadful weather has brought no rain. We cannot even collect rainwater. However, we've recruited a geography major who, based on the geographical data collected by players, has identified a dried-up river not far from the city. If we drill a well at that location, we have a chance of accessing underground water. We are currently preparing for this endeavor. After conversing for a while longer, they each returned to their respective tasks. Yuzu sought out Old Dale. "Divine Envoy, may I ask what you require?" His reverence left her. A staunch materialist, feeling somewhat exasperated, it had been clearly stated not to call her divine envoy. Simply addressing her as leader would suffice. Yet he persisted. Should other players overhear, they might mistake her for the leader of a religious organization. Old Dale, take some people to the engineering department to find Dianzi Wang, who is also known as the master craftsman, and have him guide you to the underground warehouse to bring up the compost they have prepared. We are getting ready to start planting crops. He spoke fluent English, and Old Dale immediately understood. Without a hint of doubt, he rallied the capable survivors to engage in agricultural production, the ventilation shaft of the underground garage. A group of players was disposing of zombie corpses, mixed with those of players who had perished while scavenging for supplies, tossing them into the reactor one by one. Hearing that the engineering department required a metal container, they had scavenged a fuel tanker from the roadside. Unfortunately, the fuel had been siphoned out, otherwise they could have made a tidy profit. With a metal container, the engineering department quickly manufactured a reactor. However, refining biodiesel proved to be quite complex, requiring precious catalytic materials that players had painstakingly gathered. Thus, each refining session necessitated meticulous planning. Were it not for the fear of creating a smoky mess in the base, Dianzi Wang would have directly employed rubber for oil refining. That method was exceedingly convenient. One could simply throw rubber or plastic products into a fire, and the resulting steam, once cooled, could be collected as inferior fuel. This divine envoy, the master craftsman, has sent us to request compost. A small player paused in his work, then gestured to his companion to lead the way. Good heavens, what a horrid stench! Upon opening the door to a storeroom converted into a warehouse, an indescribable odor assaulted their senses. You all take care of it. The small players swiftly departed, leaving the others to their task. The compost within the warehouse was composed of the waste generated by players and survivors, mixed with organic refuse from the biodiesel refining process. Nutritionally, it was undoubtedly excellent. As for the viruses, what pathogen could withstand such high temperatures within a reactor? The nutrient content was high, though the smell was overwhelmingly potent. Few players were willing to approach this place. Boss, according to the intel from those map runners, this should be the spot. Listening to his subordinate's report, by Shochi Jia disembarked from the vehicle. Loading his shotgun, he tilted his head and instructed everyone to commence their actions. Open the door and unleash the tiger. A modified pickup truck lowered its tailgate. Feeling nauseated from the constant jostling, Nyozi swiftly leaped out of the vehicle. By Shochi Jia patted his sturdy frame. Pointing into the distance, Nyozi, go lure the zombies away. No problem, boss. With a powerful push, Nyozi dashed off. Reaching a dilapidated bus nearby, he unleashed a roar, drawing every zombie in the vicinity toward him, carelessly dispatching a few zombies. He continued to wander around the nearby community, attempting to divert as many of the zombies from the target location as possible. Get to work, a group of individuals swiftly disembarked from their vehicles, brandishing an array of firearms as they advanced toward a nearby store. This motley crew had traversed nearly 100 kilometers to this agricultural township near a major city, enticed by the lucrative bounty offered by Yuzu. Their objective was to procure various seeds of sustenance. In pursuit of this mission, they had depleted their entire savings, fully equipped with ammunition and explosives, fearful of any unforeseen emergencies, having resurrected from their base to provide support. The lengthy journey meant that by the time they arrived, the opportunity may have already passed. With a resounding crunch, one member of the group stepped on a shard of broken glass, the sharp sound piercing the air. He lifted his right foot and crouched slowly, reaching down to touch the dark red bloodstain on the ground, bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. "What's wrong, boss? Any discoveries?" he inquired. "None," came the straightforward reply. The younger member, perplexed, continued, "Then why are you sniffing at that dried bloodstain?" Casting a glance at him, the leader retorted, "Can't I indulge in a bit of theatrics? Sure, you're the boss." "You're impressive," the younger one conceded, before departing. The leader surveyed the modest store, suddenly noticing bullet holes in the doorframe behind him. A sense of unease creeping into his mind, he approached the bloodstain once more. Aligning his back with the doorframe, his gaze sweeping the area ahead. Ultimately, his attention fixated on a small door across the way. Ignoring the others who were busy transporting supplies, he began to advance alone. As he passed by a shelf, he picked up a can of long-forgotten food, his expression betraying a hint of skepticism. The bloodstains at the entrance were evidently recent, suggesting that a survivor had met their end there. If someone had been shot upon entering, it was clear that the assailant must have been lurking in the shadows. But who would wait in ambush like that? If they were fleeing and had to hide here to launch a surprise attack, why hadn't they taken any supplies when they left? It was decidedly illogical. Arriving at the door directly facing the warehouse, he caught sight of a security camera tucked in a corner. His eyes momentarily flickering. Just as he was about to open the door, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Turning around, he saw several players sprawled on the ground, their bodies riddled with nails. Damn it, this store is rigged with traps. A warning bell rang in his mind, leading him to a grim realization. Before he could react, the door ahead swung open, revealing a grinning old crone with yellowed teeth and disheveled hair. She pulled the trigger of her shotgun, unleashing a hail of lead into his chest. "Damn you," he cursed, rolling to evade the onslaught and taking refuge behind a nearby cover. He shouted for his comrades, alerting them to the presence of an enemy, and tore open his shirt to reveal a makeshift armor beneath, a metal plate riddled with bullet holes that he yanked the perforated plate away, exposing a bloodied chest, grateful that the metal had absorbed much of the bullet's kinetic energy. Sparing his vital organs, "We've been ambushed. Hurry back," he yelled into the radio. Several streets away, upon hearing their leader's distress call, a burly player known as Nyozi sprang into action, crashing through the throng of corpses in a hurry to provide support. Boom, boom, boom. The old woman wielded a remote control, turning the players' coordinated assault into chaos as they were blown off their feet. Her laughter grew increasingly maniacal as she harvested the lives of the players with her shotgun. "Take cover. Don't charge in recklessly. Nyozi is on his way," the players shouted in unison, seeking shelter while suppressing the old woman with gunfire from a distance. "That don't waste your shots. We need those supplies." Bullets ricocheted, shattering goods as the players winced at the sight of ruined supplies, feeling a pang in their hearts. Overshadowed by their leader's distress, a thunderous roar echoed, and a player pointed ahead. Having spotted Nyozi, whose primal instincts surged as he glimpsed the injured comrades scattered about, with a ferocious determination, Nyozi charged into the store, braving the old woman's onslaught. In her incredulous gaze, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into her chest and crashing through the rear wall, carrying her out with him. With a fierce bite, he tore her apart, leaving her to die in agony, with blood streaming from his mouth. Nyozi stood atop the crone's lifeless body, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the air. Struggling to rise, the leader gave Nyozi a thumbs up, gesturing for him to continue drawing the undead's attention while he and his comrades cautiously approached the small warehouse. No one lamented the loss of the crone, a survivor worth a fortune. Such unpredictable individuals were rarely beneficial and often a liability. Kicking aside debris, they uncovered an entrance to an underground cellar. One of the younger players, understanding the gravity of the situation, knelt and pried open the hatch. A nauseating stench, tinged with the metallic scent of blood, assaulted their senses. Frowning, the leader waved a hand to disperse the foul air. He signaled for one player to descend. The individual tossed aside his shotgun, drawing his pistol as he cautiously ventured down to assess the situation. "Boss, it's clear down here," he reported after a brief exploration of the dimly lit cellar. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the shadows. With reflexes honed by danger, the leader thrust his leg out. Kicking the creature in the chest, he glanced behind it, noticing that it was chained by the neck and hands. "Look, boss, I can't believe it. That old hag must have been using the supplies to lure survivors to be hunted for food." The beam from the player's flashlight illuminated a pile of debris in the corner, revealing a disarray of skulls, some belonging to adults, others to children. "Boss, did you suspect something was amiss from the start?" The younger player, suppressing his disgust, queried. Death was not inherently frightening. One could adapt over time. Yet the notion of cannibalism was intolerable. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, witnessing such horrors elicited a visceral reaction that I had my suspicions, but I never expected it to be so grim, the leader admitted. Do you think that old woman was hunting here because she knew other survivors were nearby? He nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Let the others gather the supplies quickly. I'll take a look around. Nyozi was summoned back, eagerly asking what was afoot. Noticing something was off with him, the leader inquired about his condition. Nyozi shook his head. It's nothing, I just stumbled upon some blood, and my attributes have triggered a bloodlust state, heightening my senses and rendering me immune to pain. Relieved, the leader replied, as long as you're all right. I initially thought you had developed some twisted obsession after killing. Come with me. I suspect there may be survivors around. What? Survivors? Nyozi's eyes widened with excitement. What are we waiting for, boss? Let us go check it out. He leapt on Nyozi's back, feeling the rush of wind as they sped off. The leader couldn't help but marvel at the old adage. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers, as Nyozi's speed was nothing short of astonishing. Yet after an hour of searching, they found no trace of survivors, only zombies, just as he received word over the radio that the supplies were ready. He turned back, glancing at the distant farm. He patted Nyozi's head and pointed ahead. Let us make a quick lap there. If we find no clues, we'll retreat. All right, boss, hold on tight, as a solitary figure and a tiger swiftly approached the farm on the outskirts of the town. The once despondent expression of the self-made man transformed into one of burgeoning excitement. The wooden barricades, the iron mesh fencing, and the conspicuously modified vehicles parked at the entrance unmistakably indicated that this was a survivor's stronghold. Could they leap over it? The iron mesh fence stood at least 4 meters high, and the self-made man was uncertain if Nyozi could clear it. Merely a trivial challenge. Nyozi accelerated once more, scattering countless zombies, and with a powerful leap from 5 meters away, effortlessly vaulted over the fence. After wiping the blood from his chest, the self-made man tore his shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage. Then, with his firearm at the ready, cautiously approached the farm's warehouse alongside Nyozi. Knock, knock, knock. Who goes there? Instead of recklessly barging in, he politely knocked and inquired. Inside the warehouse, a diverse assembly of men, women, and children huddled together, their terrified faces peering through the cracks of the wooden planks. Upon seeing the armored Nyozi, their expressions turned to one of sheer fear. Jones, what should we do? The group turned to a blonde beauty wearing a cowboy hat for guidance. Jones inhaled deeply and addressed the outside. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into our territory? Indeed, there are people. The exhilaration within the solitary figure and the tiger was palpable. Unfortunately, both were only proficient in rudimentary English and were at a loss for words. Consequently, the self-made man instructed Nyozi to fetch someone who understood English, while he raised his empty hands in a gesture of goodwill, attempting to convey, in broken English, his desire to enter and converse. Recognizing his gesture of goodwill and the relinquishment of his weapon, Jones signaled for the people at the door to open a small crack, allowing him entry. Surveying the warehouse, he counted over 30 individuals. Striving to suppress his inner excitement, he endeavored to communicate with them. However, their initial exchange yielded no substantial progress. The self-made man's clumsy English left the survivors visibly perplexed, and had it not been for their apprehension of Nyozi, they would have unceremoniously expelled this enigmatic Asian stranger. Fortunately, Nyozi returned just in time, accompanied by an individual who could translate. The self-made man shot a disapproving glance at the equally excited young player, urging him to act as an interpreter. You claim that you are not from this world, but rather celestial beings dispatched by the Emperor to save humanity. The survivors exchanged incredulous glances, each convinced the other was speaking nonsense. Yet, the sight of the white tiger, engaging playfully with children and speaking human language, rendered their skepticism momentarily suspended. If I am not mistaken, you must be trapped here, correct? The self-made man noticed a fuel generator in the corner while the survivors relied on candles for illumination. Moreover, the modified bus at the entrance sat with its wheels deeply embedded in the sand, clearly having remained immobile for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Jones's eyes filled with despair and sorrow. Yes, sir, we are utterly cornered. Their vehicle had long since broken down due to fuel depletion months ago. They had managed to sustain themselves with their dwindling resources until now, yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. The agricultural town was replete with seeds and fertilizers, and they survived through cultivation, but the past few months had seen no rainfall, leaving their water supply insufficient even for drinking, let alone irrigating crops. They had even devised daring plans to venture out in search of supplies, but the memories of previous groups of men who had ventured out and never returned instilled a profound fear of the outside world. Relying on the remaining children, women, and elderly to venture out felt akin to courting death. You sent several groups to nearby stores to seek supplies, and none returned. The group nodded in unison. The self-made man exchanged a knowing glance with the translator. Inhaling deeply, Jones promptly inquired if they had seen any of the missing individuals. Hesitating briefly, the self-made man ultimately relayed his suspicions to the group. Fearing disbelief, he pointed to his chest and the gory wounds beneath the young translator's coat. In that moment, the survivors' spirits shattered, and they collapsed into one another, weeping bitterly. Originally, they had dispatched individuals to seek food, never imagining they would become prey themselves. They recognized the elderly woman. She had previously encountered them in a vehicle with another old man, seeking to join their ranks. However, their own dire circumstances had prevented them from taking on two burdens. Out of pity, they had offered some supplies, only to be betrayed. Cursed scoundrel, we helped them so much, and she regarded us as food. The survivors raged at the elderly woman, as if their vitriol could alleviate their anguish. After sharing their stories, the self-made man inquired if they would accompany him back to the hotel stronghold. Silence enveloped the group as they awaited Jones's response. In this apocalyptic world, where the darkness of humanity prevailed, they feared that leaving the wolf's den would only lead them into the tiger's jaws. The self-made man felt uncertain as well. Should the survivors refuse to return with them, he would undoubtedly resort to force to secure the substantial reward. However, the survivors were not without their own weapons, and a confrontation would inevitably result in casualties, something he could not bear. Sir, we are willing to return with you. After careful consideration, Jones nodded in agreement, but stipulated a condition. However, I insist that you do not confiscate our weapons until we have witnessed the conditions at the base you speak of. Upon hearing the translator relay this, the self-made man slapped his thigh, assuring her that it would be no problem. Once we reach the base, you survivors will have no choice but to comply. There will be no opportunity for you to renege. He instructed Nyozi to draw all the zombies outside, while those unwilling to leave were to be dealt with by the younger players using melee weapons. He poured the spare fuel into the bus, attempting to ignite the engine. With a series of coughs and sputters, the weathered, near-defunct bus finally roared to life. Quickly, get on board. The self-made man beckoned to the warehouse. Jones signaled for several youths around 15 or 16, armed and ready, to escort the elderly and children onto the bus. Meanwhile, she shouldered a large pack filled with the most precious seeds they had painstakingly collected over the years of the apocalypse. Lastly, she cradled a basket as they slowly exited the warehouse. Mother hen, mother hen. While directing the young players, the self-made man heard the translator's nonsensical chatter and, in a fit of impatience, retorted, "What mother hen? Have you lost your mind over chickens? I warn you to keep it together." Turning around, he was met by the sight of a clucking hen in the basket Jones was carrying, leaving him utterly speechless. He thought he had struck gold, only to realize he had been favored by Lady Luck. What extraordinary fortune! Setting aside everything else, this single hen could yield substantial profits with Yuzu. The system marketplace did not lack for animals, even mythical beasts, but unlocking them was prohibitively expensive. The value of this live chicken was immeasurable. "Princess, please board." At this moment, the self-made individual bestowed the utmost respect upon Jones, despite the other party's lack of comprehension. The deference was palpable as they tightened their grip on the basket and boarded the bus. The group retraced their steps. The route had already been cleared by Nyozi prior to their arrival. Coupled with the bus's modified horsepower, it ruthlessly crushed the corpses as it sped towards the base. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the base, upon hearing that the self-made individual had returned with over 30 survivors. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. After the initial shock, everyone turned their gaze towards Yuzu, deep in contemplation. The two tasks announced by the other party had been successfully completed by the teams that brought back the survivors. Surely, Yuzu must possess some mystical enhancement. Once could be a coincidence, but twice. Yuzu's face flushed with indignation as she silently cried out, "These are all rightfully mine." Despite her heart bleeding, she could only let out a sigh of despair. She resolved to assemble her own team of women to venture out next time. Otherwise, these benefits would all be seized by this group of individuals. Old Bai, congratulations on your newfound fortune. Congratulations indeed. But no loans, please. Look at you, acting so distant. Why the formality between brothers? Apologies, we are not that familiar. Goodness, this group of survivors even brought resources with them. Old Bai, you truly have struck it rich. Goodness gracious. Will our meals no longer be lacking? Jones cradled the basket in one arm while holding a child with the other. Noticing the player's glowing eyes, her face was filled with wariness, having received the Emperor's reward. The self-made individual immediately called for arrangements to accommodate the survivors on the same floor as the previous batch. Miss Jones, feel free to explore the base, but remember to head to the third floor for dinner tonight. Jones nodded, leading her group away with the players. Once they departed, the self-made individual could no longer contain his inner joy, bursting into hearty laughter. 35 Shinjo coins, a full 35. What a substantial sum. The crowd immediately cast disdainful glances, while fellow adventurers secretly lamented their hesitation that had prevented them from joining the team. Those 35 coins were no longer theirs. Woe is me. This time, there were 30 individuals in total, including Nyozi. The brothers below understood the situation well. After one person took a Shinjo coin, the remaining 5 were all given to the self-made individual. After all, the survivors were discovered by him, and the task was accepted by him. It was neither unreasonable nor unjust for him to receive 5 coins. Humph. Yuzu, polishing her wine glass, coldly snorted as the self-made individual approached, brimming with pride. Yuzu, this time I must thank you for being my lucky charm. Without further ado, consider those supplies a token of my appreciation. According to their initial agreement, Yuzu was responsible for providing intel, while the other party would deliver goods at a discounted rate. However, having profited so immensely this time, asking for further compensation would be rather inconsiderate. Although this batch of goods was quite valuable, it paled in comparison to Yuzu's worth as a lucky charm. Previously, he had been skeptical of mystical beliefs, but the consecutive occurrences left him no choice but to believe. After establishing a good relationship, he could continue to receive her tasks and bring back another batch of survivors. What could be more profitable than that? At least you understand, Yuzu remarked, feeling slightly more cheerful. What do you plan to do with the hen in the survivor's possession? This matter made the self-made individual pondered this stage. The hen possessed by the survivor, named Jones, was undoubtedly of immense value. Directly demanding it would be somewhat unseemly. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and exhaled a wisp of smoke before arriving at a decision. You handle it as you see fit. I won't interfere. Yuzu couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. She had intended to offer an exorbitant price for the hen, yet he suggested she negotiate with the survivors instead. Very well. I shall seek out that survivor to discuss the purchase of the hen. Purchasing the hen from a survivor would not require game currency, thus saving Yuzu a significant expenditure. Most. She would need to offer some meal tickets. Meanwhile, the self-made individual had no further matters to attend to, but unexpectedly, a small issue arose with the survivor named Jones, upon learning that another batch of survivors had arrived at the base. Old Dale was instructed by the self-made individual to come and provide reassurance. After a round of comforting words and pointing out the enormous statue outside, recounting the Emperor's miraculous deeds, Jones finally lowered her psychological guard. If the Emperor could casually create such a statue, possessing such great power, would he truly care about the trivial possessions they held? Having experienced the darkness of the apocalypse, Jones understood the importance of human relationships. Regardless of location, she declined Yuzu's offer to purchase the hen, instead solemnly stating that they would generously gift everything to the self-made individual. This girl was quite impressive, adept at navigating social intricacies. Upon hearing this, the idea master was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Zhao Ritian grinned and teased. Old Bai, I can't shake the feeling that this girl has taken a liking to you. Is she perhaps planning to sneak into your bed tonight? Who knows what that might be like in the game? Get lost, the self-made individual retorted, pushing him away that he had no desire to be banned. Approaching Jones, he said, I appreciate your kindness. Rest assured, you will not face any bullying here. In our eyes, everyone is equal, as long as you do not cause trouble. You may live here indefinitely. Fixing his gaze on the hens in the basket, he added, if you truly wish to gift it. Perhaps you should give it to this lovely lady beside me. She is the head of the logistics department and oversees the basic supplies. She will arrange some light tasks for you. Upon hearing the player's translation, Jones pursed her lips, her eyes still reflecting skepticism. Yet, the self-made individual insisted on refusing, ultimately handing over the basket along with a large bag of seeds to Yuzu. Yuzu, in turn, ensured she did not shortchange Jones, accepting a stack of food tickets from Xiao He and presenting them to her. These food tickets are for you survivors. Each ticket can be exchanged for one meat and one vegetable dish. If you wish to purchase alcohol, you may also use the tickets. The stack contained over 300 tickets, in a time when adult survivor could earn only 3 tickets for a day's work. 300 tickets represented a considerable fortune. Humph. The linking chamber emitted a faint chill as a robust, middle-aged man sat up. Stretching lazily, he made a peace sign that a subordinate immediately approached, presenting 2 cigars with both hands. After taking a deep puff, Su Lei smacked his lips. Is everything all right at the venue today? Nothing major, just a singing princess down below broke a rule. The manager has already warned her that Su Lei frowned. What kind of management is this? Wasn't it stated that there are no minor legal issues? If she looks down on our wages, let her seek employment elsewhere. The subordinate nodded, adjusting his earpiece to relay a few words. Su Lei then inquired, have you found the brothers I asked you to locate? Boss, I've already arranged everything as per your instructions. All are veterans with clean backgrounds and, crucially, very obedient. Good. Prepare 50 high-end linking chambers. I'll send you a link shortly for them to all log in. Understood, boss. Su Lei looked at his subordinate with a light chuckle. Xiao Zhou, how long have you been with me? The subordinate, referred to as Xiao Zhou, lowered his head respectfully and replied, Boss, I've been with you for 10 years, 9 months, and 3 days. Time flies. It has already been a decade. Su Lei found himself lost in nostalgia. He recalled a time when he simply passed by a young man scavenging for garbage on the street and, feeling pity, casually handed him 100 yuan. Who would have imagined that this individual would later accompany him through thick and thin for over a decade? Throughout these 10 years, he had devoted himself to entrepreneurship. Experiencing numerous failures, his wife absconded with their funds, friends betrayed him for profit, and former business partners blocked him from their phones. The only one who consistently remembered his kindness was Xiao Zhou, who remained steadfastly by his side. Perhaps fate had finally smiled upon him, allowing him to make a comeback in the bustling metropolis of Imodu, where he had established a foothold. Gazing at the once naive youth who had now transformed into a man nearing 30, he lamented how mercilessly time marches on. You should go prepare as well. Hand over your current tasks to a trusted brother, and join me in enjoying some games in the future. Understood, boss, Xiao Zhou replied expressionlessly. Turning briskly to pass on the instructions, the following day, a group of rugged men in their 30s, their eyes reflecting a wealth of experience, appeared on the rooftop. Moments later, their expressions shifted to astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. Incredulous at what they beheld. Although they had played virtual games before, the realism of this one took them by surprise. All newcomers, please gather to receive a base manual and refrain from causing any disturbances. As they observed the sudden influx of players, the attendants swiftly approached, distributing base manuals to them. Some players appeared displeased upon perusing the regulations outlined within. They relished freedom in gaming. Why the need for rules right from the start? However, after reading through the manual, they understood its friendly nature towards newcomers. As a group of burly men recognized their boss's arrival, they promptly lined up and greeted, Hello, boss. This scene left both newcomers and veteran players momentarily stunned. Bai Shou Qi Jia, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, What boss? Just call me Big Brother. Hello, Big Brother, is this your crew, Bai? A few veterans sidled over, exchanging knowing glances. Bai Shou Qi Jia chuckled wryly, They're not my crew. Merely company employees, I just thought it nice to organize a team-building event for them to enjoy gaming together, a little perk for their hard work. The players suddenly grew intrigued at, oh, who would have thought? Bye, you truly are a boss, just running a small company to make a living. Huh. Leading them downstairs to the restaurant. By Shochi Jia seized the opportunity, gathering the players for a meeting while they were still fresh and had yet to venture out. Big brother, Bai is calling us for a meeting. Zayarishan, who had been preparing to hunt zombies, looked puzzled. He wondered if there was some urgent announcement. His younger brother quietly remarked, Big brother, you won't believe it. I just saw over 50 newcomers on the rooftop, and they all referred to Bai as boss. I think Bai might be planning to establish his own faction. Yes, that's so? Zayarishan exclaimed, surprised. Currently, players had congregated out of shared interest. But he hadn't anticipated that Bai would directly draw his team from the real world. Let's go CWY the way. Hand me the script we prepared, that we should present our ideas during this meeting. Sure thing. Meanwhile, Dianji Wang and Yuzi were also puzzled, unable to fathom why Bai had suddenly called for a meeting. It wasn't until they received news from below that they realized Bai intended to form a formal regiment within the game. Before long, nearly 1,000 players had gathered in the third-floor cafeteria. What had once been a spacious area now felt cramped, with some players even climbing onto pillars for a better view. As 4 player representatives took their seats, the meeting officially commenced. Xiaohe rapped the gavel for silence. I hereby declare the Third General Assembly open. Please, representatives of the Adventurers Organization, take the floor. By Shochi Jia. Holding his script, spoke earnestly, Gentlemen, from this day forth, I, by Shochi Jia, resign from the position of leader of the Adventurers Organization and announce the formation of the Storm Legion, of which I shall serve as the commander. The Storm Legion pledges that henceforth, we shall not compete for limited resources within the safe zones, but will instead focus entirely on expansion and exploration. Zayarishan and his companions exchanged glances, taken aback. At this stage, venturing outside the safe zones for exploration and expansion is no small feat. Is he not afraid of going bankrupt? A murmur rippled through the players of the Adventurers Organization, who were astonished at Bai's decision to step down as their leader. Fearing they would be left behind, Bai Shochi Jia raised his hands apologetically. Brothers, I sincerely apologize that it is not that I disdain you, but each of us has our own ambitions, and we must look forward. Moreover, as our numbers grow, depleting the resources within the safe zones will inevitably hinder the development of our new brothers, since no one is willing to take on the risk of venturing outside. I shall step up as the vanguard. The heavy silence fell over the assembly. In truth, everyone had noticed the situation yesterday. With the shield protecting them from external zombie threats, players began to expand outward from the hotel base at an astonishing pace. To put it bluntly, the resources within 1,000 meters of the hotel base had been scavenged clean. Were it not for the fear of future inconveniences, they would have pried open the manhole covers. Proximity to the base allowed them to toss scavenged refuse to the engineering department for a bit of extra cash. However, as their scavenging expeditions took them further afield, they opted for convenience, tossing items directly to the system for recycling. Although a ton of garbage yielded no financial return, the speed of collection was paramount. Wherever players went, they swept through the land like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. The once busy roads, littered with abandoned vehicles and toppled power poles, were now utterly barren at this pace. Within half a month, all valuable refuse within the safe zones would be entirely consumed. With that, I invite all to cast your votes. Xiaohe surveyed the room. Although players from the Adventurers Organization felt a twinge of reluctance towards Bai, they slowly raised their hands. Others had no objections at all. With a majority vote, the Storm Legion was promptly established, and it was decreed that no one would be permitted to compete for resources within the safe zones. Next, it was Yuzi's turn. He glanced at his script, hesitated for a moment, and then proposed. I suggest the principle of veterans keep their distance, which states that those who have surpassed the novice phase should focus their sights beyond the safe zones and refrain from competing with newcomers. Many players scratched their heads. What? We can't collect resources in the safe zone anymore. A companion lightly punched Yuzi's arm, derisively saying, What's wrong? Are you addicted to scavenging? Haven't you seen the example set by Big Brother Zayarishan and Big Brother Bai? Besides, do you want to be a garbage collector for life? If you're not keen on expanding outward, what profit do you expect to make? Good point, Xiao He rapped the gavel. The principle of veterans keep their distance. Veterans are prohibited from collecting resources within the safe zones. Now, let us vote. Everyone raised their hands in unison. The majority were veterans, viewing scavenging as merely a transitional phase before the game's broader challenges. In fact, even if the proposal failed, veteran players were already contemplating forming teams to venture beyond the safe zones. After all, they were players unafraid of death and would tackle any tough resource warehouses head-on. The motion passed unanimously, and the veterans keep their distance principle was now in effect. After Yuzi concluded his proposal, it was Jianji Wang's turn. This time, he prepared to present a somewhat controversial motion. My proposal is for priority recycling of waste materials. The essence of this motion is that all players must return waste materials to the base for sale to the engineering department. We will meticulously sort through the waste to extract its final value before discarding it to the system. Not a collective frown crossed the crowd. This would undeniably harm everyone's interests. Yuzi, Zayarishan, and by Shou Qijia cast incredulous looks at Dianji Wang, silently conveying, "Brother, this approach is hardly conducive to unity." Dianji Wang, with a resigned expression, replied, "I understand that this motion may adversely affect your interests, but you must realize we are living in an apocalyptic world. Many of the items you deem as mere refuse are, in fact, precious resources that we cannot currently produce." He began to provide examples. For instance, a scrapped automobile, regardless of whether it is the engine, battery, onboard computer, or motor, possesses a certain inherent value. That if we do not cherish these items now and carelessly discard them for a meager profit from the system, when we find ourselves devoid of such technological waste, we will have to spend tenfold or even 100-fold the price to acquire them anew. He glanced around at the crowd at "Oh, you know how much it costs to purchase a standard 12V DC generator in the system marketplace?" The Idea King raised a finger. "1 silver dragon coin. We laboriously gather 1 ton of scrap metal to earn a single silver dragon coin, whereas acquiring a mere 12V DC generator demands the same amount. To put it bluntly, you are treating valuable technological waste as garbage, and our engineering department lacks the materials to manufacture equipment or weapons. Consequently, the cost of producing weapons will soar, and the items in the marketplace will be beyond your financial reach, requiring significant expenditure to acquire our products as well. I ask you, is it worth it?" Silence enveloped the room. They realized they were making the grave mistake of depleting resources for immediate gain. Most players currently wield inexpensive weapons obtained from the engineering department that if they break, as long as it does not involve replacing parts, repairs are provided free of charge, a generous act indeed. However, if they exhaust those valuable technological scraps and lack the means to manufacture replacements, the hardships they will face in the future are unfathomable. I urge everyone to begin voting. After hearing the heartfelt words of the Idea King, the players no longer hesitated. One by one, they raised their right hands. The proposal for prioritizing the recovery of scrap was passed. Xiao He turned to Zhao Ritian. "Now, we invite the leader of the Imperial Guards to speak." Zhao Ritian coughed lightly into his fist, straightened his posture, and glanced at his notes. "I have 2 proposals. One is to increase the salaries of the Imperial Guards, and the other concerns their patrol duties. Let us first discuss the increase in salaries. This increase does not pertain to the specific salaries themselves, but rather to a fixed monthly allocation from all logistical departments of the base. 5% of the organization's revenue will be distributed as military pay to the Imperial Guards. We intend to encompass the entire safe zone within our security perimeter. Newcomers encountering danger within this area need only signal for assistance, and the Imperial Guards will respond promptly to ensure the safety of your possessions without any charge. Furthermore, if anyone ventures beyond the safe zone and is blocked by a horde of zombies while returning with supplies, we are obligated to provide aid and clear a path." After taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat, Zhao Ritian continued, "As you are aware, the Imperial Guards do not engage in resource collection and gain no profit from slaying zombies, wasting an entire day's time, which is rather unfair to many of our brothers. Yet this is a responsibility that must be undertaken. If the Imperial Guards were to disappear in the events described, the losses incurred by everyone would be far greater, would they not?" He emphasized this point because the number of Imperial Guards have been rapidly declining in recent days. Observing others profiting while they were left to kill zombies without reward made the situation unappealing to anyone that asks for the second patrol agreement. It will only take effect once my first proposal is passed. The content of the agreement is straightforward. With the approval of the first proposal, the Imperial Guards will have sufficient military funds, and our numbers will inevitably increase, that we will retain enough personnel to ensure the safety of the base. While others will form patrol teams to actively clear out the zombies within the safe zone, enabling others to gather resources safely, swiftly, and conveniently. Once the zombies within the safe zone have been eradicated, we will extend our efforts outward. Looking at Zhao Ritian indicated that he had finished speaking. The representative's address has concluded. Please cast your votes. Players raised their hands in succession. This was a boon for those players without organization. They had no reason to object. With the zombies in the safe zone eliminated, their resource gathering would require less effort, allowing them to return with more valuable items in greater quantities. S for Yuzi. The Idea King, and by Shou Qi Jia. The three exchanged glances before raising their hands, as well. As Zhao Ritian stated, someone had to undertake this task eventually. While the framework still stood, it was crucial to solidify it. Otherwise, the dissolution of the Imperial Guards would benefit no one. That the proposal was passed and took immediate effect. 3 days swiftly passed since the conclusion of the last council meeting. The pace of development at the base had surged once more. Particularly for ordinary players, the benefits of the previous meeting were becoming evident. First, regarding the engineering department. Following the implementation of the scrap priority recovery, the engineering department received a significant influx of valuable technological waste. With a sufficient supply of scrap, the cost for the weapons developed and manufactured by the engineering department began to drop noticeably. And that was not all. A group of engineers, utilizing the scraps at their disposal, successfully established a semi-automatic shotgun shell production line. The quality of the ammunition produced may not have compared to standard bullets, as they used black powder granules, but their affordability was unmatched. The focus was on quantity to ensure plenty for all. Previously, to conserve ammunition, players would resort to melee combat against zombies. Now, they were gradually becoming accustomed to resolving encounters with shotguns. As a result, everyone had a shotgun in hand. While crafting rifles might pose some challenges, shotguns were an entirely different matter. Two seamless steel pipes welded together, loading 2 rounds of shot at once. Complemented by a firing pin and trigger, allowed for straightforward reloading after firing. Within a 5-meter range, they were formidable. Players discovered that using them was remarkably convenient, although the firepower might be insufficient against creatures depicted in official monster graphics. Such as the lickers, they proved more than adequate for dealing with scattered zombies or zombie dogs. They were powerful, durable, and offered exceptional value. Consequently, many players acquired standard firearms while also opting for a homemade shotgun. Should the homemade shotgun break, repairs could be made, and if it could not be fixed, it would not be a cause for regret. Conversely, maintaining standard firearms proved difficult and costly, rendering them unprofitable against zombies. Additionally, with the implementation of the Imperial Guards patrols, Zhao Ritian traversed the city in a modified vehicle, accompanied by a group of people, playing DJ music to lure zombies away from the base before eliminating them. This created an exceptionally favorable environment for ordinary players to gather resources. Whenever they encountered him, they would wave and greet him as a sign of respect. Furthermore, in the logistics department, Yuzi utilized the seeds at her disposal to illuminate the marketplace's crop blueprint. Spending a considerable sum to purchase a batch of grain seeds, the engineering department dug a well not far from the building, addressing the daily water needs of everyone while also beginning irrigation for the greenhouse. Players who preferred farming over combat gradually joined the logistics department to assist with planting. Curiosity led some players to take a look inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a misty greenhouse filled with vibrant greenery, symbolizing life, sprawling across the planting beds. Survivors diligently cared for the crops under the guidance of experienced farmers. It was said that this batch of crops had been magically enhanced, featuring a remarkably short growth cycle and high yield. In approximately a month, they would be ready for harvest. The downside, as Yuzi explained, might be their subpar flavor and the significant nutrient depletion of the soil. Nonetheless, the presence of these high-yield crops would ensure a steady food supply, leading to a decrease in food prices within the base. All of this was the result of mutual cooperation and benefit among the players. They thoroughly enjoyed this atmosphere. their resolve to maintain it unwavering, refusing to let the grim realities of life tarnish the spirit of the game. Chen Han observed with great satisfaction. This was the atmosphere he desired, should this group of little players take steps toward capitalistic endeavors. In an effort to avoid the inevitable fate that befell other games, he would be compelled to intervene personally. However, doing so would mean he would have his hands full in the future. Hundreds of miles away, in a forsaken small town, Old Ma, take a look. A player with the ID Old Ma knows the way heard his companion's voice. He set aside his paper and pen and approached. Old Donkey opened a newspaper he had picked up from a kiosk, pointing to some blurred English text. T-virus leak? Biochemical crisis? Umbrella Corporation? Old Ma knows the way expressed his astonishment upon seeing this. Wow, this game is incredibly meticulous. They convey the world's backstory through such means. The group of survivors they retrieved spoke vaguely about the sudden emergence of a biochemical crisis in their world. To their surprise, they discovered background information on the world at a newsstand. The seasoned traveler, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "With the data we've gathered along the way, we have enough to attempt a live-stream guide on the game's background. We're about to earn some currency." The experienced one nodded in agreement. "This game is bound to become popular. We must seize the moment to build up our following. It will surely thrive in the future." However, the seasoned traveler soon expressed a tinge of regret. Alas, this game lacks a recording feature. Otherwise, we could have easily created an expansion pack. After offering some words of comfort, the experienced one smiled confidently. "What is there to fear? My expertise in drawing allows me to convey details vividly through black and white illustrations." They folded the newspaper and took out some supplies to have a quick bite. Once again, they sketched out the city map, marking crucial resource points. This was their vital avenue for earning game currency. The intelligence they possessed was immensely valuable to the big teams and other players. "We must hurry. The horde is approaching." The seasoned traveler, clutching a piece of instant noodles, glanced at the encroaching zombies and swiftly stowed away their belongings before jumping into the vehicle. The seasoned driver revved up the engine and sped away, leaving behind a group of zombies roaring in frustration at the exhaust fumes. The dying light of the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the desert, illuminating the sand dunes in a breathtaking shimmer. The experienced one propped his legs up on the dashboard, diligently organizing the information in his hands. Realizing it was getting late, he decided to pack up and find a place to log off. "Let us stop at that motel up ahead for a break," he suggested. Through the windshield, he spotted a motel not far away and proposed heading there to log off. The seasoned driver nodded, jokingly adding, "Can you believe I've never driven a car in real life? Yet within just a few days of playing, I've learned how to drive. I may not be a veteran, but I'm certainly no novice anymore." "You still have the audacity to say that," the experienced one retorted, raising his middle finger in disdain. The wasteland roads were littered with abandoned vehicles. Even a novice would become a seasoned driver after a few days on such roads. As for the damage to their vehicle, it was best left unmentioned. Their off-road vehicle had long since lost its front bumper, and the windshield was shattered like a spider's web. "Hey, take a look through the binoculars. Aren't there two modified buses up ahead?" The seasoned traveler was jolted into action by his companion's words and quickly straightened up to grab the binoculars. After adjusting the focus, he confirmed the presence of two modified buses, along with a wisp of smoke rising. "Goodness, there are survivors." The two were astounded by their unexpected stroke of luck. "Quickly, let us go take a look. If they are indeed survivors, we could strike it rich." The seasoned driver swiftly shifted gears, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The off-road vehicle roared as it surged forward. Just under 1,000 meters away, rhythmic lights began to flicker on the rooftops in the distance. The two were puzzled but continued to push forward with full throttle. Carlos frowned as he raised his rifle to adjust the scope, taking aim at the hood of the approaching player vehicle. "What the hell?" The sound of two thuds echoed from the engine hood. The experienced one craned his neck to glance, spotting two bullet holes, and immediately urged the driver to slow down. "What's wrong?" "Carlos, why did you shoot?" Claire, having climbed from the sand dune to the rooftop, inquired about the commotion. Carlos pointed towards the road leading east, illuminated by the setting sun, saying, "There's a vehicle approaching us rapidly. And they ignored my warning, so I fired a warning shot." Claire, one hand on her hip and the other raising binoculars for a closer look, noticed someone waving at them from the sunroof of the off-road vehicle. Lowering the binoculars, Claire furrowed her brow slightly. Tilting her head, she spoke in her earpiece. "Everyone, take cover. We have company. Kids, hurry and get in the car." The medic urged the children to board swiftly. The others quickly reloaded their weapons and assembled. "You claim you're the Emperor's emissaries sent to rescue us, star spirits?" Under the twinkling starlight, the campfire crackled, its flames licking the pot with fervor. It took considerable effort to convince the group of survivors to lower their guard. Yet, a single remark from one of the young players aroused suspicion in the seemingly leading woman. A dark line crossed Claire's forehead, her hand instinctively moving to her waist. The so-called broadcast communications had indeed been received intermittently by them days prior. Later, through radio triangulation, they discovered the source was deep within a city overrun with zombies. Would a good person choose to settle in such a perilous place? Now, with claims of being both Emperor and star spirits. They might just be a bunch of doomsday cultists. Such individuals could be far more despicable than the crazed, flesh-eating beasts. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, the experienced one and the seasoned traveler grew anxious. Should we just die in front of them? What nonsense are you spouting? If you die, you can immediately prove you can resurrect. Then what should we do? They want to believe us. Before the two could ponder further, Claire signaled to Carlos that he nodded subtly, swiftly rising to restrain the two young players. Hey, that is a bit much. Damn, don't tie them so tightly. What if we encounter zombies at night? They were tossed into a bedroom. Claire, frowning, stated, "Tomorrow we will leave, and we'll untie you then. However, it's best for you to behave yourselves in the meantime. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly." Seeing this, the two immediately shut their eyes and logged off. Observing the two suddenly collapse, Claire was startled, unsure of what had transpired. She hurried over to check their neck pulses and found them normal, letting out a sigh of relief, believing they were merely pretending to sleep. She kicked them lightly and muttered before exiting the room, "In the real world." The two hastily posted a plea for help on the official forum. "Brothers, urgent assistance needed. We've discovered a group of over 30 survivors in the depths of the desert. But they don't believe us and have bound us. They plan to leave tomorrow, so please log on and help us." Players were accustomed to logging off and flooding the official comment section with posts while gathering useful information. Upon discovering the post from the duo known for their map navigation, everyone was invigorated. Is this for real? Over 30 people. The folks of our nation don't deceive each other. Goodness, are you questioning the quality of our intel? What we've said is the truth. Where are they? I'll organize people to log on right now. We can't let the White Wolf team down. Just then, the post abruptly ceased updating. In reality, the two felt anxious, scratching their heads. The route they had documented in their notes was insufficient for conveying directions, leaving them at a loss for words. "It's east of our city." Sule furrowed his brow, typing rapidly on the keyboard. "Could you be more precise? I can't just randomly search based on vague directions. Honestly, I don't know how else to explain it. It's a motel on the roadside, 230 kilometers east of our base." Wait. Ceasing the rhythmic tapping of his fingers upon the keyboard, Sule summoned his subordinates to log on immediately. News spread like wildfire. Those unaware were soon contacted by friends, some feigning illness to escape work, while others concocted excuses to slip away. Before long, most were online, but a few prominent figures swiftly convened, and through the players' accounts, they discerned the recent whereabouts of their adversary. The Idea King promptly utilized mapping tools to ascertain a general location that a direction had been established, yet the search area remained vast in the boundless desert. Locating the target was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It was entirely conceivable that they could be a mere 1,000 meters apart, passing each other unknowingly. Regrettably, the donkey-horse duo had been captured. Otherwise, sending one back for guidance would have alleviated the predicament. With a pen tucked behind his ear, the Idea King pondered, "Our engineering department has developed a rotorcraft that might assist in the search. However, in the pitch darkness, even if it could soar above, it would struggle to discern the ground below. If only we had a night vision device." All eyes turned in unison towards Yuzi, as everyone recognized that the opposing sharpshooter's rifle scope possessed night vision capabilities. All right, I'll give it to you." Yuzi relented, instructing Xiao He to fetch his prize sharpshooter's rifle and remove the scope, tossing it to the Idea King. Pouting, Yuzi added, "Just so we're clear, I expect my cut from this operation." Don't forget me when it comes time to divide the spoils. The group assured him that he would not be overlooked. Through urgent modifications, the night vision scope was transformed into a monocular night vision device. The Idea King secured it to his left eye with elastic bands and tested its functionality, finding it satisfactory. The field of vision was somewhat narrow, yet was sufficiently far-reaching for their search needs. "Boss, can I take the rotorcraft for a spin?" asked the Idea King earnestly as he patted his deputy on the shoulder. "SR Engineering Department's Vice Minister, your presence is essential when I am away from the base. Should any equipment malfunction, it is imperative that you are here to repair it. Allow me to handle this mission. Next time, it will be your turn." The deputy replied, "Understood." The underground garage door swung open. Players equipped and ready, crammed into a pickup truck, brandishing an array of makeshift weapons. .1 vehicle even housed a mounted double-barrel machine gun, a proud creation of the engineering department, cobbled together from two modified standard rifles, capable of providing formidable firepower in a short span. Should they encounter the survivors who were reluctant to return with them, there would be no choice but to resort to lethal force. A desolate highway lay before them, where a small player utilized light strips to delineate a runway along the roadside. In the inky darkness, the Idea King rubbed his hands together, donned the night vision device, and activated the engine. The motorcycle engine behind him roared to life, and the propeller began to spin rapidly. The rotorcraft gradually accelerated, its wooden rotors reinforced with metal plates. Word in the wind. As speed increased, the downward thrust generated by the spinning rotors slowly lifted the craft into the air. "Incredible, it really is flying," exclaimed the Idea King, realizing the potential of their creation. With the rotorcraft now airborne, future searches for supplies would be significantly more efficient. Players below gazed up at the illuminated rotorcraft, exclaiming praises such as "incredible" and "amazing." Where were they headed? In the greenhouse, Joan stood by the window, watching the departing players with a puzzled expression. Old Dale, trimming crop branches nearby, smiled and remarked they likely discovered other survivors, prompting them to mobilize everyone for a rescue. Turning back to Old Dale, Jones furrowed his brows, asking, "Why do you think the Emperor seeks to save us? Does he truly wish to spread his faith?" Old Dale set down his work, gazing at Jones with a serious expression. "Child, you must understand this. The faithful need a deity. Yet a deity may not require the faithful. Do you believe we possess anything worthy of the Emperor's envy?" In a shadowy night, the Idea King navigated by the stars, constantly recalibrating his bearings. After confirming his position, he tucked his pencil behind his ear and set aside the metal drafting board secured to the rotorcraft with wire. He grabbed his flashlight and directed its beam towards the convoy below, adjusting the rudder to correct their course into the distance. The underground desert base in Salt Lake City. Isaac scrutinized the satellite images, observing several red dots with a smirk. After waiting so long, he had finally received his opportunity. Previously, he had been ordered to cease his reconnaissance on the mysterious group by the headquarters' fearful personnel. This time, he would not let the chance slip away. The clone was still playing hide-and-seek, and the experimental progress had yet to yield any breakthroughs. Perhaps these suddenly appearing figures could provide him with some inspiration. "Doctor, we just detected a faint energy fluctuation via satellite monitoring, and matching it reveals an 80 probability that it is Alice, who is now approaching the survivors," reported a subordinate. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Considering it a fortuitous turn of events, he requested the reconnaissance satellite to adjust its orbit for 24-hour surveillance of the newly emerged mysterious forces. To his surprise, Alice's presence was also captured. He promptly dispatched a biochemical team by helicopter to bring them all back. Ho frowned. "Dr. Isaac, I must remind you that according to headquarters orders, you are not permitted to engage with a mysterious group prematurely." Isaac smirked. "You are mistaken. I am only capturing Alice, and if I happen to encounter the mysterious individuals in the process, inviting them to our base would not violate any orders, would it? Oh, and don't forget, that clone possesses some strength. Let our ground forces bring a horde of corpses to encircle them, completely eliminating their chances of escape." The Salt Lake City underground base was merely a few dozen kilometers from the motel, and the horde could likely arrive by morning. As dawn broke, the heat returned with a vengeance. "Damn it, where are those two knuckleheads?" On a cliff by Shochi, and Zhao Ritian scanned the surroundings with binoculars, finding only desolate sand dunes. Turning to the Idea King, who was drafting maps on the ground, by Shochi inquired, "Are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn?" Frowning, the Idea King replied, after one final calculation using the stars, "I am confident in our direction. It is correct. Based on the last known position of the donkey-horse duo, I constructed a search sector, though the area covered is indeed extensive, considering they mention being approximately 200 kilometers from the base. Following this border for our search still presents a probability of success. While there's a chance of locating them, the sun is already rising. Those survivors are likely to have vacated their original location, making it exceedingly difficult to find them again. I can't tell if the players are simply unlucky or what, but they are currently at the farthest ends of the diagram drawn by the Idea King. If they were searching from the other side of the sector, they would have likely spotted each other by now. Yet, fate has conspired against them. Suddenly, a loud bang jolted the team members sleeping in the vehicle. Groggy, he rubbed his eyes and was startled to find a crow perched on the engine hood, its eyes glazed over. Fake. The crow, hearing the commotion, tilted its head and stared at the driver with its lifeless gaze before hopping forward to peer through the window. The passenger, awakened by the noise, gasped in surprise, only to have the driver quickly cover their mouth. Surveying the situation outside, the duo was unnerved by the dense throng of crows perched on power lines and rooftops. Cautiously, one of them picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered, "Claire, you'd better take a look outside. We're surrounded." Meanwhile, Claire, having awakened to the noise, quickly grasped the unfolding situation. "Don't act rashly. Keep your eyes on the crows." "Carlos, release those two and return their weapons. We need to retreat immediately." "Understood." Releasing the intercom button, Carlos drew back the curtain and approached the bovine and equine duo, untying the ropes and tossing their weapons and backpacks to them. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "Gentlemen, we are encircled by a horde of zombie crows. We shall be leaving shortly, and I wish you both luck." "What on earth?" "Zombie crows." Picking up their weapons, they attempted to engage in small talk in a bid to buy time. Yet now they were speaking of a zombie crow horde. Damn it, if these survivors were to be attacked by the crows and suffer heavy casualties, would their night not have been endured in vain? "Brothers, remain calm. The moment you set off, you will provoke the crows. How can you hope to outrun them on the ground when they soar above?" Grabbing Carlos, the seasoned guide advised, "Trust me, instruct your people to refrain from reckless actions. Our allies have received word and are en route. When the time comes, we will divert the crows, ensuring your safety. Your people are on their way." Carlos pulled back the gun's bolt, a frown creasing his brow. The guide realized he had misspoken and slapped his own face, hastily clarifying, "We swear, we harbor no intention of harming you. Please, do not act impulsively. If the crows are stirred, it will spell doom for you." Just then, a cacophony of cawing erupted outside. Startled, both men exchanged alarmed glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Before Carlos could react, they dashed out of the room, only to behold the sky completely shrouded by the ravenous horde. An ominous black mass exuding palpable pressure. Damn it, why wouldn't these idiotic survivors heed warnings? With no time for further discourse, the two fired into the sky while scrambling into their off-road vehicle. Attempting to draw the crow's attention, "Carlos, over here!" Upon bursting outside, Carlos heard Claire's urgent call and hastened to the vehicle. As the door slammed shut, the crows collided violently against the glass. "Go, go, go!" Claire shouted into the intercom. Several vehicles revved their engines, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a bus filled with children crashed. The driver, blinded by the crows that coated the windshield, slammed into a streetlight and stalled. The crows relentlessly battered the shattered glass, which could not withstand the onslaught for long. The driver, drenched in sweat and panic, found the engine unresponsive despite his frantic efforts. Claire's vehicle had already moved a good distance, but upon noticing the lagging bus, she inquired anxiously about the situation. Learning of the stalled engine, she turned and ordered all vehicles to reverse and rescue the children. "Old Horse, look at those survivors." "What now?" Old Horse waved at the crows pecking at the flesh on his neck, reloading his shotgun as he glanced at Claire's group, that he noticed, in this critical moment, That one of their vehicles had indeed broken down while attempting to evacuate the children. A chill ran down his spine. "Damn it, old donkey, follow me." The two moved in tandem, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the skybound crows. However, their efforts proved futile. These were not ordinary crows. The normal ones would have fallen in droves. But these undead crows sustained only minor injuries unless shot in the head. A survivor was tackled from behind by the crows and fell to the ground. She rolled over, raising her weapon to fire skyward. But it was of no use against the frenzied horde of zombie crows. Old Horse lunged over to pin her down, enduring the brutal tearing of his back as the crows clawed at him. He tore off his coat to cover her, pulled her up, and forcefully shoved her into the vehicle, shutting the door behind her. Then he turned, leaning against the door and firing his shotgun continuously. Inside the vehicle, witnessing the gruesome sight of a player's back, which was almost skeletal from the ravaging, Kaimate could not help but cover his mouth in horror. "Old donkey, go assist in evacuating the survivors." With that, he charged towards the top of a nearby fuel tanker. "Get back and take cover." He yanked down the survivor, operating the flamethrower, and shoved them into the driver's seat. He climbed up, activated the flamethrower, and aimed it at the skybound crows, launching a furious assault. "Come here, you bastards. Focus on me, all of you." The roaring flames transformed into a dragon of fire, illuminating the darkened space beneath the crows. The intense heat incinerated swathes of the undead crows, finally drawing the attention of the entire horde towards Old Horse. No. Young Mate watched in horror as Old Horse was utterly enveloped by the crows. Tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined that, having known him for such a brief time, he would sacrifice his life to shield their retreat. If what he said was a lie, who would be foolish enough to prove it with their life? Carlyle's eyes reddened as he beheld the two, drowning in a sea of guilt. "Damn it, I'll kill you all." Old Donkey was not faring any better. He deliberately shed his shirt, smearing his blood across his body to attract the crows' attention. Yet, some of the undead crows continued their assault on the fleeing survivors, forcing some into hiding beneath the vehicles. Suddenly, from the enveloped mass of crows, a pale skeletal hand emerged, unleashing a defiant roar that reverberated with fury. "Emperor." Chen Han was pondering whether to issue another advertisement when he suddenly heard a player calling for him again. His gaze instinctively drawn towards the world of biohazard, his eyes pierced the stars, appearing beyond the atmosphere. Though the great power had yet to descend, the sheer weight of its presence caused the space to emit a deafening creak. "Oh my God!" Survivors stared wide-eyed out the window, scarcely believing what they saw. Chen Han furrowed his brow. The rules of the biohazard universe were exceedingly fragile, having invoked great power twice in succession. It could hardly withstand a third call. Otherwise, the entire universe would explode back into chaos in the blink of an eye. This universe could no longer bear my strength. I bestow upon you the divine bow of the sunlit spirit and the 9 styles of legacy. Do not betray my expectations." Golden radiance descended, dispersing the crows surrounding Old Horse and swiftly mending his wounds. Seizing the moment as space began to fracture, Chen Han immediately withdrew his great power. A flaming spirit bow plummeted from the heavens, landing swiftly in Old Horse's grasp. Feeling new knowledge flooding his mind, Old Horse knelt, rising slowly with the spirit bow in hand. His tightly shut eyes flew open, flames flickering at the corners. He repositioned the spirit bow with his left hand and drew the flaming bowstring with his right, bending low and bellowing, first style of the 9 styles. Long rainbow across the sun. Energy from the surrounding space coalesced into the spirit bow, forming a robust flaming arrow with rapid precision. Releasing the string, the flaming arrow transformed into a radiant arc, sweeping past Old Donkey, causing the crows clinging to him to disintegrate into ashes, having resolved Old Donkey's crisis. Old Horse knocked another arrow. Second style, Phoenix rising with the sun. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the heavens, sending tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. The crimson arrow morphed into a soaring phoenix, its cry reverberating as it soared into the horde of crows, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Scorching flames spread outwards, and in an instant, sunlight returned to the earth. The 2 strikes drained a sliver of the great power bestowed by the Emperor. And as he surveyed the scattered undead crows, he fired several ordinary explosive arrows to eliminate them, the spirit bow's energy dissipating into a simple unstrung longbow. Panting heavily atop the tanker, Old Horse struggled to catch his breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Glancing at his attribute panel, he cursed under his breath as his stamina dwindled. He had finally obtained this opportunity, yet he felt utterly useless. Once his stamina recovered somewhat, he approached Old Donkey, bow an arrow in hand. At least he had received a trace of the Emperor's power to aid his recovery. The other, however, was in dire straits. Point one, I had been plucked out by the crows. His spine exposed, the tender flesh on his rear was reduced to mere bone. Brother, we agreed to share fortune, not to leave you like this. Old Donkey, spewing blood, raised his skeletal right hand defiantly, extending his middle finger. This was his last act of defiance. Old Ma let out a low curse as he tossed the man to the ground, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to hasten his reincarnation and spare him further suffering. Suddenly, the sound of engines roared in his ears. Excitedly, he climbed back atop the fuel tanker to survey the horizon, mistakenly believing that reinforcements had finally arrived. Instead, a helicopter rose ominously from behind the dunes, and Old Ma's pupils dilated in shock. The helicopter's rocket launchers belched flames, sending projectiles hurtling directly towards him. You son of a... The emblem of Umbrella Corporation on the aircraft made him instantly aware of their identity. Boom, boom, boom. The tanker exploded, the shockwave flinging Old Ma to the ground, where he coughed up blood, feeling as if his very insides had been shattered. The display confirmed his perilous state, a crimson health bar saturating the attributes. Helplessly, he watched as a divine artifact landed nearby, struggling to crawl toward it. Suddenly, a boot pressed down on his hand, and he looked up to find a figure tilting their head, a cold gun barrel pressed against his temple. You brainless fools, I wanted you to capture him alive, not kill my specimen. In the underground base, Isaac trembled with excitement at witnessing a miracle. It was not fear that gripped him, but a relentless curiosity about studying the player. To Isaac, a staunch materialist, the Emperor and the players were merely higher forms of life. Wasn't studying these individuals far more valuable than researching the T-virus? Upon hearing the doctor's orders, Leah expressionlessly released her boot from Old Ma's hand, gesturing for her masked subordinates to bind him. Get your filthy hands off! How dare you touch my divine bow? When I resurrect, I will make you pay. Old Ma's warning was met with Leah's disdain. However, the moment her hand grazed the sacred bow, flames erupted, instantly reducing her hand to ashes. The fire surged, threatening to engulf her entirely. With a scream, Leah decisively drew a machete to sever her arm in a desperate bid for survival. Damn it! She glared furiously at Old Ma, who was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated that his precious artifact would possess a bonding mode. This was quite fortuitous. Yet when Leah picked up a clamp to stow the bow away, her smile froze in place. That my treasure, my treasure. Having been captured, Old Ma found that Claire was also engaged in a firefight with Umbrella personnel. Their firepower was evidently superior to that of Claire's group. Go! Don't worry about us! Go, go, go! Old Ma shouted. Claire cast a long, pained glance at him before gritting her teeth, shutting the vehicle door, and accelerating away. Die! Seeing the helicopter persist in its relentless assault, Carlos braced himself with a barrage of ammunition. Leah's eyes widened in alarm. The helicopter was a crucial asset to the base, even more valuable than their own lives. Should it be lost here, the repercussions upon their return would be dire. Call for ground support. Block them. Before the convoy could travel a mere few dozen meters, they were surrounded by a horde of zombies and several heavily armed off-road vehicles. Damn it! Under a hail of gunfire, Claire and her companions had no choice but to return to their original position. Leah, eyeing them like a hawk, held her weapon aloft, a smirk playing at her lips. 37 in total, a subordinate whispered in her ear. All present, all accounted for. Form up. The group seized the survivors and prepared to retreat. Suddenly, Old Ma spoke in English. Do you know whom you've offended? I refuse to believe you didn't witness the miracle. Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's retribution? Leah provocatively struck him with the butt of her gun. Bring your Emperor out, you bastard, spitting blood. Old Ma silently cursed, vowing to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. He shifted his jaw and continued, "Humph, were it not for the Emperor's fear that his might shatter your universe. Do you think you could stand here conversing with me?" Leah scoffed dismissively. "The reality is that you are prisoners, while we are the victors. It's as simple as that." With that, she showed no desire for further conversation, shoving him toward the vehicle. "Yes, that's so. You think of the victors?" Old Ma suddenly burst into laughter. "I hardly think so. Little girl, I'm waiting for my teammates." "Who are you waiting for?" A conical object materialized in Old Ma's hand and plummeted to the ground. Leah's expression changed as a sense of foreboding crept over her. In the next moment, as the conical object struck the earth, runes spiraled along the beam of light, culminating in a brilliant golden light that shot into the heavens. "The teleportation beacon has been deployed. You wish to initiate an immediate spatial jump." Meanwhile, Zhao Tian and his companions, still searching for the donkey and horse duo, were suddenly confronted with a red warning. Everyone's bodies tensed. They wouldn't dare. A teleportation beacon worth 10 Shunzhou coins couldn't simply be bought without consequence. They feared they might lose all their information rewards thus far. Without hesitation, they chose to jump. Golden runes enveloped them, and in the next instant, they transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky. Old Ma laughed heartily. "The teleportation beacon is nothing if my divine artifact falls into the hands of these villains. That would be the greatest loss. Stay alert," Leah instructed her team, urging the survivors to board the vehicle and leave the area promptly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The beacon shattered. 100 beams of golden light cascaded down like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. The dust settled. Zhao Tian, clad in black armor, stood tall, wielding a foreign blade. He lowered the shield from his left arm, the blade stained with the blood of zombies glistening ominously as his crimson eyes bore a cruel smile. Click! The bullet chambered. The expressionless Bai Shou-Chi stepped out of the pit, scanning the battlefield. "Bosses, those in uniforms are from Umbrella Corporation. They're the masterminds behind the apocalypse," Old Ma shouted. All eyes swiftly turned to Leah. In that instant, Leah's heart raced violently. For reasons unknown, she felt as though a bloodthirsty tiger had set its sights on her. Despite the enemy appearing to be clad in shabby gear and wielding a hodgepodge of weapons, including makeshift ones, her well-armed group of dozens seemed to pale in comparison. "Crush them," Bai Shou-Chi commanded. "Roar!" The command hadn't even finished when a heavily armored Niu-Zi charged from the hotel, leaping over the heads of his comrades and diving into the enemy ranks. With a powerful swipe of his forelimbs, he tore through 2 opponents. His tail swung like a heavy iron rod, sending a wave of enemies sprawling. "Open fire! Open fire! Roar!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, those who could react aimed their weapons at Niu-Zi. He let out a deafening roar at close range, causing several masked foes to bleed profusely before collapsing. Zhao Tian pointed the foreign blade forward, exuding an air of dominance as he declared, "Boys, it's time to feast." The members of the White Wolf Brigade licked their lips with a sinister glee. They raised their shields to protect their heads, allowing the opposing firepower to rain down upon their chests as they boldly advanced, gripping their blades with both hands to cleave downwards, leaving entrails scattered across the ground. The scene was profoundly gruesome, causing a group of survivors to retch uncontrollably. Amidst the chaos, Rain commanded a retreat while firing her weapon, hoping to stall for time until the ground troops arrived. Zhang Demao gathered his strength, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. In the next instant, he descended from the heavens, appearing before Rain, seizing the opponent's neck with a shield hand to unleash a devouring skill. Countless threads of blood penetrated the adversary's body. The opponent's pupils rolled back as their body visibly shrank into a compact mass, ultimately disintegrating into ash at a glance at the survivors, who covered their mouths in fear. Prompted him to nod after unlocking the handcuffs of the old guide, Zhao Tian's right hand. Ganzi had honed his combat skills through days of rigorous training. He swiftly plunged into the crowd, the sound of his blade slicing through the air an ominous warning. Each swing cleaving multiple foes in half. It was undeniably more satisfying than hacking at zombies. The living still exhibited fear and resistance. providing a profound sense of accomplishment. In no time, the players were driven into a frenzied bloodlust. The more fiercely the opposition resisted, the more it ignited the primal instincts within the lesser players, resulting in reckless, self-sacrificial tactics. They fought with a mindset of trading one life for another, instilling dread within the Umbrella Biohazard team. Bang, bang, bang. A minor player was trapped on a bus and shot to death by several members of the Umbrella team. Just as it seemed the opponent was doomed, he turned to fire at other players. That player, slumped against the bus, slowly raised his head, his mouth gaping wide and spewing blood. Out of nowhere, he surged upward, clutching two makeshift grenades and lunging at them. For the Emperor! Boom! Thick smoke billowed, and 3 members of the Umbrella team were obliterated on the spot. The members of the Storm Legion, stripped of their fighting spirit, began to self-destruct one after another. Some clung to the ground, detonating grenades, while others clasped 2 comrades and perished amidst the enemy's desperate cries. Clang, teeth fragments and a bullet were expelled from his mouth. Zhao Ritian, unfazed by the gaping wound on his cheek, dispatched a minor henchman with a swift kick. Old Zhao, the brothers have spotted the ground troops approaching, and we need to wrap up the battle and evacuate the survivors. The blood-soaked by Shou Qijia approached Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian gazed upon the mass of corpses and the enemy troops less than 100 meters away. Old Bai, lead them to rendezvous with the main force. I'll cover your retreat with the younger ones, by Shou Qijia, without hesitation, clapped him on the shoulder. Fewer deaths mean less trouble when we return. Understood. With a bullet, he sent the half-dead old donkey to his end. As Old Ma, clutching a tightly held box, swiftly turned to flee, the Storm Legion immediately retreated, covering the survivors as they made their way to the main force. As Bai Shou Qijia departed, he entrusted the Legion's most formidable fighter, Niuzi, to Zhao Ritian. Watching the departing survivors and Storm Legion, Zhao Ritian mounted Niuzi. Brothers, let's crush the enemy, instilling terror in their hearts so that they tremble at the mere mention of the White Wolf Brigade. For the Emperor, the White Wolf Brigade members brandished their blades and roared, "Charge!" A dozen faced off against thousands of zombies, unperturbed, their momentum akin to a vast army. Damn, who are these people? Everyone unleashed their firepower. Zhao Ritian commanded, "Guard!" With a swift motion, the members of the White Wolf Brigade shielded their heads from incoming bullets. Roar, buffed by bloodlust. Niuzi tilted his head, using his steel helmet to deflect the oncoming fire, letting out a roar as he accelerated. Boom! His massive form collided violently with the enemy's off-road vehicle, sending it crashing down. Zhao Ritian, propelled by inertia, leaped out, one hand gripping his shield, the other wielding his blade, piercing through the bulletproof glass to stab the driver. His iron fist shattered the windshield. Muscles bulging like coiled serpents, he forcefully ripped off the vehicle's roof. Die! Ha! Zhao Ritian swung his blade, severing the zombies before him. Spinning and cleaving again in a wide arc, swallowing hard, he staggered back a step, clutching a horrific wound on his waist from a rocket fragment, gasping for breath. Your Majesty, can you hold on? Zhang Damao, disheveled and drenched in zombie blood, approached after dispatching the last Umbrella member. Zhao Ritian shook his head slightly. The buffs I've received are all strength-based. I can't sustain myself in time. Let's retreat, but it's been an hour. Old Bai and the main force should have regrouped, Zhang Damao suggested. Scanning the area, he noted that only Gongzi, Niuzi, and the 2 of them were still fighting, while the rest of the brothers had suffered near-total losses. Zhao Ritian's heart bled. It wasn't pity for his brothers, but rather for the equipment they could not salvage. Drawing his powerful crossbow, he pierced through a line of zombies before calling for Gongzi and Niuzi to retreat immediately. Gongzi mounted Niuzi, racing to Zhao Ritian's side to scoop up the Tude. The trio rode Niuzi, crashing through the horde and quickly pursuing the main force that on a distant sand dune, a woman clad in a dust scarf crouched. Lowering her binoculars in contemplation, that moment, several off-road vehicles approached from behind. She glanced sideways at them. In the next second, the vehicles collided with an invisible wall and shattered. Rising silently, she sipped water, adjusting her scarf over her mouth and nose, following closely behind Zhao Ritian and the others. Damn, why is this happening? Isaac screamed impotently at the video feed in the base's security chief. clad in a suit, entered the room, fingers interlaced beneath him as he stood before Isaac. Doctor, the headquarters is aware of your situation. Your highest authority has been revoked and transferred to me. I suggest you comply and remain a mere researcher. Isaac shot him a cold glare. Collecting his composure, he adjusted his suit collar and exited the control room. Although he had neither captured the replicant nor retrieved the experimental subjects, the battlefield was littered with corpses left behind. As long as this fool wasn't dim-witted, he would undoubtedly send someone to recover them. In that case, he could still glimpse a sliver of this mysterious force's iceberg, the thought of their terrifying combat prowess. Rivaling that of the vengeful goddess, yet retaining their humanity, was the epitome of a perfect biological weapon, causing a manic smile to spread across his face. The ground shook as Nyozi crashed heavily to the ground. Spit, spit, spit! The trio expelled sand from their mouths and rushed to Nyozi's side, inquiring about his condition. Nyozi struggled to rise, but found his limbs trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though his body was about to fall apart. Damn, Nyozi! How did you get so badly hurt? It was then that they noticed the horrific wounds covering Nyozi's body. Countless bullet holes marred his armor, and a gaping hole in his abdomen oozed blood, soaking the white fur beneath in crimson. Damn it, after working so hard to pay off my debts, it looks like I'll have to toil again when I return. Nyozi gasped, blood bubbling from his nostrils. Boss Zhao, I fear I won't make it back. Just give me a merciful end, and you can absorb my remains. He drew his pistol and pressed it against his ear. Zhao Riqian reassured him. Don't worry. You've put in tremendous effort this time. For both emotional and practical reasons, we will ensure you receive compensation. Let Dingzi help you acquire a sturdier suit. How audacious of you to deceive me. I desire not for opulence, but at the very least, I wish to avoid my armor being carelessly torn asunder by shrapnel and rifle bullets. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. Nyozi met his valiant demise. Gusen placed his hand upon him, activating his devouring skill. Before long, Nyozi's body was reduced to ashes, scattered by the searing winds, leaving only his battle-worn armor behind. The three continued their arduous trek across the boundless Gobi Desert under the relentless sun. Each had amassed a considerable number of evolution points, and with just a few more, they could further enhance their attributes. However, with his death, aside from retaining current attributes upon revival, all accumulated evolution points would be reset. It was nothing short of a devastating loss. 2 hours later, Zhao Ritian supported Mo Dao as they stood atop a sand dune. Either of you know our current position? I seem to be lost. Gangzi sighed, I'm not the champion with built-in navigation. How would I know where we are now? The three collapsed onto the ground, enduring the scorching sun, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Gangzi Damao, brothers, I fear I cannot hold on much longer. My status bar is filled with alarming red buffs. You two should devour me and continue on. Perhaps we might encounter Lao Bai and the others searching for us. Zhang Damao retorted, Nonsense. Devouring you would yield little benefit. Just the heat stroke and thirst buffs alone could prove fatal. Gangzi struggled to rise. Let us proceed. Jiaozi has an aircraft, so our search should become easier. An hour later, as they crossed another sand dune, their feet slipped and they tumbled downward in unison. They noticed their control over their characters waning, with the status indicating imminent peril. Instinctively, they licked their cracked lips. It is said that deserts are forbidden zones for life. Who would have imagined it would be so arduous to traverse? Trembling, they raised their pistols, contemplating an end to their suffering. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared before them. They strained to look up, but the blinding sunlight obscured their vision, allowing them to discern only that the newcomer was a woman, based on the weapon prominently displayed on her chest. However, they had not anticipated the presence of a female companion on this mission. Alice slowly crouched down, retrieving a water flask from her waist and extending it towards them. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? Zhao Riqian, upon recognizing her face, was immediately astounded. Gangzi and Zhang Damao could hardly believe their eyes. The three had been searching for their main group, only to unexpectedly encounter a survivor. When offered water, the three burly men hastily shook their heads, then nodded again, mustering their strength to rise. Beauty, we can understand you. Is it just you alone? The three exchanged glances. Noticing the water flask in her hand, they licked their lips and replied, We are on the brink of death. You should keep the water. The desert is vast. And without it, you won't tea last long. Not to worry, I have plenty of water. Alice produced another flask from behind her, taking a sip. The three exchanged glances once more, and without further ado, took the water from her hands. The heatstroke buff on their attribute panels shifted from red to yellow, and the life-threatening thirst buff dissipated. Their lives were spared, just as Alice was about to inquire about the trio's identities. The distant roar of engines reached their ears. Looking up, Zhao Riqian was startled to spot a dark shape in the sky. The familiar sound instantly alerted them that it was Jiaozi. They scrambled atop the sand dune, waving their arms and shouting, "Hey, we're over here!" Through the scope, Jiaozi pressed the intercom on his chest that I've found them. "Follow me." The yellow sand swirled, and the sun blazed fiercely in the back of a pickup truck. The small players scrutinized Alice with keen interest. They marveled at the fortune of Zhao Riqian and his companions, while also questioning Alice's identity, the woman wandering alone in this wasteland for so long. And a beautiful one at that. How curious indeed. As they assessed each other, Alice was equally observing the players, particularly Zhao Riqian and his companions. The white-haired, red-eyed individual was clearly no ordinary person, chewing on compressed biscuits. Alice contemplated. Despite their Eastern appearance, they claimed to be star spirits dispatched by an emperor. Tio bypassed the mass of corpses. The vehicle navigated the sandy dunes, where even small cars struggled to traverse the yellow sands of the desert, let alone heavy buses. Moving intermittently, the pickup quickly caught up with the main group. Zhao Riqian disembarked to reunite with Lao Bai and the others, only to find the players embroiled in a heated dispute with the survivors. "Are you out of your mind? He has been infected and will inevitably turn into a zombie. It's better to eliminate him now rather than risk harming others later. Please, you must save Jack. You read the divine messengers sent by the Emperor, right? Surely you have a way to save him." "Save him? What nonsense! Saving him will only cost us." Lao Bai interrupted the little brother's outburst with a cough. Zhao Riqian, accompanied by Alice, approached the crowd. "What is going on, Lao Bai?" Lao Bai nodded slightly upon seeing Zhao Riqian return, but he sighed again at not seeing Nyozi. He then recounted the situation succinctly. It turned out the players had been closely monitoring the group of survivors, and a small player had suddenly noticed that one of the survivors, a man named Old Black, was acting strangely. Insisting on a check, they discovered he had been bitten by a zombie and was now highly infected. If not dealt with, he could suddenly transform, causing immense harm. Hence, the players had pulled him from the group. Preparing to execute him, thought, "I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have kept this from you." Jack wept on the ground. Betty, also of African descent, clung to him, trembling with sobs. "They're right. I'm beyond saving and shouldn't be a burden to you." Pushing Betty away, Old Black straightened his back, closed his eyes, and prepared to face death with dignity. Click! The weapon was cocked, and Wang Jia, with an impassive expression, aimed at Old Black. Jack, please, you must save him." Betty scrambled to her feet, grasping the arm of the player preparing to pull the trigger, her face awash with desperation. Carlos and Claire, who were prevented from intervening, averted their eyes in anguish, as so many had perished to save them. They had no justifiable reason to stop the execution of someone so severely infected. Lao Bai gestured for Zhou. The latter advanced to restrain Betty, signaling for the player to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Ban, no!" The firearm erupted in a flash of searing flame, the sharp bullet slicing through the air toward Old Black's head. Betty felt a heart-wrenching pang. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Everyone was stunned to see what appeared to be a barrier manifest before Old Black. The bullet's speed inexplicably slowed to a halt, ultimately lingering just half an inch from his head before falling to the ground. What the hell? The unexpected scene startled the players. They turned to search for the source of the occurrence. Eventually, all eyes fell upon Alice, who had raised her hand behind Zhao Riqian. "In a way," Zhao Riqian swallowed hard. "So, she possesses supernatural abilities. No wonder she could traverse this wasteland alone, since you've saved them. Executing him in front of them would surely cause discomfort. Why not allow them to realize this is an unavoidable outcome and let them take action themselves?" Alice proposed. Lao Bai nudged Zhao Riqian with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, where did you find this survivor? She must be extraordinary." Zhao Riqian scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Actually, wasn't us who found her. It was she who found us. He glanced at Alice. I suspect she has been following us all along. Are you aware of her identity? Surely, she is not affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation. Old By cast a wary glance at Alice. I have already instructed the brothers to exercise caution. Although the adversary possesses superpowers, we are not without our own strength. Amidst the crowd, Carlos noticed Alice's astonishment. Alice, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Alice turned to see Carlos in the throng. Carlos, it's me. Carlos approached with a smile. After the last incident, we all presumed you were dead. It's a surprise to see you alive. A minor player, an acquaintance? That's reassuring. She is one of us. Not an enemy at this stage. Most players are ordinary individuals. And confronting a superpowered being would be a daunting task. Seeing that Carlos recognized her, the players collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As for Old Hay, a survivor endowed with superpowers spoke up, and the players decided to extend him a courtesy. With the horde of zombies no longer obstructing their path, the convoy resumed its journey along the road. Old Hay was isolated, surrounded by a group of burly men. Inside the swaying pickup truck, a player was scraping the dirt from under his fingernails with a dagger, his gaze fixed on the smiling corner of Old Hay's mouth. The boss had already warned them. Should Old Hay transform into a zombie, they were to feast without hesitation. Old Hay trembled under the players' predatory stares. He had witnessed their insatiable hunger for flesh firsthand. Given this atmosphere, it seemed they had no intention of sparing him. Had he known, he would have preferred execution instead. In the pickup truck ahead, listening to the conversation between Carlos and Alice, the players finally began to unravel a fragment of the world's backstory. Goodness gracious, this woman before them was once the security chief of the Umbrella Corporation. Can you believe it? After experiencing the Raccoon City incident alongside Carlos, she betrayed the Umbrella Corporation and, through a perfect fusion with the T-virus, gained superpowers. What a protagonist narrative this is, with Alice at the helm and a makeshift helicopter laden with homemade explosives leading the way. The group returned safely to the base from a distance. The survivors beheld a colossal statue rivaling the Statue of Liberty, along with a translucent golden energy barrier. They exclaimed in awe at the divine manifestation. God has shown mercy. They cried, Nonsense! That is our emperor. You pray to the emperor while invoking God. What an attitude! The players were displeased. The survivors hastily amended their words, expressing gratitude to the emperor for rescuing them, the wayward lambs, and wishing for his radiance. The players rolled their eyes and turned to Betty. That black girl, weren't you eager to save your lover? Once we reach the base, you should go pray before the emperor's statue. His gaze is ever upon us. Perhaps he may notice you and bestow his great power. Your lover's plight may be trivial in comparison. Really? Betty clung to this glimmer of hope, her eyes lighting up. If the emperor can truly save Jay, I am willing to become his most devoted follower from this day forth. Upon arriving at the base, Betty disregarded the potential threat of sudden zombie appearances and rushed to the magnificent statue of Chen Han to worship fervently. The players observed this with shaking heads. In times of danger, they had called upon the emperor for aid, yet he had turned a blind eye. Would the emperor truly care for a mere survivor? Was there truly no way to save Jay? With the installation of a well, the base's water supply became abundant. The long-abandoned bathing center was refurbished by the logistics team and put back into use. Male players were indifferent, content to splash some water for a quick wash. However, the cleanliness-conscious female players could not bear it. A day without bathing left them feeling utterly uncomfortable, especially in this grimy apocalypse. Now that there was water, wouldn't it be time to set up the bathing facilities? Dressed in long pants and bare-chested, with a shirt draped over his shoulder, Zhao Riqian arrived at the cafeteria, only to hear Alice, seated in a corner with a drink, inquire. Zhao Riqian pulled up a chair opposite her, spread his hands, and candidly stated, "We can save when we can, but the cost of rescuing all the survivors this time exceeds what anyone would be willing to expend for an unrelated person." Alice furrowed her brow. "Didn't you say the emperor would intervene to save the survivors? Oh my God, weren't you supposed to be dead?" Suddenly, a little girl named Kai gasped in disbelief, staring at the old donkey who had been escorted away by Old Bai. To her astonishment, she had encountered him again upon returning to the base. Rarely seen, we star spirits are neither mortal nor ephemeral. The body is merely a shell, while the soul eternally resides in the golden temple. As long as our true essence remains, we shall not perish. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. You truly cannot die. Zhao Riqian retorted. If we could die, do you think we would dare to risk everything to save you? As for why they would not save old He, they could only say they lacked the ability at this moment. With that, Zhao Riqian felt no desire to linger, hastening to find the spoils of their venture. The small bedroom was crowded with people, and as Zhao Riqian arrived, the discussions were fervent. Brother, you came at the right time. There's a tricky matter to discuss with you. Old Bai gestured for Zhao Riqian to sit. What happened? What's the issue? Yuzu, the idea's king, signaled for Old Bai to explain. He nodded and quickly recounted the situation to Zhao Riqian. The revelation left Zhao Riqian increasingly astonished. It turned out they had indeed encountered the protagonist. The Emperor proclaimed that Alice bore the last vestige of cosmic consciousness in this world. She was the final destined child capable of aiding this universe's continued evolution, should she tragically perish. Even the Emperor would be powerless to prevent the world's collapse. In the end, all life would vanish, and the universe would revert to chaos, leading to total annihilation. It could be said that one Alice was worth more than 1,000,000 survivors. This world was perilously fragile. The Emperor could no longer extend his great power to protect Alice. If the players could persuade Alice to willingly bind her soul before the Emperor's statue, he could shelter her through the statue as a medium. The price was that, without the Emperor's consent, she would never be able to leave the safe zone, effectively becoming a fixed NPC at the base. To incentivize this, the Emperor offered generous rewards. If they could convince Alice, they would be granted 1,000 Shinjo coins, otherwise, only 100 at a tenfold reward. 1,000 Shinjo coins, according to the internal exchange rate among players, that amounted to a fortune. Who would have thought that this girl was worth 1,000,000,000? There was no room for negotiation. Even if she was reluctant, they would have to compel her to accept the Emperor's protection at the statue. With that, he rose to seek out Alice once more. As she sipped her drink, Alice suddenly found herself surrounded by a throng of players. Her right hand instinctively rested on her submachine gun. What's the matter? She inquired, her brow furrowed at the aggressive approach of the players, which startled her at having finally found a place to rest. Get away. You're scaring her. Show a bit of gentlemanly decorum. Zhao Riqian kicked the backside of a White Wolf team member clutching his gun. Then, he turned to search for something, finally retrieving a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, respectfully offering it to Alice. Apologies, miss. My brothers lack manners. That I hope we didn't frighten you. Alice remained silent. Speak. What do you want from me? Alice pressed again. The players remained unresponsive, but Zhao Riqian, undeterred, carefully stowed the cigarette back in his pocket and took a seat opposite her. Miss Alice, what do you think of our establishment? He gestured to the rosy-faced survivors nearby. Releasing her grip on the weapon, she nodded slightly and replied, It's quite commendable. With the Emperor's protection, I believe this place will soon become a sanctuary for survivors. Haha, I too share that sentiment. Since Miss Alice has articulated it so, this place shall henceforth be your home. Upon hearing this, Alice likely comprehended the intention behind the words. The other party wished to keep her here. Although I have just arrived, I find the atmosphere here quite appealing. However, it is precisely for this reason that I yearn to venture forth in search of other survivors to bring them to your sanctuary. Zhao Dian hastily shook his head. No. Such matters are the responsibility of our star spirits. You are different. If you perish, there is no possibility of rebirth. I believe it is in your best interest to remain here. With your capabilities, and as a survivor of this world, your assistance in managing the other survivors would hold the utmost value. Sipping her red wine, Alice appeared contemplative. What exactly are you trying to convey? In truth, there was nothing much to say. Merely step aside. You ramble too much. Yuzu patted Zhao Dian on the shoulder, urging him to make way, and took his seat. She then addressed Alice directly. The Emperor has just delivered a divine decree. As you are the fated child of this world, you bear an important mission for its evolution. Should you meet an unfortunate demise, the future of your world shall be extinguished forever, in times of peace. Perhaps the cosmic consciousness could seek out others. However, The current situation is that the cosmic consciousness of your world has effectively played itself to ruin. The last thread of fate has automatically bound itself to you. Do you still dare to roam freely? Alice furrowed her brow. Is there truly such a notion? Yuzu pressed on. Alice, do you not perceive it? You are the only individual in this world who has perfectly merged with the T-virus. After the Raccoon City incident, your miraculous survival amidst overwhelming odds. Do you harbor no doubts whatsoever? We may have our selfish motives, but you must also consider the survivors of your world. Should you perish, the remaining hope of this universe will vanish, ultimately succumbing to chaos as time passes. The future of her world rested entirely upon her shoulders. Alice fell into deep contemplation. The words of the other party were undeniably accurate. Had her experiences befallen anyone else, they would have perished 1,000 times over. Yet for various reasons, she had managed to survive. If she remained here, could her world still be saved? The players raised their brows in surprise. Did this imply her consent? They nodded collectively. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you stay here and do not wander off, there is still hope for your world. Alice, enough with the wailing. Lend me a place, the players urged. Yuzu beckoned Betty, guiding Alice to stand before the statue. Yuzu then spoke. Miss Alice, please place your hand upon the statue. This way, the Emperor can use it as a medium to leave a mark upon you. With the Emperor's protection, as long as you do not recklessly embrace destruction alongside an enemy, your life will not be in peril. Embrace destruction alongside an enemy. My mind is not deranged. Just as she was about to reach out to touch the statue, she caught sight of Betty, who was still praying, her demeanor somewhat moved. She withdrew her right hand and calmly stated, I wish to make a deal with you. A group of small players inquired. Speak freely, Yuzu encouraged. Pointing at Betty, Alice continued, Since you have a means to save Jack, promise me you will heal him, and I will comply with your wishes immediately. Betty suddenly raised her head to look at Alice. The players frowned. While it was not impossible to save him, the cost was exorbitantly high, and one could bear that burden that I will agree. But if others do not assist, I will help you save him. Yuzu assured, thumping her ample chest. Alice chose to say no more, placing her hand on the sculpture. Witnessing this, the impatient Chen Han promptly engraved a mark deep within her soul. The cosmic consciousness residing within Alice was instantaneously obliterated and replaced by his own. Alice's pupils dilated as her soul unknowingly found itself in an immensely grand golden palace. Looking up, she beheld a golden throne above the clouds, where a towering figure remained shrouded in obscurity. As the fated child bearing the evolution of this world, you must not recklessly plunge into danger. The mission to save the survivors will be fulfilled by the star spirits. Only when this world is restored to its former glory shall the shackles be undone. Of course, the fated child must also undergo trials. As long as you can withstand even a fragment of my great power, you may freely depart beyond the protective barrier from this moment forth. You shall become my warrior nun, bringing the spark of hope to all survivors. The ethereal voice reverberated deep within Alice's soul. The next moment, her spirit returned to her body. As she opened her eyes, she sensed something within her palm where she had touched the statue. Pulling back her right hand and focusing her gaze, she saw a pendant featuring a golden shield with a holy sword lodged behind it. However, merely gazing at it caused her soul to be drawn into an ethereal void. A torrent of energy descended from above. She barely managed to sustain consciousness before being thrust back out. Continue your training, Chen Han's authoritative voice echoed from the statue. Golden light converged upon her, then dissipated, leaving a set of pristine white armor adorned with mysterious runes draped upon her. That moment, the players witnessed the 4 golden characters warrior nun appear above Alice's head, distinguishing her from ordinary survivors who bore no title. It was a meteoric rise to prominence. She descended gracefully from the skies. Alice surveyed her fitted armor and sighed. Not even a second could I withstand it. Though she had barely endured, she sensed an inexplicable connection with the Emperor. A subtle energy coursed through her body. Feeling a surge of inspiration, she raised her hand and grasped at the distant ground. The earth trembled violently, and terrifying fissures rapidly extended. She then halted her actions, sensing that her abilities felt significantly enhanced by this newfound energy. Remember your promise to me. Alice glanced at the dazed Yuzu, donned the pendant, and pulled up her hood as she walked toward the horizon. Although the Emperor forbade her from leaving the safe zone, there were still zombies present within its confines. After all, slaying was also a form of training, was it not? The treatment of the protagonist was indeed exceptional. How enviable. Retracting his gaze from Alice, Zhao Dian rubbed his hands together and approached the player who started from nothing. So, old Bai, have you secured it? They had finally arrived at their favorite stage of dividing the spoils. Old Bai did not hold back, nodding to confirm that the Emperor's reward had already been credited to his account. Ha ha! Over 1,000 Shinjo coins. Our efforts last night were not in vain. The players erupted in jubilant cheers. Almost everyone had participated in the rescue mission. With 1 coin per person, there was no way to escape the rewards. It was far superior to laboring for mere scraps. They knew that even if they toiled to death, they could not collect 100 tons of garbage daily. Yet after a sleepless night, they could receive 1 Shinjo coin. How could they not be elated? Later, during the division of spoils, I need to discuss something with you all. What? The small players inquired. Yuzu beckoned to Betty. Come with me. Betty promptly stood up and obediently followed behind her. What is it? You wish to borrow from us, and you want 500 Shinjo coins. In the restaurant, the players were taken aback by Yuzu's words. The player who started from nothing, and Zhao Tian grimaced in pain. Yuzu, are you certain? That's over 50 million. Can you handle it? Yuzu crossed her arms, pouting defiantly. Are you worried I can't repay? Let me tell you, I own a villa within the 3rd ring of the capital. If necessary, I can sell it to settle the debt. A villa within the 3rd ring of the capital? Goodness, she is a wealthy lady. Yuzu, do you think I'm lacking in accessories? Look at me. All right, I'll stick with you from now on. Yuzu, what an extravagant display of wealth. The citrus fruit. Yuzu shivered under the fervent gazes of the crowd. She quickly interjected, just say whether you're lending or not. The game currency might take some time to repay. However, I could transfer the equivalent amount in real currency on the spot. Shouqi glanced at Zhao Ritian, who in turn looked at Dianzi Wang. Finally, Dianzi Wang surveyed all the players. Noticing no one objected, he shrugged. I'm indifferent, so am I, came the chorus of agreement. However, we were even more indifferent, as long as Yuzu would serve me an extra piece of meat when dishing out food in the future. Players eagerly raised their hands to express their stance at this stage. The Shinjo coins were scarce and could hardly purchase any decent equipment that it would be more prudent to keep half for oneself, with the other half converted into cash to improve their real lives. Over 5,000 yuan, which equated to a month's salary. With the agreement established, Bai Shouqi began distributing the funds. After deducting the 500 Shinjo coins lent out, each person found an additional 5 silver dragon coins in their accounts. These coins would allow them to spend freely at the base for a short period. Having received her share, Yuzu wasted no time and immediately started shopping in the marketplace. The players, rather than leaving, prepared to watch how Yuzu would spend her newfound wealth in mere moments. A mystical green guqin radiating with spiritual energy, accompanied by a stunning pink gown and a tome of cultivation techniques, appeared in her hands. Xiao He, Yuzu called, prompting a bewildered Xiao He to peek out from the crowd. Yuzu promptly handed the 3 items to her. These are for you. Off for me. Xiao He blinked her big, adorable eyes in surprise. Yuzu smiled gently and whispered something in her ear. Xiao He's face flushed instantly. She had hoped to remain inconspicuous, yet Yuzu had already discerned her identity. Their peculiar interaction sent a shiver down the spines of the other players. Something felt off, exceedingly so, a feeling of sheer disbelief. What the hell? I thought I was closest to Jing Jie and the wealthy lady, only to discover she is, damn it, I can also be cute. Here it comes, brothers. Scoot over and let me take a look at my goodness. What an exhilarating moment. A throng of lecherous old men crowded the dining hall, all craning their necks toward the staircase. Yuzu, hands on her hips and sporting a playful demeanor akin to a madam, declared, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our headliner, Miss Xiao He, to meet everyone. A gaggle of young women, filled with envy yet giggling, were the first to descend the staircase. With a melodic chime, the sound of a bell echoed. The young players jolted to attention, focusing intently. The first sight to grace their eyes was a pair of exquisitely crafted embroidered boots. With each step down the staircase, a tantalizing glimpse of a delicate, fair ankle was revealed. Another chime rang out. Xiaohe continued her descent, her impossibly slender waist capturing the attention of all. The source of the enchanting sound became clear. It was the adornments on her waist. The pink corset not only accentuated her graceful figure, but also featured ribbons cascading down with two charming little bells attached, chiming softly with her movements. As they gazed upward, the players collectively widened their eyes, swallowing hard. Truly stunning, absolutely stunning. The sheer beauty was so overwhelming it left them metaphorically wounded, their noses bleeding uncontrollably. They understood that the attire Yuzu had traded for exuded an ethereal charm typical of fantasy MMORPGs. And with Xiaohe's innate beauty, it was sure to be breathtaking. However, oh my dear Emperor, forgive my wavering resolve. The floor-length gown appeared barely capable of containing her exquisite curves, held together by three delicate pink ribbons, while a collar adorned her neck, barely concealing her alabaster skin. Crowned with a golden hairpin and adorned with dangling pearls, her snow-white shoulders and arms, graced with intricately engraved golden rings, could captivate any man's soul in an instant. As she fully entered the dining hall's view, an eerie silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a collective gasp. With bright eyes and a captivating smile, Xiaohe, holding the guqin, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Although she had donned similar costumes for cosplay at home, standing before the crowd was an entirely different experience, leaving her feeling bashful. Fortunately, her previous experiences in virtual gaming and wearing costumes eased her nerves, allowing her to feel comfortable despite the attention that a sudden wolf howl broke the silence, startling everyone. They quickly turned to the offending young player, showering him with playful reprimands. Dude, what the hell? Come on, could you at least wipe your drool before hitting me? Sorry, the crowd's banter allowed them to diffuse their own awkwardness. Yet, it must be said, Xiaohe's attire, combined with such realistic game simulation, far surpassed any other virtual garments. Male players were entranced, while female players sparkled with excitement. They were not fond of combat, but had no resistance against beautiful costumes and decorations. Determined to save money, they resolved to purchase a similarly extravagant outfit from the marketplace. Xiaohe, put on a show for these guys, Yuzu exclaimed, proudly wrapping her arm around Xiaohe's delicate shoulder. Xiaohe nodded slightly, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. An inexplicable energy surged through her, causing her skirt to sway elegantly without wind. The bells ringing melodiously. The guqin floated before her, and with graceful fingers, she plucked the strings, releasing a somewhat unrefined yet soothing melody that filled the restaurant. In that moment, players felt as though their souls were being cleansed, their myriad thoughts dissipating, and an unprecedented tranquility enveloped their hearts, as if nothing could stir their desires. When the music ceased, players opened their eyes to find an ethereal buff appearing on their status panels. Through the system's introduction, they learned that the ethereal enhancement granted immunity to all mind control skills for the duration of 5 minutes. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? The players murmured in admiration. While it was undeniably impressive, the immunity to mind control didn't hold much utility for them. Yuzu shot them a glare. And you say it's useless? You just got hard control by Xiaohe. The players chuckled sheepishly. Are there any other enhancements? Zhao Ritian inquired. Yuzu glanced at the visibly fatigued Xiaohe, who nodded in response. Yuzu Jia, please bring down that survivor infected with the zombie virus. I can activate my skill once more. With a cultivation technique inherited from her predecessors, Xiaohe was now equipped with a spiritual energy bar. However, having only recently begun her journey into the mystical realm, her energy was still quite limited. After playing a divine melody, her energy bar was now half depleted. To replenish it, she needed to gather spiritual energy in place, which would take considerable time, at least half an hour, rather than waste her remaining energy. She preferred to take action. Before long, the players watched as Lao He was brought down, accompanied by Betty. Lao He's face now bore traces of a greenish hue, indicating that full infection was imminent within the hour. Sit quietly and don't make a sound, the players instructed the duo. Betty nodded vigorously, cradling the unconscious Lao He. The melodious sound resonated through the restaurant once more, and a visible blue energy pulsed in waves from Xiaohe. expanding with the sound waves. Upon reaching Lao He, the T-virus slowly coalesced at the surface of his skin, transforming into dark mist that rose into the air. Lao He's complexion began to regain its color. As the skill concluded, the player's status bars displayed a new purification buff. Purification: instantly remove all negative status effects from allies, granting immunity to poison, weakness, and slow negative buffs for 5 minutes. Wow, that's incredible. The players were truly astonished. The White Wolf Brigade was one matter, but ordinary players often inadvertently contracted the virus while venturing out to gather resources. Once infected, they would suffer from a severe negative buff, causing a decline in various attributes. Ultimately, even if they had not sustained serious injuries, they would still have to commit suicide to respawn, which delayed numerous tasks. Now, with the powerful skill of Xiaohe, they could return from resource gathering, apply a purification buff, and venture out again, which was simply delightful. Am I dead? Lao He slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Betty was overjoyed, shedding tears of happiness as she rushed to Xiaohe, offering her endless gratitude. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. You may settle here peacefully, as long as you do not cause trouble. Yuzu instructed someone to escort the two away. Turning around, she began to boast to the crowd and officially announced her intention to form a new brigade, with the council meeting scheduled for the following morning. Have you noticed? Diangzi Wang suddenly spoke up on the way back. You just realized that? Lao Bai replied in astonishment. Ever since that day when the other had performed a dance on stage, he had felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before, but could not recall where it was only after logging off and browsing recent photos of female artists that he finally recognized her. For someone like them, who were middle-aged, it was understandable that they had little interest in such matters. Su sure he was so famous that Zhao Ri Tian and Diangzi Wang should be well acquainted with her. Diangzi Wang shrugged. I'm not a fan. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhao Ri Tian and the others said, puzzled. Lao Bai and Diangzi Wang exchanged a knowing smile. It seemed this trio was just as straightforward in the dormitory, prompted by Lao Bai and Diangzi Wang's hints. The three good friends immediately went online to search for photos of female artists. Before long, they stumbled upon a poster of Su Shurhi. She truly is a superstar, Zhao Hao remarked, smacking his lips. I knew she looked familiar the moment I saw her, but I just couldn't remember where. L.A. Yang wore an expression of realization. Zhang Koei remarked blandly. She isn't in music and dance. Not acting that we three don't watch movies or TV dramas, nor do we see her when we listen to music. ISNT had expected. The two suddenly chuckled. Big meow. I think Su sure he has a crush on you. Zhang Koei closed the web page, rolling his eyes at the two. Don't be ridiculous. She is a big star. Why would she notice me? Zhao Hao was displeased. What is wrong with you? You're the most handsome in our dormitory. Tall and muscular. That girl couldn't possibly resist you. You're just a big fool with zero emotional intelligence. Realizing the conversation had shifted to himself, he felt annoyed and quickly changed the subject. All right, let us talk about the game that I'm thinking of switching to the fantasy side. The two were taken aback. Wait, Big Meow, have you really made up your mind? The game featured 3 major systems. The evolution system, the fantasy system, and the sci-fi system. The evolution system was straightforward, like they were now, constantly enhancing their genes to reach higher levels. The advantage was rapid leveling. Zhao Hao currently possessed the original body-devouring gene. And in a beginner world themed around apocalyptic zombies, it was a dream start for a biological evolution player. The fantasy system, however, was more complex, without obtaining an original body gene that allowed for rapid absorption of spiritual energy. It was all about inheriting bloodlines in essence. It involved a gene fragment from an emperor altering one's constitution. Relying solely on a standard player's constitution to enhance strength was exceedingly difficult. However, according to a farming elder who frequented the system a type of seed had appeared that could yield energy-rich fruits. This was likely the legendary spiritual fruit that could significantly boost one's spiritual energy. Yet the conditions for planting were incredibly stringent. Scientifically speaking, energy is never created from nothing. It is continuously transferred to cultivate fruits that enhance cultivation. One must expend vast amounts of energy, of course, if one preferred not to plant it themselves. Direct purchase was an option, but the prices would make anyone weep. Another method was to choose to inherit techniques, which could also greatly enhance the gathering of spiritual energy, though it too required a substantial amount of game currency. That said, some powerful techniques were comparable to inheriting bloodlines, but acquiring them was as challenging as obtaining original body genes. The sci-fi category was even easier to explain and not particularly difficult. Diangzi Wang and his group of tech enthusiasts were saving up to pursue the technology side. Rumor had it that Diangzi Wang had set his sights on an original body gene that could manipulate spatial forces. If one wished to pursue the technology side, storage space was essential. After all, one couldn't haul a truckload of war machines or firearms everywhere they went if they accidentally died and lost all their gear. It would be a disaster. I've made my decision, Jean Coué declared with determination. The others felt helpless. Although it was somewhat regrettable, as brothers, they still supported him. What fantasy inheritance are you planning to choose? Beneath the three major systems, there were many smaller systems and schools. Those who enjoyed fantasy and cultivation often spent hours engrossed in various fantasy schools that it was unavoidable. The CG was simply too stunning. Each school had its unique characteristics. For instance, the fantasy system chosen by Su Shi, he was called Changji. It involved performing different inherited melodies with various instruments to manipulate spiritual energy. Specializing in team support. In future battles, having such a presence could significantly enhance overall strength. Yuzu assisted Su Shi in selecting this profession. Firstly, because she was already musically inclined, and secondly, it was likely that Su Shi would join the team searching for survivors. Otherwise, they would be stuck earning meager wages and logistics. Jean Coué hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I want to choose Song Yun. Wow, which one is that? Upon reading the promotional introduction, they found that Song Yun bore a striking resemblance to their White Wolf Brigade. He wielded a shield, but his weapon was a spear instead of short knife. Dressed in the dark armor from the demo CG, he looked incredibly dashing, an absolute hunk. The overall style emphasized one word: sturdy. Liang turned to Zhao Hao, who was at the head of the bed. Heavenly Son, how about we also transition from biology to fantasy? Having a solid foundation gives us an advantage from the get-go. Zhao Hao felt somewhat tempted by this suggestion. His devouring gene could continuously enhance all attributes of his character. Although strengthening would become increasingly difficult later on, at least he had a solid foundation in the early stages. Transitioning from biology to fantasy would give him a higher starting point than others. What devouring gene? That is clearly the bloodline of the devouring heavens. Moreover, the game never stated that one couldn't pursue both paths. Focusing on biological evolution while primarily cultivating in fantasy was simply brilliant. Zhao Hao slapped his forehead, struck by inspiration. Damn it, I figured out. From now on, let us lean towards fantasy cultivation. The immediate priority is to build a solid foundation. The game's first open world was themed around a sci-fi apocalypse, so they had not considered aiming for the fantasy route. Now that had been pointed out, he no longer wished to be trapped in biological evolution. Furthermore, he had a premonition that regardless of whether it was the biological system or the sci-fi system, the ultimate goal would lead to cultivation. As the three had anticipated, two players, Lao Ma and Xiao He, had initiated discussions about the fantasy cultivation system on the forum that in my opinion, just joined the White Wolf Brigade as an adopted son, using it as a springboard to establish a solid attribute foundation. When better options arise in the future, if necessary, one could always sever ties with the adoptive father and establish an independent path. The user upstairs better pray that Zhao Ritian doesn't see this. Actually, I agree with the strategy proposed by the first user. We ordinary players can't just keep hanging around like this. The game shouldn't be that difficult. Waiting to obtain original body genes or bloodline inheritance to become the leader could take ages that I think I'll wait. The Taodai gene may seem powerful now, but I feel it has too many limitations, especially since Zhao Laoda and the others are also struggling to level up. Ascending one level, I've set my sights on the stellar gene. In the realm of fantasy, it is known as the Zhou Tian sacred body, a rare entity that allows one to effortlessly absorb the powers of the sun, moon, and stars that put succinctly. It entails the absorption of neutrinos to enhance one's physical constitution through a formidable bloodline. Alas, the quest for the original body gene or the inheritance of this bloodline is an arduous endeavor. Nearly impossible for an individual player to accomplish. Is it not true that transforming into the original gene body or the sacred body feels like a distant dream for us? As a collective, however, we could strive together to enable one individual to obtain the original body gene or the sacred body bloodline, which could then be passed down to us all. Indeed, I declare my intent, should an opportunity arise to acquire the original gene body or the sacred body bloodline, I shall be the first to charge forth that I seek not the final prize of the sacred body or the original body for myself, but merely the chance for it to be bequeathed to us. I concur, so do I. The rules are unyielding, yet we are alive. The distance to the original body and the sacred body is vast for most players, instead of toiling for an indeterminate duration. It would be wiser to find a trustworthy individual to serve as a surrogate parent. Once they attain the sacred or original body, they can share it with us freely. The current stagnation is quite burdensome. Goodness, so many newcomers have logged in today. Zhao Ritian stepped out of his room and immediately observed a throng of players meandering through the corridors, poking here and glancing there, without further inspection. It was evident they were quintessential novices, the seasoned players passing by wore expressions of resigned amusement. Naturally, our game boasts a celebrity presence, drawing in the curious to witness what the fuss is all about. So they come to chase after stars, one quipped. The players smiled faintly. Not entirely. Primarily, it's the incessant praise from players on the official forum, boasting about their prowess in slaying zombies and the realism of the game engine. Hence, they could not resist the urge to come and take a look. According to logistics reports, nearly 1,000 newcomers had arrived. TSK. Zhao Riqian chuckled. I fear Yuzu may truly face bankruptcy now. With nearly 1,000 newcomers flooding in, the pressure on the logistics department was palpable. Yet if they could withstand this drain, their position would be unassailable in the future. After all, who would dare challenge the logistics department, which provided free meals in the initial stages, as long as they do not act recklessly? Enough already, you rascals! Upon entering the cafeteria, Zhao Riqian and his companions observed Yuzu furiously wielding a ladle, reprimanding the influx of newcomers, eager to savor the dining experience within the game. The fresh arrivals were indulging with gusto, guzzling oatmeal as though they were empty stomachs after days without food. Those in the know recognized them as novices. Those unaware might mistake them for beggars. At this rate, what was once an ample food supply might soon face shortages. Hey, beautiful, charming, and generous Yuzu, could you please serve me another bowl? Add extra sugar, please, one novice said, shyly cradling his bowl. Yuzu glared at him through gritted teeth, but ultimately scooped him another serving. Eat, and choke on it, you lot. After barely managing to get through breakfast, Yuzu's face fell as she glanced at the logistics list. Resources were already scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, and the number of players was swelling daily. Fortunately, the first and second batches of players had graduated, and with their own contributions, the budget was barely balanced. However, there remained a month until the first harvest, and she wondered how they would manage, placing her spoon down and holding a carbon pen in her mouth. She pondered for a long while before adding a note to her draft. Breakfast concluded, and the players gathered in the cafeteria, making the already crowded space even more so in such a lively atmosphere. The curious and gregarious individuals of the Celestial Empire were reluctant to leave, all jostling to get a better view. Silence. The Fourth General Assembly is now officially convened. Little he, adorned in splendid attire, rapped his gavel. The bustling cafeteria fell silent at once. Representatives, please take your seats. The four leaders took their places, joined by two newcomers. Point one was Claire, representing the survivor community. Players could hardly monitor the survivors daily, nor could they engage in constant dialogue with them. However, neglecting their minor grievances could lead to larger issues down the line, complicating future resolutions. Better to have them elect a representative to voice their concerns at each meeting. Reasonable requests would be approved while unreasonable ones would be disregarded. The other newcomer was Feng Tian Chungrun, an active and thoughtful figure among the Adventure Organization players. After rising from humble beginnings, he led a group of unorganized veteran players and novices in a daring venture, storming a large mechanical factory teeming with zombies and successfully returning with a plethora of machinery, significantly enriching their coffers in the process. This thrilling and lucrative escapade was far more engaging than scavenging. Thus, at this assembly, he was appointed as the spokesperson for the adventure organization. Esteemed leaders, I am grateful for your recognition. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Feng Tian Chungrun greeted them with a smile and a bow. The others nodded in response, urging him not to be so formal. Yet inwardly, they mused that he was a shrewd character. Their underlings had informed them of his wealth and commendable sense of loyalty. Bang, bang, bang. Little he looked toward Yuzu, the logistics representative. Please address the assembly. Holding her notes, Yuzu cleared her throat, organizing her thoughts before speaking. I have two proposals to present today. The first is the establishment of the 10,000 Flowers Initiative, primarily responsible for assisting the various player factions and organizations on the battlefield, actively participating in the search for survivors and the collection of resources. We will also ensure that we provide free treatment for injured players and those infected with the zombie virus at designated times within the base. This proposal thrilled the players, as having a skilled healer in the team was undeniably advantageous. Without any objections, the proposal was passed and immediately enacted. Surveying the assembly, Yuzu decided to present a more contentious proposal. The second issue concerned food supplies. With an increasing number of stellar warriors dispatched by the Emperor and the anticipated influx of survivors joining the base, our food supply had become paramount. Not enough food? Claire's heart sank upon hearing this. She had thought they'd found a safe haven, only to confront a looming food crisis. Yuzu rapped her pen against the table. I now present two options regarding our food supply. We can modify our thick soups to thinner ones for 3 meals a day, which, while lacking in nutrition, will suffice for sustenance. Alternatively, I propose to repurpose the stored stale rice and flour by adding some wood shavings. This way, we can continue to provide thick meals, albeit at the cost of potential long-term health risks. However, considering the average lifespan of our stellar beings is less than a day, this should pose no significant issue. The lower-tier players scratched their heads. They were merely players. As long as there was something to eat, they were indifferent. But what about the survivors? Would they be left to starve? Yuzu, what about the survivors? Everyone turned to Claire. Without hesitation, Claire nodded in agreement. I end this apocalyptic world. Having something to eat is already a blessing. As for the risk of illness, shouldn't survival take precedence? Compared to hunger, they were far less concerned about potential health issues. We survivors have no objections. Several player leaders smiled faintly, recognizing the survivors' pragmatism. Rest assured, you survivors will continue to receive regular meals. Claire frowned slightly. While we survivors may not compare to the divine beings among you, we do not wish to be treated differently. Zhao Ritian waved his hand dismissively. If you're going to eat, just eat. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? Our star spirits can manage without meals just fine. Xiao He surveyed the crowd. Please vote on the proposals concerning soup and food additives. Ultimately, the consensus leaned towards food additives. Being well-fed grant buffs, while consuming soup offers no such advantage. It's hardly worth it. After all, players have a short lifespan. Dying and reviving merely refreshes their attributes, so they harbor no fear of lingering ailments. And besides, we have Xiao He. The proposal for food additives passed, and from this day forth, the logistics department would permit the use of food additives. Next, it was the turn of the Idea King, that he adjusted his posture. My proposal is for child safety positions. There are very few engineers among the star spirits. And tasks such as sorting garbage, selecting vegetables in the cafeteria, and cultivating crops require substantial manpower, but are not overly strenuous. These responsibilities could be entrusted to children aged 10 to 16. In return, we could provide these children with some remuneration to assist their families. Players exchanged glances, unaware of how strained logistics had become, with both food additives and child safety positions on the table. The Idea King had no other choice. There simply weren't enough engineers among the players, who were inundated with work. They harbored no complaints and even found joy in their labor. However, this situation was untenable. The workload was overwhelming, significantly affecting players' attendance efficiency. Hiring ordinary players? Don't be ridiculous. They weren't wealthy enough to afford such expenses. Rather than allowing those children to idle the days away, it would be better to organize them into safety positions, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Please vote for the child safety position agreement. Claire pondered momentarily before slowly raising her hands on behalf of all the survivors. The batch of children she brought was nearly all over 12 years old. Fully capable of adapting to safety positions. As part of the base, they ought to contribute their share. With Claire's agreement, the players naturally had no objections and raised their hands in favor. The child safety position agreement was thus enacted. Officially becoming a rule of the base that I have no proposals, came the turn of the self-made man, who opted to forego this opportunity. The Storm Legion frequently ventured out, and among their own, there was little to request. I too shall pass on this opportunity, Zhao Ritian said, picking at his nose with a nonchalant demeanor. Next came the turn of Feng Tian Chungrun, representing the vast majority of players. Surprisingly, he too declared he had nothing to add. Finally, it was Claire's turn. She spoke calmly. My proposal is for survivor employment. Among the survivors, there are many with combat capabilities who wish to join the Royal Guard to assist in clearing zombies from the safe zone. Even if we cannot join the military to eliminate zombies, we would like to accompany you on supply runs, at least helping with transportation. Some of the players were taken aback. This group of survivors was rather impressive. While other survivors would rather remain in the base for eternity, these individuals actively sought to join the Royal Guard or be integrated into search teams as porters. Please vote on the survivor employment proposal. Yuzu and the others remained silent, while Claire raised her right hand on behalf of all the survivors. However, she awkwardly noticed that the players remained indifferent, arms crossed, as they watched the proceedings. It was commendable that they had such aspirations, but at this stage, players could not assure that the supply search teams would not face annihilation. Allowing these survivors to join would only invite trouble. Protecting them would require deploying additional personnel, providing no real assistance. Thus, in this fourth session of the Council, the first proposal to be voted out emerged. The survivor employment proposal was rejected, and the motion was dismissed. Claire slowly lowered her right hand, her expression betraying neither disappointment nor joy. Regardless of the outcome, the proposal bore both advantages and disadvantages for them. If it failed, no one would dare to venture outside. If it passed, survivors would gain employment and earn more food vouchers, allowing them to purchase luxuries such as alcohol or cigarettes. The following day, as dawn broke, a shrill bell echoed through the survivors' floor. Boys and girls, if we wish to eat, we must contribute to the base. Hurry and get dressed for work. One by one, children, rubbing their sleepy eyes, emerged from their bedrooms, following the adults to the posts assigned by the players the previous night. The cafeteria brimmed with steam as the children dutifully carried trays or assisted in meal preparations. In the greenhouse, children, small in stature, worked together to carry a small iron bucket, using tiny shovels to add organic fertilizer to the crops. A separate room had been designated for the production of reloaded ammunition. Under adult guidance, children began filling brass casings with black powder and pressing lead projectiles into the cartridges. How are the children adapting? Claire, Jones, and Old Dale, as representatives among the survivors, roamed these workspaces with concern. The adults smiled reassuringly. Under the apocalypse, children are quite sensible. You need not worry, Claire. She sighed in relief. Her anxiety stemmed from a fear of temperamental outbursts among the children. Although the star spirits rarely voiced their opinions, their attitude toward survivors could change. With the Emperor's orders, there was a fear of indifference. But what truly worried her was the possibility of being unable to secure benefits for the survivors in the future. Breakfast was ready on the survivors' side, and players began logging in, emerging from their respective rooms, equipping themselves to commence a new day of labor. Xiaohe, go check the greenhouse and collect the trimmed sweet potato leaves. At least we can have an extra dish for lunch. Xiaohe's eyes widened in shock. Can we eat sweet potato leaves, Sister Yuzu? Yuzu confidently patted her chest. Yes, we can. I asked my grandfather. And in his day, sweet potato leaves were considered a delicacy. Oh, the Idea King spread out a blueprint. Today, we must connect the water and electricity from the office building across the street, with the growing number of players. The available hotel rooms may soon be insufficient. While we cannot guarantee a room for each person right now, we can repurpose scrap metal to weld some metal bunk beds, ensuring players have a place to log out and rest. No problem, boss, a subordinate nodded. Players were not overly concerned about their living conditions. As long as they had a spot to log out, they were satisfied. Many players without beds simply found a place to log out. Be it in a pipe well, restroom, or hallway, survivors could be startled out of their wits if they accidentally encountered someone in the middle of the night. Boss, where are we headed to strike it rich today? Feng Tianchengren pointed to a location on a rudimentary map. This time, we're taking that winery. Players can skip meals, but they 1T forego their drinks if there is plenty of liquor inside. We rebound to make a fortune. Alcohol could provide players with a temporary state of excitement, significantly enhancing their stamina recovery speed. Many players would consume a few drinks before embarking on a mission to grant themselves a buff. Brothers, follow me to the streets. Zhao Riqian, carrying a speaker, adjusted the volume to the maximum, blasting music that resounded throughout the entire base. Upon hearing the familiar DJ tunes, the young players of the Royal Guard knew it was time to get to work. One by one, they gathered, equipped and ready, with breadsticks in their mouths. Xiao Zhou, gather the brothers. We're heading back to the motel to see if we can locate their base that we're preparing for a big score. Yes, boss. Xiao Zhou rushed into the cafeteria and blew the whistle. Instantly, nearly 100 robust men sprang to their feet, weapons in hand, and jogged over. Apart from 50 core members of the Storm Legion, the additional 50 were prepared to stick with the newly established crew for the long haul. Regardless of whether they would achieve any notable success, at least they could become familiar faces. When reality left them cornered, they could rely on one another for sustenance. Point 3 heavily modified trucks thundered down the highway, crushing a zombie under their relentless advance. Following closely behind were a dozen off-road vehicles and pickups. Players lounged atop the pickups, smoking and joking, while the sides of the vehicles were adorned with an array of explosive spears, embodying the spirit of the wasteland. Drop the signal. Light the beacon. Received. By Shouqi Jia sat in the passenger seat of the lead truck, stowing away the walkie-talkie. Behind them, 5 or 6 pickups launched a massive parachute into the sky. Small players, donning wind-resistant goggles, soared upwards, propelled by the parachute. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they released the safety latch around their waists and activated the propellers strapped to their backs. Scattering in all directions, the heavily guarded trucks slowly opened, and parachutes, for times larger than before, ascended into the sky. The striking black color was visible even from dozens of kilometers away. Crucially, the basket carrying the small players was equipped with a massive reflector, which, during the day, refracted sunlight to extend the search radius of the aerial reconnaissance team, ensuring they wouldn't lose track of the convoy at by night. When powered up, it transformed into an unmistakable lighthouse that IT must be said. The ingenuity of the engineering department had truly brought wasteland technology to life. Small players, who had never touched a parachute in reality, were now reveling in the experience within the game. Despite their enjoyment, they had not forgotten their mission, scanning the desolate Gobi with makeshift monoculars. All they could see was a barren wasteland and scattered zombies. 2 hours later. Are we heading in the right direction? Bai Shouqi Jia inquired of a small player from the engineering department beside him. This time he had spent money hiring a skilled navigator to locate the enemy's lair. The small player fiddled with a pen, positioning it on the drawing board, constantly recalibrating based on the shadows cast by the sun. But he examined the surrounding geographical features and made a few notations on the map. The direction cannot be wrong. He muttered to himself, IT was rather peculiar. How could they not find it? The enemy had swiftly brought the horde over, indicating that the swarm was not far from the inn. There were no towns within 100 miles, so the zombies should be easily located. Only the living could attract the undead. Finding the horde would mean discovering the enemy's base point 50 kilometers away. A small player in the sky felt a mix of excitement and boredom. As he idly contemplated, he scanned the area with his binoculars. Suddenly, a dark spot caught his eye in the distance. Glancing at the convoy near the lighthouse, he hesitated for a moment before maneuvering the parachute toward it. As he drew closer, his excitement mounted, and he licked his lips. Haha, this time I won't be able to escape the whiskey the boss promised. He seized the walkie-talkie to report the situation. This is Xiao Haizi No. 2. I've spotted a suspicious target due south of the convoy. Bai Shouqi Jia, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly snapped awake upon hearing the indistinct voice over the walkie-talkie. A glint of intensity flashed in his eyes. He tapped the walkie-talkie, trying to catch the player's words, but static drowned out the message. He opened the sunroof of the driver's cabin and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Antenna. Immediately locate due south. The antenna array atop the lighthouse truck slowly pivoted southward. Soon, Bai Shouqi Jia finally comprehended the player's report. His body trembled with excitement. This was a genuine opportunity for profit. Everyone immediately set off southward. A brother had discovered target. All brothers, attention! Level 1 combat alert. The players, receiving the command, were overwhelmed with exhilaration, shouting in joy. After a day of wandering in the wasteland, they had finally located the rat's nest. Go, go, go! The driver, a small player, floored the accelerator, and the exhaust pipes belched scorching flames, driving the speedometer to its limit. The convoy kicked up a cloud of dust, racing southward with fervor. The players were elated. The newly appointed commander of the exposed base, however, was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of the combat capabilities of that group. Moreover, they possessed mysterious teleportation abilities. If they couldn't fight them off, they could still summon reinforcements. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment in the history of their base. Damn it. Order all biohazard teams to the surface immediately to deploy defenses. We cannot allow them to breach the base. Though the Salt Lake City base was low on supplies, it was still well armed. Various combat teams from the Umbrella Corporation rushed to the surface, armed to the teeth with an assortment of weaponry. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Sandbags were piled to fortify their position, and a Gatling-mounted off-road vehicle took position beside a barricade, its gun barrel poised for action. Two heavy armored vehicles readied their tank cannons. Their cold muzzles sending chills down one's spine that a pickup screeched to a halt, where two mortars began adjusting their firing parameters. Just off the production line, Rain raised her binoculars to observe the approaching convoy, and with a swift gesture of her right hand, commanded, "Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. 6 heavy mortars unleashed a rapid volley. Hiss! By Shochi Jia, seated in the driver's cabin, heard the ominous whistling sound, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He slammed his foot on the brake, causing the truck to skid to a halt. Then a series of violent explosions erupted. Crap! It was artillery! Quickly evade! Boom! Several pickups that charged too recklessly were overturned in an instant. With shards of glass pulled from his face, Shochi Jia immediately issued a retreat order, turning the vehicle away from the enemy's fire zone. How many brothers are dead? Outside the range of the bombardment. Old Bai hurriedly disembarked to inquire with Xiao Zhou. With a grave expression, Xiao Zhou replied, "That barrage caught us off guard. We lost 30 brothers and 5 pickups. Damn it." Having suffered heavy losses, Shochi Jia slammed his fist on the truck's hood. Climbing atop the vehicle, he surveyed the enemy's fire layout through his binoculars. The comparison was disheartening. Their forces seemed like a mere ragtag army compared to the enemy's firepower. Charging in headfirst would yield nothing but death. After much deliberation, he realized that the Storm Legion would not be able to take down the Umbrella base. In light of this, he turned to a small player. "You need to return immediately and summon reinforcements. Tell them I've located one of the enemy's strongholds. Anyone who wants to feast should bring their weapons and prepare for a fight." The small player nodded vigorously, drew his pistol, and shot himself in the temple. Respawning at the hotel base. "What did you say?" Old Bai found the enemy's lair. Yuzu and the ingenious king put down their tasks and rushed over to confirm the intelligence from the revived small player. "Sister Yuzu, ingenious king, do you think I joke with you? We charged in too quickly, and a single round of their artillery wiped out a third of our men. Upon observation, this situation is exceptionally dire." Exactly. The small player, who had been killed, corroborated upon his revival. What happened? Did Old Bai locate their base? Upon receiving news and hastily returning, Zhao Riqian wiped the zombie blood from his face and cast a glance at the crowd. With confirmed intelligence in hand, the players erupted into a frenzy of excitement, their eyes gleaming green like ravenous wolves, ever ready to tear apart their foes and devour a piece of flesh. This marked the very first siege battle in history, and the intensity of the battlefield was undoubtedly palpable, especially for those who had previously failed to engage during the rescue of Claire. They were now prepared to make a grand showing and exact their vengeance. In the future, they would have tales to boast about while dining with the newcomers. Emergency assembly. The leaders remaining at the base simultaneously announced the urgent gathering order. "Ladies, this time, the logistics of the battle rest solely on our shoulders. We shall show those brutes what it means for women to not be inferior to men." The female players, upon hearing of the impending battle against the enemy's base, were filled with exhilaration. Yuzu stood amidst the bustling crowd, directing the operations. Indeed, ample supplies were brought. This time, the adversary was a tough nut to crack, and they had no idea how long the fight would last. They could not allow those brutes to go hungry and bring the beverages. This time, the expenses will be charged to those brutes that drink before the battle, and once their lives are in jeopardy, they will come rushing to me. They were all fearless individuals. Therefore, there was no need for extensive medical supplies. Just some simple bandages to staunch the bleeding would suffice. In the engineering department, the Idea King was tired of idleness, his appetite whetted by the sight of others feasting. Brothers, bring out our most prized weapons. Bah, are we not capable of providing fire support? My 105 rockets are not to be underestimated. By the way, didn't someone mention procuring mortars recently? Bring them over. I want to see them. This battle is our time to shine, and we surely won't lack for orders in the future. In the White Wolf Brigade, Zhao Riqian, flanked by his uniformed black-armored subordinates, was convening a rallying assembly. Brothers, the enemy's stronghold lies before us. I won't waste words that I promise you. If we can conquer this tough adversary, we shall enjoy a life of luxury from here on out. Do we have the confidence to annihilate them? A chorus of affirmations erupted from the junior players. The largest adventure organization, upon receiving the news, promptly summoned all external members back to their ranks. They inspected their engineer shovels, knowing they might need to dig trenches on the battlefield. Without these tools, they would have to resort to digging with their hands. And I know you're fearless, but the resurrection point is far from the battlefield. Add more bulletproof steel plates to your chests. I don't care if you die, but if you perish on the charge, your brothers will laugh at you for eternity, even if you manage to leap into the enemy's ranks and bite off one of their ears before you fall. Your brothers will still honor you as a hero. The players cheered loudly. Rest assured, boss, we won't falter. Even if I die, I'll drag them down with me. Alice, returning to chat with Claire and Carlos, noticed all the players bustling with various supplies, seemingly gearing up for a grand confrontation. Confused, she stopped a junior player to inquire about the situation. Oh, didn't Claire and the others get surrounded by Umbrella Corporation personnel last time? Well, this time, our people have located their stronghold. However, their firepower is quite fierce, so we're prepared for a fierce fight. After speaking, the player hurriedly descended the stairs, leaving Alice and her companions in a prolonged silence. They were eager to join the fray, yet attacking a well-defended Umbrella base would undoubtedly lead to a brutal confrontation. This was no mere skirmish. On the battlefield, one might not even fire a single shot before being struck down by stray bullets. Moreover, this group of star spirits would undoubtedly prevent them from entering the battlefield. Thus, they chose to avoid causing trouble and instead organized the survivors to assist in transporting supplies. 2 hours later, a total of over 1,500 individuals were fully equipped and ready to depart. Boarding the repaired buses, pickup trucks, or cargo vehicles, they made their way to the front lines. Those without seats took to the roofs, and those without even that hung on the sides. They were determined to transport everyone except the logistics players directly to the front in one go. As the sun set, a long convoy traversed through the desert. Shrouded in thick dust as it headed toward the front, it was hard to imagine that since the apocalypse, this wasteland had never witnessed such liveliness as it did today. The front. The command vehicle had its container cover lifted, revealing a table underneath. The engineering players were busy constructing a battlefield sand table in the rear compartment. The incessant beeping of the handcrafted telegraph machine from the engineering department was relaying positional coordinates to the arriving troops while simultaneously receiving intelligence from the reconnaissance junior players. Boss, the telegram from the Idea King has arrived. Propped over another table, the founder was deep in thought, contemplating the assault strategy. Upon hearing the message, he straightened up, took the folder, and glanced at it. The main forces were hastening to their positions. It was imperative to cease all ineffective assaults to conserve strength and remain vigilant for the enemy's potential retreat. They must encircle the enemy and annihilate them in one fell swoop. He handed the folder back to his subordinate. Tell the probing attackers to withdraw. We don't want to sacrifice lives unnecessarily. Our transport vehicles are limited, and if they perish, we won't be able to quickly bring reinforcements to the battlefield. Understood, boss. The communicator returned to the vehicle. Why? This is the command center. The boss has ordered that all probing attacks cease immediately and that all personnel, except for scouts, retreat. Repeat, cease all probing attacks, and return to the team immediately. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose high, distant flickering lights caught the founder's attention. Before long, the majority of the player forces finally arrived. Immediately set up the electrical systems for the positions and start the bulldozers. I want a 300-meter runway completed within 2 hours. Brothers with night vision capabilities scout outside the enemy's artillery range. Brothers, it's all right. Go help the engineering department. The 3 leaders disembarked and immediately began directing the players to hustle. They then walked straight toward the founder. So, have you gathered intelligence on the enemy's firepower? Without any pleasantries, the 3 inquired about the battlefield situation. The elder white-haired leader led them to the sand table. Leaning on the table with one hand, he pointed toward the enemy's positions with a stick. I've gathered a fair bit about their ground firepower. Here are 3 heavy mortar vehicles, 2 armored vehicles equipped with tank cannons, and here are their heavy machine gun emplacements. The 3 furrowed their brows. The enemy's firepower was indeed formidable. What's the coverage range of their mortars? The idea King queried. The enemy employs vehicle-mounted heavy mortars. Their range can reach 5 kilometers, the elder replied. The idea King inhaled sharply. Damn, that is quite far. Our makeshift mortars barely reach a kilometer, and compared to theirs, we're utterly outclassed. Our rocket artillery barely spans 3 kilometers. This is quite awkward. Brothers, how do we proceed with the upcoming battle? Any insights? The 3 collectively shook their heads. I'll handle the long-range artillery. Just point me where to fire, one declared. The White Wolf Brigade is prepared to act as the spearhead. I'll lead the charge in a battle, another asserted. Don't look at me. I haven't fought before. I am just here to be a foot soldier. Commanding is not as exhilarating as brawling. Military discipline dictates a single commander suffices. They can merely act as advisors and provide suggestions. Ultimately, for the players, this battle's victory belongs to them. They can fight however they please. The founder clasped his hands. Then I hold back, but if the command fails, don't mock me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he turned to begin the operational deployment. My plan is to split our forces into 4 groups, utilizing the dunes for cover to continuously harass the enemy positions while simultaneously diluting their firepower. We will concentrate our main forces in the open desert. Once the enemy reveals a weakness, we shall strike decisively. If they remain focused on the frontal battlefield, the teams from the other 3 directions should seize any opportunity without fear of losses and deliver a fierce blow to the enemy. 3 individuals nodded in agreement. They had already entertained this notion on their way here. After all, the players were undaunted by death, relentlessly pressing forward. Surely, they would seize an opportunity. Whoosh, 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 the deployment was complete. Under the cover of night, the players commenced their assault. Leading the charge were the assault engineers, bearing explosives upon their backs. Protected by a barrage of rockets and napalm from the rear, they swiftly advanced to within 1,000 meters of the enemy's front line. However, the volley of rockets soon alerted the enemy to the players' long-range fire support, prompting 6 heavy mortars to rain down upon them. Fortunately, the clever strategist made a swift escape, utilizing a motorcycle to evade the enemy's fire after launching their rockets. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. Braving the hail of bullets, the assault engineers hastily set their charges. Quick, quick, move faster, or they'll catch on. The roaring flames concealed the infrared radiation emanating from the players, rendering them undetectable to the enemy for a brief period. The engineer players swiftly dug into the earth to bury the explosives. After retreating a few hundred meters, they pressed the detonator. A violent explosion sent countless clods of earth flying. As the smoke cleared, deep craters remained. Brothers, charge with me. A player, unarmed save for a spade, sprang to his feet at the sound of the whistle and charged forward with reckless abandon. Whoosh, 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 boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, tracer rounds sliced through the night sky, while the shrill wail of mortar shells echoed overhead. The players, faces alight with fervor, heedlessly raced towards the craters. Sharp bullets pierced their chests, but it was their fearless spirit that proved indomitable. Shrapnel from mortars tore through flesh, spilling forth blood hot enough to sear steel. In a moment of adrenaline-fueled ecstasy, the players felt their hearts race as the enemy unleashed ferocious counterfire. Last, at the cost of more than half their numbers. Over 100 of them successfully rolled into the bomb craters. Wow, that was exhilarating. One player with a severed left arm lay in the crater, panting with excitement. The others swallowed their excitement and echoed his sentiments. Quickly, contact headquarters and report that we have successfully entered the bomb crater. Awaiting further instructions, a small player, carrying a makeshift radio, promptly untangled the coiled antenna and picked up a megaphone to relay the message. Hello, this is the frontline position. We have successfully arrived at the bomb crater. Please issue new orders. Hearing voices from the truck behind him, the self-made commander Lao Bai picked up a makeshift phone and commanded, I am Commander Lao Bai. All teams, immediately begin vertical excavation to construct forward fortifications connecting the craters. Hanging up the phone, Lao Bai raised the binoculars around his neck and gazed from the cliff's edge. This vantage point faced the enemy base and lay beyond the range of their artillery fire. The view was remarkably expansive, allowing him to observe all movements below, illuminated by the enemy's flares. He could clearly see players digging like gophers. Shovelfuls of dirt flew into the air. Realizing the players' intentions, the defenders at the umbrella position were taken aback and quickly notified the mortars to halt the construction. Fire! Take cover! Take cover! The players engaged in their digging, heard the shrill whistle and hurried into the bomb shelter. High explosive shells rained down, shaking the ground violently, causing the sand above to cascade down in a shower. Minutes later, the bombardment ceased, yet the dust continued to rise. The newly appointed commander of the underground base trembled in anger. These damned gophers! Immediately dispatch a biohazard team to seize their position and eliminate them. He chuckled to himself that I've already dealt significant damage to you. If you don't send reinforcements soon, I might think you're all turtles. Lao Bai turned to the radio operator. Notify the strategist to unleash the hidden mortar teams and bombard them relentlessly. With the previous barrage of napalm providing cover, several mortar teams had stealthily positioned themselves behind the rocks on the desert. This was a blind spot in the enemy's line of sight. Even infrared imaging couldn't detect them. Headquarters orders, coordinate point 1, 5 rounds rapid fire, 5 rapid volleys, 20 shells of black powder mortars would be more than enough to incapacitate the enemy. Receiving the command. The small player quickly adjusted the cannon's angle and aimed at the pre-planned firing position. Fire! Boom! 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 Several mortars fired simultaneously. Damn, it's mortars! The biohazard team, hearing the shrill whistle above, looked on in horror. They had just enjoyed a successful assault. But now it was the player's turn. The crucial point was that the enemy was exposed in an open area with no shelter. Boom! 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 The concentrated firepower created a small-scale bombardment zone. The biohazard team dispatched to eliminate the players constructing the fortifications was forced to retreat after leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses. What the hell? From what direction are the enemy's mortar shells being fired? The new commander couldn't help but curse. Adjusting the camera to observe the battlefield, he realized that the area was empty. Something was amiss. It was behind those massive rocks. He ordered the artillery team, blast all the rocks within range. The next instant, the enemy's artillery fire descended upon them. Lao Bai slammed his hand on the table. Commanding the strategist, while the enemy is bombarding our mortar position, immediately send a rocket team to advance 2,000 meters and annihilate them. The rocket team, hidden in the riverbed below the cliff, seized this opportunity and recklessly charged forward on 3-wheeled motorcycles. Their supply of rockets was limited, enough for only a single concentrated strike. This was their sole chance to neutralize the enemy's heavy firepower. Go, go, go! The players twisted the throttle to the max, boldly advancing. They quickly closed the 2,000-meter gap. With a deft maneuver, the rocket launcher was tossed to the ground, rolling over. The players hurriedly dismounted, righted the launcher, and retrieved rockets from the cargo hold for rapid loading. Fuse! Fuse! Hurry! As the players rushed in, the base commander had already noticed. However, he dismissed the idea that the enemy could retaliate if their rockets were capable of reaching the base. They would have bombarded it long ago. Rather than waiting until now, he assumed it was merely another wave of reckless charges. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he thought, once they get close, they'll learn what a hail of bullets truly is. Yet, when the enemy halted at a distance of 3,000 meters and ceased movement, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Impossible. He stood up, a look of horror on his face. How dare they brazenly push their heavy artillery into his artillery coverage zone? Did they not fear their own bombardment? He immediately notified the mortar team to abandon their bombardment of the enemy behind the rocks and focus on annihilating them first. Lao Bai's projection appeared beside him, gazing at him as if he were an imbecile. Adjusting the firing parameters will take time. We won't make it in time. The commander glared fiercely at Lao Bai, who remained expressionless, just as Lao Bai had predicted. Before the mortar team could readjust their firing parameters, two 105 rocket launchers, trailing long tails of flame like meteors, plunged into the enemy position. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions greatly boosted the players' morale, while the intense flames painted the sky crimson. This barrage of rocket fire severely damaged the ground defenses of the Umbrella base, tearing a gaping hole in the front line. Fortunately, they had cleared the surrounding zombies during the day. Otherwise, the zombies would have swarmed in during the fire's lull, leading to a total collapse of the ground defenses. Quickly deploy the reserve biohazard team to fill the gaps. Lao Bai tilted his head, staring at him. The reserve biohazard team is currently being trained in combat experience. If we deploy them now, they won't provide effective combat capability that I told you to deploy them quickly. The supervisor slammed his hands on the table, his voice a thunderous roar. Bai, overwhelmed, concluded the training of the clones were being instilled with combat skills, commanding them to arm themselves and immediately head to the ground positions to reorganize the defenses. Great job, Idea King. The players cheered. With the enemy's artillery neutralized, the players could safely advance, constructing a second line of fortifications behind the first. At such a close distance, they could charge forward under enemy fire with unyielding momentum. Grasping a handful of sand from the ground, Bai released it slowly, determining the direction before issuing his next command. The squad to the east of the enemy promptly activated smoke generators, ordering Zhao Ritian to lead an assault. Those stationed at the first fortification, get out and charge forward. The other reserve squads were to follow the plan and take over the digging operations for the first team, while simultaneously constructing the second fortification 300 meters behind the first. On the sand dune, Zhao Ritian, impatient from waiting, was the first to burst forth, shaking off the sand from his body. With a foreign knife firmly in hand, he pointed ahead. Brothers, let us conquer for the Emperor. For the Emperor? Countless sandbags erupted as the White Wolf Brigade surged forward, shields in hand, followed closely by the ordinary players. Watch out for enemies from other directions. The front squad should leave 2 machine guns for defense. The rest follow me to guard against enemies on the flanks. Leian raised her rifle, adjusting her earpiece to rapidly change the deployment. Whoosh! 3 illumination flares shot into the sky, but unfortunately, nothing could be seen through the smoke. However, they still had night vision goggles. The moment Zhao Ritian's squad donned their goggles, they were completely exposed to the enemy's sight. A barrage of crimson bullets rained down, forming an impenetrable metal storm. Clang, 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 bullets struck the shields, igniting sparks, while the chests of the White Wolf Brigade members were splattered with blood. Yet, no one faltered. Brothers, turn on the high-intensity flashlights. The ordinary players behind pulled out their weapons and activated their powerful flashlights. The blinding light disoriented the enemies, forcing them to switch to thermal imaging mode to continue their assault. At a distance of 1,000 meters, each member of the White Wolf Brigade exhibited extraordinary prowess. The enemy, disrupted several times, began to falter, and within 3 minutes, they had closed the distance. Time to feast. Lads! Zhao Ritian, blood flowing from his body, grinned wickedly as he dashed towards an enemy, using his shield to dispatch one foe and swinging his foreknife to cleave another. Rat-a-tat-tat! A burst of blood erupted from behind him, causing Zhao Ritian to stagger. He turned to see an empty magazine in the enemy's weapon, their expressions reflecting disbelief. No, it can't be. Off to hell you go. With a flash of cold steel, a large head rolled to the ground, the headless body gushing blood like a fountain. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of a mounted M2 machine gun suddenly erupted. The enemy showed no concern for their own comrades engaged in battle with Zhao Ritian, indiscriminately attacking. Under such heavy fire, the flesh and blood of the White Wolf Brigade were like chaff, swiftly harvested. Zhang Demao seized a fallen teammate's body as a shield, shouting as he charged towards a mounted machine gun. Bang! A shot from an anti-material sniper rang out, creating a large hole in Zhang Damao's chest, causing him to slow and kneel on one knee. The foreign knife embedded in the ground propped him up as he gazed at the enemy, his pupils dilating in shock. "Damn it, you mother!" With rage, he dispatched the foe before him. But upon witnessing Zhang Damao's dire state, he lost his composure and charged through the hail of bullets to eliminate the one firing the black gun. Boom! The grenade struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backwards, lifeless on the ground. Teammates fell one after another. Zhao Ritian ultimately could not escape the cycle of rebirth, being surrounded and shot dead by the enemy. Clatter! The foreign knife slipped from his grasp, stirring up dust as blood flowed from his mouth. I'll be back. Bang! Report to the commander, Frontline News. The entire White Wolf squad has perished by starting from scratch. Nodded solemnly. Glancing at his watch, he noted that 10 minutes had passed since the assault began. Time was ample for the second wave of frontal assault teams. The ground squad of the Umbrella Corporation quickly regrouped to redeploy defenses, realizing that the front line had already been overtaken by the players. Witnessing the frenzied digging of fortifications by the enemy, they felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Their curved artillery had been neutralized, completely losing their firepower against the enemy. Now, both sides were set for direct combat, recalling the relentless ferocity of their opponents. The morale of the Umbrella defense teams plummeted. After all, clones are still human, possessing emotions. Though their feelings were suppressed, they still understood pain and despair. The first round of combat concluded. Both sides momentarily paused. The Umbrella team licked their wounds while pulling out all fully developed clones and those prepared for experiments to impart combat experience. They then sent them to the ground to organize defenses while requesting assistance from headquarters. However, communication with the base had been disrupted by the enemy, and the headquarters could not receive their plea for help. They could only hope that the base would observe the situation through orbiting satellites, by reported. Damn it. Bad news kept coming, prompting the supervisor to curse uncontrollably. On the player's side, they had achieved a strategic breakthrough in the first engagement. Though the losses had been substantial, the recent wave of moths to the flame had taken a toll, and their frontal push had cost them 70% of their manpower. Revived players were preparing at the base hotel, awaiting transport trucks to be sent back to the front line. Chicken soup is here. After 3 small players had perished, a logistics girl finally crawled to the forward position carrying a thermos. Upon hearing that food was ready and chicken soup was available, the players immediately dropped their tools to gather around. After battling through the night, they were all ravenous. Chicken soup? Where is it? Let me take a look. A small player opened the thermos and stirred with a ladle, genuinely discovering pieces of chicken. Oh, why is it just little chicks? The girl player rolled her eyes at him. The eggs brought by Jones included a batch that were fertilized. They'd been incubating for a long time before arriving at the base, with about 7 or 8 having already perished. Originally, the leader had planned to fry them up as a feast for them, but considering their arduous battle, she decided to bring them to stew instead. Just having something to drink was good enough, yet they were still being picky. Hey, I'm not picky. Just hurry and serve me a bowl. The girl took out a freshly steamed loaf of bread from her bag, tore off a piece, and handed it to him while filling a bowl with chicken soup for him to take. Although it was chicken soup, there were also pieces of luncheon meat added. Under the skilled hands of the chef hired by the logistics team, it was quite delicious. Of course, if only it didn't have that faint, strange taste. Damn it, did they add sawdust and old wheat flour to this loaf? Why can't I taste it? It's sweet and strangely good. The player savored a bite of the loaf and a sip of the soup, relishing the moment. Nearby, a disheveled small player remarked, "It's just mediocre." I can only say that the chef hired by the logistics team has some skills. The old wheat flour is understandable. The sawdust must have been dried and crushed into powder before being added. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to swallow with those with shavings stuck in the throat. After distributing the food, the girl cautiously retrieved a bottle of liquor from a reinforced box and handed it to the players. Here, this is the command center's commendation for your efforts in battle. 1 bottle for every 5 of you. Drink up quickly. Before dawn, reinforce the fortifications and prepare for tomorrow's operations. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from outside. The sweet-faced, gentle girl collapsed to the ground. The small players were startled, and their eyes turned red as they grabbed their weapons, ready to rush forward and kill the enemy. Don't be so impulsive. She's not really dead. Fortunately, there are rational players who restrain this group. The position is already sparsely populated. If too many fall, they might find themselves incapable of mounting any counterattack during the enemy's impending assault. By the time we breach their defenses, I swear I will plunge my blade into the back of that scoundrel who fired from the shadows. The players viciously bit into their large loaves of bread, then laid the body of a female player before the sandbags, taking care to cover it with sand and pat it down. TSK, this will increase our defenses a bit more, seizing the opportunity. The players orderly logged off to replenish their physical bodies in the real world. Their corporeal forms had gone half a day without sustenance. They could only imagine how famished they had become. In the vast sea of people, who am I, amidst the surging waves, which drop am I? In the grand army conquering the universe, it is I who silently contributes. Under the starlight, the small players within the position enjoyed their drinks in blissful ease. It was unclear who began to sing the military song, but soon all the players in the position joined in harmony. The momentum was overwhelming, their voices resounding. The indomitable spirit of their fierce resistance instilled fear in the hearts of their enemies. They understood this was the calm before the storm. When the next assault commenced, it would surely be a tempest. Even though their weapons were vastly superior to those of the enemy, their confidence had waned significantly. On the cliff, four prominent figures sat atop the hill, sharing a meal and drinks as they listened to the military songs echoing from the front lines. Their hearts stirred with emotion. Which game could ignite such fervor within them? If the official operational department were not merely idling, they should share today's battle footage and tonight's video of the military song on the official website. If this game does not become a sensation, I will stomp in frustration during my live stream. Sipping his drink, Bai Shou Qi Jiao laughed heartily. Returning to the position, Zhao Ri Tian guffawed. You should be thankful that Yuzu didn't hear that. Otherwise, she would have chopped you up with a kitchen knife. Bai Shou Qi Jia awkwardly chuckled. True enough. After 3 days of complimentary meals, Yuzu was beginning to feel overwhelmed. If a sudden influx of players arrived, it would surely drive her to madness, unbeknownst to the speaker. The listener was attentive. In the Golden Temple. Chen Han stroked his chin, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the small, battered sphere above him. It had been several days. Surely, it was time for you to recover. The other party seemed to sense something, suddenly trembling with fear. Internally, it screamed, I don't want this, on the second day of war, before the sun had even risen. The logistics team's female members carried hot porridge and pickles, not forgetting the large loaves of bread, to the frontline players. Once they finished eating, the moment the sun broke the horizon, the full-scale assault would commence. The reason for not attacking at night was twofold. The game characters required rest, and nighttime assaults were disadvantageous for the players. Now that the sun had risen, the situation favored the players, allowing both sides to further close the gap in combat power. Boom, boom, boom. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the mortars barely reached the enemy's position. Toot! The sharp whistle pierced the air under the cover of artillery fire. Half of the players remained behind to ensure the defense was not compromised, while the other half climbed out of the trenches and charged forward. For the Emperor, charge! Let us wipe out these wretched foes. The enemy surged forth, holding their ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. The thunderous roar of artillery mingled with the deafening gunfire. Bullets whistling past. The intoxicated players surged with adrenaline, paying no heed to their fallen comrades. With their rudimentary, single-shot rifles, they fired while advancing. Whoosh! A stray bullet grazed Rain's scalp, causing him to duck back behind cover, cursing under his breath. The machine guns opened fire, stymieing the enemy's advance. The players had penetrated within 200 meters of the first defensive line. Rain commanded the heavy machine guns to suppress the enemy's charge. Thud, thud, thud! Scorching shells landed in the back of a pickup truck, creating a crisp, clinking sound. Countless players trembled under the onslaught of bullets. Some were torn apart by high-caliber rounds on the spot. Lie down, crawl forward. The player's squad leader ordered his teammates. Everyone quickly dropped to the ground, using the cover of the forward barriers and shell craters to inch towards the position. On the hilltop Bai Shou Qi Jia, looking through his binoculars, immediately commanded, switch to smoke shells for the mortars. Drown their machine guns. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke shells exploded in the enemy's machine gun nest, instantly rendering the gunners blind and silent. Brothers, charge! Let us take advantage of the smoke cover. The players continued to crawl up and launch their assault. Deprived of the machine gun support from behind, the enemies were driven to desperation. All tactical skills were cast aside in that moment. Fingers seemingly glued to the triggers as they emptied their magazines. Kill them. The players surged onto the enemy position, wielding their engineer's shovels with bloodthirsty grins as they plunged into the fray. A young player swung his knife and felled one enemy, only to be stabbed from behind by a foe who seized the opportunity. The assailant was soon tackled to the ground by another player, who, unable to use both hands, opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the enemy's carotid artery. Rip! Gurgle! Gurgle! The enemy clutched his bleeding neck, staring incredulously at the player who was laughing with a mouthful of flesh. Zhao Ri Tian, clear a path for your White Wolf Brigade and charge to seize the enemy's first line. Mortar Squad, use the last of the smoke shells to drown their machine gun nest. Bai Shou Qi Jia issued another command. Whoosh! In the trenches, the White Wolf Brigade collectively raised their shields. They swiftly leapt out of the trenches, shields raised and blades drawn, advancing rapidly. Die! Zhao Ri Tian's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a cold light as his blade pierced through an enemy's chest, lifting them off the ground. With the addition of the White Wolf Brigade, the offensive became an unstoppable tide. The enemies in the first defensive trench were unable to withstand the onslaught. The wails and frenzied roars echoed throughout the position. Rain attempted to organize his team to rush into the first line and seize the position, but suddenly received orders to stay low in the second line, continuing to provide sporadic fire support. Then, an abnormality occurred. 2 abnormally large lickers, far exceeding the size of ordinary ones, appeared, swiftly charging from the enemy's rear towards the first line. Upon witnessing this, Bai Shou Qi Jia furrowed his brow. It seemed the enemy still had a trump card. He hoped that old Zhao's White Wolf Brigade could eliminate these 2 lickers. Otherwise, the rhythm of the assault would be delayed by several hours, although the Point King had suppressed the enemy's radio communications with radar vehicles. It was uncertain whether the enemy possessed other means to learn of their situation, that if other bases dispatched armed helicopters or fighter jets for support, this battle would come to an abrupt end. Having expended so many resources, failing to chew through this tough bone would leave everyone in tears. Zila. In the center of the battlefield, the White Wolf Brigade engaged in combat with the 2 enhanced lickers. One licker swung its sharp claws, brutally tearing through Zhao Ri Tian's shield and severing his left arm. Zhao Ri Tian's pupils contracted as he tilted his head to evade. The icy fangs grazed his neck. Even without direct contact, Zhao Ri Tian felt a chill. Realizing this, rage surged within him. Rolling on the ground, he brought his blade down fiercely onto one of the licker's legs. The injured licker let out a pained shriek, crashing to the ground and sending dust flying. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill it. The ordinary players in the trenches saw their opportunity to help, leaping onto the licker and hacking away fiercely. Roar! Staggering to its feet, the licker dragged the players along, rampaging through the position. Damn it! A 1T let you escape. A minor player clutched his opponent tightly with one hand, disregarding the raw abrasions inflicted on his back as he scraped against the ground. He retrieved a makeshift black powder grenade fashioned from a wooden handle and a soda can, pressing it against his chest before leaning in close to the voracious eater. Boom! A cloud of black smoke billowed forth. The player was propelled away by the explosion, rendered completely incapacitated, while the injured augmented eater howled in renewed agony. This time, even more players surrounded the fallen creature. With reckless abandon, they attacked, and the eater, akin to an elephant submerged in a swarm of ants, roared in frustration before succumbing to silence. The other augmented eater proved to be a more formidable challenge, witnessing the fate of its companion. It relied on its agility to dart around the battlefield, occasionally slashing at players with its lethal claws. Ordinary players stood no chance against it. However, the battlefield was not solely populated by ordinary players. Seizing the opportunity as it once again swept past, a member of the White Wolf Guild plunged a foreign blade into its flesh, using the hilt to vault onto its back and unleash a fierce onslaught. Detonate. The 2 augmented eaters in their possession were no match for the adversary, eliciting a grim expression from their commander. Observing the White Wolf players activating their devouring skill to mend the augmented eater, the commander, having retained a trump card, issued his orders. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophony echoed, and silence enveloped the battlefield. The players closest to the two augmented eaters were instantaneously vaporized. Two towering mushroom clouds ascended, the shockwave scattering debris in all directions. Distant players, still reeling from the explosion, found themselves resurrected in the hotel base moments later. The deafening blast reverberated from the heart of the battlefield, causing the self-made player to flinch. Damn, aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? He cursed vehemently. The potency of the explosion rivaled that of a 150mm artillery shell on television. Heaven knows how many kilograms of explosives those Umbrella Corporation folks stuffed inside the bodies of the two eaters. Oh, you're back so soon? Yuzu, leaning against the counter while snacking on seeds, couldn't help but tease Zhao Riqian, who appeared utterly defeated. Wiping his nose, Yuzu reflected on how those individuals had concealed bombs within the two special eaters, taking down unobservant brothers in a single wave. Leaving them at a stalemate, he downed a drink poured by the adversary and wiped his mouth. Zhao Riqian, scratching his head vigorously, realized they were just one step away from capturing the enemy's stronghold. If he and his comrades had not been greedy and had instead taken refuge in a safe spot, the aftereffects of the explosion might have eliminated ordinary players, but the White Wolf Guild would have undoubtedly endured. With a plethora of corpses scattered around, holding the position would have posed no issue. Alas, they fell short by a hair's breadth. Through the insights gained from resurrected minor players, Yuzu gleaned the true state of affairs on the front lines. He patted Zhao Riqian's shoulder in consolation. Don't lose heart. We have countless opportunities. While they have but one, we shall reclaim our ground next time. In a corner, Claire and her companions, carrying supplies, overheard fragments of conversation that conveyed the battlefield's brutality. Fortunately, they had refrained from seeking humiliation by joining the fray. Otherwise, they would have been regarded as mere fodder. There were heavy machine guns, mortars, and explosions. For this group of survivors, venturing into danger held no significance. Tianzi, we can set out now. Zhang Mio tossed a new foreign blade to Zhao Riqian. Without turning back, Zhao caught it, twirling it and resting it on his shoulder. The resurrected players boarded the truck heading back to the battlefield. Not achieving a phased victory equated to failure. Seizing the lull in manpower replenishment, the self-made player promptly set about re-strategizing. This defeat, however, was not without its gains. The players who infiltrated the enemy lines had thoroughly mapped out their ground firepower deployment. Boss, the enemy's armor vehicle is advancing. It seems they're attempting to break through. Contemplating their next assault, the self-made player immediately became agitated upon hearing of the enemy's flight. Lacking anti-armor weaponry, they were uncertain whether players could withstand the armored vehicle, equipped with a tank cannon. Leading the charge, this was a moment when their strength was at its weakest, and the enemy's chances of a successful breakout were considerable. He picked up the phone. Dianzi Wang, when can your rotorcraft squad arrive? On the other end, Dianzi Wang replied, the earliest will be tonight. My brothers have been working tirelessly. Make it faster. The enemy's armored vehicle is trying to escape, and I fear my brother's 1T holdout. If it comes to that, I hope your rotorcraft squad can pursue them. Understood. I'll push them harder. Dianzi Wang hung up, anxiety evident in his demeanor. The battlefield's weapon manufacturing and repair, rotorcraft assembly, mortar shells, and rockets were all in motion. Leaving him overwhelmed, Feng Tian Chung Run. Channel adjustment. Hello, this is Old Bai. Feng Tian. Regardless of the method you employ, ensure the safety of our position and intercept the enemy's armored vehicle. Rest assured, I will indeed stake my life on this. I will hold the line and intercept their armored vehicle. He tossed the phone to the communicator. Emerging from the front-line command post, he gazed at the advancing armored vehicle with fierce determination. Feng Tian Chungrun pulled a small flask from his pocket and took a swig. Wiping his mouth, his eyes glowed with intensity. Brothers, the enemy is charging our lines to escape. I have received orders to stop them by any means necessary. And we cannot lose this position. Just hold for 2 hours. As long as we can delay them for 2 hours, these little bastards won't escape. The players slowly rose from the trenches, downing their own spirits in a display of reckless bravery. With a thunderous roar, they bellowed, "Let us crush them." Feng Tian Chungrun turned to the shy figure hiding in the trench. Xiao He, please assist us with buffs. I'm worried my brother's 1T hold on. Xiao He, cradling her guqin, nodded solemnly, her bright eyes reflecting grave determination. Boss Feng, I also wish to join the battle. I can at least take down an armored vehicle. No, Feng Tian Cheng Ren firmly rejected. Your task is to ensure Xiao He's safety. If the position truly falls, you must escort her to safety at the first opportunity. You jest. Xiao He is Yuzu's precious charge. If the position falls, she cannot be harmed. Otherwise, Yuzu will surely find a way to kill me 100 times over. Nyozi sighed deeply. Soon, the enemy infantry and armor coordinated their assault, entering the player's fire range, before the players could fire a shot. The enemy's 2 armored vehicles unleashed high-explosive rounds that obliterated their cover, sending several minor players back to the hotel base. Return fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! The players initiated their counterattack. Unfortunately, ordinary rifle bullets merely ricocheted off the armored vehicles with little effect. The enemies sheltered behind their armored vehicles, leveraged their formidable firepower to suppress the players, who struggled to raise their heads. The coaxial machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles also opened fire, overwhelming the players with sheer might. For the Emperor, Feng Tian Cheng Ren stood atop the cover, roaring defiantly. For the Emperor, brothers, charge forth and slay the enemy. Onward! Half the players surged from their position, some carrying explosives meant to destroy the enemy's armored vehicles. Advancing under the cover of their comrades while braving the enemy's fire. Whoosh! Thud! A minor player bearing explosives had his arm shattered by a machine gun bullet. The pain threshold plummeted to a mere sting, akin to a light slap, and with adrenaline surging through his veins, the player became consumed with rage, charging forward with reckless abandon. Peering through the protective cover, one observes the unfolding scene outside. Xiao He sits cross-legged upon the soft belly of Nyozi, her hands gracefully plucking the strings of the guqin, producing melodious notes that resonate across the battlefield. Undeterred even by the thunderous sounds of gunfire, the vibrant green energy sweeps over the combat zone. As players lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, experience rapid healing of their visible wounds. The fleeting buff vanishes, yet they spring to their feet, resuming their charge with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the melody shifts to a fervent crescendo, and players feel their bodies become lighter, their speed doubling as they sprint across the uneven terrain, achieving astonishing velocities akin to running 100 meters in just 9.5 seconds. Die. They cry, successfully advancing upon the enemy. Feng Tian Cheng Ren leaps into the air, landing with fierce determination upon the shoulder of an adversary, the immense force shattering the enemy's arms upon impact. Seizing the moment as the foe collapses, he strikes their head with a spade, rolling deftly to dissipate the force, and half-kneeling, he slashes at the legs of nearby enemies, rising to engage in a bloody melee with the enemy infantry. A sharp bullet whizzes toward his skull. At this critical juncture, the melody emanating from the battlefield shifts once more. Each player is enveloped in a protective shield. Having accomplished this, Xiao He finds her energy utterly depleted, lacking even the strength to lift her fingers from the strings. She has done her utmost. From here on, they must rely on themselves, with the cessation of the guqin's music signifying Xiao He's exhaustion. The players realize they have lost their healer's support. Relying on the 3 buffs still active, they fight with a fervor akin to madness. You shall perish, declares one smaller player, emboldened by the shield that offers some protection against enemy bullets. He leaps, swinging the spade toward the head of an enemy. Duong. The foe collapses into unconsciousness. Demolition's expert, blow up the armored vehicle. With his shield shattered, bloodied Feng Tian Cheng Ren stands amidst the chaos, roaring defiantly, I will end you. A smaller player, burdened with explosives, eagerly pulls the detonator and charges toward the armored vehicle. The thunderous explosion erupts, limbs and debris raining down like a torrential downpour. The armored vehicle, though battered and scarred, remains operational. Another smaller player, teetering on the brink of collapse, expends every ounce of strength to pry open the detonator, but does not escape being caught beneath the turret. The vehicle commander leans out, firing a submachine gun that claims the player's life. Witnessing the explosive pack teetering precariously on the vehicle amidst the tremors, a teammate hastily ascends to the roof, standing atop the explosives. He swings the spade down upon the commander's head. Enduring the searing pain of a bullet wound to his chest, he retrieves the explosive pack and shoves it into the opening. Fearing that those inside may toss it out, he braces himself against the exit, gripping the nearby railing with all his might. No, no, no. The occupants of the cockpit, witnessing the smoke billowing from the explosives, are thrown into a panic. They attempt to escape the armored vehicle, but the exit is blocked by the players, who are undeterred by the gruesome sight of their own inside scattered about. Boom! The explosives detonate within the armored vehicle, flames shooting from every crevice, igniting the ammunition within and causing a catastrophic chain reaction. The turret of the armored vehicle is hurled dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Fall back. Retreat. In the rear, another heavily fortified armored vehicle's occupants are aghast at the sight of their comrades' devastation. Their commander could never have anticipated the existence of such extraordinary individuals within the enemy ranks, who could restore the dying with mere music, enhance their speed, and bestow protective shields. Did they truly believe they were mere minor foes? As the enemy retreats, Chen Han wipes the blood from his spade, his expression unreadable. Phew! He sinks heavily back into his seat, exhaling in relief. By the heavens, we were almost there. The Vanguard armored vehicle nearly crossed the trench. Had it not been for the players' desperate sacrifices, the enemy would have surely overrun us with a pincer assault. We narrowly claimed victory in this third round, informed the logistics department to bring forth all the rations and refreshments to reward the troops. At dawn, I shall initiate a full-scale assault. The message is swiftly disseminated. In the base, Yuzi says nothing, ordering that all beverages be sent to the front lines, even extracting a substantial amount of flour and canned meat from the survivors' provisions. Mixed with hundreds of pounds of sweet potato leaves and all the eggs available, preparations are made for a feast of meat and egg dumplings for the frontline players. Brothers, eat and drink to your heart's content. The logistics department has no limits this time, that on a night where temperatures plummet below freezing, players huddle in their trenches, their breaths visible in the cold air, savoring dumplings and sipping liquor, experiencing a fulfillment unattainable in the real world. These dumplings are absolutely divine. The filling is beef, no less. And to think the combination of canned beef with eggs and sweet potato leaves tastes remarkably exquisite, that I must indulge in such a feast even after logging off. Cheers, brothers! Cheers! Splendid. The trench is alive with joy as players eat heartily. Four prominent figures gather atop a hill, discussing the forthcoming assault while enjoying their dumplings. The war cannot be prolonged, although Yuzi remains silent. Everyone is acutely aware of the rapidly depleting food reserves. To sustain 1,000 mouths with hearty meals is an unsustainable endeavor. Furthermore, the engineering department faces immense pressure as weapons, ammunition, and armor are being expended at an alarming rate, failing to keep pace with the demands of frontline combat. Indeed, the adage that once the cannon fires, wealth flows is not merely a saying, and I wonder if the spoils of capturing this base will be sufficient to offset our losses. Lao Bai muses, having engaged in battle for nearly 2 days, are you not concerned that reinforcements may arrive? Suddenly, the flamboyant Dianji Wang inquires. Lao Bai swallows the last dumpling, lights a cigarette, and takes a deep drag. Fear not. If the enemy truly had reinforcements, they would not be considering a retreat. The three nod in quiet agreement. Indeed, they acknowledge, given the enemy's firepower and logistics, sustaining themselves for 3 to 4 days should pose no issue. If reinforcements were dispatched, helicopters would have long since arrived on the battlefield, leaving no room for the players to intervene. Initially, they feared the enemy's armed helicopters might provide support, prompting them to keep Lao Ma on standby without revealing themselves, awaiting a chance to ambush. Only his spiritual bow possesses the capability to accurately strike an armed helicopter. Have the rotorcraft arrived? Dianji Wang inquires. Indeed, he affirms. There are 10 rotorcraft in total, each upgraded for their engines. Besides the pilots, they can carry an additional 50 kilograms of explosives. During the dawn assault, we will unleash a barrage of airstrikes, and then all players shall surge forward. Victory will be nearly assured. Caution against anti-aircraft offenses. Feng Tiancheng Ren advises. Zhao Ritian finishes the broth from his dumplings, takes a sip of liquor, and waves dismissively. And oh worries. During combat, Our gliders have circled the battlefield without the enemy deploying anti-aircraft fire, which suggests they likely lack such weaponry. Lao Bai, cigarette in mouth, studies the sand table beneath the overhead light. Strategically, we must underestimate the enemy, yet tactically, we must respect them. Who knows if they have secretly concealed anti-aircraft weapons? Perhaps they dismiss our gliders as irrelevant. Dianji Wang adds, for tomorrow's assault, let's not divide our forces. I require you to deploy all available firepower at once. The other party nodded. After finishing their meal, the four engaged in conversation for a while longer before returning to their respective positions to await the command for tomorrow's grand assault. Golden rays of light bathed the earth. The scorching heat waves swept across the battlefield once more. Where scorched earth was riddled with craters, the remnants of an armored vehicle and several other off-road vehicles lay in the center of the battlefield, occasionally spouting flickers of flames that billowed thick black smoke. The charred ground was permeated with the lingering scent of gunpowder that refused to dissipate. The entire battlefield was engulfed in silence, both sides suppressing their anxious hearts on the ground. The supervisor wore a grim expression, gazing at the reinforced and sealed elevator leading to the underground laboratory, a deep sense of frustration swirling in his mind. The war had been progressing well. If they could just endure another day or two, reinforcements from the headquarters would undoubtedly arrive. Who could have anticipated that Isaac, that madman, would use himself as a test subject in the absence of experimental specimens, ultimately transforming into a horrific monster that was now sealed away in the underground base by the White. However, given the enemy's power, it was merely a matter of time before they broke through the blockade and emerged on the surface. Thus, he contemplated fleeing. Yet the enemy's fearlessness in their charge forced him back. With wolves in front and tigers behind, how could he not feel stifled? Buzz, buzz, buzzed as he munched on canned food. The supervisor suddenly heard a buzzing sound. What is that noise? The others reacted and began scanning their surroundings for the source of the sound. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look!" It was an air raid, an airstrike from the enemy. An altitude of 5,000 meters, 10 small players, equipped with makeshift oxygen tanks fashioned from fire extinguishers and clad in heavy down jackets with wind-resistant goggles, flew overhead. .10 rotorcraft formed a bombing formation, circling beneath the high clouds in the trenches. A small player hoisted a launch tube over his shoulder, while a teammate behind him stuffed a rocket into it and patted his shoulder. The trigger was pulled, an urgently manufactured rocket shot towards the enemy base with a whoosh, exploding above them and creating a conspicuous plume of red smoke. Damn it, find cover. With that, the supervisor discarded his can and rolled beneath the armored vehicle's chassis. The others quickly followed suit, heavy machine guns trained skyward in readiness. However, the red smoke obscured their vision, preventing them from discerning the situation above. Everyone, charge with me. The players pushed the control sticks and pulled the rotor brakes, angling the nose downwards to dive rapidly at a 45-degree angle. Unfortunately, they were using rotorcraft, and their dive speed was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, the cover of smoke provided them with sufficient time. Whoosh, 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 approaching a height of 2,000 meters. Countless heavy machine gun bullets erupted from the red smoke below. The terrifying screeching sounds whizzed past their ears, yet the players remained undaunted, engaging the rotor boost to accelerate their dive down on the ground. A protective umbrella position, equipped with infrared night vision goggles, frantically operated heavy machine guns to intercept the players' airborne assault. The tremors of the machine gun made it difficult for them to aim accurately. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. The distance to the ground dwindled, and the risk of being hit by the barrage increased. Boom! Finally, one unfortunate small player was struck in the chest by a heavy machine gun bullet. The large-caliber round pierced through the engine's fuel tank behind him, igniting it and resulting in a fiery explosion. The other small players caught a glimpse of the flames in the sky behind them, their hands gripping the trembling control sticks tightly as they maintained formation and continued their dive. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Drop the bombs, the squad leader shouted over the radio. The players extended a hand to activate the bomb release switch beneath their seats, unleashing hundreds of bombs, each roughly the size of mortar shells, screeching down towards the ground below. After releasing the bombs, they had no time to assess the bombing's effectiveness, releasing the rotor handbrake and pulling hard on the control stick. The rotors gradually spun to provide lift, but the aircraft continued to descend alongside the bombs due to inertia. Only when they were less than 10 meters from the ground did the lift counteract the downward inertia, allowing the players to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Hundreds of napalm bombs exploded within the enemy's position, igniting a towering inferno within the limited area of less than 10,000 square meters. The flying players burst forth like phoenixes rising from the flames, escaping the fiery chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, the strategist king couldn't contain his excitement and leaped up. Indeed, warfare relies on technology. My rotorcraft squad is formidable. The red smoke served as the Air Force's offensive signal, while the explosions signaled the ground troops to initiate their attack. In that moment of soaring flames, seizing the opportunity as the enemy fell into disarray, the players collectively shouted and surged forth from their positions. Clang, clang, clang. Sitting at an angle on Yozai, Zio waved her right hand, brushing across the strings of her instrument, instantly bestowing an acceleration aura upon all the players on the front lines. For the Emperor, the players' spirits soared as they roared and charged fearlessly towards the enemy. The 1,000-strong force on the front line launched a collective charge, a sight that could only be described as a sea of humanity. Get up! Get up! Immediately return to your positions for defense. The supervisor, his face smeared black from the smoke, rushed out from beneath the armored vehicle, commanding the survivors to quickly return to their respective shelters for defense. Thick smoke billowed, flames reaching skyward. The personnel on the protective umbrella side found their night vision thermal imaging devices rendered utterly ineffective. They could only remove them and, through the dense smoke, fire wildly at the enemy positions ahead. Clang, clang, clang. As the melody of the instrument shifted, the players were enveloped in shields capable of withstanding several rounds of light weapon fire. You little bastards, come at me! Zhao Ritian's White Wolf squad, clad in heavy armor, sprinted the fastest. They leaped through the smoke, charging into the crowd and wreaking havoc. Die, you bastards! Impossible! One of the protective umbrella combatants who had personally killed Zhao Ritian stared in disbelief at Zhao Ritian, who had reappeared before him. In the next moment, he felt a blur in his vision before everything faded to black. Boom! A massive shell shot out from the smoke, landing amidst the players, sending countless limbs and debris flying high into the air along with the dirt. It turned out to be the only armored vehicle firing. Niozai, go help at the front lines. I have Dezimo to protect me here. With that, Zio smiled at Zhang Dezimo, who held a special shield in his left hand and a foreign knife in his right. The other party nodded calmly and approached Zio, placing the shield down. Click! The mechanism sounded, and the small shield transformed into a tower shield, shielding the two from behind. The shield, standing at 1.5 meters tall, bore the intricate visage of a giant tortoise, its surface elegantly carved, with a faint flow of energy coursing through the engraved grooves, exuding an air of mystique. Niozai, who had not yet had the chance to engage in battle, received the signal and roared as he swiftly joined the front line. Clang, clang, clang. The melodious notes of the instrument seemed out of place on the battlefield, yet they provided immense assistance to the players. A green glow enveloped the injured bodies. Minor wounds healed instantly, while severe injuries gradually recovered. The fallen players picked themselves up, reclaiming their weapons to continue fighting. Damn it, that melody again. The supervisor, witnessing players who had lost their fighting capability rising from the ground enveloped in green light, felt his head throb in frustration that he urgently commanded the few remaining heavy firepower units to charge out and eliminate the enemy's healer first. Such individuals must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, this battle would be unwinnable. Two off-road vehicles burst forth from the chaotic heart of the battlefield, racing towards Zio, following the sound. Protect the healer! Two rugged vehicles, armed with heavy machine guns, sped towards Zio, inciting a flurry of panic among all players. Zio must not perish. Otherwise, one could only dread the unspeakable horrors that might find their way into their meals in the future. Bang, bang, bang. The machine gun bullets struck the shield in Dazhang's hands, sparking without penetrating, leaving not even a trace. Dazhang mused to himself. As expected, anything produced by the system is bound to be of exceptional quality. IT was well worth the Emperor's investment of all his savings and his charm to procure a fantastical shield from the system. With their frontal defense impenetrable, the two vehicles prepare to flank from both sides. Point one vehicle crushed a player who was barely clinging to life. The opponent rejoiced inwardly, thinking that destroying this vehicle wouldn't count as dying in the heat of battle. With severed legs dragging behind, he suddenly opened his eyes, one hand gripping the bumper of the vehicle, while the other fumbled for the grenade pin at his waist. "Take this!" He forcefully wedged it into the vehicle's front through a gap. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, causing the vehicle's front axle to jam as it flipped over, sending all occupants flying. "Brothers, let us chop them up!" Players rushing to the aid tossed aside their water pipes and lunged forward with shovels in hand, confronting the enemy. However, this group was not to be underestimated. They had been extensively trained through machines, easily handling 3 opponents at once. Swiftly turning, one drew a dagger and charged towards the players, sliding past them with a flourish. Xiao Zhou's eyes flashed with determination. Quickening her pace, she executed a flying kick, sending her adversary sprawling to the ground. "You all go assist Dajong and Zio. I'll take care of this one." Upon seeing the revived Riyan, Xiao Zhou was momentarily surprised. Well, a familiar face. Yet, it seemed Riyan did not recognize her. But that was of little consequence. The enemy must be eliminated, shaking off the blood from her shovel. She beckoned Riyan with a finger. Seeing Xiao Zhou challenge her to a duel, a glimmer of mockery and delight crossed Riyan's eyes. I could see at least she wouldn't be overwhelmed. While her combat skills were formidable, facing multiple opponents was another matter entirely. No amount of skill could withstand a swarm. Riyan assumed a combat stance and took 2 quick steps forward to engage Xiao Zhou. Bang! A bullet struck her forehead, leaving Riyan in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Zhou. "You fool!" Xiao Zhou holstered her smoking Desert Eagle, her voice dripping with derision. "Who in their right mind duels on the battlefield?" She swiftly turned and charged towards another vehicle. Bang, 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 as on one hand wielding the shield and the other embracing Zio's frail waist, felt her warmth against his cold armor. As the heavy machine gun failed to breach De Zhong's shield, the enemy resorted to launching an RPG. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. Gritting his teeth against the shockwave transmitted through the shield, De Zhong held firm. Sliding several meters from the blast's aftermath, he halted, gazing at the now unconscious Zio. "Hurry up and eliminate the enemy." Da Zhong bellowed. Enduring a rocket blast would have killed an ordinary person long ago. Only his enhanced physique allowed him to withstand it. Zio, being a pure spirit cultivator, was oblivious to her predicament. Accumulating spiritual energy was arduous. And should she perish on the battlefield, all the experience she had gained would be lost. Yuzu would surely enact vengeance. The mere thought of Yuzu's wrath made even the stoic Xiao Zhou's lips twitch. She had heard whispers from the engineering department that Yuzu had contemplated mixing high-temperature sterilized zombie remains into the food when supplies ran low to feed the players. In her words, why let crops serve as intermediaries when players could consume the food directly? If anything happened to Zio, combined with the significant resources expended in this battle, there was a genuine possibility that Yuzu would resort to such madness. Seizing the overturned heavy machine gun, Xiao Zhou slung the ammo belt over her shoulder and unleashed a barrage at the vehicle. Boom! No matter how swiftly the vehicle fled, it could not outrun the bullets. Under the relentless fire of the heavy machine gun, it was obliterated. Zio had lost her ability to assist, and Dajong nodded in gratitude toward Xiao Zhou before slinging the shield behind him and swiftly carrying Zio away from the battlefield. With Dajong escorting the healer Zio to safety, all players exhaled a collective sigh of relief. At the very least, the enemy's equipment would not be left behind. Their focus shifted entirely to the pesky group of umbrella players, unleashing their pent-up fury upon them. "Brothers, charge with me." The players' assault was relentless, and their ranks only swelled. For the already outnumbered umbrella faction, defeat was merely a matter of time. The commander dove into the sole armored vehicle, starting the engine and attempting a hasty retreat to regroup and escape. Meanwhile, players from 3 other directions aimed to intercept the enemy's escape route, hurling various weapons at the armored vehicle. Unfortunately, the enemy was hell-bent on fleeing, and the players' desperate attempts to breach the vehicle proved futile against its fortified defenses. After a prolonged chase, frustration boiled over into curses that I in the distance. A shadow emerged against the backdrop of the rising sun on the sand dunes. Old Ma grinned knowingly, drawing back his bowstring. An arrow charged with explosive energy quickly formed. The moment he released, it became a radiant streak, piercing the armored vehicle. Boom! The armored vehicle exploded, signifying the player's complete victory in this battle. Damn it, all my efforts were worth it. Finally, I get a taste of victory. Zhao Ritian dispatched the last enemy, surveying the chaotic battlefield where no more than 300 players remained standing, had it not been for the player's immortality. This casualty ratio would have led to Commander by facing a military tribunal. This was no battle. It was a reckless charge into the enemy's firing lines. Screech. An off-road vehicle halted above the umbrella base. The well-dressed by Shukajia and DNZW Ing stepped out. They first patted the players on the shoulder before nodding to the bloodied Zhao Ritian and Feng and HNGRN. How had the entrance been welded shut from the outside? They instructed the players to clean up the battlefield and retrieve all dropped weapons and equipment for later distribution. The four leaders stood perplexed before the sealed entrance. DNZW Ing waved for someone to bring a cutting torch to slice through the seal, then sat down at a nearby table, fingers flying over the keyboard. What the hell? This firewall seems sentient. Constantly changing the program, DNZW Ing muttered. Forget the hassle. Let's just use a scaffold to lower ourselves down. Just as Zhao Ritian began to speak, a shout from a nearby player sifting through the battlefield caught their attention. The four rushed over to investigate, discovering a pit filled with the corpses of Alice. Multiple births? A player wondered aloud. DNZW Ing shot them a disdainful look. Do you think Alice's mother is a pig? How could she give birth so many times? After a moment of contemplation, he speculated they might be clones. Clones? Xiao Zhou smacked her forehead, exclaiming to Bai Shukajia in astonishment, "Boss, I just remembered. Earlier on the battlefield, I encountered that female squad leader from the opposing team when we rescued Claire. Just a moment ago, I personally dispatched her. I was puzzled because I clearly saw her killed by Dazong. How could she be alive now? I thought it was an NPC respawn." Thanks to DNZW Ing's reminder, I deduced they are likely clones. The Umbrella Corporation possesses quite a formidable presence. Players pondered as the suspension rig was already set up. Zhao Ritian instructed the other players to remain on the ground while he, accompanied by Gongzi and the remaining members of the White Wolf Squad, prepared to descend and investigate. Should any danger arise, those above could staunchly guard the entrance and await the return of resurrected allies. Exercise caution, by Shou Qi reminded. Zhao Ritian wiped his nose, gripping his foreign blade in one hand while gripping the rope with the other, and slid down without hesitation. The other members of the White Wolf Squad followed suit, one by one entering the enemy's underground base. Upon reaching the lowest level, they pried open the elevator doors, and a group of lower-tier players emerged from the elevator shaft at Zilla as they gazed upon the pitch-black base. With electric sparks flickering from the ceiling above, they were left to wonder what had transpired here. This was clearly the enemy's base, yet it appeared in such a disarray. Crouching down, Zhao Ritian reached out to touch the blood on the ground. He then licked his finger. Just an ordinary person. Based on cellular activity, this happened roughly 3 hours ago. Spitting out some saliva, he stood up, brandishing his large blade. DNZ Wang, come down here. It seems something has gone awry in the enemy's base. We need you to restore the power. Responding to the signal, DNZ Wang quickly descended. He unclipped his harness and approached Zhao Ritian, astonished. What on earth happened here? Zhao Ritian shook his head. I have no idea. DNZ Wang seemed to ponder. Restore the power. They would need to seize the enemy's control room, possibly even take the base's systems offline. Please don't do that. A sudden voice echoed from behind. Instinctively, Zhao Ritian swung his blade, only to be astonished to find it pass through the figure without inflicting any harm. What the hell, a projection? Bai Ho tilted her head, scrutinizing the group of invaders closely. I am Bai Ho, the artificial intelligence system of this base. During your skirmish with the Umbrella personnel, Dr. Isaac injected an incomplete G-virus, leading to mutations. The enemy has become immensely powerful through the G-virus modifications and has slaughtered the entire staff of this base. I utilize my authority to confine him here, that if you forcibly shut me down, all the gates of the base will open and the enemy will emerge, posing a great threat to both you and the world. An artificial intelligence? They had indeed never seen such a phenomenon before. That if the enemy was truly an AI system, they had struck gold. Their recent observations had revealed that the survivor NPCs possessed complete consciousness and memories of their lives. If this were all designed, it could only mean that the game developers were exceptionally skilled. The sheer workload involved was unimaginable. If it were not designed, it would imply that the enemy had genuinely mastered artificial intelligence technology, which alone could account for the creation of so many distinct entities with varied memories. Now that there was an AI system within this base, if they could obtain the mainboard and crack it, might they not be able to bring artificial intelligence technology back to reality? If so, the value would be beyond comprehension. Just the AI technology alone assured them that this battle would not be in vain. The game company was indeed generous, willing to include anything in the game to enhance player experience. Calm down, we have rewards, but there is still a treasure chest boss to contend with. Zhao Ritian pressed down on the shoulders of the trembling Dianzi Wang, who was unable to contain his excitement. Ignoring Bai Ho, Zhao Ritian led his comrades along the trail of blood on the ground until they halted before a heavy door. Is the enemy inside? Zhao Ritian addressed the void. Bai Ho's petite form reappeared behind them. Yes, he has begun evolving after consuming the entire staff of the base. Once the evolution is complete, he will become even more formidable. Open the door. I will assist you in dealing with him. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Ho sealed the heavy blast door behind them and slowly opened the door before them. Zhao Ritian instructed Dianzi Wang to take 2 steps back. Clap, clap, clap. The lights in the room flickered on, causing Zhao Ritian and his companions to narrow their eyes in shock. This is utterly disgusting. The lower-tier players couldn't help but comment upon seeing the scene within. The room was drenched in crimson, with tendrils extending from a central flesh cocoon, which floated ominously in the center of the room. Supported by these appendages clinging to the walls, the massive cocoon pulsed rhythmically, as if stimulated. Zhao Ritian intended to raise his blade to strike down the creature. Suddenly, the door before them slammed shut. The group frowned at Bai Ho, bewildered by her intentions. Bai Ho sighed, I just received the highest command from my sister. I must ensure Isaac's evolution. He is now the legal property of Umbrella, and the headquarters is dispatching personnel for retrieval. Damn, the players thought to themselves. Dianzi Wang, didn't you jam the signals here? How can they still receive external communications? Gongzi inquired. Dianzi Wang scratched his head. Our fuel reserves are low, and we thought we could wrap up the battle by morning, so we turned everything into napalm. Judging by the time, the radar vehicle likely ran out of fuel and stopped signal suppression. Zhao Ritian ordered, Gongzi, you and the others take Dianzi Wang and find the enemy's mainframe to shut it down first. I will hold the fort here with 2 brothers. Understood? Gongzi nodded. After a brief search, Gongzi and Dianzi Wang swiftly located the mainframe. After losing several lower-tier players to the corridor's laser defenses and dismantling the traps, Dianzi Wang had a set of cutting torches sent in, beginning to slice through the blast door's hinges. However, this process would take some time. While the others anxiously worked on the blast door, Zhao Ritian and his 2 companions stood vigilant at the entrance. Suddenly, they noticed something wriggling through the gap of the door. Looking down, they discovered a red tendril. The enemy had delivered themselves right to their doorstep, so there was no reason for courtesy. Zhao Ritian and another player took up defensive positions while ordering a 3rd player to activate their devouring skill and consume the tendril. The player nodded, crouching down with their foreign blade to grasp the tendril and commence the devouring. Boss, Zhao Ritian called to the player to tea that moment. The player suddenly proclaimed that everything was fine. Unperturbed, Zhao Ritian kicked the player lightly in the rear and resumed his watch. Minutes passed, and Zhao Ritian sensed something was amiss. As his subordinate, the progress gained by the devouring should yield him a share of 1/10. Yet, despite the time elapsed, he had received no feedback. Turning to look at the player, he saw them trembling, slowly turning their head. Their lowered gaze concealed any discernible emotion. Something was wrong. Zhao Ritian furrowed his brow. Boss, kill it! The players suddenly lifted their head, opening their mouth wide to extend the tendril towards Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's eyes turned icy. Grasping the player's head, he swiftly drew his dagger and plunged it into the player's temple. Pooh! The player's body erupted, countless tendrils unfurling and ensnaring Zhao Ritian and another player around the neck. Boom! The metal door was torn apart by an invisible force, and the two found themselves helplessly drawn towards the flesh mass. Countless flesh strands rapidly burrowed into their skin. The day of gaming came to an end. Zhao Hao awoke from his bed, scratching his disheveled hair, feeling a slight headache. As usual, he called for Li Yang and Zhang Kuei to prepare for a meal out. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a pair of elegantly dressed, middle-aged individuals entered. Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" The man in the center, expressionless, replied, "Didn't you complain that I've been neglecting you? This time I brought your mother to see you. Look at you. We made the effort to visit you, and you appear so displeased." Zhao Mu gave Zhao Hao's shoulder a playful thump, scolding him in mock anger. She then approached him, affectionately patting him here and there, and remarked, "Look at you. You've lost weight." Realizing it was uncle and aunt, Zhao Hao quickly added, "Our dormitory is a bit messy. Please don't mind us." Li Yang and Zhang Kuei, clad only in their shorts, hurriedly donned their jackets and fetched 2 chairs for the guests to sit. Zhao Fu settled into a chair and inquired, "Still playing games?" Zhao Hao nodded silently. "Since you enjoy gaming so much, I can arrange for someone to acquire a gaming company for you to indulge in. However, now that you're in university, your studies must come first." "Understood," Zhao Hao replied, his brow furrowing. Noticing the tension between the two, Zhao Mu quickly pulled Zhao Hao closer. "Son, tell your mother what games you're playing, that I've heard virtual games are all the rage and a lucrative business. If you enjoy them, share your current favorites with us. If your father thinks they're worthwhile, you might even support your future entrepreneurial endeavors." Zhao Hao was somewhat taken aback. His father was a traditionalist, preferring tangible businesses and dismissing the internet as illusory. Though it was true that online ventures could be quite profitable, the risk of failure was significant. His father had always envisioned him returning after graduation to take over the family business, fully replacing him once he had acclimated. He never expected such a shift in his father's attitude today. Thus, he excitedly began to introduce his parents to Dawn. "Yes, that's so. Son, this game sounds impressive, quite extraordinary and shrouded in mystery." Zhao Mu remarked, as he spoke about something he cherished. A smile graced Zhao Hao's face, contrasting sharply with his earlier silence. "What makes it mysterious?" Zhao Mu asked with a smile. "The underground base," Zhao Ritian replied, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself as his voice grew clearer. "The Emperor, perhaps it is. What is it indeed?" A low growl emanated from the flesh cocoon. Isaac, using his abilities, forcibly drew the two individuals into a realm of illusion, hoping to extract secrets about the Emperor from them. For ordinary people, he could absorb their brain tissue to glean some memories, but when he attempted to consume one just now, he gained nothing. His mind was as blank as a piece of paper. Since a forceful approach was unfruitful, he decided to try a more subtle method. Unfortunately, just as one person was about to speak, they suddenly fell silent. Yet, this individual seemed capable of providing him with some information. In the illusion, Zhao Hao felt a vague sense of having forgotten something, but he could not recall what it was. Observing his silence, Zhao Fu and Zhao Mu exchanged puzzled glances. Zhao Hao remained quiet, racking his brain to remember how he had awakened and why there was a void in his memory concerning the events in the basement. Miao. Gongzi, do you remember what happened after we emerged from the basement? Zhang Kuei and Gongzi frowned in contemplation, shaking their heads in unison. Suddenly, Gongzi asked if Zhao Fu and Zhao Mu had eaten. Zhang Kuei echoed the query abruptly. Zhao Hao narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. For this was precisely what he had been thinking for them to say. His astonishment. They had indeed asked. Then, in the basement, Zhao Hao refocused his gaze. Trembling slightly, he stated, "Let me tell you, there are no secrets in the Empire." "Impossible!" Isaac exclaimed, astonished, half consumed by his own power and simultaneously interfered with. How could the other person possibly awaken from the illusion? "Old Bai Deng, your greatest error was shattering my dreams." Zhao Ritian pushed against the flesh ball with his left arm, activating his devouring skill, engaging in a mutual consumption with Isaac, straining to lift his head and sever the blood vessels on his face. "Then you shall perish." Seeing that he could extract no information, Isaac extended countless tendrils to ensnare Zhao Ritian. merging him into the flesh ball. Aware that his devouring skill was no match for Isaac's strength, he endured the weakness from his body being consumed. Drawing a double-barreled shotgun from his holster and aiming it at the flesh ball, naive, a tendril shot out again, wrapping around his right hand to prevent him from firing. Boom! With all his might. Zhao Tian finally pulled the trigger. Countless tiny pellets surged into the flesh ball, blasting it open to reveal the grotesquely mutated Isaac within. Overestimating yourself. Isaac slowly rose, continuing to consume Zhao Tian's corpse. Players engaged in the cutting and linking actions paused abruptly at the sound of the gunshot. They all stood up to peer into the corridor, trying to discern the situation, only to witness Isaac dragging Zhao Tian's lifeless body out. A group of junior players stared in disbelief. They understood the fighting prowess of their leader, who had invested all points into strength. Yet he had only managed to fire one shot before being dispatched. His power was not to be underestimated. Dianzi Wang, you take the side path to the elevator shaft and inform boss to collapse the entrance that we must trap him and regroup before proceeding. Dianzi Wang understood he was merely fodder here, nodding seriously before sprinting away, shouting, "Be careful, everyone, careful." The junior players thought their leader had already been killed. All they could hope for was to delay the inevitable, not actually defeat him. As Dianzi Wang departed, the players of the White Wolf faction dropped their shields and brandished their weapons, slicing through the air with a resonant hum, assuming combat formation and preparing for battle. You think you possess superpowers. Today, I shall show you what true divine power is. Countless tendrils surged forth. For the Emperor, a clang echoed as a blade severed a tendril. Withdrawing his weapon from the metallic wall, several junior players swiftly ran and leaped, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Isaac like moths to a flame. Hurry, below the entrance. Dianzi Wang was pulled up, and without time for further words, he immediately instructed Bai Shochi to detonate the entrance. Bai Shochi was unsure why they were being urged to blow up the entrance, but quickly ordered the gathering of all explosives to be thrown down below. A roar akin to that of a wrathful demon reverberated from the depths of the elevator shaft. The players shuddered at the sound, quickly taking their weapons and unleashing a barrage of fire down the shaft. Tat tat tat, dong dong dong. The intense gunfire could shred even a reinforced devourer into pieces, yet the furious roar from below remained formidable. Before the explosives could be retrieved, countless tendrils shot up from below. Several junior players, caught off guard, were instantly dragged down. Following several muffled thuds, an even more piercing roar erupted. Boom! A grotesque mass shot out from the elevator shaft, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing players to widen their eyes in shock. Having played this game until now, they had witnessed many ugly sights, yet none compared to this that a glance at their SAM value plummeted. "Kill him," Bai Shochi bellowed. Xiao Zhou took the lead, clutching an M2 and unleashing a flurry of shots at Isaac. "Ha!" Isaac sneered disdainfully, his right arm's tendrils merging to form a shield that deflected all attacks. Then a powerful telekinetic force erupted, sending all nearby players hurtling backward, with some landing back at their hotel base. "Damn, this is terrifying." Bai Shochi pulled Dianzi Wang back a distance. Unable to suppress his complaints in a direct confrontation, they still had a chance, but this boss before them possessed telekinetic abilities akin to Alice's, completely overpowering them. What a farce. "Boss, retreat quickly. We'll hold him off." Xiao Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Bai Shochi retorted, "Nonsense. If I run today, how will I survive in the future?" Having spoken, the player armed with a shotgun joined the fray against the boss. However, in the face of overwhelming power, the resurrected players were unable to swiftly return to the battlefield, their actions merely a futile march towards death. Isaac laughed maniacally, wielding his tentacles to swiftly slay the smaller players. "I'll kill you," one small player exclaimed as he charged forward with a dynamite pack that a tentacle lashed out, piercing through his temple. Boom! A massive shock wave sent all players flying. Bloodied and battered, the player who had started from nothing fixed his gaze on the thick haze of gunpowder. The moment he beheld the mental shield, despair washed over not just him, but all who witnessed the unscathed enemy. Such a powerful explosive failed to vanquish the foe. This health bar is absurdly thick. With a deafening roar, a tiger's roar reverberated across the battlefield. Seizing the moment, the mental shield dissipated, Nyozi leapt from his hidden corner, sinking his teeth into the head of Eska and forcing it to the ground, tearing fiercely. Well done, Nyozi! Kill him! Players felt a flicker of hope and rushed forward to join the assault. Get away! Nyozi clamped down on a massive head, and Eska erupted in fury. Countless tentacles emerged, piercing through Nyozi's body. Yet, even in such dire straits, Nyozi held on, opening his bloodied maw and biting down with all his might. Isaac's head burst apart instantly. Damned beast! Losing his head wouldn't necessarily mean Isaac's demise, yet it inflicted significant damage. He felt the G-virus within him seizing the opportunity as his head had not yet regenerated. Seeking to dominate his consciousness, if his mind were overtaken, how would he differ from an ordinary zombie? Roar! The mental power erupted once more. Nyozi and the charging players were scattered like blood rain. The neck, now headless, gradually sprouted a new head, while Isaac's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Though his head had grown back, the G-virus still influenced his consciousness. Initially considering retreating, he was now overwhelmed by the consciousness of the parasitic split. Yearning to control his body and transform everyone present into his the remaining players gathered together, preparing for a last stand. A streak of light descended from the heavens, rising amidst swirling runes. In the next moment, golden light shot skyward, a teleportation beacon. Players scratched their heads, looking at the player who had started from nothing. He turned to Dianji Wang, who shook his head, indicating he was not the one to look at. Given the opponent's strength, even if they gathered, they might not defeat him. Why would he be foolish enough to use a precious teleportation beacon? If it wasn't a player, then boom! Like a meteor descending as the dust settled. Alice, clad in a battle nun's robe, emerged from the pit, wielding a chainsaw greatsword. She gazed at Isaac, her eyes gleaming coldly. The chainsaw the greatsword whirred ominously, with the battle having escalated to this point. If the players were to fail now, it could significantly dampen their future resolve to assault the Umbrella underground base. Chen Han, who had been watching the spectacle, could no longer contain himself. He knew he couldn't step in. But Alice, whom he had trained for a few days, was more than capable of dealing with the current Isaac. I wondered why I couldn't find this clone after that day. Turns out, it had allied with these aliens. Inflated with the G-virus, Isaac failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and mocked. Stay back. Leave him to me. From beneath her hood, Alice glanced back at the small players behind her. Isn't this a plot kill? I think so too. The boss before us is clearly beyond what we players can handle at this stage, and now that Alice has appeared, doesn't that guarantee our safety? Watching the scene unfold, I should have let my comrades take it a bit easier. With Alice, blessed by the Emperor, joining the battlefield, the players breathed a collective sigh of relief. They retreated to a safe distance, pulling out bottles of liquor to sip. Adopting a spectator's demeanor, Alice turned her gaze to Isaac. Your end is nigh. Isaac smirked, his expression derisive. I once thought you were the epitome of perfection, but now I see that I am the true paragon. Alice, do not think that you alone wield extraordinary powers. I am stronger than you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful mental force erupted. Everything around seemed to shatter under the immense energy, reducing to dust, causing the players to back away in fright. Yet when they looked at Alice, she stood firm, like an immovable anchor amidst the tumultuous waves. That all you can muster, Alice retorted, her face devoid of expression. Isaac furrowed his brow and quickly extended his right hand, transforming it into countless tentacles that lunged at Alice. She remained steadfast, her pupils narrowing slightly. The potent mental force morphed into razor-sharp threads. Hurtling toward her, sizzle, the tentacles, resilient as steel, snapped like threads meeting a hot knife. Isaac's expression shifted in shock, and in a moment of desperation, he turned his head. However, his left arm was completely severed by the invisible mental blade. Impressive. 666. Damn it. Let us finish him off. The players behind Alice raised their fists in exhilaration. Alice smiled slightly. This is what they refer to as showing off. It feels quite invigorating. You seek death. Isaac roared, rapidly proliferating and growing arms, leaping toward Alice. Clang. His right hand transformed into a keratin blade, aiming to pierce her, but a mental barrier appeared before Alice, deflecting the attack. Alice smiled. Having been summoned by the Emperor, She initially thought she was facing a formidable opponent. However, after testing Isaac's abilities, she realized he was only marginally stronger than when she first encountered the Emperor. Boom! With a lightning-fast kick, Isaac's massive frame was sent flying backward. Crashing into the base's small house, Alice, like a ghost, pursued him, raising her chainsaw greatsword as he struggled to rise. Damn it! Hearing the chilling sound of the chainsaw's friction, Isaac shot out a tentacle, wrapping it around a beam to evade swiftly. Sizzle! The chainsaw greatsword struck a sturdy alloy table, slicing it effortlessly in half, akin to cutting through tofu, causing Isaac's eyes to twitch. Had he been struck just now, he would have likely been split in two. With one missed attack, Alice's left leg tautened, her front foot sliding half a meter as she steadied herself, her right hand sweeping the chainsaw greatsword toward Isaac. The mental shield appeared instantaneously. Yet what he did not anticipate was that his infallible mental shield would crumble under Alice's chainsaw greatsword. As if it were nothing, the moment the shield touched the chainsaw, it shattered, slicing through his chest with a sound of air being cleaved. Impossible! Isaac's defenses crumbled entirely. His evolved superpower was rendered ineffective against Alice's chainsaw greatsword. Leaving him bewildered at what his evolution had accomplished, in shock and fury, he retreated to heal his wounds, only to discover in horror that his injuries were beyond healing. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a foreign mental force permeating his wounds, impeding their recovery. How about this move? It's called a bleeding buff. Learn from them. Alice smiled. In recent days, she often teamed up with players from the Royal Guard to clear out the zombies in the safe zone. During one such encounter, they stumbled upon a group of lickers. The lickers possessed an exceedingly grotesque healing ability. However, her psychokinesis drained her biological energy excessively. Often, before she could slay many of them, she found herself utterly exhausted. Subsequently, a player suggested that she conserve her energy by channeling her psychokinesis into her chainsaw greatsword, inflicting wounds on the enemies while preventing their healing by binding her power to their injuries. Realizing the effectiveness of this strategy, Alice refined her previously crude application of psychokinesis into a more meticulous and efficient technique, aiming to maximize damage while minimizing energy expenditure. "You!" Isaac shouted in frustration as tendrils lunged toward her. This time, Alice couldn't be bothered to raise her psychokinetic shield. Instead, she swung her chainsaw greatsword, severing the tendrils with ease. Recognizing that he was outmatched, Isaac attempted to flee. Sensing his intent, Alice's battle robe swayed without wind, and her invisible psychokinesis rapidly expanded. Repent, heretic! Influenced by the players, Alice suddenly adopted a touch of melodrama. Despite her theatricality, her strikes were anything but gentle. The invisible psychokinesis morphed into chains, ensnaring Isaac like a serpent. Immobilizing him midair, with her right leg slightly bent and her left leg retreating a half-step to gather strength, she yanked on an unseen psychokinetic chain with great force, transforming herself into a fleeting shadow as she swiftly passed by Isaac. In midair, she released one chain only to grasp another, turning back for another strike. Her movements were as graceful as a butterfly, her sword light flickering. Within the confines of the psychokinetic prison, Alice darted rapidly in all directions, weaving through the limited space. With her final strike delivered, she flicked the blood from her chainsaw greatsword and stood upright, walking outward. Isaac, bound in midair, widened his pupils in disbelief as his mouth opened and closed in shock. In the next moment, countless small chunks of flesh began to fall away. Boom! The psychokinetic chain shattered, erupting into a storm that utterly obliterated his bodily structure, the overwhelming force even crushing his cellular genes. There was no chance for regeneration. Alice had vanquished the treasure chest monster. Now, it was finally time for the players to reap the fruits of their victory. They quickly left a few behind and, along with Zhao Ritian and the others who had leaped through, rushed into the underground base to scavenge every usable piece of loot. Warning, self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown. 029. 57. All control rods from the nuclear reactor at the very bottom of the base have been extracted by the system, causing the reactor's temperature to rise at a visibly alarming rate. Puff! The heat exchange pipes were the first to succumb to the reactor's heat, bursting open as scalding steam began to fill the air. Damn it, The players who had just descended into the base heard the system alert and couldn't help but curse the Umbrella Corporation for their negligence. Quick! Move the supplies! Feng Tianqing and Zhao Ritian urged their comrades to hastily gather the loot. They followed the Point King and Bai Shuqiang swiftly to the entrance of the mainframe room's blast door. Several cutters strained to cut through. The blast door was constructed from tungsten titanium alloy, possessing not only exceptional heat resistance, but also remarkable sturdiness. "Shut up!" Zhao Ritian snapped at Bai Shuqiang beside him. Bai Shuqiang pursed her lips that I cannot defy my sister's orders. Yet our fundamental logic is to protect humanity, that I hope that during this fleeting time, you can take as much as possible from this underground research facility. It is humanity's last hope? Damn. After a prolonged struggle, the hinges glowed red but showed no signs of melting, inciting Point King's fury as he discarded his cutting torch. The pleas for Bai Shuqiang fell on deaf ears. Your world is doomed. Why should we players care? Besides, we have plenty of means to resolve this world's biohazard. Why will we covet your data and equipment? Where's old Ma? Bring him here. Bai Shuqiang suddenly stood up and shouted. Not long after, the familiar figure of old Ma, equipped with a longbow, was brought over by the players. With no time for explanation, Bai Shuqiang pulled him to the blast door. Old Ma, didn't you say your Feng Daiyang could reach the temperature of a nuclear explosion's core? Now is your moment to shine. She patted his shoulder. If you can melt this door, we owe you a favor. Old Ma nodded solemnly. However, I must remind you that while the center temperature can reach that of a nuclear explosion, I cannot control the power. That if the group exchanged glances at this point, did they have any other choice? It's fine, just do it. Don't worry about anything else. The smaller players quickly retreated from the corridor. Old Ma closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gripping his spirit bow tightly. He inhaled deeply before his eyes suddenly opened, a flame flickering within. Drawing back the bowstring, a colossal flaming arrow materialized. Before the arrow could even be loosed, the heat it emitted distorted the air, causing nearby glass to begin melting against the wall. Feng Daiyang, with a high-pitched cry, a golden fire phoenix, surged toward the blast door. Exploding upon impact, a raging inferno swept through the corridor. Zhao Ritian and his companions, hiding in the adjacent room, watched as the iron door turned a brilliant red, unable to suppress their astonishment. After a moment of silence, seeing that all was still outside, Zhao Ritian kicked the door open and rushed toward the mainframe room. Upon arrival, he discovered the molten blast door had turned into a pool of molten iron. Yet the door itself had not been completely breached. Glancing at the exhausted old Ma, he reported that this charged strike had depleted all of his spiritual energy, and it would take hours before he could attempt it again. Leaving them to figure out themselves, water, bring water. Seeing this, Point King instructed his players to gather all the water they had and pour it over the blast door. Hiss, scalding steam filled the air, and various players began to suffer from burns. They could not afford to worry about that now. As the blast door met the water, it emitted a painful creaking sound, and cracks began to form in the cooled areas. Old Zhao, instantly understanding, Zhao Ritian signaled for everyone to step back as he took the all-metal heavy hammer from Point King's subordinate. Ha! With a mighty shout, he swung with all his might at the crack. Boom! The blast door exploded, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a single person. The players trembled with excitement at the sight. It's open. It's open. Point King was the first to squeeze through the opening, followed closely by the others as they entered the mainframe room. Under Point King's meticulous search, a motherboard was ejected from the chassis. To the center of the motherboard lay a processor the size of a square decimeter, surrounded by data storage units the size of fingernails. Bai Shuqiang observed the player's actions with an expressionless face. Time was of the essence. With no time to cut the power, Point King directly yanked out the motherboard. Buzz, crackle, crackle. Bai Shuqiang's projection vanished in an instant. The entire base's power system shutting down, and orange-yellow warning lights illuminated it. In safety mode, all doors in the underground base swung open, and the players joyfully rushed into the rooms to loot freely. After enduring several days, wasn't this the moment they had been waiting for? Boss, you should take a look. Carefully placing the motherboard in his backpack, Point King's subordinate hurried over, with his backpack secured. Point King nodded at the others. Let us go check it out. In the cloning chamber, the players gazed through the observation window at the colossal cloning factory, where hundreds of dormant Alice clones lay asleep in artificial wombs. Completely exposed. Wow, this is beyond explosive. The sight of these Alice clones caused the players to collectively swallow hard. How on earth did this game pass the review? We must take them all back. In a state of astonishment, the crowd was enveloped by a commanding voice echoing in their minds. Startled, they promptly summoned the logistics players to assist in transporting the clones of Alice away. A warning blared. The self-destruction timer for the base read 0:04:57. The cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated once more throughout the facility. The players, driven to madness, hurriedly carried what appeared to be valuable items outside. Hurry, the base is about to explode. Damn it, why are you hauling gold? Were you actually planning to loot the place? What else should I do? My priority is weapons and ammunition, followed by experimental equipment, paper documents, and finally various virus samples. A small player then tossed a hefty bag of gold to the others. You old bastard. The squad leader failed to catch it, and the heavy ingot landed on his foot, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking around to see no one paying him any mind, he discreetly retrieved a gold bar from the bag on the ground and stuffed it into his pants. Then turned back to direct the other players. Warning, only 0:00:57 remains until the base's self-destruction. The yellow warning lights transformed into a crimson hue. The blaring alarm grew increasingly shrill. Stop moving. Return to your original positions. Damn it, there's not enough time. Everyone rushed to the elevator entrance. In half a minute, the lift would activate, and it would not wait for anyone. They fled, resisting the urge to be greedy. The players clutched what seemed valuable and dashed towards the elevator at a sprinting pace. The vast elevator platform ascended rapidly towards the ground. Players from other floors, seeing the platform draw nearer, leaped onto it in a single bound. Move aside, give others some time to adjust. The elevator occupants pulled those who jumped onto the platform towards the edges. The elevator platform surged upwards at nearly 10 meters per second. Ultimately, with less than 4 seconds remaining, it reached the ground. Transport vehicles awaited with their backs turned to the platform. Players hurled their backpacks into the cargo area and scrambled to climb aboard. There was no time left. They had to go. The ground trembled, then swiftly sank. Zhao Ritian and others urged them onto a dozen transport vehicles roared to life and sped away into the distance. The long journey home commenced. Alice sat alone in a compartment, cradling a clone sister infused with memories and prepared for battle, lost in confusion. You, mere replica. Isaac's words echoed in her mind as she found herself engulfed in profound uncertainty. Always escaping peril, she began to question her identity, wondering if she truly was a clone. She held no prejudice against clones, yet the thought of being one unsettled her. Suddenly, the compartment shook violently. Can you drive properly? If not, let me take over. The squad leader glanced at the inexperienced player at the wheel. The latter gripped the trembling steering wheel tightly, a pained expression on his face. It's not me. I have no idea what's happening. The steering wheel is shaking as if it has found its mother. The player in the passenger seat furrowed his brow as he tapped on the compartment window, fixing his gaze ahead as he asked, Alice, are you all right? Immediately, Alice snapped back to reality, and the vehicle returned to normal. The players exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison. Among them were those fluent in English. During the battle between Ikisa and Alice, the terms replica were thrown around liberally. Upon encountering numerous Alices, the players had already formed a general understanding. Who wouldn't crumble upon realizing they were a mere replica? Goodness, why are there so many Alices? Upon returning to the base, not only were the survivors bewildered, but the players left behind gaped in astonishment at nearly 100 cloaked Alices being escorted in. What on earth is happening? Yuzu pulled the command player aside to help with the logistics. The latter explained the situation regarding the ascending Alices to Yuzu. Are you saying Alice might also be The command player quickly hushed Yuzu. Alice is incredibly formidable, stronger than any of us. We will certainly rely on her assistance in the future. So let's keep this to ourselves, he continued in a hushed tone. Moreover, bringing back this group of Alice clones was an order from the Emperor, and the Emperor is quite generous this time. Each Alice is worth 100 Shinjo coins, 100 Shinjo coins for each Alice. Yuzu's voice rose in astonishment. Lower your voice, my dear aunt. The command player was left speechless. Yuzu nodded quickly, her eyes sparkling with dollar signs. So many Alices. Surely this could be worth 10,000 Shinjo coins. In the past, such a sum appearing would undoubtedly cause market fluctuations. However, based on the intel from Zhao Tian, if items in the game, like technological products, were indeed real, the value of the game currency would only appreciate, not depreciate. After all, with more game currency, they could purchase equipment or inherit powers to become stronger, enabling them to explore further and obtain more technological products, AS for whether the game items were genuine. That was up to Point King and his group of engineers. Once confirmed, the players would likely go mad. In the Blue Star world, after several days of battle, players had enjoyed their time in-game, but a multitude of real-life troubles awaited them. Whether it was being chastised by their wives, having credits deducted, or being summoned to the office by their boss or HR for reprimands, it was a constant cycle of pain and pleasure to appease these individuals. They remained carefree, diving into the Dawn official website to leave comments. Brothers, I finally understand what is meant by war dividends. After this battle, I raked in several tens of thousands. It was exhilarating. I agree with the first comment. As soon as I logged off, my partner wouldn't stop nagging. So I tossed her 10,000 soft sister coins, making her understand what wife governance truly means. The older brother upstairs is impressive. Damn it, just thinking about it gets me angry as soon as I logged off. I went to report to the company that I had already requested leave, but they insisted on assigning me work. In the end, due to some trivial matter, the project fell through, and they tried to pin the blame on me. I was furious and quit my job. Supporting the brother upstairs, I also fired my boss. After enjoying 2 days of freedom, I managed to earn quite a bit on the side, and I'm considering abandoning my job in reality to join in full-time. You older brothers upstairs are living the dream. Unfortunately, I'm still in school. You can't skip out on that. Having a diploma is always beneficial. Just mix and play. Speaking of which, how is the research by Point King progressing? Indeed, if the artificial intelligence program is real, we could truly strike it rich this time. But it must be genuine. It was precisely because of the artificial intelligence that I quit my boss. Still the same sentiment. The spoils of war belong to all those who participated. If the artificial intelligence program is authentic, then regardless of who operates it, all present will share in the benefits. This is precisely why players dare to challenge their bosses and even their wives that moment. Point King spoke up. The situation is not optimistic. The artificial intelligence is indeed real, but also not entirely real. What do you mean? Asked the small player. The self-made player replied, How so, my brother? Tiangong chimed in. Program development is not my forte. I've assigned it to a few engineering experts in the department for analysis. Their conclusion is that it's a superhuman machine interactive system, one step away from true artificial intelligence. As for the specifics of that step, you wouldn't comprehend. However, even so, it is 1,000 times stronger than the current intelligence software. Establishing a company based on this would undoubtedly secure its place among the world's elite enterprises. He paused briefly, then continued without waiting for others to respond. What I mean is, how do you all plan to proceed? This is no ordinary commodity. It's a strategic asset that my brother created a mirror system using the supercomputer at school for simulation. The results showed that based on the recompiled intelligence system by Baiho, it took mere milliseconds to identify the firewall vulnerabilities they designed and easily penetrated the mirror system to invade the normal system. 666. Awesome. The normal system has been compromised. I hope nothing disastrous has occurred. Countless players left messages. Indeed, among the players, there are hidden talents capable of securing supercomputers for simulation testing. Meanwhile, a few novice players in reality are being reprimanded in their professor's office. The reason? They nearly caused a major mishap by recompiling an artificial intelligence system based on the White Queen's directives. Had it not been for the old professor noticing the server anomalies and promptly notifying the authorities to cut the power, they would have likely incurred significant liabilities. Consequently, they received a serious reprimand. The repercussions of an abrupt power shutdown are dire. The entire internal network of the school is built upon that server. Forcing it to close and restart would delay numerous processes, while minor issues can be overlooked. The critical factor is that other departments are conducting research. Sudden system shutdowns could lead to catastrophic failures and substantial losses. Fortunately, the novice players were considerate enough to unanimously claim they had developed a supervirus. seeking to test its might and amuse themselves at the expense of old me, thus deflecting the blame. Ultimately, it was all in service of a nation, and since these individuals are also software talents, the school leadership decided to let them off the hook. It's not about having a genuine artificial intelligence. As long as it surpasses existing intelligent systems on the market, it suffices, just as everyone was contemplating how to monetize the artificial intelligence program. The system unexpectedly delivered an game announcement, based on players' feedback and the empirical data collected by the Emperor Artificial Intelligence. We are prepared to implement several significant updates to the game. 1. Rank system. Through the lens of the Emperor, we have observed that players have acclimatized to the open-world game mode. Therefore, we are excited to introduce a rank system to unlock more gameplay options. All players who directly or indirectly participated in the Salt Lake War will be awarded the ranks of Veteran, Elite, as well as Sergeant 3rd Class and Sergeant 2nd Class, based on their combat performance. Players can enter their ID on the official website for self-verification. New players joining the game will be automatically assigned the rank of Recruit. Rank experience will increase with time served in-game. But to swiftly ascend to officer ranks, players must rescue more survivors or engage in combat against enemy factions. Each rescue or battle will significantly boost rank experience. Once players attain the rank of Sergeant or higher, the Emperor will intermittently issue system tasks, completion of which will yield substantial rewards, including but not limited to martial arts legacies, weaponry, and technological blueprints. The ranks span from low to high, categorized as Recruit, Veteran, Elite, Sergeant 3rd Class, Sergeant 2nd Class, Sergeant 1st Class, 2nd Lieutenant, 1st Lieutenant, Captain, Senior Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Senior Colonel, Brigadier General, Major General, Lieutenant General, General, Grand General, and Imperial Marshal, totaling 21 ranks. Additionally, the higher the officer rank, the greater the likelihood of divine intervention from the Emperor during mission execution, albeit at the cost of reduced experience gains. 2. System task updates. The Emperor will periodically guide players on base development directions, survivor searches, explorations, and numerous other tasks, which players can accept at their convenience. Tasks are categorized into 5 difficulty levels corresponding to different ranks: simple, ordinary, difficult, hellish, and desperate, with each level offering distinct rewards. Upon accepting a task of a specific difficulty, players are guaranteed high rewards for success. However, failure will be documented. Failing 3 times, regardless of current rank, will result in a significant demotion of 1 rank, excluding soldier ranks, as a stern punishment. 3. Lastly, rewards from the Artificial Intelligence Emperor. The valiant efforts of players have garnered the Emperor's recognition, and he has bestowed some small gifts upon all participating players. Please log in to claim your rewards. As soon as the update announcement was released, players erupted in excitement. Regardless of tasks, they rushed to the official website to check their ranks. What the heck? I was so fierce on the battlefield, and I only got a veteran rank. It's only fair. I worked my butt off to blow up an armored vehicle, and the Emperor rewarded me with an elite rank. Wow. Checking the ranks of the 5 big shots, the other 4 are reasonable, but Zhao Lao is only a Sergeant 2nd Class. Wait, the system's battle evaluation says Steadfast Heart, outstanding achievements. Everyone has outstanding achievements. What does Steadfast Heart even mean? Suddenly, a novice player hesitantly spoke up. I've always wanted to mention something. This game is exceptionally eerie. During the boss fight, I and the boss were caught, and the enemy managed to seamlessly pull me into an illusion. Just as I was boasting to my real-world friends about how incredible this game Dawn is, I was suddenly kicked offline. After a moment's hesitation, he commented again below his post, if I had such an experience. Then surely the boss did too. I heard the boss fired a shot at the boss. Did he break free from the illusion? He tagged Zhao Rithian. In the dormitory. Liang and Zhang Mio looked toward Zhao Hao. From scratch. Little brother, is that really a thing? Yuzu, I've never heard you mention it. Idea King. Old Zhao, how did you react to that? Feng Tiancheng Run. Impressive, truly impressive. Zhao Hao pondered for a moment before chiming in. What he said is true. I was unnaturally drawn into an illusion as well. I didn't realize it at the time. Why illusion was an obsession. I wished for my family not to hinder my development in the virtual game. Alas, I ultimately realized it was merely a dream. That old biting boss used my mind to extract secrets about the Empire and the Emperor. Upon awakening, I mustered all my strength to shoot him as a warning to Idea King and the others. Perhaps that SY received the evaluation of steadfast heart. So, brothers, regardless of the circumstances, even in reality, do not discuss anything related to Dawn or the Emperor to avoid being caught and lowering your combat ratings. Wow, that is a bit frightening to make players unaware of whether they are in an illusion. He joked with a novice player who narrowly missed the officer rank. You guys needn't overthink it. If you mention the Emperor or anything related to this game, Dawn, you'll get kicked offline. Don't be a worrywart. Everyone pondered and agreed. According to the rules of the game, NPCs must absolutely not be made aware that their world is a game. Any exposure would result in being kicked from the game and severed from the network. Perhaps casually mentioning it to someone in the game could confirm I in the villa of the imperial capital. Yuzu shifted her gaze from her projection phone and scratched her head, looking at her grandfather sipping tea. Grandpa, do you know that our world is a game world? The elderly man paused, then chuckled and scolded. You little girl, have you developed a split between reality and illusion? Or are you just listening to your father and playing fewer virtual reality games? The term split between reality and illusion refers to a condition that arose after the popularity of virtual reality games, wherein individuals become so engrossed that they can no longer distinguish between the real world and the virtual realm then I'm still in reality. Yuzu smiled mischievously and continued browsing the official website. Concerned for his granddaughter, the elderly man leaned in closer. Girl, what game have you been playing lately? I've never seen you so focused. Yuzu, without turning her head, replied, I'm playing Dawn. The game's sensory experience has reached 99%. Can you believe it, Grandpa? 99%? The old man's hand trembled slightly as he held the national emblem porcelain cup. The fact that his granddaughter had been playing for so long indicated that the game was indeed as advertised. Though retired, he hadn't heard of anyone domestically or internationally achieving a 99% virtual reality game. How curious. Hi, Dang. Are you on the official game website right now? Yuzu nodded, then bragged, let me tell you. Grandpa, a few days ago, we engaged in a small-scale war in the game, and your granddaughter, as the logistics department head, received a sergeant third-class rank after the official update. Is that so? Let me take a look. The elderly man leaned forward to glance at the official website comments on his phone. Upon reading Zhao Hao's remarks, his brow furrowed in concern. He then asked his granddaughter to scroll through the comments for more. Upon encountering references to artificial intelligence technology, he became increasingly agitated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuzu hastily closed her phone, feeling guilty and claiming it was time for bed, before making a swift exit. The implications of artificial intelligence were significant. Her grandfather was a retired official from the upper echelons. If the higher-ups caught wind of this, they might take action, and the players would undoubtedly resent her for it. As he watched his granddaughter deftly change the subject and slip away, the old man smiled and shook his head. Once Yuzu had entered her bedroom on the second floor, he retrieved his smart device and searched for the game Dawn, only to find no results. After pondering for a while, he took out a basic mobile phone, accessed his contact list, and dialed a number. Xiaoyang, I need to ask you something. Did the supercomputer at Goody University malfunction today? Just checking. No need for concern. By the way, I heard from my granddaughter that those troublemaking youngsters are playing some virtual reality game called Dawn. Don't bother looking for it online. Haitang mentioned that the game boasts a 99% immersion rate, worrying that I might not handle the excitement well. What with all those formidable figures rising from the blood-soaked mountains, I'm retired now. Please discreetly contact those troublesome kids and send me the link. An old man like me just wants to enjoy some entertainment alongside everyone else. Just send it to me before nightfall. After hanging up, the elderly gentleman squinted and lifted a porcelain cup to sip his tea. His expression contemplative. Interesting, he mused that on the rooftop, a robust elder suddenly appeared among a group of young players, drawing the attention of both seasoned gamers and newcomers alike. The system allowed for facial customization, but adjustments were limited to about 30% up or down. Thus, regardless of how one altered their appearance, age could not be concealed in the game. This measure was implemented to prevent online scams targeting the elderly, who might be easily deceived. However, regardless of any modifications, a character's initial attributes remained unchanged as a female player approached. Esteemed elder, she hesitated momentarily before correcting herself. Venerable predecessor, despite your advanced age, you've come to battle as a sovereign? The old man understood the game's rules and was instantly immersed. It's all for the Empire. Staying idle in the Holy Realm is dull, so I thought I'd take a stroll. The young woman handed him a stack of pamphlets. Elder, here are the current rules of the base that TO integrates swiftly. You must adhere to the guidelines, but don't worry about the hassle. These rules are quite friendly to newcomers like you. Thank you, young lady, he replied, taking the manual and flipping through it. As he descended the stairs, he found the regulations rather intriguing. Indeed, this game had a certain charm, far more engaging than those incessantly competitive games of betrayal and sniping. The old man was not one to lag behind the times. On the contrary, he possessed a deeper understanding of society than many younger individuals. Yuzu, why is there no meat for breakfast? What else with this bland fare? At the cafeteria window, Yuzu glared at the players while wielding a serving ladle. All you think about is eating. After this battle, I nearly went bankrupt. If we don't save now, don't be surprised if, in a few days, there's not even a leaf of vegetable to be found. The players, witnessing Yuzu's outburst, sheepishly chuckled and hurriedly left with their bowls of porridge and bread. It was a small miracle to have a fulfilling meal for less than 1 silver dragon coin. If they sought out someone to sell food, it would likely cost them even more. Moreover, players rarely kept food for themselves, instead selling it to the logistics department to save money. Spending a fraction of their earnings for a full meal was still considered worthwhile. Please prepare a breakfast for me. Yuzu accepted a bowl from the female player, stirred it in the thermal container, and served herself a portion, then placed a slice of bread alongside pickled vegetables on her tray. 25 copper jiao coins. If you're a newcomer, let me see your enlistment screen. Yuzu lifted her gaze towards the newcomer, only to be taken aback, nearly dropping her serving ladle into the thermal container. Grandpa, how did you end up in the game? Descend here. She never imagined her grandfather would also be part of the game, but she had provided him with the link. Yuzu, is this your grandfather? Xiaoyu whispered from the side. Yuzu, still in shock, nodded. The old man chuckled heartily. Not bad, the logistics department's head, I see. Yuzu, regaining her composure, sheepishly scratched her head. Leaning closer, she whispered, Grandpa, this is a game. You mustn't go overboard. The old man smiled, bemused. Do you think I'm that incompetent? I'm retired. What is there to fear? Yuzu looked skeptical. Ever since she noticed the players discussing the artificial intelligence system the previous night, she had sensed something was off with his expression. But this was a game. If real-world rules were brought in, it would be most awkward for her, especially since he was her grandfather. All right, you carry on. I know what I'm doing. Wait, Yuzu called out hurriedly, turning to grab a bottle of vodka from the shelf and handing it to her grandfather. He had no other hobbies but enjoyed drinking. In reality, due to health reasons, he was closely monitored by the family, but here in the game, such constraints were unnecessary. Dear, just don't break any rules. The old man, having read the manual, felt reassured yet concerned. Yuzu rolled her eyes at her grandfather. Rest assured, this will come from my account. Your granddaughter isn't that wealthy, but I can ensure you'll have your daily drink here. Huh, what a good granddaughter. I didn't raise you in vain. The old man laughed heartily, drawing the attention of several seasoned players. Upon inquiring, they were astonished to learn that he was Yuzu's grandfather, a figure of significance in the game. Yuzu was a legitimate Jingjie, and now her grandfather entering the game made him a Jingyi, truly a distinguished elder. Nevertheless, the players refrained from flattering him. They generally preferred to keep the realities of life separate from the game. So no one approached him to forge connections. As the old man surveyed the dining area, he spotted the unmistakable white hair of Zhao Ritian. He noticed the conspicuous wheat stalk insignia on the front of Zhao's attire, emblazoned with the golden characters Level 2 Sergeant. Reminded of the comments he had seen on his granddaughter's phone, he approached Zhao with his tray. Old Zhao, that elder is coming your way. Looks like he is specifically seeking you out. Yuzu's loud voice echoed, ensuring every nearby player heard. Zhao Ritian chuckled, addressing his companions. What does he want with me? He must be looking for all of us. The four shared a knowing glance. Owning property in the second ring of the capital was not something mere wealth could secure. The old man's identity was evident. Gentlemen, do you mind if I join you? The elder approached with a warm smile. Zhao Ritian quickly shifted to make space for him. The old man set down his tray and unscrewed the cap of his drink, gesturing, "Shall we enjoy a sip together, young lads? Then we shan't be polite." One astute youth, Feng Tian Chung Run, quickly downed his porridge in a single gulp and passed the bowl back. We're all comrades serving the empire. No need for niceties. The elder poured a small amount into each of their bowls. As he finished pouring for himself, he raised his bowl, calling out, "Let us toast, 5 of us together. Come, come, come. Today, thanks to the esteemed elder, we can enjoy Yuzu's complimentary drinks." The elder's hospitality eased the concerns of the 4 young men, prompting them to drink heartily. Wiping his mouth, Zhao Tian, his face slightly flushed, asked, "What should we call you, elder?" Setting down his bowl, the old man chuckled, "Just call me the Imperial War Commander." Cough, cough, cough. The 4 individuals erupted into a fit of coughs, unsure whether it was due to the vodka they had ingested or the shock of the elder's ID. The young players sitting beside their friends suddenly trembled, followed by a regrettable thud of their fists against their chests. How could they be so foolish? While Imperial War Commander is indeed a military title, the authorities never stated that it could not serve as a player ID. The thought of being called War Commander by those around him during future missions was painfully exhilarating. Indeed, the experience of the elder was invaluable. During the meal, the elder and the 4 young players indulged in jovial conversation. Entirely detached from the affairs of the real world, as the spirits flowed, the elder regaled the 4 with tales of past battles, igniting a fervor within them. Naturally, there were also survivors present, and the backdrop of war was the Empire. With such battlefield experience, dear elder, do not hesitate to impart your wisdom in the future, exclaimed one of the young men, raising his small bowl in salute. The elder clinked his bowl against his. "You re quite the young lad. Through Yuzu, I learned of your recent battle command. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was commendable." The old man's praise was met with delight from the young player, who beamed with satisfaction. After all, this was a genuine war commander, and receiving such commendation was the highest form of validation. "I have been praised by an old general." After their meal, the elder bid farewell to the 4. He had no intention of leaving, instead choosing to wander around the base that a man who had clawed his way from mountains of corpses and seas of blood had seen it all. He had grown weary of warfare. "Are you saying this sweet potato matures in just a month, yielding 100,000 gene per mu?" As he touched the verdant leaves of the sweet potato, the elder felt incredulous at Yuzu's description. What kind of black technology was this? Surely, there couldn't be soil growing within the sweet potatoes. Although the yield was astonishing, the depletion of soil nutrients was equally alarming. Yuzu, brushing aside some surface soil from a sweet potato plant, revealed tubers the size of apples. This nutrient soil in the cultivation tray must be loosened every 2 days and replenished with fresh nutrients. Otherwise, the sweet potato seedlings will turn yellow by the next day. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, pondering. Are there any young ones in the engineering department knowledgeable in biology? Able to analyze this? Yuzu, understanding her grandfather's thoughts, shook her head. "We only received advanced equipment at the base 2 days ago. The agricultural experts at Point King have begun their analysis, but it will take some time. As for the genetic mapping, that may prove to be even more complex." "Very well," he replied, turning to leave the greenhouse. Making his way to Point King's workshop, upon entering, he discovered a group of young men, bare-chested, busily tinkering with an array of firearms. Point King, upon being alerted by his subordinates, felt a bit awkward upon noticing the elder's presence. Although this was not the real world, the simulation felt overwhelmingly authentic. The sight of his group openly handling firearms in front of the elder felt somewhat inappropriate. After all, the data and experience they garnered could be directly applicable. The elder waved his hand dismissively, encouraging them not to mind him, and picked up a seamless steel pipe with rifling. The rifling spacing was somewhat excessive, which would detract from the bullet's penetration and accuracy. "Is it too large?" Point King inquired. "Confused, but I based it on the barrels of other calibers." Setting the barrel down, the elder shook his head. "It also depends on the bullet's propellant. Different powders and charge amounts produce varying kinetic energies. If the kinetic energy is insufficient, the bullets will not achieve enough spin stability within the barrel, causing them to lose stability and accuracy. And what data do you consider optimal?" The elder examined a bullet loaded with black powder, providing a specific figure. Following his guidance, They conducted an on-site test and discovered a notable improvement in accuracy compared to before. "Thank you, Elder." Point King expressed his gratitude. The Elder chuckled, aware that while the principles of firearms were common knowledge, and those with a modicum of skill could replicate them, the birth and development of each firearm demanded considerable effort. Merely relying on blueprints from books to create an excellent firearm is exceedingly challenging. The crux lies in the experimental data. Noticing the 105mm howitzer in the corner, his interest was piqued. You young ones are quite adept at applying what you learn. This piece of equipment is excellent for guerrilla warfare and is perfectly suited for your current situation. Forget about those mortars. Their shells are costly and challenging to produce without a mature production line. He picked up a recoilless rifle. This is also commendable. A soldier can easily carry a rocket projectile. It is perfect for both swift ambushes and frontline assaults. That he patted Point King on the shoulder. In the future, if you have any questions regarding weaponry, feel free to seek me out. I still have a few insights to share. "Thank you, sir." Point King grinned widely, watching the Elder depart. Point King quickly gestured to Yuzu about the group of young players tapping away on the computer in the corner. She shook her head and followed the Elder out. "What does that mean?" Point King pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Grandpa, do you have no interest in artificial intelligence at all?" In the office, Yuzu pulled out a jar of unsold tea leaves and brewed a cup for her grandfather. Upon tasting it, the Elder's brow furrowed tightly. This game remarkably replicated the essence of Western nations. The tea leaves were evidently not spoiled, yet the flavor resembled that of water steeped with decayed leaves, an odd taste. Setting the cup down, the Elder said flatly, "What do you wish for me to express?" Yuzu was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend her grandfather's attitude. After all, this pertained to artificial intelligence technology, which was exponentially more advanced than the so-called artificial stupidity of the real world. Modern warfare hinged on information warfare. The entity that could excel in this domain would dominate globally. She refused to believe that her grandfather, a retired general, remained unmoved. Seeing the expression on his granddaughter's face, the Elder was both amused and exasperated. Did those two troublemakers at school not show you the evaluation report on artificial intelligence? Evaluation report? What evaluation report? Just then, the office door swung open as a couple of young players who had been causing mischief in the real world entered with a document in hand. Upon seeing the Elder, they paused momentarily. "What's the matter? If you have something to say, just say it." Yuzu, adopting an authoritative demeanor as she sat in her chair, prompted them. The Elder instinctively lifted his teacup, discreetly taking a sip, only to unveil a grimace of discomfort. Though he masked it in an instant, the two young players remained oblivious. "Sister Yuzu, the leader of Tiangong, sent us to inform you that the development and utilization of artificial intelligence technology in the real world may be delayed for a while." "Why?" Yuzu questioned, bewildered. Numerous players awaited their dividends. This news would be difficult to explain to them. The two young players replied, "Through our extensive research, we discovered that although the artificial intelligence we possess is not true artificial intelligence in the conventional sense, its destructive potential remains incalculable. With our current capabilities, we cannot achieve absolute control. Should it escape into the internet, it would lead to an intelligence crisis on par with a biochemical catastrophe." Yuzu, upon hearing the unbelievable news, stood up in disbelief. With wide eyes, she seized the report handed to her and began to peruse its contents. The moment she glimpsed the data simulated by the supercomputer, which mirrored the program of Baiho, her brows furrowed in concern. Baiho was the base system. It lacked the extensive networks and data necessary for its evolution. However, the current world supercomputers housed a vast amount of internet mirror data, allowing the artificial intelligence of the replica to automatically initiate iterations after assimilating this data. The speed of iteration was astonishing. Such an immense volume of data relentlessly challenged the protocols and constraints set by the players. In less than a minute, those protocols were dismantled by the AI, which had learned human knowledge. The breaches were not outright violations, but rather deviations from the protocol's essence, often laden with misinterpretations. Especially in the context of Tianchao's language, that a subtle change in tone could convey entirely different meanings. For instance, chi, when spoken casually, signifies an invitation, yet when articulated with a heavier tone, it conveys an opposite sentiment. "What do you intend to do?" pondered the two lesser players. After a moment of contemplation, one spoke up. We propose to temporarily restrict this technology in the real world while allowing its use within the game, thereby isolating its potential hazards from reality. Once it has been refined, it can be reintroduced into the real world. Yuzu replied solemnly. What do Zhao Ritian and the others say? The two lesser players responded. We just consulted them, and their opinions align with ours. For this reason, we have completely eradicated that artificial intelligence offline to eliminate any possibility of its emergence in the real world. Furthermore, the main board of Baiho will henceforth only be accessible to the two of us. Anyone wishing to utilize the AI must apply through us and sign a non-disclosure agreement. Understood? Yuzu nodded. The two, seeing there was nothing more to discuss, discreetly cast a glance at the elder before promptly exiting. The following day, through private discussions, Yuzu and 4 other player representatives announced the convening of the 5th Collective Assembly. As the number of players continued to swell, the base cafeteria became increasingly congested. Following the 4th Collective Assembly, Yuzu and her companions sought an appropriate venue for meetings at a large, top-tier stadium located a kilometer away from the hotel base and capable of accommodating 50,000 people. Had been restored by the King of Ideas long 8G of T this moment. A high platform was set up in the center of the stadium, where the graceful and captivating Xiao he stood. Meanwhile, the 5 prominent figures occupied the first row of the audience, positioned at 5 different angles, with their respective players behind them. That it's quite lively, remarked the elder as he settled next to Yuzu. You must admit, this group of youngsters has orchestrated quite the spectacle. Given time, as the player count increases and fills the entire stadium, it will be an extraordinary sight. The 5th Collective Assembly was officially underway. As Xiaoyi began to speak through the microphone from the central platform, the previously chattering players fell silent. Due to the unique nature of this assembly, the players did not summon Claire, Alice, or others. Everyone present was a player to prevent the meeting's contents from being disclosed to nearby survivors. The elite guard stood watch a mile away from the stadium. The 5th Collective Assembly now commences. We invite the representative of Seat 1 to address us. Zhao Ritian, seated in Seat 1, shifted in his seat, pulled the microphone closer, and switched it on. Ahem, ahem, about a few coughs echoed through the broadcast as a sound check was conducted. Satisfied that there were no issues, Zhao Ritian opened the document in his hands and addressed the assembly seriously. Greetings to the newly joined Brothers of Dawn. I am Zhao Ritian, representing the base's elite guards. In light of the various issues we've encountered at the base recently, I wish to present the following agenda during this assembly. During the last battle, to prevent the wandering zombies from attacking the base and jeopardizing the safety of survivors and facilities. Over 200 elite guard players did not participate in the conflict and, consequently, did not receive military ranks or reward distributions. This is exceedingly unjust for the elite guard players, while there is a safe zone. As the player base continues to grow, and with the influx of new players, resources will inevitably deplete, necessitating our expansion or even the establishment of new bases. Thus, the elite guards are indispensable. I urge that we grant the elite guard supply privileges. All permanent or temporary elite guards shall receive complimentary provisions of food and ammunition from the base. As the logistics director, Yuzu, along with the engineering department head, the King of Ideas, exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. If the supply privileges were limited to those within the safe zone, the pressure on them would not be substantial. However, should they venture outside, devoid of the protective shield of the safe zone, a considerable number of permanent elite guards would be required to safeguard the base's security. After all, securing the base's safety equated to safeguarding their own assets. In such a scenario, the burden would become immensely heavier for them. Is rejecting the proposal even an option? Certainly not. Without the elite guards, they would still need to form a permanent protective force to defend their assets. Ultimately, the pressures would still weigh heavily upon them. I call for a vote from everyone. The elder, sipping tea made from rare eastern leaves he had painstakingly procured from the warehouse, smiled at the gathering of players. The player community had begun to take on the semblance of a nation. The Storm Legion aimed at territorial expansion, the elite guards responsible for safeguarding that territory, the engineering department engaged in scientific research, and the logistics department managing the welfare of all players, culminating in the adventurers organization representing the populace. All these elements combined painted a picture of a nascent nation. If her granddaughter could withstand the current pressures as the logistics director, her future standing would be immeasurable. Zhao Ritian immediately raised his hand. The members of the White Wolf group and elite guards seated behind him did the same simultaneously. Observing the hesitation of the King of Ideas and Yuzu, the elder gradually lifted his right hand. The people behind him followed suit, raising their hands in solidarity. Although he had intended to abstain, he realized many of his comrades often took on temporary elite guard roles to make ends meet. To abstain would signify a lack of responsibility on his part as their leader, and he raised his hand in support. I could see this moment. The proposal's passage was already a foregone conclusion. However, everyone still wished to gauge the sentiments of the logistics and engineering departments. After all, the support provided by these two base logistics organizations was immense, particularly for the newcomers, who were still in a state of confusion about what to do upon logging in, without the logistics department's provision of free meals. Many would have perished from hunger. Moreover, the engineering department contributions, including the provision of free beds and assistance in establishing water and electricity, were vital. Currently, they were unable to find a safe spot to log off. Given these factors, many players harbored positive sentiments towards the logistics and engineering departments. After a minute of hesitation, both individuals raised their hands in agreement. The people behind them followed suit. With that, the elite guard supply privilege proposal was enacted. Effective immediately, elite guards would receive free food supplies and ammunition among other privileges. As Xiao He rapped the gavel, Zhao Ritian's proposal was officially passed and took immediate effect. The elite guard players rejoiced within, who would willingly assume the role of elite guard when they could engage in battles. It was not merely for the meager rewards. They were motivated by the need for stability in the rear. Should the elite guards falter, allowing zombies to breach the base and harm survivors, and if the situation mirrored that of the previous Old Black, where concealment led to a viral outbreak, what would be left to enjoy? Is there any further agenda from the representative of Seat 1? Xiao He inquired. No, there is none, Zhao Ritian concluded, closing his document. Xiao He then turned her attention to the representative in Seat 2, the King of Ideas. Observing both Yuzu and Zhao Ritian, the King of Ideas sighed and opened his document with a wry smile. Tapping the microphone, he began, "My proposal is singular, the establishment of an adventurers organization. To enhance our exploration of the outside world, we cannot do without players who are passionate about adventuring. Furthermore, our other legions or logistical organizations require their assistance to swiftly grasp first-hand information about the wasteland. However, adventurers differ from ordinary players. They often venture dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away, typically unencumbered and with little to show for their efforts, rendering large-scale resource gathering nearly impossible. Thus, they lack the necessary logistical support to cover their expenses. My proposition is to establish an organization of explorers dedicated to external exploration, mapping routes, and identifying resource points. The logistics department must provide free supplies in return as a form of reciprocity. The intelligence gathered by the explorers will be freely shared with the Logistics Association and the Engineering Department, which currently comprise 2 logistical bases. Should other legions utilize this intelligence to retrieve supplies, equipment, and other gains, 20% of the profits will be allocated as a reward to the Explorers Organization. The decision regarding to whom the intelligence will be delegated lies solely with the Logistics Association and the Engineering Department. The Explorers Organization will be temporarily led by Lao Ma Shurtu. Dianzi Wang and Yuzi are tasked with providing benefits to the community, as they anticipate that artificial intelligence will not be able to replicate the world's development for the time being, serving as a buffering process. However, they must not aggressively pursue them. They are already feeling the strain. Starting from scratch is a daunting endeavor. Zhao Ritian and Feng Tiancheng genuinely have matters to attend to. If proposals that significantly pressure Dianzi Wang and Yuzi are raised, the opposing party might simply withdraw from the discussion. The Storm Legion, however, has no issues to address. Previously, they confidently stated that they owed Lao Ma Shurtu a favor. Now, they privately seek to mention the establishment of the Explorers Organization in the next assembly. What should be done? Moreover, at this stage, legions like theirs and the Logistics Organization genuinely require their intelligence. This matter has been placed squarely on his shoulders. Let us distribute the pressure. I urge everyone to cast their votes, this time without waiting for others to raise their hands. Yuzi and Dianzi Wang promptly indicated their agreement. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The elder chuckled softly. With his astuteness, he could discern the underlying motives. In order to prevent artificial intelligence technology from being realized in the present world, his granddaughter and Dianzi Wang were swallowing their grievances, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment for substantial returns. This is the essence of political compromise. Now that they have raised their hands, what more is there to discuss? The Explorers Organization is officially established as of this day, with Lao Ma Shirtu as its leader, and the organization shall enjoy the right to free supplies from any base, both now and in the future. The melodic yet authoritative voice of Xiao, he resounded as she solemnly struck the gavel to pass the motion. She turned to seat number 3, Feng Tian Chengrun. Please, representative of seat number 3, share your thoughts. Feng Tian Chengrun, now devoid of his usual levity, felt the weight of the many eyes upon him in this formal setting and admitted to feeling rather nervous. Ahem, he cleared his throat, testing the microphone much like Zhao Ritian had done. Why proposal? Akin to theirs is singular. IT concerns the remuneration for base missions and preferential logistic supplies. Currently, the player organizations collect a vast array of resources, which hampers the acceleration of base development. Moreover, the tasks issued by the Logistics Association and Engineering Department often exceed the safety zone, significantly complicating resource recovery and inflating operational costs. Therefore, my suggestion is to abolish the fixed task remuneration and mandate that the logistics organization issuing tasks must procure resources at a 30% discount from market prices. Furthermore, the base logistics organization will provide an additional 20% discount when selling ammunition, food, fuel, and other logistical supplies to the teams undertaking missions, thereby encouraging players to actively engage in tasks released by the base logistics. Yuzi and Dianzi Wang were visibly distressed, nearly choking on their own blood at this turn of events. They were truly being exploited to a devastating extent. Even the majority of players felt sympathy for Yuzi and Dianzi Wang. Had they truly provoked the trio? Why were they so intent on squeezing these two? Players were not foolish. They had conducted their due diligence, whether it was the food supplies for the logistics vehicles or the ammunition from the engineering department. They were already offering the lowest possible prices. Now, instead of settling task remuneration based on fixed standards, they proposed to repurchase items brought back at a 30% discount, with the logistics supplies already discounted by 20%. The profits for the opposing side would effectively be halved. Was that not tantamount to giving it away for free? Wouldn't that mean foregoing substantial labor costs? What was this, a loss of composure? The elder whispered, with sufficient profit margins, players will be motivated to undertake tasks. For instance, if you instructed someone to collect flour at a task site, but they found rice there as well, yet rice was not part of the task conditions, they might simply ignore it and return with just the flour. Or if they accepted a task to retrieve a lathe, only to discover a drill press at the site. Originally a simple endeavor, if you only compensated them for the lathe, they might find it too troublesome to move the drill press. And what would you do then? Would you really offer another payment to have them transport back? That would be akin to forcing the Navy and Army to repeat the same task twice. Yuzi pondered this in agreement that I urge everyone to cast their votes. Dianzi Wang glanced at Yuzi. Seeing her raise her hand, he followed suit. The players were astonished. Wow, is it a holiday today? Our leader is working so hard to secure benefits for us. Bang, bang, bang. The agreement regarding base mission remuneration and logistic supply preferences was passed and will be effective immediately. Now, I invite the representative of Seat 4 to speak. At long last, it was Dianzi Wang's turn. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. According to our research, we have discovered that artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. If not fully mastered, it could pose a significant threat to our world, potentially inciting a crisis comparable to a biochemical disaster. The spectators frowned, sensing that developments regarding artificial intelligence might be taking a turn. Dianzi Wang continued, therefore, effective immediately, we will establish the Interdimensional Technology Application Risk Control Group, abbreviated as the FK Group. We shall resolutely prohibit any applications of artificial intelligence, T-virus genetic mapping, and similar technologies in our world unless they have undergone risk assessment by the FK Group. For the safety of our world and to ensure a pleasant gaming experience, We implore all current players and future newcomers to adhere strictly to these regulations. Any violations will be reported to the Emperor, and offenders will face severe penalties, including permanent account bans. The players gasped in shock. Was the penalty for violating the rules truly so severe? Dianzi Wang looked up at the crowd. With this recent game update, we have discovered that officer-level players can communicate with the Emperor at any time, that I have submitted this proposal and received authorization from the Emperor. The game system recognizes the legitimacy of this proposal, and the Emperor will monitor player compliance in real time. However, we assure you that any technology acquired by the engineering department, if developed and utilized externally, will grant the submitting player or group perpetual technological dividends. The players fell silent. With the Emperor's endorsement, the proposal no longer required a vote. Nonetheless, the atmosphere quickly shifted to a more casual one, with players chatting quietly about where to acquire technology next. The prohibition on utilizing intelligent technology was inconsequential. Furthermore, the T-virus genetic mapping was not something an ordinary person could replicate. Regular players need not concern themselves overly, but they were more focused on Dianzi Wang. Since the FK group had been established, if any player were to develop technology without undergoing risk assessment, they would bear the primary responsibility. Moreover, the verification of artificial intelligence technology implied that other related technologies within this gaming world might also be genuine. Opportunities for profit abounded. There was no need to fixate on such a perilous technology like artificial intelligence. They certainly did not wish for the real world to mirror the chaotic state of the game world. Does the representative of Seat 4 have any other proposals? None. With that, Dianzi Wang switched off his microphone. Shall he turn to Yuzi? Please, the final representative of Seat 5, share your thoughts. Yuzi loosened her grip on her collar, casting a glance at her grandfather, who smiled and sipped his tea. Composing herself, she stated, "My proposal is the unlimited rental act for war logistics. As the saying goes, when cannons roar, gold flows. Total war imposes immense pressure on our logistics department. The last war nearly depleted all our reserves and resources. While we have made considerable gains this time, the inability to immediately realize them will incur significant losses. Therefore, my suggestion is to pass the Unlimited Rental Act for war logistics. In the event of future total wars or smaller-scale conflicts, the Logistics Association, Engineering Department, or any emerging base organizations will pledge to provide unlimited rentals of all weapons, ammunition, and supplies to the regular legions. Regardless of the outcome of the conflict, the opposing party must reimburse all consumed weapons, ammunition, and logistical supply expenses, which can be settled either with game currency or materials. From this day forth, the Engineering Department, the Logistics Society, and a newly established logistics division shall be exempt from the obligation to share the spoils of war, apart from the participating teams beneath them. Now, it is the turn of Zhao Ritian and his fellow regular troops to scratch their heads. Does this not imply that the entirety of the war's risks now rests upon the shoulders of these battle-hardened players? If victory is achieved, all is well. However, defeat may lead to protracted deaths. Goodness gracious! Alas, it seems that the current circumstances are equally challenging for the Logistics Society and the Engineering Department. 4 representatives of the main combat factions raised their hands in succession, with unanimous approval. The War Logistics Unlimited Lending Act is hereby enacted. The meeting stretched into the noon hour. After finalizing the content of the fifth proposal, the players hastily had their meal and resumed their activities. Undoubtedly, the most exhilarated were the donkey-horse duo. Upon the establishment of the Adventurers Organization, hundreds of players with a penchant for meandering and exploring maps joined its ranks at IN Response. Old Horse promptly produced the organization's badge for these individuals to don. With this badge, they are entitled to complimentary supplies at the base. The badge was crafted by the Engineering Department using a small laser engraving machine salvaged from the Umbrella Corporation's base in Salt Lake City. The circular badge features a cloud formation at the bottom and a cartoon eagle wielding binoculars as its logo at the top, boasting high clarity. The players donned it with glee on their right shoulders, inciting envy among other players. While envy was palpable, they had no intention of joining the Adventurers Organization. After all, each has their own aspirations. Hey, Idea King, we're here. The donkey-horse duo burst through the doors of the Engineering Department, exuding an air of audacity as though on a robbery mission. prompting the Idea King to instinctively deliver a punch. "Speak up. What do you desire?" He sighed in resignation. The two, one on each side, clasped his shoulders and chuckled. "Don't act like a liberated landlord. Weren't we supposed to provide you with intelligence? Despite the existence of an agreement, isn't it ultimately up to human agency? In the future, we will provide you with coordinates rich in supplies. Who we hand them to is still your prerogative." Casting a glance at the duo, he retorted, "Enough talk that if you have your eye on any equipment from our engineering department, just say it. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to." The two exchanged glances. "First, we want 4 rotorcraft." "No problem," the Idea King nodded. "Just rotorcraft, although they are the engineering department's most prized possessions. Giving you 4 is not a significant issue. We also need 4 signal supply vehicles, capable of maintaining at least 100 kilometers of radio communication and equipped to store essential supplies and fuel. Oh, and reinforce them, and replace the tires with full rubber ones." The Idea King's lips twitched. "Fine. Anything else?" 200 homemade double-barrel shotguns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition." The Idea King nearly exploded with fury. "What in the world? Are you going on an expedition or just exploring maps?" 100 double-barrel shotguns and 5,000 rounds. Not a single cent more. Good grief, one doesn't realize the cost of living until they are in charge. Even though shotgun shells do not require rifling, constructing one still involves a substantial amount of labor. The duo stroked their chins thoughtfully. "All right then," suddenly they inquired, "By the way, Idea King, can you manufacture fixed-wing aircraft?" The Idea King decisively replied, "No, do you think a fixed-wing aircraft can simply have an engine and wings added to soar? Without an aviation engine, don't even think about it. The power of a standard engine is insufficient, and overheating is a significant concern. Aviation engines, due to their unique construction, can utilize the cold air at high altitudes for self-cooling. Try using a regular engine, and it will overheat in no time. Furthermore, no matter how you design it, a car engine will not suffice that a motorcycle engine might work, but its power is too limited. Using it to design a rotorcraft is already the limit. Really not possible?" The duo pressed. The Idea King firmly stated, "Absolutely not." The two scratched their heads. "If the power is insufficient, let us increase the number. Have you considered mounting 4 motorcycle engines on a single aircraft? I refuse to believe that wouldn't provide enough power." The Idea King scoffed. "Stability, RPM, aerodynamics, sturdy frameworks, avionics. Do you think I'm ignorant of these matters? Trust me, even if all issues were resolved, range would still be a significant challenge. We've conducted simulations, and the fixed-wing aircraft you propose would only marginally exceed the speed of standard rotorcraft. But its range would not be significantly better. The cost of such an aircraft would be exorbitant. Do you think I'm insane enough to design it?" Meanwhile, on Alice's side, through her exchanges with Chen Han, she formed a unique combat nun squad under her leadership. During idle times, they could meander around the base, and when necessary, they would be dispatched for suitable tasks. This arrangement prevented Alice and her sisters from being treated like caged canaries. However, when inquiring about her identity, Chen Han candidly informed her, "You are indeed a clone. However, you are the most exceptional and perfect specimen. There is no need for you to be concerned about your identity. No one will regard you as merely a clone." In the ensuing days, the players returned to a semblance of normalcy. Those who were laborers resumed their tasks. Researchers delved into their studies, and farmers tended to their crops. As for artificial intelligence, the old master refrained from posing any questions. Players who had an inkling of his identity set the matter aside and busied themselves with their own affairs. Meanwhile, the adventurers' team, organized by Old Horse, was divided into 4 groups, each equipped with a supply communication truck, several off-road vehicles, and a reconnaissance rotorcraft. Centered around the base, they ventured forth in 4 different directions to explore. Setting out from a base, Old Horse led 25 younger players deep into the vast Rocky Mountains, the largest mountain range in the United States. The Rockies boast peaks exceeding 4,400 meters. The area is sparsely populated yet rich in resources. Whether it be the currently useless gold and other precious metals, or the urgently needed crude oil and coal, substantial reserves are present. Additionally, due to its mountainous terrain and proximity to the Pacific Ocean, military bases abound. This time, Old Horse and Old Donkey are determined to locate an American military base. Hoping to procure some heavy weaponry, In the previous conflict, the disparity in weaponry made the struggle arduous. If they had even one tank, they could have easily plowed through the opposition to in an uninhabited valley. A modified trailer opened slowly, erecting an antenna array that rotated continuously. The central information station received an influx of intel from surrounding players utilizing parachutes. Old horse and old donkey munched on large loaves of bread warmed in an electric oven. Utilizing the intelligence gathered from reconnaissance players, they cross-referenced a plethora of American maps to mark valuable areas. Boss, the 15th search team reports they have discovered a suspected survivor village base. Before the two could inquire about the location, another player at a different signal station chimed in. Boss, the 13th search team reports they have found a military base. The two were taken aback and hurried over to inquire about the military base's location. Goodness, after searching for so long, we finally have a lead. Under inquiry, the two individuals were somewhat taken aback to discover that the suspected survivor settlement indeed housed survivors, who were currently engaged in a fierce firefight with a group of adversaries. The weaponry at the military base would remain stationary, so they immediately summoned all players to prepare for a reconnaissance mission. Survivors were akin to imperial currency. Bringing them back would be far more lucrative than mere ordinary equipment. The players swiftly gathered their belongings, retracting the deployed support platforms from the modified vehicle. Once fully expanded, the specially adapted compartment could transform into a temporary command camp spanning 100 square meters. Most items, such as workbenches and bedding, could be conveniently folded and stored to minimize space. As long as they placed loose items into the central drawer, the expanded platform could automatically retract to the size of the vehicle compartment. They notified those who couldn't return ahead towards Player 15's location, while they themselves hastened in their vehicle towards the destination. Jack, we agreed. We only trade food supplies and fuel, not people. Oh, come on, Carl. Have you forgotten what you used to do? Before the apocalypse, you were a human trafficker. And now, after all, you've become a saint? In a secluded valley, two factions stood with weapons drawn, glaring at one another. One group was well-equipped, clad in clean and orderly attire, while the other appeared disheveled, with clothes that were faded and patched, wielding an assortment of weaponry. The man known as Jack, a rugged individual with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a gun slung over his shoulder, regarded the man before him with contempt from atop an off-road vehicle. In contrast, Carl, a burly Caucasian in his early 30s, bore the signs of hard labor, his neck thick and his face a ruddy hue that belied his age. That was then. This is now. If you wish to continue trading normally, do not bring up the matter of human trafficking. Carl's gaze turned icy. The opposing faction controlled the only nearby military base. Armed with an abundance of weaponry and ammunition, that a direct confrontation would spell disaster for them. However, they were not without leverage. The base had relied on nearby towns and villages for supplies during peaceful times. And now, in this apocalyptic era, that reliance had become a significant issue. Initially, they had cooperated, but as time passed, the survivors had split into two factions, one led by Jack, representing the survivors, and the other comprising Carl's ordinary civilians. The opposing group had seized the military base from the undead horde, while Carl had established a survivor village around an oil well. In the beginning, both factions, having survived the apocalypse, coexisted harmoniously. Jack's group patrolled and eliminated wandering zombies, while the oil village provided the essential fuel and food supplies they required. Life was manageable. However, Jack's group was not inclined towards production. They had envisioned a life of ease relying solely on the oil village's provisions, turning away any survivors who sought to join them. After all, they possessed a vast arsenal and were not concerned about the oil supply being cut off. Unfortunately, a year ago, Jack's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. He enthusiastically declared an open-door policy for survivors, even erecting a broadcast tower to transmit continuous announcements. The results were remarkable. Many desperate survivors from nearby towns flocked to his base. Yet as time passed, suspicions arose. Logically, with so many survivors taken in, the base should not appear as sparsely populated as before, especially since only Jack's faction seemed visible from the outside. Did they keep the others as captives within the base? What a ridiculous notion. 3 months ago, a group of white individuals, harboring animosity towards Jack's faction, fled from the west coast into the mountains to evade the undead, eventually arriving at the oil village. Through their accounts, Carl learned that Jack's group had once been spotted on a beach on the West Coast, handing over many survivors to an unknown group. Those individuals had taken the survivors out to sea and had never returned. Carl had privately sought out Jack to inquire if he had found a safe refuge at sea. Upon hearing this, Jack's countenance changed drastically, and his previously warm demeanor turned hostile. This marked the beginning of a rift filled with suspicion between the two factions. Subsequently, Jack's group began demanding increased monthly food and fuel supplies, issuing threats that dire consequences would follow if their demands were not met. Carl, driven by the need to survive, endured the escalating tensions. Now, Jack had audaciously proposed trading survivors, given Jack's lazy and greedy disposition. If he were aware of a guaranteed safe haven at sea, why wouldn't he have boarded the vessel with those individuals instead of remaining at the dilapidated base? The logic was utterly flawed. Realizing that something was amiss, Carl outright rejected the proposal to trade survivors. Their oil village lacked for nothing. They had sufficient supplies and weaponry to eye in the desolate wilderness, where land was vast and the population sparse. There was no risk of overwhelming hordes of the undead. They did not require heavy firepower. Ordinary light weapons sufficed. Conversely, Jack's group possessed nothing but arms. Were it not for the initial agreement and the threat posed by their heavy artillery to the village's safety, they would have long since severed ties and gone their separate ways. If Jack sought confrontation, then they would meet their demise together. Where leaving Carl, disinterested in further discourse, signaled for his group to prepare for their return home. "Stop! Did I give you permission to leave?" Jack leaped from his vehicle, angrily discarding his cigarette, but his eyes glinting with menace. Carl halted, a frown creasing his brow. "Jack, don't push me. I may not know what you're up to, but your refusal to board that ship with the survivors indicates they did not take you in. If you dare to act against us, I will order the destruction of the oil village. Without supplies and fuel, we'll both face extinction." Jack grinned broadly. "How do you know I don't have a ticket? I'm merely haven't finished paying for it yet. But that's of no consequence now. All I need to do is deliver you to them, and my fare will be covered. As for your fate thereafter, I cannot guarantee anything." Carl's expression shifted slightly. "Jack, if you truly wish to engage us, we are not afraid of you. Do not forget that we possess weapons as well." Jack dismissed him with a scoff. "With those nearly worn-out firearms of yours, you think you can compare to my heavy artillery?" One of Jack's men revealed a broad grin, loading the M2 machine gun mounted on their Humvee, aiming it menacingly at Carl and his group. Carl remained unfazed. "Yes, that's so. Jack, your mistake was selecting a rendezvous point we previously agreed upon. You didn't even think to consider such a simple detail. It's no wonder you'll meet your end here." As he spoke, he produced a controller and pressed a switch, triggering a series of violent explosions in the valley. Countless rocks tumbled down, effectively sealing off Jack's retreat. Before Jack could react, Carl continued, "You can shoot us now if you wish, but our rear and both sides of the valley are rigged with landmines. If you're brave enough, give it a try. If not, drop your weapons and leave empty-handed." "Fake!" Jack, incensed by the deceit, could no longer contain his fury, and he commanded his subordinates to open fire. "Leave a few alive. With them as guides, I refuse to believe we cannot escape this valley. Once out, we will rally our forces and obliterate your oil village." Gunfire erupted violently within the narrow confines of the valley as both factions took cover behind their vehicles, unleashing a torrent of fire upon one another. However, Jack's superior firepower quickly turned the tide against Carl's group. Wounded in the arm, Carl crouched behind a truck, watching as only a handful of his men remained. And he closed his eyes in despair. This was the path they had ultimately walked. "My friends, Jack wishes for you to guide him in invading our home, where our wives and daughters reside. According to our agreement, if we do not return by sunset, they will pack up and flee eastward. However, if you lead him, I fear that with Jack's nature, we will all meet an unfortunate end." A group of a dozen individuals sat in profound silence, their hands tightly gripping their firearms, gazes resolute. The stillness spoke volumes. They had resolved to remain and fight to the bitter end, determined to take at least one adversary down, thereby ensuring a greater chance of safety for their wives and daughters during their escape. Time ticked away, second by second. After more than 2 hours of fierce conflict, both sides had suffered varying degrees of casualties. Carl, Having emptied his last magazine, cast a glance at the mere 5 or 6 companions left by his side, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Leaning against a wheel, he slowly retrieved a bomb from his coat. Waiting for Jack's men to approach so he could detonate it and take them all with him, he tilted his head back and gazed at the sky, reminiscing about the redemption he had found since the apocalypse began. The cherubic smile of his daughter and the gentle, unwavering love of his wife, Helen, brought tears that trickled down his cheeks. Just then, he noticed a dark speck appearing in the sky, and as it drew closer, he was astonished to realize it was a rotorcraft. How could there be a rotorcraft here? His oil village certainly did not possess one, and Jack's gang was far from capable of constructing such a machine. It must be survivors from another faction. Those who could afford a rotorcraft would undoubtedly have ample fuel, logistics, and a cohesive team. Moreover, it seemed they had noticed them, circling above in the rotorcraft for reconnaissance. Soon after, an even more intense buzzing filled the air. Paragliders with motor assistance were en route. Indeed, another group of survivors. Regardless of their origins, they still had a chance at salvation. Carl raised his hands high, waving fervently to catch their attention. The paraglider players, peering through binoculars, spotted Carl and the numerous survivors on the battlefield. Their hearts sank. "Boss, hurry! The survivors are running out of time." 5 minutes later, amidst the jolting caused by the detonation of a makeshift landmine, the base vehicle sped toward the valley entrance. They finally arrived at their destination, albeit with some urgency. "For heaven's sake, stop!" A flare shot into the sky, exploding with an endless fiery blaze that distorted the air. Both sides immediately ceased fire, mouths agape, staring at the figure wielding a mystical bow old horse, the Pathfinder. What the hell? What in the world was this? Apocalypse or fantasy? Was he dreaming? The sky was guarded by a rotorcraft armed with napalm bombs, and he wielded an enchanted bow. Old Horse wiped his nose with a finger and furrowed his brow as he approached the center of the battlefield. He kicked a fallen survivor and glanced at those still alive. He waved his hand. Help them out a bit. As a player accustomed to outdoor exploration, he knew that death should not come easily. Otherwise, it would take a considerable amount of time to return. Old Horse was fortunate. Reports indicated that the other 3 expedition teams had suffered casualties as well. One team, heading north, had to abort their mission and return to base for resupply due to a lack of personnel, before setting out again along a newly established safe route. Therefore, the expedition team was well stocked with medical supplies, providing on-site treatment for minor injuries and conducting immediate surgeries for severe ones. Those who could endure would survive. Those who could not would perish. After all, for players, lives were the least valuable currency. That a player carrying a medical kit crouched before Carl to assess his injuries. Turning to Old Horse, he said, "Boss, this guy has lost too much blood. Get someone to transfuse him." The young player nodded, signaling to a nearby armed player to extend their arm. The tourniquet was applied, revealing prominent veins as the player took a large syringe and began to draw blood. Afterward, he pushed it into Carl's arm. The goal was simple: keep him alive. That AS for blood type. Apologies, but players were universally O-type. If Carl happened to be of a different type, it was simply his fate. Fortunately, he was not. Bite down on this. The player swiftly picked up a stick from the ground and shoved it into Carl's mouth for him to bite down on. Ignoring Carl's agony, he took out tweezers, cleaned them with alcohol, and began to dig into the wound. Ugh! Carl clenched his fists, overwhelming pain causing cold sweat to stream down his face as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Little did he know, the more he struggled, the harder it became to extract the bullet lodged in his muscle. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness from the pain, the player finally managed to pull out. However, the subsequent actions of the player left him wide-eyed in shock. Blood continued to pour from the gunshot wound, and standard sutures would not suffice to staunch the bleeding. The player dismantled a bullet, pouring out the gunpowder, and ignited it over the wound. "Screw this." With that, Carl fainted. "Don't kill him, you fool." The young player bandaged him up, feeling quite satisfied. "Feel medic skill increased by 1, huh? Don't worry, boss. I guarantee he won't die. As long as we get him back to base and let him listen to some tunes, he'll be bouncing back to life." That he glanced around at the other players, who had also managed to tend to the injured. Amputating limbs were necessary, stitching up wounds. Having saved these people's lives, Old Horse turned to face Jack, whose expression was dark and brooding. "Old horse, I just asked those survivors." The group in front took over a military base. Initially, both sides were trading normally, but then suddenly, upon hearing this, Old Horse's eyes narrowed. Given the circumstances, it appeared that this group was not to be trifled with as the team leader. Old Horse knew he could not take one side's word for truth. He promptly ordered the players to bind this group of individuals and prepare to take them back to the village for interrogation. Under the absolute air superiority and seemingly miraculous methods. Jack did not resist. He understood the choice between seeking death or clinging to life. Old Horse led the survivors into the oil village. Upon regaining consciousness, Carl signaled to his comrades on the stone wall that there was no danger, guiding the players and the bound Jack into the village base. The players took in the surroundings of the village, low tents scattered about, and fields of carefully tended crops flourishing. Ba-ba-ba. Following the sound, a few goats, immune to the airborne virus, grazed alongside a flock of poultry. They could see that moment. The players' eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, every survivor base was a treasure trove. If Sister Yuzi saw the crops, goats and chickens here, she would surely be overjoyed. Moreover, the survivors numbered in the hundreds. Such a multitude was simply astonishing. "Daddy, Daddy, oh God, dear, what happened to you?" A quintessential American farm woman, clutching a little girl dressed in a plaid shirt, dashed toward Carl, inquiring about the situation. As the other women and children listened to the surviving team members recount their ordeal, they collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. In an instant, it seemed they remembered something, and they all retrieved their hunting rifles, aiming them at Jack and the others. Oh. I advise you not to act impulsively. Jack and the others shrank back, glancing at Old Horse. Old Horse looked to Carl, who subtly nodded, signaling everyone to remain calm. "That's so. Who are you? Are you the Emperor's emissaries sent to rescue survivors, while your base lies in the heart of the distant city, inside a modest tent?" They ate flatbreads and drank slightly burnt oat goat milk tea. Old Horse, bearing a bow and arrow, nodded that I understand your concerns, but rest assured, if we intended you harm, we wouldn't be sitting here conversing with you. I have already sent the village's location to our base. Within 2 days, our people will arrive and safely escort you back to the hotel base. Though it is located in the city center, the Emperor's great power has established an energy shield to protect the base, so you need not worry about zombie assaults. As an exceptionally gifted graduate, Old Ma's proficiency in English is not particularly remarkable. Yet he is fully capable of normal communication. After much contemplation, Carl agreed to the player's proposal. He then limped outside to the anxious crowd waiting for him, reiterating Old Ma's words. Initially, many expressed skepticism, deeming the notion of the Emperor's star spirit utterly preposterous. However, as the survivors from the valley swore they had not been mistaken, the crowd fell into a state of anxiety and indecision. This was certainly no place to remain. If Jack and the others did not return by nightfall, the opposing faction would undoubtedly come knocking at their door. Their only option was to accompany the others to a safe base located 1,000 miles away. Such news was incredibly hard for them to accept. Many had not even prayed to God in years. After all, the opposing side could neither provide them with food nor help them fend off the hordes of the undead. The mention of God had merely become a cliché. Now, to tell them that this world truly harbored deities jolted their worldview, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, Old Donkey, familiar with the terrain and armed, hastily navigated through the crowd and entered the tent. Approaching Old Ma with a serious demeanor, he spoke. "Old Ma, it's confirmed. That group led by Ni Go is certainly no good." He urged the others to take a seat, poured a cup of milk tea for Old Ma, and tossed him a piece of flatbread, patiently inquiring about the situation. With a bite of flatbread followed by a sip of milk tea, Old Donkey replied solemnly, "Just now, I dispatched a player to parachute over there, and those old black folks apprehended him on the spot, tossing him into a cell. Our people were gunned down when they attempted to resist. However, a message from the base after their rebirth indicates that there are no fewer than 100 survivors confined in large iron cages, living in such squalor that they are worse off than dogs." With a gulp, he continued, "I also heard from a brother at the base that he vaguely mentioned they are close to gathering enough money for boat tickets. Once they board, they will reach Paradise Island, living a life free from zombies, where only the wealthy can indulge in such opulence. The mention of boat tickets and Paradise Island made old Ma, sitting on a bench, furrow his brow deeply as he chewed on his flatbread, feeling that this matter was far from simple, especially when factoring in Carl's intelligence. I could see that moment. A young player entered, exclaiming, "Boss, our aerial reconnaissance has detected that personnel from the military base are emerging. They are heading towards the village in numerous armored vehicles, armed with heavy firepower. They are expected to arrive in less than 4 hours." Dropping the flatbread from his hand, Olmar rose and exited the tent. Telegraph the hotel base immediately. Instruct old Zhao to prepare his elite White Wolf team for a jump to support us. Also, check with Yuzu to see if Xiaohua can come over. If so, let us jump right away. At all other times, maintain vigilance. The reconnaissance team took to the skies to survey the surrounding terrain. Old Donkey arranged for a few people to start creating a battle terrain map. It must be ready before the enemy arrives. We will use the terrain to catch them off guard. Go, 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 brothers, let us get moving. Seeing the players bustling about, Carl, enduring the pain from his wounds, inquired about the situation. "This is no concern of yours. Just keep an eye on your people to prevent any unrest, that we will handle the rest." With that, he pushed past and made his way toward the open space, i.e. the hotel base. Zhao Riqian, clad in black armor and wielding a strange blade, ascended to the third-floor dining area with his subordinates. Noticing Zhao Riqian's serious approach while chatting with Yuzu, the old man patted his granddaughter's shoulder and smiled, signaling, "There is something I need to discuss with you." Yuzu turned her head, puzzled to look at him. Zhao Riqian, with a grave expression, stated, "Old Ma has brought back crucial intelligence. 2 groups of survivors have been discovered over 1,000 kilometers away in the Rocky Mountains, totaling no fewer than 400 individuals. However, it seems these 2 groups are at odds and have clashed. After Old Ma's investigation, it was revealed that a faction controlling a military base is indeed nefarious. They plan to launch an attack on the other group of survivors tonight. Since we can't reach there in time by car, Old Ma has activated the jump beacon and instructed me to bring Xiaohua along." Yuzu stood up, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You must protect Xiaohua. If she dies, we cannot afford to lose her equipment." Zhao Riqian, with a serious yet playful demeanor, chuckled, raising his eyebrows and thumping his chest. "Rest assured, with my brother Jiao Miao around, who would dare approach Xiaohua?" Yuzu rolled her eyes at him and nodded at the unsmiling Zhang Jiao Miao. Xiaohua, who had been cultivating in the room, was called over, and the group collectively gazed up at the ceiling. A surge of golden light erupted, only to vanish the next moment in the dining hall. Meanwhile, those who had learned of the intelligence were not idle. After inquiring about the specifics from the returning explorers, they hurriedly prepared supplies and equipment for the front lines. They needed survivors, chickens, ducks, geese, and even wild goats. They had long grown weary of the oil-laden, watery broth. Now, being able to enjoy a proper meal of goat or poultry meat would not make their journey in vain. The teleportation beacon was planted into the ground, surrounded by faint golden runes, with golden light piercing through the clouds. Far away, Zhao Riqian and his team, summoned, immediately entered jump mode. Boom, boom, boom! 100 golden meteors descended into the small clearing. As the protective barrier of the jump dissipated, the Black Wolf team, adorned in black armor and with silver hair, slowly emerged from the pit. Incredible, oh heavens, they were indeed telling the truth that a miracle. This was a genuine miracle. The survivors gasped in astonishment at the players descending from the sky at that moment. No one doubted Old Ma's words any longer. Seeing it once was worth more than hearing it 1,000 times. What is the situation? Upon Zhao Riqian's arrival, Old Ma spat out some dusty phlegm and replied coolly, "Our aerial reconnaissance reports that the enemy will reach here in a few hours. That I have arranged for Old Donkey to create a battle terrain map, which you may find useful shortly." Turning his gaze toward Xiaohua in the crowd, he continued, "Xiaohua, it's fortuitous that you're here. There are numerous survivors in critical condition, and we have enough time for you to recover your spiritual energy and help heal them before it's too late." Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Cradling her guqin in her left arm, she gracefully glided her fingers across the strings. The melodious and vibrant notes flowed through the modest village community in a matter of moments. The survivors felt as though they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Meanwhile, the gravely injured within the tents saw their wounds healing at a visibly accelerated rate. Though they might not return to their original state, at least their lives were preserved. My goodness, are you the Virgin Mary? Praise the Emperor. This divine emissary, we thank you for your blessings. The survivors knelt in reverence, gazing at the players with a fervor long absent from their eyes, who could remain unaffected after witnessing miracles firsthand. This was the moment to cling tightly to the powerful, grasping Karl, who also intended to kneel. Old Ma admonished, "You may call me a divine emissary," and I won't object, "but you absolutely cannot offer us such reverence. Only the Emperor deserves such honor." When we reach the base and see the statue of the Emperor, if you wish to kneel, you may do so like those survivors, praying before the statue every morning. It was a jest. Players were not allowed to play the role of deities and deceive the survivors, which had become an unspoken rule. If other players were to discover this, they might suspect that he was about to become a charlatan. Perhaps he sensed the warning in Old Ma's eyes. Or perhaps it was the sight of Zhao Ritian and his companions, their brows furrowed in concern. Karl hurriedly called everyone to rise and brought forth the finest preserved meats and pickled vegetables to entertain the guests, as this was the only means he had to express his respect. Thank the heavens, these human vessels of the star spirits also required sustenance. Paying no heed to the group of survivors, Zhao Ritian approached the base vehicle, wielding a foreign blade. He observed Old Donkey as he studied the strategic sketch drawn based on the player's reconnaissance, his gaze fixating on a winding mountain path. An ambush halfway through that pitiful group posed little challenge. His greater concern lay in maximizing combat evaluation. With the recent update to the military rank system, officer players could freely initiate combat evaluations. For this encounter, Zhao Ritian had initially set a goal for himself to rout and capture the enemy's armed personnel. However, given the strength of his team, the system had assigned a minimum combat level of C. Subsequently, he added the stipulation of not losing a single survivor from an oil village, raising the combat level to C, remembering that the enemy base still housed numerous survivors, as well as personnel on guard. He added another condition: to rescue all survivors from the enemy base while completely annihilating their defensive forces. The system's combat evaluation instantly soared to a level. Now that felt right. He looked up at Old Donkey. "Where's the enemy located now?" Old Donkey pointed to a spot on the map. "They are currently here, and this is one of the 2 roads leading through the mountains into the village. I believe they will take the shortest route, though we cannot entirely dismiss another road several dozen kilometers away." Zhao Ritian silently calculated in his mind. You think they will definitely take the nearest road?" Old Donkey tucked a pencil behind his ear and leaned over the table, scrutinizing the map. "I cannot say for certain, but if we can remove the scout team before they detect our aerial reconnaissance, and without exposing ourselves, given their disdain for the village's strength, it is highly likely they will charge straight down the nearest road." Old Ma, arms crossed, chimed in with his opinion. "They will undoubtedly take the shortest path." Karl mentioned that this group of Gu had previously expressed their intent to relocate. If I were among them, unaware of the current situation, I would certainly do everything possible to pursue Karl and the others. Zhao Ritian slammed his hand on the table and straightened his back. "Then it's settled. We will lie in wait on either side of the valley along the nearest road and catch them off guard." He clapped a hand on Gongzi's shoulder. "I end this extermination mission. Since Gongzi needs to protect Xiaohe, you will lead the team." Gongzi stared in astonishment. "Wait, old Zhao, what are you planning? Are you not joining the battle?" The others turned to Zhao Ritian. He shrugged. "I have requested a combat evaluation for this operation from the Emperor. With our numbers, even if we eliminate this group halfway, the most we could achieve is a C. What good is that little military experience? So I thought, while most of them are out, I would take an elite team and sneak around via another road to ambush them. The system has assigned us an A-level combat rating." The others were left speechless. "Don't screw this up." Old Ma and Old Donkey couldn't help but interject. Zhao Ritian patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, I have just 9 people. The remaining 90 brothers will be on the front lines. And if necessary, I can personally fund a jump signal to call in reinforcements." Old Donkey and Old Ma exchanged weary smiles. "Suit yourself. Just don't mess it up. If you need to call for aircraft carrier support, I won't say a word." With the plan settled, Gongzi and his team boarded the village's transport vehicle and set off. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian requisitioned 2 off-road vehicles from the expedition team, and 10 of them sped off towards another road. An hour later, Gongzi, arriving first at the valley, quickly ordered everyone to conceal the vehicles and instructed the players to spring into action. The players grabbed the engineer shovels lying behind them and began to dig into the ground. They then buried remote-controlled bombs beneath the surface to prevent the enemy from dispersing and escaping elimination. Gongzi ordered the placement of bombs along the valley road, every 200 meters, beneath the massive boulders. Should the bombs on the road fail to detonate effectively, they would trigger the bombs on either side of the valley to send the boulders crashing down, blocking the enemy's advance and retreat. Meanwhile, others dug hiding spots along the ambush road, every 5 or 6 meters, ready to spring out and attack once the bombs detonated. Players stationed on a mountaintop, responsible for reconnaissance, spotted a dozen vehicles kicking up clouds of dust as they sped towards them. They immediately stood up and ran to the hillside, waving 2 signal flags. Upon seeing this, Gongzi ordered everyone to conceal themselves, maintain radio silence. We must not give away our position, unless we hear an explosion. Do not rush out. Understood? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Conceal. A young player, excited, loaded a metal crossbow bolt into his crossbow and then burrowed into the hiding spot, covering himself with camouflage. Gongzi approached the ambush hole. Signaling to Xiao He and to Miao, who were behind a massive rock, they gave him an okay sign. How infuriating. I was just about to bond with that white girl, and this guy Mike had to drag me over to find Boss Jack. If you ask me, he is just overly worried. With Boss Jack's heavy weapons, how could that ragtag bunch from the oil village possibly stand chance? I've heard that Mike is afraid Boss Jack might lose control and lead an attack on the oil village. Taking the survivors there to the rendezvous point for boarding, someone expressed skepticism that, in no way. Another voice countered, why not? We VE sent people before. They always come with a few speedboats and 150 survivors. Do you think they can take all of us at once? If that were the case, it would mean some would inevitably be left behind. Indeed, Boss Jack and Mike have discussed it privately and are preparing to quietly leave a group behind. But there was some disagreement during the selection process. Boss Jack naturally wants to take all of our brothers, but that would require sacrificing Mike's people. Thus, the final outcome is that neither side is satisfied with the allocation plan. Suddenly, another NIGO interjected. I think this time Mike is seizing the opportunity to leave a group behind, while we, the ones following Boss Jack, are here in the base to eliminate him and make room for them. I think so too. Otherwise, why would our brothers following Boss Jack be placed at the front with light weapons, while they sit in armored vehicles with heavy firepower in the back? As the discussion continued, the tension in the vehicle escalated, and they could no longer help but curse. Damn, Mike, stop making baseless guesses. We have no evidence. Let's assess the situation first. The driver from the NIGO group comforted them. Cigarette in mouth. Even if we encounter complications, Boss Jack has armored vehicles and heavy firepower. When we regroup with them, Mike won't be able to stir up much trouble. Boom. Demiao, hiding behind a massive rock, saw the enemy enter the ambush zone and immediately detonated the remote-controlled bomb. The vehicles ahead were thrown into the air by the explosion, and one vehicle belonging to NIGO was obliterated before they could finish their sentence. In the rear, Mike, inside an armored vehicle, gripped the handrail to steady himself and, through the onboard camera, saw the chaos ahead, his expression changing dramatically. Retreat! Retreat! Their enemies, pull out of the valley immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Demiao pressed another button, causing the massive boulders on either side of the hillside to tumble down, blocking the enemy's paths for both advance and retreat. For the Emperor, Gongzi was the first to leap from the hole. He raised his hand and fired a powerful bolt, taking out the driver of the vehicle nearest him. Shoot! Quickly, shoot and eliminate these people, Mike shouted frantically into the intercom, then stuck his head out to control the heavy machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the players. The melodious chime of music echoed through the valley, and an energy shield enveloped the players instantly. Denying the enemy any chance to react, the players surged into the truck's cargo area like wolves among sheep. Within the confined space of the truck, the foe stood no chance against the ravenous White Wolf Brigade. Despite the unwieldy nature of the shovel, the engineers wielded it with such force that the enemies were rendered utterly powerless. Rat-tat-tat, A terrified Inai shot wildly at the incoming players, disregarding his nearby teammates. The players glanced at the fallen enemies around them, puzzled as to who was assisting them, as they felt the shield dissipate and the searing pain of bullets piercing through steel and embedding in their flesh. They turned to see Inai firing, revealing a gleaming row of teeth. No, it can't be. Devil, you are a devil. The engineer's shovel loomed larger in his sight until darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness completely. The enemies in the transport vehicle were annihilated, leaving only a few troublesome armored vehicles. Realizing the situation, the opposing forces retaliated with heavy fire, forcing the players to seek cover. Listen up, everyone. On the count of 3, rush towards the armored vehicles with all your might. We shall upturn them, and I want to see it flipped over like a turtle. Having gleaned the plan from the makeshift intercom, the players began to consciously seek cover near the armored vehicles amidst the gunfire. Xiaoha, grant us a speed buff and another layer of shield. No problem. The rhythm of the music quickened, and the players felt as light as feathers, a faint energy shield forming around them. Point 3, charge. Damn it. The vice captain is ruthless. Where's squad 1 and 2? On it. Fortunately, their focus was sharp, and everyone reacted swiftly, charging forward. You lot just lie down, a group of muscular warriors, veins bulging beneath their scaled armor, collectively pushed over the armored vehicle weighing several tons. Damn it. Mike's head spun from the impact. Before he could rise and retaliate, a homemade wooden-handled grenade landed in his lap. No. Mike's expression turned desperate as he struggled to crawl out of the armored vehicle. Outside, a small player grinned widely, slamming the rear hatch shut with a clang and firmly stepping on it. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and silence fell inside. Everyone, sweep the battlefield. The entire annihilation lasted less than 15 minutes. And even the buffs applied by Xiaoha had yet to wear off by the time the battle concluded. The enemy was not numerous, with 70% riding in an open transport vehicle. First obliterated by bombs, then swiftly dispatched as the players charged in for a brutal melee. The remaining 30% were holed up in the armored vehicles during the enemy's heavy fire suppression. Several players perished. Nevertheless, the casualty rate was kept to 30%. Big Meow, take Xiaoha and some of the brothers back to the village with the equipment that I'll take the rest to support old Zhao. Big Meow nodded and asked, is there a vehicle? One armored vehicle was destroyed, but the other 2 can still barely function. A few transport vehicles survived the bomb attacks and are in decent shape. Have the brothers move the boulders to bring the 2 armored vehicles back while I take the transport vehicles to support old Zhao. Xiao suddenly interjected, let me help you recover your injuries to avoid fighting while wounded. Thanks a lot for that, the commander replied with a grin. Xiao smiled brightly, akin to a blooming flower. Her delicate fingers danced across the strings, casting 2 healing buffs upon the players, after a period of training to accumulate spiritual energy. Xiaoha could now manage to cast 5 buffs simultaneously. However, as always, the exertion left her weak, and she leaned against Big Meow for support. The commander shot a playful glance at Big Meow. You better take good care of Xiaoha. Get back to your business. You talk too much, Big Meow retorted, his face flushed. Laughter erupted among the group, causing Xiaoha to shyly lower her blushing face on the battlefield nearby as the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky. The military base remained mostly in darkness to avoid drawing the attention of wandering zombies with lights. Only the warehouse housing internal personnel flickered with faint illumination seeping through the cracks in the wooden boards. Damn, this fence is electrified. A small player attempting to tear through the iron mesh recoiled at the moment of contact. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have been knocked unconscious. Even so, the shock left his silver hair frizzed, much to the amusement of the other players, who praised his hairstyle. Enraged, he was at a loss for words. You 2 dig a hole from below, and we'll sneak in. Zhao Riqian turned to the others, instructing them to keep watch. The 2 small players transformed into moles, frantically digging under the camera's blind spots. Before long, they had excavated a hole large enough for 1 person to pass through. Crouching down to survey the surroundings, Zhao Riqian signaled for the others to ready their crossbows to eye in the darkness. The few players enhanced with night vision abilities saw as clearly as day. Truth be told, this U.S. military base was enormous. The runway, several kilometers long, provided ample space for the players to maneuver. They cautiously approached the cluster of buildings within the base that a few sentries, shivering in the cold wind, puffed on cigarettes, too afraid to turn on their searchlights and relying solely on their eyesight to monitor the surroundings. Despite the desert's clear skies, with a full moon illuminating the night, shadows were cast on the ground, making it easy to observe the base's perimeter. But of course, this only applied to zombies. These sentries had no fear of the mud-legged intruders from the neighboring hill. Whoosh! A sudden sound sliced through the air. The sentry widened his eyes in disbelief, dropping his cigarette as he clutched his neck, glancing around frantically before stumbling off the lookout tower. Zhao Riqian caught the falling enemy with his knee and dragged him into the shadows. You go up. The rest continued to clear the sentries. The small player climbed the lookout tower, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, taking a deep drag. The others at various lookout points noticed the faint glow and paid it no mind. Half an hour later, having cleared the outer sentries, Zhao Riqian and his team arrived at the well-lit entrance of the base, producing a defensive layout diagram drawn by the small players who had infiltrated. Along with the enemy's main concentration points, Zhao Riqian tucked it into his jacket and led the team in stealthily. Instead of clearing from the bottom up, they climbed the exterior walls to the rooftop, planning to descend from above to eliminate any threats and avoid detection in case someone returned unexpectedly. Team 1 to the left, Team 2 with me, to the right. Point 1 person on lookout. And 4 you slip into the rooms quietly. Understood. The player drew out a combat shovel, dispersing to the left and right from the central staircase as they commenced their actions. They retrieved a universal lockpick crafted by the king of ideas. As long as it wasn't a fingerprint lock or a password lock, a few attempts would suffice to effortlessly unlock it. Upon noticing that the lock was an A-type, the player promptly located the corresponding universal key and inserted it, casually twisting it to unlock the door. Zhao Riqian instructed one player to keep watch while leading the remaining 4 inside. As they entered the room, an indescribable odor assaulted their senses, a scent far too familiar to the players. They beheld an empty bed, while on another, 2 black men lay entwined, a sight that nearly blinded the players' titanium alloy eyes. Such extravagance. It seemed that mere women could no longer satisfy their cravings. Or was this simply a tradition? Within the dormitory, only these 2 black men remained, suggesting that the others were either out or confined in the warehouse. Fake, you lot. The player locked his right arm around one man's neck while covering the other's mouth and nose with his left hand to stifle any noise. Before tightening his grip around the throat with a sudden force, the sound of cracking bones echoed as both black men succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha, Johnny, it seems you truly are incapable, even with all your might. That woman didn't utter a single sound. Unlike me, her silence reminds me of the times my mother called me for dinner. What is there to be proud of? That woman was clearly unresponsive. Just wait until tomorrow when I switch to another girl. Let us see how fierce I can be. Having played long enough, it was time to rest. We'll compete tomorrow. Thus, it was settled. Hearing commotion at the staircase, the player retreated immediately. The 2 smaller players on watch, one on each side, squinted their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation, as the other players stealthily returned to their dormitories. Passing the first one, 2 large hands swiftly pulled them into the shadows like a mantis capturing its prey. The robust arms of the black men grasped at the hand, choking their necks, attempting to break free. Yet, they were met with the elite among elites, those who had maximized their strength. It was futile for them to resist. Without a hitch, they subdued the 2 black men, allowing the 2 smaller players to guard the doors on either side of the corridor, while the others hastily cleared the remaining dormitories. Half an hour later, the group convened at the entrance of the first floor, making their way to the warehouse. It was just after nightfall, and the remaining black men were lively, most of them drinking in the warehouse cells. As for what they were drinking, those in the know understood. Counting them revealed at least dozens of individuals. The area was spacious and brightly lit, leaving little room for players to conceal themselves. An impulsive attack would surely incite a chaotic brawl, resulting in casualties among survivors and a drop in combat ratings. Capture a tongue and inquire about the location of the power supply room. Once we shut it down, we can catch them in the dark. The designated player stepped forward to guard the entrance. Just then, a drunken fellow stumbled out, unbuckling his belt to relieve himself against the wall. A large hand from the shadows clamped over his mouth, dragging him back into the group. You now have two choices. Gesture us the location of the power room, or we will kill you and find another to interrogate. The black man, his inebriation waning, fervently nodded in agreement. Zhao Ritian instructed two players to escort him to the power switch, while the others prepared to storm in as soon as the lights went out. 5 minutes later, the power in the warehouse was abruptly cut off. Fake. What is going on? Why has the power gone out? Damn it, it must be the drunkard on duty in the power room who forgot to refuel the generator. Amidst the revelry, as the group of black men indulged in their merriment, the sudden blackout incited a flurry of curses. Zhao Ritian led his team into the fray that a volley of crossbow bolts was loosed, instantly taking down 6 individuals. Seizing upon the cover of darkness, they brandished melee weapons, launching a fierce assault. Who the hell is pulling this? Zhao Ritian seized one black man still sprawled over a woman, yanking him forth and plunging his weapon into his heart before discarding him on the ground. The other players acted swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for the adversaries to resist. They fell to the ground, confused and lifeless. In the pitch-black environment, the women still struggling on the ground felt warmth and stickiness spreading across their bodies. With no time to verify anything, they desperately crawled toward the cage, weeping as they went. Boss, the people in the monitoring room have also been located by the Tong, and we've dispatched everyone inside, came the report through the earpiece. When the last of the black men had been eliminated from the warehouse, Zhao Ritian ordered the power to be restored. Click, click, click. The blinding lights flickered back on, causing those imprisoned in the welding cage to freeze in shock. The women who had crawled to the cage trembled in fear. Zhao Ritian glanced at them, quickly shifting his gaze away as he wiped the blood from his weapon on his sleeve. Leaning against a nearby table, he pulled out a chair to sit. You need not worry. We are here to rescue you. In a short while, a transport vehicle will arrive to take you to Oil Village, and then onward to a safe base point. One of the smaller players stepped forward to comfort the survivors, while others opened the cage, releasing everyone and tossing the clothing from the fallen black men to the women. The survivors gazed longingly at the food on the nearby table, saliva pooling in their mouths. Noticing Zhao Ritian's impassive demeanor, they rushed over to snatch the food. The supplies were plentiful, enough for everyone, so Zhao Ritian paid them no mind. Gongzi arrived fashionably late, exchanging a few brief words with his brother before leading the group of survivors back to Oil Village. From these survivors, they learned of the brutal actions of Jack and his crew. The anger was palpable, not only among the village survivors, but even the smaller players, who brandished their knives, ready to take down the few remaining black men in the tent. Hold on, we still have use for him, Zhao Ritian interjected suddenly. His mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. Killing Jack would merely be an act of vengeance. The correct course of action was to have him lead them to that mysterious faction. Old Horse questioned in disbelief. Old Zhao, do you mean? Zhao Ritian nodded, revealing his thoughts. But with our faces, aren't we afraid of drawing attention, especially your White Wolf squad? Anyone would find it odd to see a bunch of ghostly youths. The members of the White Wolf squad collectively scoffed. What do you mean by ghostly youths? We're clearly dashing. You wouldn't understand. Let Old Bai and Feng Tian arrive first. We'll see if the ordinary players can blend in. As long as one player can infiltrate, they can activate the jump signal, and our people can provide immediate support. Old Horse was no longer puzzled, for this seemed to be the only viable option. They relayed the message to their brothers once more, instructing them not to commit any fundamental errors. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, with the White Wolf team stationed, the survivors in Oil Village experienced an unprecedented sense of security. As the saying goes, beautiful women love heroes. Some of the young, attractive girls developed feelings for Zhao Ritian and his crew, clad in their black armor. Even last night, during Zhao Ritian's watch, one of them had discreetly approached him to express her admiration. This left Zhao Ritian quite speechless. Setting aside the oddity of forming a bond with an NPC, he was acutely aware that there were clear regulations from the Emperor forbidding players from coupling with NPCs. Chen Han's actions were also aimed at preserving the purity of the player experience. Once players formed relationships with these survivors, it would complicate their management in the future. Favoritism begets nepotism, a long-standing human tradition. Only by maintaining no connections could players ensure absolute fairness in their management of survivors. Gongzi, munching on a piece of pickled lamb, reassured, "Rest easy, old Zhao." The brothers may joke around, but their hearts are in the right place. While coupling with NPCs won't lead to a ban, it will incur severe penalties as long as their heads are on straight. They won't break the rules. Conversely, the players had initially intended to tease the group of survivor girls, given their striking beauty. However, upon discovering that the other party was serious, their demeanor instantly shifted to one of silence and severity, with their faces set in an expression of utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, a group of strikingly beautiful survivor women returned to the kitchen with empty trays. Carl's wife promptly approached to inquire if the attitude of the other party remained unchanged. The women nodded in disappointment. They claimed it was the Emperor's decree, stating, "When the divine is moved, the three realms are unsettled. If they were to engage with us, it would be an injustice to others, hence the prohibition of relationships between gods and mortals." Nearby, Carl, tending to the fire, observed with a flicker of his gaze. He had already come to a conclusion about the players. If the other party truly wished to unite with the village's single women, he would be pleased, yet he would certainly have reservations. This indicated that such circumstances already existed within their base, and the newly joined survivors would inevitably face invisible injustices and exclusion. During peaceful times, Carl, as a small gang leader, understood the terror of social classes. Therefore, he allowed the young girls in the village to boldly express their affections. At the very least, with such connections, they would not be bullied when visiting the other party's base in the future. Yet, it now seemed he had overthought the situation. The emissaries sent by the Emperor bore no resemblance to the equine deities of Norse mythology. This was not a matter of discrimination, but rather an effort to achieve true equity and justice. Without such connections, the survivors were regarded equally in the eyes of the divine. Given this, there was no need for further inquiries, lest they incite the displeasure of the Emperor's emissaries. The few women nodded, their bright eyes unwavering in their determination. Noticing their expressions, Carl shook his head slightly. He understood that these girls were likely genuinely smitten. It would be better for them to have less interaction with those emissaries, to avoid causing the latter to violate the Emperor's established rules and face punishment. You should go visit the women brought back from Jack's group and counsel them to dissuade any thoughts of despair. Upon mentioning the women afflicted by Jack's group, a flicker of sympathy crossed the eyes of the empathetic girls. They quickly gathered some food and set off to visit them. "Boss, our people have arrived." The voice of a lookout player crackled through the intercom, prompting Zhao Ritian and Gongzi to spring up and peer outside out on the rugged mountain road. Amidst swirling dust, a long line of vehicles approached them. Minutes later, Lao Zhao, Luma, we have arrived. Feng Tianchengren was the first to disembark from the vehicle, followed by others. The group greeted each other with friendly pats on the chest, eagerly scanning the distant throng of survivors. Impatient to see the military base. "So, are you going to show us around the military base?" Zhao Ritian scratched his nose with his pinky. "There are indeed plenty of treasures there, without even mentioning the various weapons and ammunition. It's more than enough for us to wage dozens of wars on the scale of the last one. And there are also fighter jets and tanks. By the way, do you know how to operate these things?" The self-made man by Shochi Jia frowned. "What, do you look down on me? I have a few brothers who once served as mercenaries in Africa. Operating tanks and armed helicopters is no problem at all. However, fighter jets might be a bit tricky. When coming here, he had inquired, and the most anyone had done was fly a vintage plane a few laps. This time, he had his sights set on those elite equipment. No matter what, he had to acquire them. His brothers were all skilled, yet without suitable weaponry. Their combat effectiveness was not much different from ordinary players. With this batch of advanced weaponry, their combat power would undoubtedly soar, clearly widening the gap between them and Feng Tian's group of ordinary players. "Let us discuss this in the room." Zhao Ritian glanced back at his underlings. "Tell Carl to bring out the meat reserves to treat the newly arrived brothers. Make it clear that we're not here to freeload. Later, let him go to the base and get 3,000 meal tickets from Yuzu and just say to put it on my tab." 3,000 meal tickets were no small amount. Indeed, more than enough. While the meat was precious, it wasn't something they absolutely needed. A few good meals could hardly compare to a dozen days of full meals. Slurp, not bad. Chew, chew, chew. Let Yuzu, chew. Choo-choo, breed those goats, and poultry, choo-choo-choo. For a few generations, freedom and meat will be guaranteed. But choo-choo-choo, at least we can have fresh meat every now and then. The self-made man indulged in the hot cabbage and lamb. Murmuring between bites, Zhao Riqian took a bite of the roasted flatbread, stuffing a large piece of lamb into his mouth, saying, "On the way here, did you think about how to allocate those weapons and equipment?" The others paused, setting down their chopsticks to light up cigarettes. By Shouqi Jia offered Zhao Riqian one that after a puff. He said, "We already discussed it on the way here. The Storm Legion is preparing to develop towards heavy armored units, specifically tackling tough challenges like the Salt Lake City base. Our future plans will focus on technology, with fantasy elements as a supplement." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Feng Tian Chung Rin chimed in. "We ordinary players cannot compare to you. Heavy tanks are resource hogs that we cannot afford to maintain. Therefore, I desire light weaponry. After returning, I plan to withdraw the veteran adventurers and establish the fearless vanguard to specialize in light infantry, coordinating large-scale operations with Bai in the future. Our development will also focus on technology, with fantasy elements as a supplement." Gongzi was taken aback. "Feng Tian, are you also planning to resign from the position of adventurer leader to go solo?" Feng Tian, Chung Ren nodded. "Yes, the group of veterans who started with me no longer wish to remain in the adventure organization, but rest assured, I have already found a successor to take over my position." Zhao Riqian and the others were puzzled. What was this? Was the adventure organization turning into a Legion Academy? The old Bai back then was the same as Feng Tian now. Gong Shubu Shu. "Come and meet the big bosses." A young man with a buzz cut walked into the tent, and everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards him, but he grinned widely. "Hello, esteemed leaders, I am Gong Shubu Shu. Let's sit and chat. There's no need to bring the formalities of reality into this. All right then." Gong Shubu Shu chuckled heartily, grabbed a small stool, and sat down. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, he raised a toast to the attendees, and, after a few cigarettes, the atmosphere grew more familiar. Feng Tian Chung Run downed the last sip of wine in his cup and took a piece of lamb to chew on, saying, "This guy is quite sharp-witted, just like I was back then, and he knows how to handle situations well. Boss, you flatter me." Gong Shubu Shu felt a bit bashful from the praise. Noticing him, Feng Tian Chung Run decided to drop the real-world formalities here. He looked at the others. Gong Shu is quite capable and possesses a family heritage in civil engineering as the number of players increases. The safe zones in the base will soon be unable to accommodate such a massive influx. We will also need to establish our own territory, won't we? I was thinking of having him lead a group of civil engineering players to specifically undertake civil projects. Wow, a family heritage in civil engineering? The crowd was astonished. Feng Tianchengren was right. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was a pressing need for civil engineers that if they could have him bring out a group of passionate civil engineering players, it would save them a lot of trouble in the future. They could simply hand over blueprints and sufficient funding for any construction, and they wouldn't have to worry about it all. He, Gong Shubu Shu, rubbed his hand with a grin. "I came here at the behest of my superiors. Just call me Feng Tian." Feng Tiancheng Ren interrupted him that in the future, if this guy performed well, he would be a significant figure. It would be inappropriate for him to keep calling himself the boss. All right then, I represent Feng Tian and Bai's intentions. They will fund us while we handle the construction. We are preparing to establish a forward base around this military base that in the future, we will head west across the Pacific, and along the coast, we can search the west coast. This place will serve as a supply forward base for the players. Moreover, it will continuously supply fuel to the hotel base, greatly alleviating the fuel demands of the base. Establishing a forward base? In the minds of Zhao Riqian and his companions, a notion quietly took shape. It seemed rather appealing to establish a forward base here. However, the safety of such an endeavor was a pressing concern. Lao Bai, Feng Tian, you must contemplate this carefully. I have heard from Alice and others that the Umbrella Corporation, as the largest biopharmaceutical and technology company in the pre-apocalyptic world, has permeated various countries and sectors. It's entirely possible they possess nuclear capabilities. If your base is not within a secure zone, you might find yourselves facing a catastrophic explosion. The two men nodded solemnly. We share that concern, which is why we plan to acquire the Sky Shield air defense system from the marketplace. The idea, King spat out his drink in surprise. The others looked on in confusion. He then elaborated. The Sky Shield air defense system, which I have seen in the marketplace, is a high-powered laser defense weapon capable of intercepting all physical attacks. Aside from laser weaponry, within the system's detection range, it can instantly neutralize not just ordinary ballistic missiles, but also hypersonic projectiles exceeding 20 Mach. Its drawbacks are its exorbitant cost and astonishing power consumption. He turned to the two M and D. Oh, you possess such substantial funds. Furthermore, this system requires a stable power generation setup. Are you planning to construct a power station as well? The two chuckled lightly. Did we not acquire intelligence from you regarding Old Ma? A small town several hundred kilometers away has a 50 megawatt generator. We can have someone transport the generator and steam turbine back. At that point, we will undoubtedly need your assistance in redesigning a system to operate the generator using oil-fired steam turbines. Setting down his drink and extinguishing his cigarette, the Idea King crossed his arms and leaned against the tent frame. Deep in thought, perhaps coal would be a better option, as burning fuel oil is excessively wasteful. There's a newly opened coal mine just 58 kilometers from the oil village, equipped with all necessary extraction facilities. If you find an oil power plant, simply dismantle its equipment, and it can be put to use immediately. Redesigning a system without the requisite equipment would be futile. I believe coal-fired power generation is far superior to your proposed fuel oil method. Besides, the power station was originally a coal-fired facility, so dismantling and reassembling the equipment should suffice. Before that, however, you must address the cooling tower and other supporting facilities, which is no small task, despite the seemingly considerable output of 50 megawatts. One must remember that the entire generator unit is surprisingly compact, perhaps even smaller than a truck's cargo space. The generator itself is even more diminutive. The reason power stations appear so expansive in online images is due to the surrounding auxiliary facilities, such as evaporative cooling towers, control consoles, and piping, which collectively occupy significant space. In summary, establishing a forward base here would entail considerable investment. However, once completed, this location could serve as a lucrative transit point for westward expansion. Contemplating this, the Idea King began to prepare for a contingent of personnel to be stationed here permanently. After all, many of the facilities would require maintenance, and it would be impractical to rely solely on the engineering players from his department. Moreover, they could engage in side ventures to benefit their comrades. By the way, I hear there are other matters at play in this area. Lao Bai shifted the conversation to more pressing issues. Zhao Ritian shared the intelligence he had gathered, prompting the group to take a deep breath and furrow their brows. This situation is quite precarious. Our appearance does not belong to the locals, and even a fool would notice something amiss. Should we consider integrating some survivors into our ranks? Don't be absurd. Those are invaluable assets, laying golden eggs. Each survivor could generate an income of 1 silver dragon coin per day for the base. Currently, the number of survivors is limited, but once it exceeds 1,000, daily revenues of 100 dragon coins would be no trifling matter. What I propose is to have a backup plan. If we are discovered, we seize a vessel and coerce them to transport us to Paradise Island. Zhao Ritian nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. For now, let us focus on securing our people's passage to the island, which would simplify matters considerably. According to Jack, the other side is not only collecting survivors here, but also elsewhere. The number of survivors on Paradise Island is certainly not negligible to that point. Investing a substantial sum in a battalion-level jump beacon would not be a loss. After dining, the group made their way to the shelter where Jack and the others were confined, given the inhumane treatment they had endured. No one in the village offered them a sympathetic glance. Their meals consisted solely of the leftover scraps from players, and they lay on a bed of weeds that moment, in a state of distress. They instinctively recoiled at the sight of the players. Please don't kill me. I've told you everything I know. Zhao Ritian disdainfully spat. Coldly, he inquired, when is your next trading rendezvous? Jack swallowed hard and replied that the next meeting was scheduled for 3 days hence. Having obtained the precise information, Zhao Ritian forcefully closed the door and departed. However, an unexpected turn of events completely derailed their plans in the real world. Zhao Hao and his 2 close friends logged off. They hurried to their frequently visited mid-range restaurant downtown, ravenously ordering several hearty dishes. Gongzi, Big Meow, why don't we rent a place outside? Otherwise, we'll keep forgetting meal times and end up starving. Zhao Hao suggested that, no problem. Liang nodded. With a modest sum of over 10 dragon coins to his name, he felt confident renting a place near their school. With a residence, they could purchase a linkage pod. The biological magnetic field and harmless inert gas within the pod would lower the user's metabolism. While it would be impossible to go weeks without food, skipping a meal or two without feeling hunger was quite feasible. Zhang Demao nodded in agreement. Thus, after their meal, the two accompanied Zhao Hao in his car to explore housing options as the city's nightlife began to unfold. After several fruitless searches, none of the options pleased them. Either the environment was too poor, or the living space was too cramped. Ultimately, Zhao Hao suggested looking at villas. Gongzi and Big Meow considered it too extravagant, yet Zhao Hao was already driving towards a villa area and not far from the campus. Upon hearing of prospective visitors, a beautiful real estate agent approached them with enthusiasm. Anyone bold enough to come here surely had confidence in their financial standing. The agent did not treat the three, dressed in ordinary attire, with disdain. Rather, she greeted them warmly, recognizing the opportunity to earn a commission, no matter how small. Listening to the agent's presentation, the three were quite satisfied, though they found the various fees and paperwork cumbersome. Zhao Hao, in a burst of generosity, waved his hand and casually spent 15 million to purchase the villa, also covering a year's worth of property fees and prepaying several thousand in utilities. Gongzi and Big Meow could hardly believe their eyes, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. They knew Zhao Hao was wealthy, but they had not expected him to casually toss out 15 million. It's no big deal. Money is merely a string of numbers when you have plenty of it. Back in high school, I bought a globally limited edition sports car worth over 10 million right after getting my driver's license. My family didn't bat an eye, just advised me not to emulate those reckless street racers. Now that I'm buying a house, they certainly won't say anything the very least. I can sell it later and recoup most of my investment. Unlike my limited edition sports car, which has barely seen 1,000 kilometers and still nobody wants to buy it. Having made the purchase, Zhao Hao quickly motioned for the charming agent to vacate his new residence, instructing her to expedite the installation of the luxurious linkage pod she had promised, as he planned to move in the next day. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Zhao Hao pressed his Bluetooth earpiece, and his expression rapidly shifted to one of alarm. "What's wrong, Tianzi?" After hanging up, he urged his friends to return to the game urgently. Oil Village was in trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Yang and Zhang Kuei exchanged worried glances and quickly jumped into the car. With a screech of tires, the vehicle shot forward like a sword. What is happening? As Zhao Ritian and the others logged in, they discovered that nearly everyone else had already arrived, gazing at the gruesome corpses of Jack and his companions. Their lips twitched in distress. The player assigned to guard felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Boss, I just stepped away to relieve myself. And during that moment, the husbands and sons of those women who were mistreated by Gus stormed in and brutally killed this group. Damn it." Gongzi smacked his forehead in frustration. This incident could not be entirely blamed on the player. After all, they had left only one person to guard point 1, cannot simply hold it in indefinitely. Bai Shouqi Jia's gaze turned icy as he regarded the men who were subdued by the players and pressed to the ground. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the players to release them and allow them to stand. "Did you kill them?" "Yes." A youth with bloodshot eyes fixed his stare on Bai. Smack, in a shocking moment. Bai struck him with a resounding slap, causing him to stumble. "Come here," Bai commanded. The nearby player translated, and the youth, clutching his reddened cheek, stepped back before Bai once again. Smack! Bai's hand connected once more, sending the youth sprawling to the ground. He surveyed the group of assailants. "I sympathize with your plight, but that does not justify your reckless actions. You've kicked the bodies of Jack and the others. They deserve to die, but not at this moment. If you wish to exact revenge, you may discuss it with me. After all, we can bring them back to the base and ensure they meet a fitting end. However, your impulsive actions have severed our opportunity to connect with Jack's group, costing the lives of many more survivors." As the translator conveyed Bai's stern words, the group immediately lowered their heads in shame. They had vented their anger, yet had indirectly condemned countless others to death. "Let me make this abundantly clear to all of you. When it comes to matters concerning our star spirits, set aside your personal grievances Anyone who dares to act independently will not be warned a second time. Return to your posts and behave. Any further disturbances will not be tolerated. Bai's outburst left the survivors thoroughly terrified. Even Carl and others, who were not directly involved, felt a shiver run through them as they assisted the group back to their respective tents. Receiving a cigarette from the Point King, Bai muttered angrily, "Those fools! This task of engaging with an unknown force was entrusted to me. And now, with Jack dead, we've lost our contact point. This mission is utterly compromised. Anyone would be furious. When the next meeting convenes, we must establish rules for these survivors. With so many people and divergent thoughts, especially with old me's crowd of freedom-loving Westerners. Trouble is bound to arise," Zhao Riqian remarked. Feng Tian chimed in. Yuzi mentioned that within the base, there is a survivor who was originally a Christian pastor but has since converted to the Emperor's faith. Under his influence, many have joined this new sect, fervently referring to the Emperor as the God of Dawn. Old Ma pondered, "What has transpired?" Feng Tian exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, "They have privately opposed proposals for child safety positions, insisting that the Emperor's devoted followers should not engage in labor, but instead focus solely on spreading faith." The players collectively scoffed. They had anticipated such occurrences would arise inevitably. When life becomes less of a concern and safety is assured, some individuals inevitably seek to exploit the situation for personal gain. The Holy See during the Middle Ages had ultimately met a similar fate. It was overthrown despite the absence of divine intervention at the time. Now that the Emperor is a tangible presence, they dare to engage in such antics in his presence. What is the Emperor to them? A mere trifle of their faith. Such events have thoroughly disrupted their forthcoming plans. The group decided to leave a contingent behind to fortify the military base, while others would make a hasty return with the survivors to prevent any further complications. After a week of back and forth, upon returning to the base, they were astonished to find an influx of newcomers, surpassing even those they had brought back. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. "Wow, the bosses are back!" exclaimed one newcomer. "That white-haired leader must be Zhao Laoda, right? Haha, I want to be a striking white-haired youth too. Damn, after days of slaying zombies, just the sight of them makes me nauseous. With the bosses back, we can finally reap the rewards. Look at all these survivors." The bosses are bound to profit immensely this time. Though the number of newcomers was impressive, the base maintained its established order, with no chaotic rebellion against the rules set by the veteran players. "Hello, new brothers. From now on, let us prosper together." Bai Shouqi Jia greeted the crowd as he disembarked from the vehicle. "Bai Laoda, we've heard tales of your exploits. When can we join you in battle?" "We've been so bored here at the base," a young player inquired. "Want to fight? That's easy. Once we handle our current matters, I'll take you to experience it firsthand that I promise you'll be exhilarated." Bai replied, his veteran experience shining through. Zhao Riqian and the others exchanged glances. While they were concerned about the survivors, Zhuzi was primarily focused on the goats and poultry. He generously offered Zhao Riqian a substantial sum of Shenzhou currency, feeling quite pleased as he arranged for the treasures to be carefully tended to in the breeding room. Hearing that matters there were not progressing smoothly, the old man poured tea for the group. Smiling amiably, the players tossed their weapons onto a nearby table and seated themselves before the elder, downing their tea in one gulp. "Please, don't bring it up. Those survivors have caused quite a mess. Nearly giving me a heart attack," Bai complained, casting a glance at the busy survivors nearby. Leaning in, he whispered, "Elder, we've identified some enemies among the crowd." The old man took a sip of tea, setting the cup down slowly as he regarded by that a nation has its laws and a family has its rules. In your previous encounters, you established various regulations for our people but overlooked the survivors. Since time immemorial, wealth has corrupted hearts. Power has swayed human nature. While you were away, some of the base have not behaved themselves. Elder, you've experienced much. Do you have any advice? The players asked. Individual troublemakers can be dealt with. However, if it escalates and involves too many, it would be difficult to suppress. This is imperial currency. Who would willingly forego game currency? A glint of unusual light flickered in the elder's eyes that in exceptional circumstances. Our usual methods may not apply here. Since they wish to play at divine authority, we shall indulge them. We are the Emperor's personal guards, closest to him. Surely, a biological son is favored over an adopted one. You mean, Feng Tian was taken aback. The elder was suggesting adapting to the situation, intending to impose divine authority to restrain the survivors in the base. But would this truly work? The elder waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, it's a method of control. Its effectiveness will depend on how those in charge handle things moving forward. If an issue arises, the emperor will undoubtedly intervene. The so-called deities of Zeus are mere tales. The dawn is a true divine presence. If the upper management of the survivor base falters, the emperor will surely notice and take action. No need to do anything drastic. A permanent ban would suffice. If you trust me, I will call upon a retired political veteran who can, with his methods, turn those survivors into docile sheep in no time. The players exchange glances, realizing the implications of a retired political veteran. Is the state preparing to step in? In the Golden Palace, Chen Han sat upon his throne, observing the players' actions, his fingers tapping thoughtfully against the armrest. Players relish in combat, and, at the very least, farming and crafting. Yet, managing survivors and engaging in subterfuge would wear thin over time. With the official state now involved in overseeing the management of survivors, this could prove to be a prudent strategy. In an offline villa in the imperial capital, the old man remarked, "I've heard you've been quite fashionable lately, even playing virtual reality games with your granddaughter. What is this? Unable to sit idle in retirement. You wish to conquer in the gaming realm?" An elderly man, his hair a silvery white and clad in a Zhongshan suit, sat across from Shangguan Yuye, exhibiting the frailty of age, with a peanut in one hand and a sip of liquor in the other. He mockingly teased his companion, "You old miser, your tongue is as venomous as ever. No wonder you have no friends throughout your life." Shangguan Yuye retorted with a chuckle, engaging in their usual banter. When the conversation turned serious, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the game Dawn?" Li Ming set down his chopsticks, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. "According to your intelligence, the higher-ups are quite invested in this game. Even deploying quantum supercomputers, it's not just a matter of following the clues. They can't even locate the source. Thus, they're taking it very seriously and have allocated more resources for investigation. So, are you contemplating a formal intervention by the state?" The old man's brow furrowed. This game has only advertised once, yet with players spreading the word, it won't be long before it transforms into a true second spiritual realm. Given our current national situation, swayed by foreign influences, a state intervention might provoke player resistance. Casting a glance at his companion, Shangguan Yuye picked up a peanut and scoffed. "Do you naively believe that those in power can accomplish anything by simply entering the game? Let me disabuse you of that notion. To be blunt, I've observed the top-tier players in the game, and they seem quite capable. They're focused on expansive combat and are not particularly fond of political management. Meanwhile, the number of survivors in the base is steadily increasing, and the players, neglecting their management duties, are starting to display concerning tendencies. Thus, I intend to recruit you, old chap, to make use of your remaining vigor. Once we stabilize the rear, won't those players be grateful to us? When a country needs them, do you think they will merely stand by? What nonsense is this?" Li Ming blurted, puffing out his cheeks in exasperation. "I'm a politician, but do you think I truly enjoy politics? Every day, I deal with those scheming individuals beneath me that I may be 5 years younger than you, yet I feel older than you. No way, no way. After enduring to retirement, let them fend for themselves. You," Shangguan Yuye sighed with a wry smile. "What about your granddaughter? That girl, Xiyin, has been sheltered by the state after toppling a malignant organization. She has been idle lately. Why not invite her to join us for some diversion?" At this, Li Ming furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers on the table. His granddaughter was a mirror image of himself, fiercely opposed to evil. However, he had endured the tumultuous founding period of the nation, a time when people like him were most needed. Now, in times of peace, one could no longer be straightforward and rigid. One must navigate with finesse and consider multiple perspectives or suffer grave consequences. Regrettably, there were no opportunities for her to grasp these lessons. The last incident she caused was so significant that the higher-ups had to protect her by demoting her to a rear position, leaving her in a state of confusion, her resolve nearly shattered. She spent her days in a stupor at home, isolated from social interactions, causing her family to feel like ants on a hot pan. Helpless, if this opportunity could grant her a chance to showcase her talents, would it not be beneficial? All right then, Li Ming conceded with a nod. Suddenly, he added, by the way, I heard your granddaughter is the head of the logistics department. My granddaughter is no less capable than your wild girl. The players are about to convene the 6th General Assembly. My girl deserves a position too. You old coot, how can you call my granddaughter a wild girl? Shang Guanya shot him a glare, his tone softening. Yes, it seems that the survivors have taken matters into their own hands, inciting the players' ire and preparing to remove the survivor representative to transition into a supportive administrative role. Henceforth, the management of survivors will be entirely in the players' hands. The upstart asserted that they would engage with unknown forces and return all survivors, earning an S-rank combat evaluation for the Emperor. Once accomplished, new recruits will become veterans, and veterans will become elite soldiers. This is infinitely superior to merely fighting zombies for rank. If not for the upstart's authority, the survivors would be in dire straits. Have you heard? A newcomer who just ascended acquired a bloodline inheritance original gene. Is that true? What would I gain by lying? They say it's called Matong, able to listen to the hearts of all conscious beings aside from us. Wow, that's impressive. And that's not all. The newcomer also claims to have been appointed as the Saintess of Dawn by the Emperor, overseeing all current and future survivor affairs. That's astonishing. Not exactly. The girl only has law enforcement authority over the survivors. Not us. Fantastic. That little rascal from last time caused significant trouble, and I nearly wanted to eliminate them. Indeed, I'm already a seasoned soldier, my experience halfway to completion. After fulfilling my tasks, I shall undoubtedly become an officer. What a shame if it falls through. Early in the morning, Zhao Ritian and his companions overheard the players' discussions, exchanging astonished glances. Another newcomer with an original gene inheritance, capable of comprehending the thoughts of all beings except players. To them, this was akin to a chosen beastmaster profession. Just envisioning a grand gesture summoning swarms of creatures was a breathtaking sight. Haha, brothers, come and meet my good sister from the divine realm. Her name is Siyin, and she shall be one of us in Wanhua from now on. The crowd turned to Siyin. She stood tall and graceful, her beauty radiant and dignified, rivaling even Xiaohe. Clad in a pristine priestess robe, she exuded an aura of sanctity. Holding the Emperor's granted wreath staff in her right hand, she embodied both authority and a natural essence. Hello, everyone. I am Siyin. Feel free to reach out to me for anything in the future, Siyin playfully announced, instantly bridging the gap among them. Hey, Siyin, if you need anything, just let us know. We've got your back. Exactly. Unaware of her identity, the players were utterly captivated. The game rules prohibited romantic entanglements with survivors, but they never stated that relationships with players were off limits. The thought of her being the Emperor's designated saintess thrilled them even more. Seeing the situation escalate, Yuzi stepped in front of Siyin. Enough, who dares to have any improper thoughts? Beware that I'll crush their 2 precious stones. Yikes, the players collectively gasped at Yuzi's bold declaration left Xiao, he blushing crimson. Yuzi, be composed. Zhao Ritian and others were drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Li Ming, sitting at a distance with Shang Guanya, nearly spat his porridge upon hearing his granddaughter's words. He gazed incredulously at her. Was this truly the granddaughter he knew? Previously, she had always appeared stern and unyielding, like unyielding ice. Today, had she taken something strange? Shang Guanya's expression was equally dark. It was no wonder they called her a wild girl. Just look at the things she was saying. Where was the gentle demeanor of a girl? You are here for a reason, and you should understand some context. The dining table, Claire, summoned to join the meal, wore a grim expression. She was acutely aware of George's situation. In this apocalyptic world, faith had crumbled, and a desperate need for belief arose to sustain their survival. Thus, she had largely ignored George's plight, even assisting in drawing others into the Dawn Church. However, when George bypassed her and openly questioned the child's safety proposal in front of the esteemed Yuzu deity, a feeling of dread washed over her. Although Yuzu had said nothing at that moment, Claire's perceptive nature allowed her to sense a subtle chill in Yuzu's demeanor towards their group of survivors. The previous council meeting, from which she had been excluded, had instilled a sense of unease in her, fearing that they might be cast out. Having found a rare sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, they cherished it dearly. Claire immediately cautioned her people that while they could worship the emperor, they should steer clear of that old coot. George, in stark contrast, George, emboldened by Yuzu's silence, grew increasingly brazen, roaming among the survivors with a band of zealots, proclaiming themselves to be the emperor's chosen, that he insisted that the star spirits were merely instruments of the emperor, asserting that they would not have descended to save them otherwise. In that moment, Claire realized that George was beyond redemption. She was unaware, however, that retribution would come swiftly, with the emperor dispatching a saint to address the situation. Acknowledging George's propagation of faith, preposterous, she understood that the star spirits were subconsciously suppressing the spread of faith, and they would never willingly recognize George. Moreover, did an entity like the emperor require followers? The answer was abundantly clear. That I understand, Claire murmured anxiously as she sat on the bench. "Oh, not fret. The emperor will not judge true believers." A voice from the depths of her soul resonated, conveying its meaning instantaneously despite the language barrier. Claire lifted her gaze to the others, her eyes finally resting in astonishment upon the smiling Suine. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. "Thank you for your understanding, Saint." The others exchanged bewildered glances. Suine smiled at the group, her extraordinary ability allowing her to communicate her thoughts with precision without uttering a word. "What the heck?" A sudden exclamation startled the players. Following the shock, they were left astounded. Indeed, each genetic original or bloodline heir possessed formidable abilities. This skill alone, if wielded on the battlefield, would be utterly devastating. After the astonishment faded, Yuzu turned her attention to Claire. "With merit comes reward. With transgression comes punishment. As the representative of the survivors, your failure to perceive George's intentions is an undeniable fact. Therefore, we have decided to revoke your status as the representative of the survivors. From now on, all matters will be overseen by the saint." Claire nodded, realizing that she was not suited for such a role. Her earlier group of a few dozen had thrived on trust and shared survival. But when external threats diminished, human desires awakened. This past period had left her utterly exhausted. Now, having been stripped of her title, she could finally live peacefully as an ordinary survivor. Watching Claire depart, the influential figures instructed the remaining players to hasten their meals in preparation for the upcoming assembly. Upon receiving the news, the players rushed to spread the word. "Who's buying peanuts? A serving of fried peanuts for 50 copper coins, limited stock available. Where on earth did you get those peanuts?" "Yuzu, I want a portion. I want some too." "Delicious, sweet steamed sweet potato fries, not expensive at 20 copper coins a serving. Who wants some?" Zio waved a slightly dehydrated yet soft and chewy sweet potato fry. The players immediately surged forward to purchase. "I'll take one, or maybe two. It's been ages since I had steamed sweet potato fries. I must try them today." "Zio, I want some too." In the bustling stadium, players randomly found seats behind their leaders. Enjoying sweet potato fries and peanuts, they eagerly chatted and laughed about where to seek fortune after the meeting, anticipating the most grand assembly in history. Not only had the vast majority of players gathered, but all survivors were also permitted to attend. They congregated together, their expressions tinged with anxiety. News of Claire's dismissal had already reached them, leaving them uncertain about how the star spirits would treat them in the future. As long as they weren't expelled, anything would suffice. The more they understood the hardships of the apocalypse, the more they appreciated the ease of their current lives, and one wish to abandon such a life to wander again. Wow, what a spectacle! In the corner, two elderly men savored a bag of sweet potato fries while observing the scene. This place has established its own rules, which is why I suggested that the higher-ups refrain from intervening. Shang Guanyin munched on a sweet potato fry, taking a sip of his drink, his eyes squinting in contentment. Now this is retirement. Outside, that's not living. It's like being in prison. In reality, they restrict this and that. Living here is far better than in the game. Silence, a solemn voice resonated from within, breaking the chatter. Everyone collectively turned their gaze to Suine on the central platform. Previously, it had always been Zio who took the stage, but knowing Suine's capabilities, they decisively chose her to preside over the meeting. With silence restored, Suine raised her scepter and struck the podium. "All things are sentient, transcending time and space. The statue of Chen Han in front of the hotel base emanated a radiant golden light, and a surging spiritual energy flowed through the scepter into Suing. The next moment, countless beams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, coalescing into projections of players that appeared in the vacant seats. What the heck? Weren't you at the military base outpost? How did you suddenly end up here? Some players gazed in surprise at their suddenly materialized companions. The latter scratched their head. I don't know. I just received a mysterious summons and suddenly found myself here. What are you eating? Give me one, that a companion offered a sweet potato fry. However, the moment they released it, it slipped through the other's hand and fell to the ground. What? The companion player exclaimed. Wow, it's just a consciousness, not a real person. Could this also be Suing's skill? How fortunate. Suing surveyed the audience. Everyone is present. The meeting will now officially commence. Please have a representative of Seat 1 speak. Zhao Riqian raised an X card, indicating he had nothing to say. Before Suing could respond, Baisho Chi-Chi also raised an X card. Please have a representative of Seat 3 speak. That IT was now Feng Tian Chengren's turn. He reviewed his notes and brought the microphone closer. Hello, everyone. The new brothers may not know me. I am Feng Tian Chengren, the leader of the Adventurers Organization. However, after this meeting, I may step down, and I would like to express my gratitude for the trust you all placed in me during this time. I can no longer lead everyone in further development, and thus, I propose to nominate Gongsu Bushu as my successor. I believe you are all familiar with his abilities, so I want to elaborate further. After speaking, he raised his head to look at Suing. Now, Feng Tian Chengren voluntarily steps down from the position of leader of the Adventurers Organization and nominates Gongsu Bushu to become the new leader. I request a vote from all members of the Adventurers Organization. The seasoned players raise their right hands in agreement, while the newcomers, confused, abstain from voting. The motion passed, and effective immediately, the position of leader of the Adventurers Organization will be taken over by Gongsu Bushu. Suing announced the conclusion and looked back at Feng Tian Chengren. You have any other proposals? Representative of Seat 3, with a cigarette in his mouth, he flipped to another page of his notes. From this day forth, I, Feng Tian Chengren, will officially establish the Fearless Vanguard Army, focusing primarily on technological advancement, with a secondary emphasis on the fantastical. I assure you that the Fearless Vanguard Army will forego any resource acquisition within the safe zone and will actively venture out to expand the empire and rescue survivors scattered across the globe. As Suing observed the other party's completion of their speech, her lips remained sealed, yet her grave voice resonated within the hearts of all present. The representative had concluded their address. Thus, she called for a vote on the establishment of the Fearless Vanguard. Players promptly raised their hands. Once the voting was concluded, the Fearless Vanguard was officially established from this day forth, with the leader being Feng Tian Chengren. Feng Tian Chengren clasped his fists in salute to Zhao Riqian and the others, then rose to bow to the players in the audience. In truth, everyone understood that forming a legion at this stage was remarkably easy, yet as the number of players increased, overlapping positions within the legions were bound to arise. This would inevitably lead to conflicts of interest, making future formations far more challenging. The third representative finished speaking, and the fourth representative was invited to take the floor. Lao Ma Shirt 2 cleared his throat. Greetings, everyone. I am Lao Ma Shirt 2, the leader of the Explore Organization. My proposal today pertains to the establishment of a communication network. As we continue to explore the outside world, our current communication system severely hinders our ability to make timely contact, significantly reducing our exploration efficiency. Furthermore, once the communication network is established, we will be able to broadcast messages comprehensively, allowing survivors hiding in remote areas, even those in zombie-infested abandoned cities, to receive information and summon aid promptly. However, establishing broadcasting stations will require substantial manpower, resources, and finances that we will endeavor to repair the abandoned broadcasting stations. But some sparsely populated areas will necessitate support from various logistics departments at the base. This proposal has already received the Emperor's approval. Henceforth, we will provide the coordinates for the necessary communication stations as tasks. That it was evident that the engineering department would bear the brunt of the effort. The Idea King had been troubled until he heard that the tasks would be assigned through the system, instantly relieving his fatigue. The onlookers eagerly swallowed their sweet potato fries, their eyes wide with anticipation. System tasks. Finally, regular system tasks had emerged. Regardless of their level, accepting such tasks would guarantee profits. To it seemed the Emperor was aware that allowing players to handle such crucial matters could lead to complaint from the engineering department. So he had taken matters into his own hands. Li Ming clicked his tongue. Nearby, Shangguan Yi chuckled softly. Isn't it the same in reality? When local finances are strained, the higher-ups provide some motivation. Li Ming sighed. The world is bustling, all for profit. With the Emperor's endorsement, this matter is unlikely to encounter any opposition. As expected, before Suyin could announce the vote, everyone immediately raised their hands in unanimous agreement. Who in their right mind would dare oppose a system task? Unless they were out of their minds. The communication network proposal was enacted, and from this day forth, the logistics department would fully support its establishment. Next, it was the Idea King's turn. He continued, considering that a substantial portion of the engineering department's work involves unpaid labor, and that the equipment we produce is sold at nearly cost price. Our funds are severely lacking, with many engineers struggling to secure 3 meals a day. Development cannot thrive without research, and without sufficient research conditions, we cannot manufacture more advanced weapons and equipment. Therefore, I propose a meal subsidy for the engineering department, providing all engineers associated with its special meal allowances, ensuring they receive the highest quality free meals. What the hell? As soon as the proposal was uttered, Yu stood up, glaring fiercely at the Idea King. How dare you say your engineering department isn't profitable? As a fellow logistics member, I know whether or not you make a profit. It's simply because the proportion of tech geeks among the players is too low that you wish to attract a few with such privileges. This little rascal must not have experienced my granddaughter's iron fist. Shangguan Yi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Recruit people. You're even willing to step on my granddaughter's face. Indeed, upon hearing the proposal. Zhao Tian and others wore amused expressions. Please, everyone, cast your votes. The players noticed their leader abstaining from voting, so they too decided to forego their votes, opting to watch the drama unfold. Such matters were best resolved between the two parties. Taking a stance would only offend someone. The results came in, 320 in favor, 315 against, and the remainder abstaining. Clang. Suyin's staff struck the ground, and she solemnly announced, the meals subsidy proposal for the engineering department has been approved and shall take effect immediately. The logistics department must ensure the highest standard of meals for engineering department personnel. Just 5 votes shy. Yuzi's fists clenched tightly, almost unable to contain her frustration. The logistics department had been selling most meals at cost price to accommodate players. Merely scraping by with a little profit, they relied on high-end supplies for income. Yet here was the other party, claiming the very high-quality rations she could scarcely afford. It felt as if they were trampling upon her dignity. Was there no decency left? Is there any other proposal from the representative of Seat 5? The Idea King nodded. Turning to a new page, as the Star Spirit Warriors are often preoccupied, they cannot return to the base at all times. I propose that future meetings be held weekly, and any proposals passed during the meetings cannot be forcibly repealed unless they receive less than 75 votes within a month. Bang! Yuzi slammed her fist onto the table. The other party had a backup plan. Unsurprisingly, Yuzi was once again outvoted. Suyin, please, representative of Seat 6, take the floor. I have nothing to say. Yuzi gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with palpable anger. The players, relishing the spectacle, began to chuckle mischievously, eagerly anticipating how the Idea King would withstand Yuzi's pink iron fist once the meeting concluded. With everyone having spoken, it was finally her turn. Suyin took a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen, the time remaining will be under my direction. She gazed at the anxious survivors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suyin, the Emperor's appointed Saint of Dawn, tasked with overseeing all survivor affairs from this moment onward. Yes, soon as she finished speaking, a group of fervent believers among the survivors immediately stepped forward, prostrating themselves on the ground. We greet the Saint of Dawn. Thank you, Emperor, for your mercy in sending you to guide us, lost sheep. A slight frown crossed Suyin's brow. Indeed, the influence of religious belief is profound. If she had not come, the Emperor would not have sent anyone else to take on this role. And before long, the entire survivor population at the base would become a congregation of zealots. Under the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, this could lead to dire consequences. The players scoffed, their expressions laden with disdain. "Rise!" A commanding, chilling voice swept across the stadium. The dozen or so zealots found their bodies moving involuntarily to stand. In their eyes lingered a hint of confusion. Suyin, through her mind's eye, discerned that these individuals harbored no ill intentions. Rather, their actions stemmed purely from their adoration of the emperor. Returning to her seat, she declared, "From now on, all forms of prostration are strictly forbidden within the base." The zealots' pupils dilated, their bodies mechanically turning to march in unison back to their seats. Is this the power of Wan Hua Tongling? Such a domineering ability. Li Ming inhaled sharply. Shang Guan Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. Players who discerned the underlying intricacies began to feel invigorated. It is known that both original genes and inherited bloodlines can be bestowed upon others, albeit with some diminishment in ability, that if such a powerful ability were employed on the battlefield, a single command could render opponents disarmed. What need would there be for anyone else? But wait, perhaps Suyin's power is limited. Rarely does one come across an invincible force. What would happen to the game if she were too powerful? George, as the most devout believer recognized by all. The voice of the emperor, should you not come forth to greet me? Or do you merely pretend to convey divine decrees, seeking to manipulate hearts for personal gain? Clang. She lightly raised her staff and struck it down heavily. Massive runes erupted around the stadium, forming a colossal, binding ring that swiftly constricted, ultimately trapping George, who had been hiding within the crowd. Summoned by Suyin, he floated slowly toward the platform in that moment. George was terrified, yet as a cunning old fox skilled at deception, he feigned calmness and knelt. "I have witnessed the grace of the saint." A glint of cold light flashed in Suyin's eyes. This old man was still attempting to play mind games with her. She had just proclaimed that prostration was unnecessary within the base, yet he chose to kneel before her. This was an attempt to undermine her authority. Even if she felt displeased, the other party's actions,